He was now limping and whining in a small voice. He knew that if he did not get treatment soon, blood poisoning would be the least of his troubles. I felt sorry for the young man, who in the normal run of things probably dealt with the tide of human affairs very competently within his range of duties. He was an official of the law in the most densely populated area of the world, and I had seen his type deal cleanly, and more often than not peacefully, with potentially ugly situations daily. In here, however, he was over his head. This situation could not be handled by efficient traffic signals or negotiations, or even prudent use of a weapon. There was something about this man that was familiar. There were scars on his face, shiny patches that might have been the result of plastic surgery. I tried to recall where I had seen the Cantonese policeman before, but my mind was soggy with recent events. We took turns to carry the body of the guide. Once I had touched him and got over my squeamishness, that part of it didn't bother me too much. What did was the weight of the corpse. I never believed a man could be so heavy. After 10 minutes, my arms were nearly coming out of their sockets. I began by carrying the legs, and quickly decided that the man at the head, carrying the torso, had the best part of the deal. I suggested a change round, which was effected, only to find that the other end of the man was twice as heavy. I began to hate him. After 4 hours, I had had enough. "I'm not humping him around anymore," I stated bluntly to the cop who was trying to take my wife from me. "You want him outside, you carry him by yourselves. You're the bloody boss, man. It's your damn show." "I see," John said. "Laying down some ground rules, are we?" "Shove it up your arse," I replied. "I've had you up to here. I can't prove you planned to dump me in here, but I know, pal, and when we get out of this place, you and I are going to have a little talk." "If we get out," he muttered. He was sitting away from me in the darkness, where my lamplight couldn't reach him. I could not see his expression. "If?" "Exactly," he sighed. "We don't seem to be getting very far, do we? It's almost as if this place were trying to keep us. I swear it's turning us in on ourselves. We should have reached the outside long ago." "But they'll send someone in after us," I said. And one of the policemen added, "Yes, someone come." "Afraid not. No one knows we're here." It came out almost as if he were pleased with himself. I saw now that I had been right. It had been his intention to drop me off in the middle of this God-forsaken building, knowing I would never find my own way out. I wondered only briefly what he planned to do with the 2 men and the guide. I don't doubt they could be bribed. The Hong Kong police force has at times been notorious for its corruption. Maybe they were chosen because they could be bought. "How long have we got?" I asked, trying to stick to practical issues. "About 5 more hours. Then the demolition starts. They begin knocking it down at 6 a.m. Just then, the smaller of the Chinese made a horrific gargling sound, and we all shone our lights on him instinctively. At first I couldn't understand what was wrong with him, though I could see he was convulsing. He was in a sitting position, and his body kept jerking and flopping. John Speakman bent over him, then straightened, saying, "Christ, not another one." "What?" I cried. "What is it?" "6-inch nail. It's gone in behind his ear." "How the hell? I don't understand how he managed to lean all the way back on it." "Unless the nail came out of the wood?" I said. "What are you saying?" "I don't know. All I know is 2 men have been injured in accidents that seem too freakish to believe. What do you think? Why can't we get out of this place? Shit, it's only the area of a football stadium. We've been in here hours." The other policeman was looking at his colleague with wide, disbelieving eyes. He grabbed John Speakman by the collar, blurting, "We go now! We go outside now!" And then a babble of that tonal language, some of which John might have understood. I certainly didn't. Speakman peeled the man's stubby fingers from his collar and turned away from him, toward the dead cop, as if the incident had not taken place. "He was a good policeman," he said. "Jimmy Wong. You know he saved a boy from a fire last year. Dragged the child out with his teeth, hauling the body along the floor and down the stairs because his hands were burned too badly to clutch the kid. You remember, you covered the story. I remembered him now. Jimmy Wong. The governor had presented him with a medal. He had saluted proudly with heavily bandaged hands. Today he was not a hero. Today he was a number. The second victim. John Speakman said, "Goodbye, Jimmy." Then he ignored him, saying to me, "We can't carry both bodies out. We'll have to leave them. But I heard no more. There was a quick tearing sound, and I was suddenly falling. My heart dropped out of me. I landed heavily on my back. Something entered between my shoulder blades, something sharp and painful, and I had to struggle hard to get free. When I managed to get to my feet and reached down and felt along the floor, I touched a slim projection, probably a large nail. It was sticky with my blood. A voice from above said, "Are you all right?" I think so. A nail." "What?" My light had gone out, and I was feeling disoriented. I must have fallen about 14 feet, judging from the distance of the lamps above me. I reached down my back with my hand. It felt wet and warm, but apart from the pain, I wasn't gasping for air or anything. Obviously it had missed my lungs and other vital organs, or I would be squirming in the dust, coughing my guts up. I heard John say, "We'll try to reach you," and then the voice and the lights drifted away. "No!" I shouted. "Don't leave me! Give me your arm!" I reached upward. "Help me up!" But my hand remained empty. They had gone, leaving the blackness behind them. I lay still for a long time, afraid to move. There were nails everywhere. My heart was racing. I was sure that I was going to die. The walled city had us in its grip, and we were not going to get out. Once it had been teeming with life, but we had robbed it of its soul, the people that had crowded within its walls. Now even the shell was threatened with destruction, and we were the men responsible. We represented the authority who had ordered its death, and it was determined to take us with it. Nothing likes to die alone. Nothing wants to leave this world without at the very least obtaining satisfaction in the way of revenge. The ancient black heart of the walled city of the Manchus, surrounded by the body it had been given by later outcasts from society, had enough life left in it to slaughter these 5 puny mortals from the other side, the lawful side. It had tasted Gwylo blood, and it would have more. My wound was beginning to ache, and I climbed stiffly and carefully to my feet. I felt slowly along the walls, taking each step cautiously. Things scuttled over my feet, whispered over my face, but I ignored them. A sudden move, and I would find myself impaled on some projection. The stink of death was in the stale air, filling my nostrils. It was trying to drive fear into me. The only way I was going to survive was by remaining calm. Once I panicked, it would all be over. I had the feeling that the building could kill me at any time, but it was savoring the moment, allowing it to be my mistake. It wanted me to dive headlong into insanity. It wanted to experience my terror. Then it would deliver the coup de grace. I moved this way along the tunnels for about an hour. Neither of us, it seemed, was short of patience. The walled city had seen centuries, so what was an hour or two? The legacy of death left by the Manchus and the Triads existed without reference to time. Ancient evils and modern iniquity had joined forces against the foreigner, the Gwylo, and the malodorous darkness smiled at any attempt to thwart its intention to suck the life from my body. At one point my forward foot did not touch ground. There was a space, a hole in front of me. "Nice try," I whispered, "but not yet." As I prepared to edge around it, hoping for a small ledge or something, I felt ahead of me and touched the thing. It was dangling over the hole like a plumb-line weight. I pushed it, and it swung slowly. By leaning over and feeling carefully, I ascertained it to be the remaining local policeman, the muscled northerner. I knew that by his Sam Browne shoulder strap. Speakman had not been wearing one. I felt up by the corpse's throat and found the skin bulging over some tight electrical cords. The building had hanged him. Used to death now, I gripped the corpse around the waist and used it as a swing to get myself across the gap. The cords held, and I touched ground. A second later, the body must have dropped, because I heard a crash below. I continued my journey through the endless tunnels, my throat very parched now. I was thirsty as hell. Eventually, I could stand it no longer, and licked some of the moisture that ran down the walls. It tasted like wine. At one point, I tongued up a cockroach, cracked it between my teeth, and spit it out in disgust. Really, I no longer cared. All I wanted to do was get out alive. I didn't even care whether John and Sheena told me to go away. I would be happy to do so. There wasn't much left in any case. Anything I had felt had shriveled away during this ordeal. I just wanted to live. Nothing more, nothing less. At one point, a stake or something plunged downward from the roof and passed through several floors, missing me by an inch. I think I actually laughed. A little while later, I found an air shaft with a rope hanging in it. Trusting that the building would not let me fall, I climbed down this narrow chimney to get to the bottom. I had some idea that if I could reach ground level, I might find a way to get through the walls. Some of them were no thicker than cardboard. After reaching the ground safely, I began to feel my way along the corridors and alleys until I saw a light. I gasped with relief, thinking at first it was daylight, but had to swallow a certain amount of disappointment in finding it was only a helmet with its lamp still on. The owner was nowhere to be seen. I guessed it was John's. He was the only one left apart from me. Not long after this, I heard John Speakman's voice for the last time. It seemed to come from very far below me, in the depths of the underground passages that wormholed beneath the walled city. It was a faint, pathetic cry for help. Immediately following this distant shout was the sound of falling masonry. And then silence. I shuddered involuntarily, guessing what had happened. The building had lured him into its underworld, its maze below the earth, and had then blocked the exits. John Speakman had been buried alive, immured by the city that held him in contempt. Now there was only me. I moved through an inner darkness, the beam of the remaining helmet lamp having faded to a dim glow. I was Theseus in the labyrinth, except that I had no Ariadne to help me find the way through it. I stumbled through long tunnels where the air was so thick and damp I might have been in a steam bath. I crawled along passages no taller or wider than a cupboard under a kitchen sink, shared it with spiders and rats, and came out the other end choking on dust, spitting out cobwebs. I knocked my way through walls so thin and rotten a single blow with my fist was enough to hold them. I climbed over fallen girders, rubble, and piles of filthy rags, collecting unwanted passengers and abrasions on the way. And all the while, I knew the building was laughing at me. It was leading me round in circles, playing with me like a rat in a maze. I could hear it moving, creaking and shifting as it readjusted itself, changed its inner structure to keep me from finding an outside wall. Once I trod on something soft. It could have been a hand, John's hand, quickly withdrawn. Or it might have been a creature of the walled city, a rat or a snake. Whatever it was, it had been alive. There were times when I became so despondent I wanted to lie down and just fade into death, the way a primitive tribesman will give up all hope and turn his face to the wall. There were times when I became angry and screeched at the structure that had me trapped in its belly, remonstrating with it until my voice was hoarse. Sometimes I was driven to useless violence and picked up the nearest object to smash at my tormentor, even if my actions brought the place down around my ears. Once I even whispered to the darkness, "I'll be your slave. Tell me what to do, any evil thing, and I'll do it. If you let me go, I promise to follow your wishes. Tell me what to do." And still it laughed at me, until I knew I was going insane. Finally, I began singing to myself, not to keep up my spirits like brave men are supposed to, but because I was beginning to slip into that crazy world that rejects reality in favor of fantasy. I thought I was home, in my own house, making coffee. I found myself going through the actions of putting on the kettle and preparing the coffee, milk, and sugar, humming a pleasant tune to myself all the while. One part of me recognized that domestic scene was make-believe, but the other was convinced that I could not possibly be trapped by a malevolent entity and about to die in the dark corridors of its multi-sectioned shell. Then something happened to jerk me into sanity. The sequence of events covering the next few minutes or so are lost to me. Only by concentrating very hard and surmising can I recall what might have happened. Certainly, I believe I remember those first few moments, when a sound deafened me, and the whole building rocked and trembled as if in an earthquake. Then I think I fell to the floor, and had the presence of mind to jam the helmet on my head. There followed a second, what I now know to be, explosion. Pieces of building rained around me, bricks were striking my shoulders and bouncing off my hard hat. I think the only reason none of them injured me badly was because the builders, being poor, had used the cheapest materials they could find. These were bricks fashioned out of crushed coke, which are luckily light and airy. A hole appeared, through which I could see blinding daylight. I was on my feet in an instant and racing toward it. Nails appeared out of the woodwork, up from the floor, and ripped and tore at my flesh like sharp fangs. Metal posts crashed across my path, struck me on my limbs. I was attacked from all sides by chunks of masonry and debris, until I was bruised and raw, bleeding from dozens of cuts and penetrations. When I reached the hole in the wall, I threw myself at it and landed outside in the dust. There the demolition people saw me, and one risked his life to dash forward and pull me clear of the collapsing building. I was then rushed to hospital. I was found to have a broken arm and multiple lacerations, some of them quite deep. Mostly, I don't remember what happened at the end. I'm going by what I've been told, and what flashes on and off in my nightmares, and using these have pieced together the above account of my escape from the walled city. It seems as though it might be reasonably accurate. I have not, of course, told the true story of what happened inside those walls, except in this account, which will go into a safe place until after my death. Such a tale would only have people clucking their tongues and saying, "It's the shock, you know, the trauma of such an experience," and sending for the psychiatrist. I tried to tell Sheena once, but I could see that it was disturbing her, so I mumbled something about, "Of course I can see that one's imagination can work overtime in a place like that," and never mentioned it to her again. I did manage to tell the demolition crew about John. I told them he might still be alive under all that rubble. They stopped their operations immediately and sent in search parties, but though they found the bodies of the guide and policemen, John was never seen again. The search parties all managed to get out safely, which has me wondering whether perhaps there is something wrong with my head. Except I have the wounds, and there are the corpses of my traveling companions. I don't know. I can only say now what I think happened. I told the police, and stuck rigidly to my story, that I was separated from the others before any deaths occurred. How was I to explain 2 deaths by sharp instruments and a subsequent hanging? I let them try to figure it out. All I told them was that I heard John's final cry, and that was the truth. I don't even care whether or not they believe me. I'm outside that damn hellhole, and that's all that concerns me. And Sheena? It is 7 months since the incident. And it was only yesterday that I confronted and accused her of having an affair with John, and she looked so shocked and distressed and denied it so vehemently that I have to admit I believe that nothing of the kind happened between them. I was about to tell her that John had admitted to it, but had second thoughts. I mean, had he? He certainly inferred that there had been something between them, but perhaps he was just trying to goad me. Maybe I had filled in the gaps with my own jealous fears? To tell you the truth, I can't honestly remember, and the guilt is going to be hard to live with. You see, when they asked me for the location of John's cry for help, I indicated a spot. Well, I think I told them to dig. I said, anyway, they didn't find him, which wasn't surprising, since well, perhaps this is not the place for full confessions. John is still under there somewhere, God help him. I have the awful feeling that the underground ruins of the walled city might keep him alive in some way, with redirected water and food in the form of rats and cockroaches. A starving man will eat dirt if it fills his stomach. Perhaps he is still below, in some pocket created by that underworld. Such a slow, terrible torture, keeping a man barely alive in his own grave, would be consistent with that devious, nefarious entity I know as the walled city of the Manchus. Some nights, when I am feeling especially brave, I go to the park and listen for small cries from a subterranean prison, listen for the faint pleas for help from an oubliette far below the ground. Sometimes I think I hear them. Jean-Daniel Breck, On the Wing. Jean-Daniel Breck was born in Bordeaux, France. After studying to become a math teacher and spending 5 years working in a Dunkirk tax office, he decided to become a full-time translator in 1987, moving to Paris, where he still lives and works. Most of his translation work has been in the horror field, and he has worked on books and stories by such well-known names as Clive Barker, Brian Lumley, Ramsey Campbell, Graham Masterton, Dean R. Kuntz, Raymond E. Feist, David Morrell, Charles L. Grant, and Garfield Reeves Stevens, amongst others. He has recently translated stories by Stephen King, Fritz Leiber, Richard Matheson, Richard Christian Matheson, Nicholas Royal, Ramsey Campbell, Edward Bryant, and others for the new anthology series Territoire de l'Inquiétude, edited by Alain Doremieux. On the Wing was the first story he wrote, although it waited 5 years to be published. For its initial appearance in English, it was translated by Nicholas Royal, who appears elsewhere in this volume with his own equally powerful story of disquietude. The beginning of summer in Mérignac, dry pine needles cracking underfoot, petals lying shriveled on the ground, the numbing din of crickets in the trees. Robin cleared a path through the thicket, scratching himself on the broom and getting his fingers sticky with resin, searching for the track which led to the little quarry and to the pool. Just like every summer, the anarchic advent of plants and foliage of all kinds had almost completely hidden the track shaped by their feet the previous year. Etched day after day by their wanderings, it never kept exactly the same outline from one summer to the next, and its landmarks became muddled in their minds. Was it last year or the year before that this twisted pine tree had materialized a turn? Robin stopped short before a square of sandy earth, in which shallow circular depressions had been dug. He smiled. For a long time he had thought these holes were footprints left by some mysterious creature roaming the thicket, silently following him. Then, one day, he had seen a sparrow bathing itself in the soil, and he had been almost ashamed by the vagaries of his mind. He recognized a pile of dead branches encroached upon by clumps of moss. The scents of resin and broom swept over him with sudden violence. Close by, a pine tree had been blown over by the wind, and he had to stoop under it to get to the quarry. A bush next to him crackled dryly, and a black bird made an abrupt swoop toward the sky. In front of him, the surface of the pool sparkled in the sunlight. He was alone. Taken aback, Robin stepped onto the little beach of blackish sand. He stopped a moment to take off his tennis shoes, then proceeded to test the water. Slowly he directed his gaze around the pool, stopping at each tree in the surrounding woods. No one. So where were the others? Where were Gérard and Michel? This was not the first time they had decided to do something together without bothering to tell him, leaving him alone, feeling stupid and understanding nothing. "Asshole," he said in a low voice, embarrassed by his crudeness. "There's no one to hear you," he continued. "No one." He walked a little way and saw marks left by bare feet on the sand. They had already been here, in the morning, or more likely the day before, without saying anything to him, without letting him know. And today, the first real day of the holidays, they were not here. Robin had never dared play truant from school. He got undressed quickly, placed his shirt and shorts on a rock next to his trainers, stepped into the water, and swam towards the center of the pool. He came to a halt, gently moving his arms to keep himself in position. He half expected to see Michel or Gérard dart out from behind a bush and run towards his clothes to seize them and throw them into the water. Michel and Gérard, who had perfected the crawl and would catch up with him in less than 5 seconds, while he was scarcely able to remain afloat. Once he had tried to dive, forced into it by their incessant, almost spiteful teasing. On the other side of the quarry stood a 30-foot rock, from the top of which he had taken flight with his eyes closed. Breaking the surface, he had seen a fine laceration running right down his leg, and as the water cleared, it had revealed a metal girder rusting away at the bottom of the pool. The sun snatched flashes of light from the waves, and he shut his eyes against the glare, but beneath his closed eyelids, white patches danced on a dark velvet backcloth. The soft warmth of the air and the water's biting chill battled to dominate the skin over his ribs and thighs. He let himself drift slowly across the shimmering surface of the pool, floating in search of some undefined shoreline. He could have believed himself captured in a cocoon, isolated from the outside world, were it not for the light breeze which caressed his chest from time to time, and the rattling of the pines, which gradually faded into silence. Opaque light glimmered across his inner eye, mingled with darting shadows in an unceasing ballet. He felt an immediate presence, and opened his eyes. A black shape blocked his view. He screamed, covered his face with his arms, and dropped straight down. When he rose to the surface again, the crow had disappeared. After putting his bicycle away, Robin carefully closed the garage door and walked to the house. His hair was still a bit damp, and he stopped a moment to rub his head. Nestling in the pines, the house revealed only a part of its squat outline, and would be easily missed by someone who did not know it was here. His parents were not back, and he did not have a key. He sat on the ground, picked up a handful of pine needles, and began to weave them into a wreath. Either too supple or too brittle, they evaded his grasp, and he hurled them away. He got up and walked around the outside of the house. His bedroom window had been left open. His hand rested against the pine tree nearest the house. Could he possibly... He made a sudden decision, left his towel on a branch, and began to climb. A few minutes later he was perched on the branch which brushed against his window, the branch which his father had to trim each spring. Crouched on the ledge, he gazed at the carefully made bed, the bookcase full of books worn out from so many readings, and the cupboard stuffed full of toys he no longer touched. He imagined himself surprising his parents. They would enter the house somewhat taken aback, wondering if they had left him locked in all afternoon. Then he recalled his father making vague remarks about cutting the tree down. He took a book from his bookcase, then climbed back down again. He spread out the towel on the carpet of needles in the sun and lay down to read. The cry of a bird flying just above woke him. No, it was his parents' car horn. In a tone of forced joviality, they asked him questions, which he grumpily evaded. He went to the kitchen and got himself a glass of ice-cold Coke, while his parents sat down in front of the television. A sumptuously dressed woman was slitting the throat of a tuxedo-clad prince, while the detective jotted down notes. Una paloma blanca. He went up to his room. Next to the window, the branch seemed to provoke him. Had he really climbed up here? He leaned out and was seized by giddiness. At a loose end, he turned to the cupboard, which he jerked open. Something pale and hairy fell on his face, making him jump. His heart in his mouth, he looked at the wig lying on the floor. 3 or 4 years ago, he was not really sure when, his schoolteacher had organized an end-of-the-year show. Disguised as cherubs, he and a dozen other kids had bustled about pathetically on stage, to the great delight of their assembled parents. That summer, Gérard and Michel, who were moving up to high school in the autumn, never stopped their mocking cries of little angel. He threw the wig back on the shelf and closed the cupboard. He no longer wanted to play. The book he took from the bookcase was already open when he noticed his mother had come into the room. "What is it, Robin? Is there something wrong?" No, I'm fine." "Where did you go this afternoon? To the pool?" He grunted. "Answer me. Were you off with those friends of yours again?" She pronounced friends in her most cutting voice. Robin was silent. "Answer me, will you?" "No, I was alone." "Good. I prefer that. You know, it would be better if you saw them a little less. After all, they are older than you. Can't you find friends of your own age? What about Antoine, for instance?" Who still plays with little plastic cowboys, Robin thought to himself. He lay on the bed and opened his book. "And don't sprawl on your bed like that, if you don't mind. How many times do I have to tell you?" Grumbling, he got up and sat in the chair, his head buried in his book. He squirmed, ill at ease, when his mother leaned over to give him a kiss. The long black curtain of her hair imprisoned his head, plunging him into suffocating darkness. She murmured something unintelligible, then left the room. He was floating motionless in the pool, but the light had disappeared. The surface of the water reflected only the blind shadows of a starless night. His eyes were wide open, but he could not distinguish anything. Nothing detached itself from the darkness. Silence. Somewhere deep within him, his heart beat a hurried rhythm, but the pulse did not reach his brain. A flash, a glimmer, a pinprick piercing the shadows, accompanied by an even darker, indistinct shape. The crow landed on his chest. Robin did not move. Had he wanted to move, to brush the bird away with his arm, he would not have been able to. An icy flash of light revealed the eye of the crow, its beak poised over Robin's throat, and striking now repeatedly with little dry pecks, like a child's kisses, gradually becoming more urgent, more violent, more painful. Hot liquid flowed over his chest. The crow lifted its blood-darkened beak, uttered a shrill cry, and dug once more into the proffered throat. He woke up, soaking in sweat, and stifled a scream. Had he noticed movement on the tree outside? That cry, was it the cry of a bird? Trembling, he got up and went to the window. Nothing. He lowered his gaze. The branch was grooved with dark scratches. He went back to bed and noticed he had torn the cover of the bolster, gripping it with his nails. Several white feathers lay on the sheets. He shook his head. Was he dreaming? As he looked at them, the feathers grew steadily darker, seeming to quiver, almost flying away. He closed his eyes and opened them again. They had gone. The tear was still there in the bolster, but the feathers had disappeared. Should he tell his parents? He half opened his bedroom door, but did not step outside. Downstairs, the light was still on in the living room. He heard his mother's voice. Not that he should be shut in here all day, no, but I'd rather he stopped hanging around with those little louts. After all, you know very well what happened at the school last spring. He could not hear his father's reply. Oh, right. You're not going to tell me you were like them at their age. Again an indistinct murmur. No, he was at the pool on his own. At least that's what he told me, and he didn't sound like he was lying. He just sounded annoyed. Fortunately, I think they want to stop seeing him. Anyway, according to what I've been told, it's in the evening they meet at that wretched quarry to... Robin was not listening any more to his mother's recriminations. So Michel and Gérard hadn't been at the pool in the daytime, but during the night, and they no longer wanted him to take part in their games. He lay down again. It was too late to do anything now, but tomorrow. His parents both worked all day, and he was alone when he got up. His mother had come to kiss him before leaving, but he had pretended to be asleep. He had kept his face still when her long black hair had lightly brushed his throat. He quickly gulped down his breakfast and went to the garage. No, he wouldn't take his bicycle today. He'd go on foot. He had a canvas bag, which he began to fill with pebbles. When he decided it was heavy enough, he set off to the pool. No problem, until he got to the secondary road. Afterwards, he started to leave markers at regular intervals. He reached the thicket about midday and paused there. The path was not yet cleared, and the others would probably need to look at the ground in order to find their way. Was there not a risk that they would find his markers? He had a sudden idea. He put his bag on the ground and climbed up a tree. When he had taken his bearings, he cut a notch in a branch with his knife. He proceeded in the same manner, marking about a dozen trees, before reaching his destination. Robin walked on the beach for a moment and looked at the surface of the pool. Beneath the calm water, something seemed to be spying on him. In the middle of the pool, a black shape was floating. Floating? No, it was just the reflection of a crow gliding over his head. Alarmed, he took cover behind a bush. The bird tirelessly described a perfect circle, cawing shrilly from time to time. Unnerved, without quite knowing why, Robin retraced his steps and returned home. You're going up already? Yeah. Don't you want to stay with us and watch the TV? No, I've already seen this movie. Robin hurried upstairs, catching only snatches of conversation coming from the living room. Deliberately to annoy me. Always hope he'll do what you want. He is 12 now, after all. He closed his bedroom door and leant against it for a moment. Nothing. Without wasting any time, he went to his bed, arranged the bolster on the mattress, covered it with his pajama jacket, and, to complete the illusion, carefully placed the angel's wig on the head of the makeshift dummy. He folded over the blanket and stepped back to judge the effect. It would do. Quietly he opened the window, jumped onto the branch, climbed down the tree, and made off. It was still day, but dusk was approaching. Gradually, the shadows took possession of the bushes and trees. Once past the secondary road, he quickly found his first track markers, but he soon had to use his torch to locate the later ones. Approaching the thicket, he stood still when he heard something cry out. What was happening? He moved forwards cautiously, now and again climbing a tree to find the notches he had carved that afternoon. Soon there was only a bush separating him from the bank. Shapes moved about vaguely in the half-darkness. A stifled cry, the crack of broken glass, a high-pitched laugh. He squinted in vain. Nothing was distinguishable. He could not catch any intelligible words, nothing but rumblings and irritations. He moved lightly to the left and cried out abruptly. The crow had darted into his face, flaying his skin with claws and beak. All was quiet on the beach. Then came several shouts of surprise. Robin broke into a run, the fetid breath of the bird still lingering in his throat. He charged onwards, blindly. He found himself back on the secondary road without knowing how he had got there. Behind him the exclamations were becoming fainter. He must have lost them. Slowing down, he walked toward the house. His parents were still watching television, and he took every precaution as he climbed up the tree, advanced along the branch, opened the window, and slipped into his bedroom. The bed was empty. He had the sensation of plunging into a bottomless abyss. His mother must have come up to see if he was sleeping well, and discovered his trickery. It would be pointless to act as if nothing had happened. He opened the door and went downstairs. The tears which mingled with the blood on his cheeks had a sour taste. The glimmer of the television danced on the furniture and on the walls, carving up deep shadows swirling in the hidden recesses of the room. Facing the set, his mother and father, their back to him, and a third person. Who was it? The stranger, conscious of being watched, turned his gaze toward him, exchanged a look with his mother, who nodded her head, and got up. Robin stood paralyzed on the threshold of the living room. The other, who had his build and wore his pajamas, advanced toward him in silence. He refused to look at his face. The other stopped in front of him and lifted a hand toward his throat. He felt his flesh being crumpled and torn. The hand withdrew, covered with bloody feathers. Shaking, as if on the edge of a chasm of dark shadows, he saw them rise slowly in the air, thrown up by the stranger in a contemptuous gesture. They fluttered a moment, stars faintly flickering in a fading velvet sky. And then there was only the dark. J. L. Como, Firebird. Judith Lynn Como was born in Washington, D.C., and is a full-time writer. Her interests include ancient music, 18th and 19th century English novels, anthropology, and, of course, all things dark and horrible. Since 1987, her fiction has been published in such magazine and anthologies as Gru, Haunts, Twisted Night Slivers, Dreams and Nightmares, The Women Who Walk Through Fire, Women of the West, Borderlands 2, and The Year's Best Horror Stories. She has recently completed her first novel, entitled Haunted Landscapes. Firebird is a fast-paced blend of police procedural and witchcraft that is guaranteed to make your palms sweat. Concentration is the thing. You have to block out everything but the task at hand if you want to succeed. In my mind, I am the firebird, soaring above the ashes of my own extinction. Ignoring the sweat pouring down my face, I stand before the mirrored wall, one hand lightly touching the bar. I bring my knee up steadily and lay it alongside my nose, then ever so slowly extend the calf, arching my toes toward the ceiling. Technique, line, proportion, balance. These are the classical elements of the dance. Ballet is a celebration of the physical instrument, a ruthless, brutal discipline from which mastery of movement emerges. I try to think only of the dance as I push away from the bar and glissade to the center of the cold, silent studio. I want to pretend that it is not nearly 4 a.m., that I am not exhausted, that I am not courting injury by pushing myself too hard. Going up en pointe, I turn a dozen mad forettes, one-legged spins that confuse the mind and challenge the spirit. I want to forget what happened last night. I want to fill my empty soul with the dance. I keep my balance by means of light and gravity. I focus on the staccato tock-tock-tock of my toe shoes against the hardwood floor. I will myself to forget, but even as my body transcends exhaustion and pushes into the realm of pure bliss, I remember. I remember. The dream is always the same. I'm charging through a long, dim hallway surrounded by shadowy blue figures running ahead and beside me. Blood crashing in my temples all but obliterates the thunder of our heavy boots as we approach a scarred metal door at the end of the hall. Amid angry shouts and confusing clamor, the door suddenly bursts open. At this point in the dream, I start struggling to awaken myself because I can't bear to see what I know waits in that apartment. My screams reach out of my dream and into my consciousness. I awaken on my feet, engulfed in a blind panic. The dream is a remnant of the other side of my life. Of necessity, most dancers live two-sided lives. Foremost always is the grand passion, the dance, but unless one is a principal dancer in a large company, there is also a full-time outside job that pays the rent and buys the toe shoes. When I'm not dancing, I work for the city. I'm one of a 5-member tactical assault team the Detroit Police Department secretly calls the Nut Squad. We are specifically trained to respond to barricade situations, which are often precipitated by emotionally disturbed persons, hence the nickname. My given name is Juliana Christine Larkin. At the dance studio, I'm addressed as Juliana, but inside the police department, I'm often referred to as Twinkle Toes or the Sugar Plum Fairy behind my back. At one time, the guys on my squad gave me a hard time, making ballerina jokes and crude references to my gender. Now they simply call me Larkin, and that suits me just fine. When I pack up my toe shoes and go out with my squad, the mandatory gear is decidedly different. Instead of a skimpy leotard, I wear heavy pads of flexible armor covering my chest, back, and groin. A spidery 2-way radio headset with multiple channels allows us to communicate quietly. We each carry a different weapon, a shotgun for support fire, an M16A2 automatic rifle for close-range management, a .223 caliber assault rifle for long-range control. I carry the A2, which is relatively light but effective. We also have hydraulic jacks to crack open locked doors, systems to deliver tear gas canisters, and a contraption that shoots explosive diversion devices called thunder flashers. Like ballet, tactical police work requires agility, strength, endurance, and a rigorous training schedule, so the two are not quite so disparate as they might at first seem. These are the areas where I excel. It's a grasp of social competence that has so far eluded me. For me, adolescence was a nightmare. Girls who reach a height of 6 feet by junior high school might as well have leprosy. But after a full day of peer indifference or outright scorn at school, I would become a swan in dance class, envied for my length of limb. "Stand tall, Juliana! Reach for the clouds!" Madame Jedinoff would bark from the back of the studio as she pounded her baton in time to the music. "Arch the neck! Extend the arm!" In the grace and beauty of the dance, I found pleasure in being me. There is a certain grace and beauty to be found in the savage Detroit inner-city streets as well. Instead of a joyous dance of life, it is a desperate dance of death, beautiful in its own wretched way. My first police assignment was a barricade situation located in a shabby, drug-riddled housing project downtown. When I arrived, the building had been pinned to the night sky by spotlights and ringed by armed personnel. Lieutenant Stephen Brophy, my squad leader and veteran of 2 tours of combat in Vietnam, told me, "I want you to stay in back of the team, young lady. Don't want any trouble on this one," We've got our hands full, and we don't need to be babysitting you." His doubts about my competence did not annoy me. I was having my own misgivings. Everyone in the department was aware that I had received my placement in the unit to squelch a rash of sexual discrimination suits filed against the city. I thought I would be able to prove myself when the time came, but right then I was just plain rabbit scared. As I adjusted my radio headset, a sharp cry pulled my attention to the third-floor apartment window, where something dangled beneath the window sill. Pushing my hair up under my cap, I saw that it was a child, a baby, being held by one ankle, bobbing precariously above the bleak tundra of the courtyard 30 feet below. The baby screamed in terror, windmilling its little arms, arching its back. My heart froze. Seconds later, the child was jerked roughly back through the window and disappeared from view. Only its wails echoed in the cold night air. "That's right," Brophy said as he motioned for me to follow him toward the equipment truck. "We got us a maniac, little girl." After handing me a heavy hydraulic jack, which I would carry during the assault, we joined the rest of the squad for a fast briefing. It was terrifying. Unconfirmed reports indicated that there was a psycho in apartment 302 named Ralph Esposito, who had taken his former wife and children hostage. Sporadic gunfire heard earlier in the evening was shortly followed by the ejection of an object from the window, which was later identified as his ex-wife's head. Of the 6 children presumed to be inside the apartment with him, it was unsure how many survived. The situation had been deteriorating rapidly for several hours, and the life of the single known surviving hostage, the baby, had reached an unacceptable level of risk. Our task: full assault scenario. Termination of suspect authorized. We crept into the building past a dozen uniformed officers and waited for one breathless minute at the end of the third-floor hallway until Lieutenant Brophy gave the signal to move. At that point, I was so frightened, and everything started moving so fast that the whole sequence of events always comes back to me in blurs and flashes. Midnight blue figures hustling down the hallway, the sound of our boots against the linoleum floor, halting outside the door to 302, handing the jack to Fred Zaluta, second in command, dragging my A2 off my back, throwing the safety, the door buckling and bursting open, gunfire. Zaluta on the floor, writhing. I know he's moaning, but all I can hear is my own blood crashing in my ears. A naked man, clotted with gore, pointing a rifle at me. No, the end of the barrel explodes with light, and something punches me hard in the shoulder. I start to go down, sure that I'm already dead. Automatically, I train the red dot of my laser aiming device on the center of the madman's forehead and squeeze off a fast burst. As I go down, I see the top of the suspect's head lift off and explode in hundreds of shards and droplets that fan out in every direction. Swiveling my head, I see another spray of dark blood pumping out of the torn meat of my shoulder. I think very clearly, "Where's the baby?" as I hit the floor. There is shouting and commotion. I lay injured and dazed, but not actually registering pain yet. The medical people swarm over me, lift me onto a stretcher that puts me at eye level with a strange object that looks like a raw roast beef pinned to the wall with a big cooking fork. Time twists and stretches now, slowing to a crawl. How odd, I think, running my eyes over the blue veins marbling the strangely shaped piece of meat. Rivulets of blood traced down the dingy wall beneath. How very, very odd. People talk to me as I'm carried toward the door, but all I can hear is the hushed voice of one uniformed policeman addressing another officer. "That's the way it goes with these screwballs," he was saying, shaking his head sadly. "The bastard killed every one of them, skinned the baby alive and staked it to the wall with a fork right before the rescue unit got in. 5 more minutes might have saved it. Ain't that a shame?" When I start screaming, the ambulance attendant jabs me with a needle. Fade out. The first thing I thought of when I woke up in the hospital was that poor mutilated baby fastened to the wall, and I've thought about it every day for the past 2 years. I learned afterwards from the reports that the man I'd killed had a history of mental problems and had been released from a state hospital that same morning because of budgetary cutbacks. Ralph Esposito. The sound of his name makes my neck prickle. The baby he murdered, along with his ex-wife and 5 other children, was named Carmelita. Carmelita. Such a musical name. So full of laughter and promise. I can't stop hearing it in my mind. Well, months of sweaty work in the dance studio and the department gym healed my shoulder. I've always been able to handle the physical demands of life. It's my head that keeps giving me trouble. If I could only banish the image of that poor child, poor Carmelita, from my dreams. The guys on my squad welcomed me wholeheartedly into the unit when I came back to work. I was no longer considered an irksome political placement to bolster the department's image. Lieutenant Fred Zaluda, who was also wounded during the raid on 302, became my champion. He still insists that I saved his life, but I don't know. I was just doing my job. He knows I live alone in a cold-water flat downtown, so he and his wife invite me over for a home-cooked meal with them and their 3 kids at least once a month. I love watching the Zaludas together. They're a volatile group, always fighting and bickering, but you can feel the love radiating from every cluttered corner of their home. I was raised an only child. My parents' house was cool and hushed, the corners immaculately bare. My squad leader, Lieutenant Brophy, and the other 2 men on the team, Parks and Channing, treat me equitably, but we don't socialize. While we've become an extremely tight working unit, the prevailing wisdom is that it's dangerous to become emotionally involved. I guess Zaluda and I are just asking for trouble, but I can't imagine losing those wonderful evenings with his family. I'm willing to risk it. When I first started having the dream about the raid on 302, I asked Zaluda if he thought I was going crazy. "Nah," he said. I could tell by the way he wouldn't look me in the eye that discussing it troubled him. We all get dreams. I heard once that the only way to get rid of one entirely is to replace it with something even worse. You have one too? Ah, sure. There was a raid back in 72. The psycho twisted some pitiful old lady's head around 2 full turns while I stood there with my mouth hanging open. I always thought maybe I could have saved her if I hadn't been so green and scared. I don't dream about it as much as I used to, though. It gets better, little by little, Larkin. You'll see. I nodded, disturbed by the way his shoulders sagged and his broad face had grown pinched. I decided not to mention the subject again. These past 2 years since the raid on 302 have rocketed past. I divide my time between police work and ballet, and usually that's enough, until I key the lock to the dreary little closet I rent downtown. At some point, even cops and ballerinas have to go home. Maybe someday I'll buy some curtains, or a cat. Detroit is often referred to as Murder City by the press, and from my own vantage point, the inner city resembles a monstrous, diseased organism that seems to grow exponentially by feeding on its own overabundance of poverty and rage. I don't know if a cure exists. I just help fight the symptoms. Teenage gangs warring over drug turf, crazies strung out on crack and PCP, plus the usual family violence. Automatic weapons like Uzis and Beretta handguns equipped with 100-round banana clips are common in the rougher projects downtown. Drug turf battles are dangerous, but I would much rather respond to a gang war barricade than a nut barricade. Gang members usually surrender quickly. They're willing to trade their machismo for survival. But the wackos, they just don't give a damn, which makes them infinitely more treacherous. Whatever the particular scenario happens to be, each assault is virtually the same, a tightly choreographed dance that never becomes routine. It's the part of my job I dread the most and love the best. The sweats and the jitters I experience seconds before an assault are indistinguishable from the butterflies I get backstage just before dancing in front of an audience. It's thrilling and terrifying at once. When poised for an assault on a barricaded house or apartment, my heart is always in my mouth right before the door goes down. We never know what we'll find inside. When the door gives and we rush in, I go dead cool. Instinct and training kick in, and one way or the other it's all over in a matter of minutes. Afterward, just like after a ballet performance, I experience an intensely gratifying rush of physical and emotional satisfaction we call the afterburn back in the squad room. It's what drives me, makes me push myself to the very limit of my capabilities, what clouds my judgment at times, but always, always satisfies, for the moment. Zaluda says everyone is chasing the afterburn in one form or another, and I think he's right. Sometimes I worry that I have some kind of weird attraction to brutality. Violence is integral to police work, of course, but not many people recognize the inherent self-inflicted violence of the ballet. Ballerinas look like fragile, fairy-like creatures who rest on satin pillows when not dancing. That's the illusion. Pink satin toe shoes and opaque tights usually conceal feet that look like raw hamburger and ugly surgical scars crisscrossing sprung knees and ankles. Personally, I'm terrified of injuries and pain, but I keep running head-on at the possibility nonetheless. I don't know, maybe there's something wrong with me. I've never been a particularly introspective woman, but after what happened last night, everything has changed. I've changed. I had just showered up and was busy stowing gear in my squad locker yesterday evening when the call came in. It's unusual for an off team to get called back on duty since there are 3 other teams working on rotating shifts. When we arrived at the scene, it was already dark and cruelly cold, as only a Detroit winter night can be. A large crowd of spectators had gathered across the street from a 5-story tenement building, brilliantly hideous against the black winter sky, lit by rows of huge, smoking Klieg lights. The crowd was clearly agitated, surging behind the phalanx of uniformed police officers who were having some difficulty keeping them in order. "They've got my mama!" a young black man wearing a flimsy gray sweatshirt shouted, trying to break past the sawhorse barrier. An elderly woman shrieked, "Help me, God!" and collapsed in a faint, disappearing into the rippling sea of bodies. It struck me as odd that none of the people who had assembled across the street were behaving like the usual gawkers who always turn out for a barricade. Instead of the typical good-natured spectators looking for a little excitement, each appeared to have something personal at stake. Most of the women, and a good number of the men, were sobbing and moaning. None took their eyes from the floodlit building. I knew then that it was going to be bad. Very bad. When I heard Lieutenant Brophy summoning our squad for a briefing, I almost didn't want to hear what was going on. Christ, I thought, just let me do my job and get out of here. Then, as I was turning to join my team, the crowd stopped their frantic milling and shoving all at once. It made my flesh creep the way they stood like zombies, faces pale and distorted as they stared up at the building. When I turned, I entered a waking nightmare. Wailing in terror, little Carmelita Esposito, my nightmare child, was being dangled 3 stories above the sidewalk by a wild-eyed man. There was no doubt in my mind that the man was her father, Ralph Esposito, the man I'd killed 2 years before. I went hot all over despite the frigid night wind. I felt like I weighed 1,000 pounds, petrified. I might still be standing there if Zaluda hadn't gripped my arm and started shouting, "Holy Jesus, Larkin! It's the old woman I told you about! Mother of God, her head's on backwards and she's still alive! Oh, Jesus!" I swung around and looked at Zaluda. His face was twisted in anguish as he watched the building. I shook his arm hard, and he looked at me. I don't know how long we stood holding on to each other, but when we turned our eyes back to the building, whatever it was we'd seen had vanished. All hell broke loose. The crowd behind us became a hysterical mob, screaming and pushing against the barriers, demanding that something be done. A two-way radio in a nearby squad car squawked something about assembly of a riot control unit. Curling clouds of frosty vapor rose before our faces as we breathed into the numbingly cold air, my own lungs pumping fast and heavy. A couple of teenage boys broke through the police barrier and made a run at the building, but were stopped and strong-armed back behind the line by one gigantic uniformed officer. "I don't see any of the other assault teams around," I remarked to Zaluda as we headed for the equipment truck to pick up our gear. "I thought we were all supposed to be out here." I overheard the chief telling Brophy that the other units were getting in place and ready to go. They're just waiting for a signal from the point team. "Who's on point?" I asked. "I don't know, but I'm glad it's not us." I nodded as we pulled on our armor. "I'd like to know what the hell's going on. We're hallucinating or something worse. I feel like I'm dreaming." "I wish you were dreaming," Zaluda said, hoisting his Heckler & Koch 9mm submachine gun, a real brute of a weapon that was just too heavy for me to handle. "If you were dreaming, we'd all be at home." While we were adjusting our radio headsets, the rest of our team, Brophy, Parks, and Channing, climbed into the back of the truck and joined us, their faces grim and pasty behind frosty crimson lips and noses. "This is the deal," Lieutenant Brophy said, rubbing his hands together. "Something fucking weird is going on in that building." Everyone snickered but Brophy, who cracked a sideways grin. Having successfully loosened us up, his mouth fell into a frown, and his eyes narrowed. "Nobody knows what we've got in there. I guess I don't have to tell you that whatever is happening, we're all witnessing some pretty strange stuff." Everyone nodded. "Okay, here's the plan. Earl Cook's unit is the point team. They're going to make an assault in a few minutes. We're last up, so we're just here for backup. We won't be called out unless the other teams fail to resolve this situation." We all fell silent for a long moment. "Here's what I know," Brophy continued. "Around 6 this evening, the department started receiving frantic calls from a number of hysterical people, all claiming to have seen a different event occurring at this address. 4 uniformed officers entered the building shortly after 6:30. Evidently, they never came out." Carefully adjusting the armor protecting his groin, Brophy said, "Let's not bust our nuts worrying until we get a reconnaissance report from the point team, okay?" He looked up at me. "And you, Larkin, don't bust whatever it is you got to bust." We laughed and shook our heads, then slowly filed out of the truck. Parks went to get everyone some hot coffee, and the rest of us took positions behind the rows of squad cars parked in a semicircle in front of the building. Then we waited. And waited. The tension was bone-crushing. There was a lot of fidgeting, shifting, and dry-throated coughs. Behind us, the crowd rumbled like thunder, their collective growl a continual roar that rose and fell, punctuated by shrill cries and hoarse shouts. At the time, I considered that unruly throng as much of a threat to life and limb as the situation inside the building. As it turned out, I was very much mistaken. Then things started popping. The first team went in like gangbusters, detonating a number of small, grenade-shaped devices called thunder flashers that explode harmlessly, but mimic miniature atomic bombs. You can't help but be disoriented momentarily, even when you know it's coming. Under cover of this diversionary blitzkrieg, they entered the building. When the sound of the flash bombs finally stopped reverberating in my ears, I could hear what was going on inside through the command radio hooked into the team's two-way sets. There was gunfire, mixed with the most gut-wrenching shrieks and screams I have ever heard, and which I suspect I'll be hearing in my head for a long, long time. I clenched my fists so tightly, my fingernails punctured my palms. Wedged in between the screams were a few frantic words that I could just barely make out. "Out of here!" one of them yelled in a high-pitched squeal. "Fucking dogs! No! Jesus!" The gunfire finally ceased, but the screams continued for at least another minute. Then there was a crackling silence. After that terrible pause, everyone started talking at once, and Brophy had to shout us down to make himself heard. Once we quieted, he said simply, "Unit 2 is preparing to enter," and turned away. Whispering close to my ear, Zaluda said, "That was Kellerman screaming about dogs on the radio. He's been scared shitless of dogs since a crack dealer holed up in a motel released a Doberman on him a few years back." We stared at each other. Everyone in the vicinity was experiencing his or her own private nightmare. "Are we being purposely manipulated? Is this even real?" I asked, hearing my voice becoming shrill. Zaluda shrugged his shoulders wearily and patted me on the arm. He was only in his late 30s, but he already looked like an old man. "I don't know, Larkin. I don't know." The crowd was working itself into another frenzy when the second assault team silenced them by plunging into the building amid another round of booms and flashes. Again, the radio crackled with shouts and gunfire, but this time, when the chaos died down, one distinct voice rose out of the background hiss, a trembly but jubilant voice declaring victory. "I got the murdering bastard!" he cried. "I'm bringing him back alive, folks, so don't blow my ass off when we come out. And send in the medics stat, people. We've got a slaughterhouse in here. Okay, hold your fire now, we're exiting the building." Hot relief swept over me. I spun around to face the building and began to cheer and clap with the others when two figures emerged. "It's Delroy Stanton," Parks said. The wild applause dwindled and died away slowly when it became apparent that something was amiss. Instead of driving a suspect at gunpoint, Stanton was dragging an inert, profusely bleeding man by the tattered collar of a midnight blue shirt, an assault team shirt. The prisoner appeared to be a member of his own unit. "See!" Stanton shouted deliriously as a pair of medics rushed him and pulled away his prisoner. A group of officers, including Lieutenant Brophy, swarmed around him. His eyes were wild, rolling back to show white. "It's the boogeyman!" He fell to his knees and started to sob. "Oh, God, it's not even human!" Too quickly for anyone to stop him, Stanton raised his handgun and placed it in his mouth. "No!" Brophy shouted, charging at Stanton, hands stretching for the pistol. I squeezed my eyes shut a split second before the crack of the gun discharging racketed into the night, echoing through the cold streets. Beside me, Zaluda moaned. Complete pandemonium ensued. The crowd behind the lines went berserk, shrieking and throwing empty bottles and other debris as the policemen fought to hold them back. In our own camp, professional decorum evaporated. Angry demands for full disclosure raced through our ranks. 2 of us were known dead. 12 more lives were probably lost inside the building. A tenured officer named Detrick clambered atop a squad car with a bullhorn and blared, "Assault Teams 3 and 4, report to command post at once!" "That's us," Zaluda said. Following behind Zaluda, I was struck by the surreal quality of my perceptions. Even the shiny black heels of Zaluda's boots flashing and ebbing as he walked ahead of me looked strange somehow. Brighter, more textured. Sounds lost their sharp edges and became rounded, hollow. When we arrived at the command post, a jerry-rigged open-air office on the far side of the police lines, Lieutenant Brophy and his Team 3 counterpart were busy talking with the chief and his people. Amidst the chattering department personnel was an odd little man dressed in a long black tunic covering tightly fitted black trousers. He stood solemnly, clutching a battered leather portfolio case to his narrow chest. As I stared at him, he swiveled his head and looked directly at me, pegging me to the spot with his luminous dark eyes. We surveyed each other for a long moment, until the spell was broken by the strident voice of Mel Anderson, a flashy, balding department spokesman whose job it was to deal with the media. "All right, people," Anderson called out, waving his arms and making his storm jacket bunch up around his neck. "Let's have some quiet. I have some information to pass along to you assault personnel, so listen up." Lieutenant Brophy, standing behind Anderson, rolled his eyes and shook his head slightly, affirming his widely known dislike of the man we privately called Captain Video. "Now what we've got is this," Anderson continued, referring to a yellow legal pad in his left hand. "2 officers confirmed casualties, 12 officers missing in action, and an unknown number of tenants inside the building, condition unknown. Identity of suspect or suspects unconfirmed. Causative factors unconfirmed." He paused, delivering his patented concerned countenance, which I'd often seen him wear on the evening news. "We don't know exactly what's going on, so what we've done is bring in an expert on paranormal occurrences." Putting his hands up to quell the rising buzz of indignant murmurs, he added, "Now, you all know that Homicide Division occasionally employs the services of psychics when they've hit a wall with their inquiries." "Oh, come on, man!" someone shouted. "We ain't no Ghostbusters!" Someone else yelled. "Look!" Anderson said angrily, pointing a finger at us. "If any of you hotshots have the answer to what's going on in that goddamned building, step right up!" Silence. "Fine," he said, adjusting his tie. "Now shut up and listen." He extended an arm toward the little man in the black tunic, who walked over and stood next to Anderson. "Mr. Chase has graciously consented to lend his expertise to the department and to work with us on this case, and it is therefore expected that all personnel will treat Mr. Chase with the utmost dignity and respect." Turning a baleful eye toward us, he growled, "Is that understood?" This is getting too weird, I thought, thanking Channing as he handed me a styrofoam cup of bitter-smelling coffee. "I would like to speak to the young lady," Chase said in a thin voice tinged with a rolling accent. Like everyone else, I started looking around for the alleged young lady, but when my eyes returned to the strange little man the department had brought in, I was surprised to find that he was pointing at me. I touched my chest, and Mr. Chase nodded. "Oh, Christ," I said under my breath, gulping my coffee down in 3 swallows. Amid much hooting and laughter from the guys, I followed Mr. Chase, Lieutenant Brophy, and Mel Anderson to one of the squad cars, and climbed into the back seat with Mr. Chase. "This is Corporal Larkin," Brophy said, twisting around in the front seat to face me. I noted the silent apology in his eyes. "What do you want with her?" "She is the only person I saw with the aptitude to remedy this unfortunate occurrence," Mr. Chase responded measuredly. "What do you mean, aptitude?" Anderson asked. "We've got plenty of men out there." "My point exactly," Chase said. "Corporal Larkin's obvious aptitude in this case is her gender." "Now wait just a minute," Brophy started, but was interrupted by Anderson. "Mr. Chase," Anderson said, "we need some answers here. We're laying the department's credibility on the line by inviting you into this matter, so if you can tell us something, please be clear." The little man nodded his head politely and cleared his throat. "It is my firm belief that this disturbance is being caused by a Drood," he announced. "Drood is an Old English expression for a nightmare fiend. According to most authorities, a young witch becomes a Drood when she reaches the age of 40, and then assumes the power to haunt any victim she chooses with terrible visions. Sometimes this new power drives them mad, which is precisely what I believe has occurred here, and in order to put an end to her malicious activity, she must be destroyed. That is your answer, gentlemen." He inclined his lips slightly, apparently amused by our dumbstruck expressions. He patted my forearm and added, "Males are powerless against Droods. You are therefore chosen, Corporal." "Oh, this is nuts!" Brophy shouted. "Do you think I'm going to allow Larkin to go in there after 2 heavily armed squads have failed?" Anderson had just opened his mouth to respond when every single window in the barricaded building exploded outward with a terrible shattering sound and sprayed 100-foot perimeter with glittering shards of broken glass. "Maybe we ought to hear Mr. Chase out," Anderson said. After we'd listened to Chase's incredible plan, Brophy looked at me with tired eyes and said, "It's up to you, Larkin. It's your ass. You call it. I'm telling you right now that I think it stinks, but like Anderson says, the chief will overrule me on this one for sure." He sneered at Anderson. "You guys will try anything to protect your public image, won't you?" Anderson ignored him. "Our next best alternative is to send the 2 remaining squads anyway, Larkin. What if Mr. Chase is right? All those lives—" "Hey!" Brophy said, his face red with rage. He grabbed Anderson roughly by the collar. "You better cool off, Brophy," Anderson said. "It's out of your hands." "We'll see about that," Brophy shouted, releasing Anderson's collar before slamming out of the squad car. I appreciated Brophy's gesture, but I knew even then that it wouldn't make any difference. I was going into the building alone. It was simply a fact. I knew it in my heart. I saw it in Chase's ebony eyes. Some things are inevitable. So I said, "All right." After a few more careful instructions from Mr. Chase, I went over to the equipment truck to check out my radio and pick up some extra gear. If I refused the assignment and more people died as a result, it wouldn't be worth the effort to live. I had to do it. But I was scared. Good Christ, I was scared. Once I had made up my mind, Brophy and the rest of the guys quit trying to talk me out of it, but I thought I saw tears in Zeluta's eyes as I came down the ramp leading out of the truck. That's when I nearly backed out. I came so close to backing out. But then Mr. Chase was affixing something to the collar of my shirt. "This is the only thing that will work," he whispered. I lifted my collar and saw an old-fashioned hat pin inserted through the fabric. It was silver, about 7 inches long, and was topped with what looked like an enormous black pearl. I looked down at Mr. Chase. "The heart," he said. "Remember the heart." I nodded, wondering who was crazier, him or me. "Keep your focus," Chase continued. "None of it is real, only the Druid. But she cannot alter her own appearance before another formidable woman. Ignore everything else. Remember the signs I told you to look for, and you'll find her." Fastening a string of small explosive charges to my vest and snapping a clip into a 9mm Beretta semi-automatic handgun equipped with a flashlight attachment, I figured that I would be carrying nearly 70 pounds. My anti-ballistic armor weighed 48 pounds alone. The additional weight of the handgun, clips, and my A2 was finally the limit I could bear and still move. I had never really considered the utter strangeness of what I do for a living until I walked across that cold lot toward the building, the arsenal I carried swaying in time to my steps. I'm sure I must have looked like an erstwhile Valkyrie, except there was no Valhalla waiting for me. I was going in after a deranged witch who had taken up residence in a Detroit project building. The radio buzzed and cracked in my ears. I adjusted the earpieces one last time before I stepped across the lines and crossed the lot toward the building. Hustling as fast as I was able, I crossed the open area of the courtyard until I hugged the icy bricks forming the base of the building. I got a quick glimpse of Zeluta crouched beside a nearby trash dumpster. His face was turned up, his mouth open wide. Across the street, the crowd convulsed. I tilted my head back just in time to see a plastic trash can teetering on the ledge of a third-floor window being turned over. Before I could move, I was struck full in the face with a splattering gush of hot, clotting blood. When I could get my eyes open, I saw my nemesis, Ralph Esposito, leaning over the windowsill, leering at me past the edge of the dripping can. I turned away, revolted and terrified. I tensed my body, trying not to retch, ignoring the shouting voice on the radio. "Concentrate," I told myself. "It's not real." My breathing slowed, and I looked down at myself. Clean and dry. Not a speck of blood. Chase had been right. It was going to be a battle of wills, not weapons. I looked up at the window. Nothing. "It's all right," I whispered into the radio mouthpiece. "I'm going in." Having thus committed myself, I trotted up to the fire-blasted front entryway and slipped into the building. It was similar to other project apartment houses I'd been in, except for one thing. A naked overhead bulb glared across the writhing floor of the entry hall. I found myself standing up to my ankles in snakes. Something darted near my eyes, and I instinctively batted it away with one hand. Panting, I watched my radio headset tumble into a thrashing reptilian mass at my feet. Stupid, I thought. I'd let myself be fooled into losing my communications. There were no snakes. Clamping down on my terror, I tried to concentrate. Concentrate. I blinked my eyes, and the snakes vanished. Not wanting to waste the time it would take to rehook my headset, I left it lying on the filthy gray linoleum. The building was still as a tomb. There wasn't a sign of a single living soul. Remembering Chase's instructions, I strained to hear a high-pitched keening sound, and I thought I could hear something fading in and out like a remote radio signal, a fluttering wail hovering on the far edge of my audio range. It was coming from above. I headed for the stairs. When I reached the second floor, I edged around the corner and stood against the wall at the end of the corridor. Nothing moved. A coppery tang hung in the air, a salty odor I recognized instantly. Above it rode the sharp smell of cordite. Most of the light bulbs lining the ceiling had been long since smashed or stolen, so the corridor lay in an eerie half-light. Hugging the wall, I inched down the corridor to find that all of the apartment doors had been left standing ajar. Towing open the first door, I discovered the bodies of several people strewn like smashed mannequins across the dimly lit living room. One of the dead, a large man with a rough beard, lay sprawled on his back, his hand still clutching a plastic-handled steak knife, with which he'd apparently slashed his own throat. Feeling sick and lightheaded, I turned away from the carnage, taking deep draughts of air into my lungs. Back in the corridor, I leaned against the wall for a moment, trying to regain my bearings, and wondered what my odds of escape might be if I made a dash for the stairs. I was thinking, shit on this, I'm bailing out, when I heard something behind me move. I couldn't help screaming when I turned and faced the dark, bloodied figures that shambled toward me from the interior of the apartment. They jerked and hobbled as if drawn along by some mad puppeteer, eyes glazed and fixed on nothing. Flashes of fire began strobing in front of me, and there was thunder in my ears. A bitter cloud of blue smoke rose near my face, through which I could see the advancing corpses exploding and flying apart. It wasn't until I'd expended my entire 30-round clip that I realized I had been firing my A2 through the apartment doorway. And they were still coming. I turned and made a panicky run for it, breaking for the stairs. Honor and duty be damned. I couldn't think of anything but getting the hell out. I didn't care what happened as long as I got away. I only made it as far as the top of the stairs when I heard a familiar voice call my name. "Juliana!" it barked in a familiar tone. And I knew goddamn well that if I turned around, it would be a stupid, perhaps fatal mistake. But I couldn't help it. I just had to look. There, in the filthy tenement corridor, not 10 feet behind me, stood Madame Judenoff, starkly majestic in her wispy dancing skirts, baton in hand, a fierce look on her stern Baltic face. I stared, astonished, as a huge black tongue snaked out of her mouth like lightning, wrapping itself around my neck and yanking me off my feet. I hit the linoleum floor like a sack of cement, and my A2 skittered out of my hands and bounced down the stairs. As the constriction around my neck tightened, I could hear braying laughter booming over my head. No, I thought, as little lights danced in my head, I won't go down like this. Clamping down on every fiber of my imagination, I forced myself to concentrate. It's not real. It can't hurt me. When the corridor swam back into focus, I found myself on my knees, with my own hands clenched around my throat. Releasing them, I stood, coughing, and looked down the hallway. It was silent and empty. The buzzing in my head cleared until all that was left was that strange electrical keening sound I had first detected downstairs, stronger now. I touched the collar of my uniform and found I'd almost dislodged the hat pin that Chase had inserted there. So that was the game. Get rid of the pin. The bitch was scared. Jamming the pin tightly into my collar, I glanced down at my A2 lying at the bottom of the stairs. I wouldn't be needing it. In my mind, I conjured up an image of a bent, hideous crone wearing a peaked black hat and focused on it. Placing my boots squarely on the first step leading to the third floor, I silently called out, "I'm coming for you." Soft laughter echoed above. A shimmering image appeared on the stairway, an abortive, half-formed horror that I was able to sweep away with a wave of my hand. I'm wise to you now. Confident of my own power to dispel the Druid's best efforts to fake me out, I jogged up the stairs, heart racing, hot for the game. Go ahead, I thought wildly. Hit me with your best shot, honey. When I reached the third floor, I stopped dead in my tracks. Suspended from the overhead light fixtures that lined the ceiling were 8 large, meticulously skinned human bodies. It was obscene. They swung like smokehouse hams in small, lazy circles, spotlighted by naked bulbs above their dreadfully glazed, fleshy heads. My hands flew to my mouth, and I gagged. Looking away, I called back the imagery of the witch crone and concentrated upon it, hating her, crowding out the revulsion and terror with rage. With a strangled cry, I turned and charged down the hallway directly at the swaying atrocities the Druid had conjured to stop me. I would reduce them to vapor like the one on the stairs. It's impossible to describe how horrible, how shocking, how loathsome it was when I collided with that cold, wet slab of human meat. I struck it hard, bouncing backward off of it and hitting the floor hard. I lay there looking up, seeing that terrible, dripping thing dangling over me, trying to get my breath back. There was a soft popping noise, and the corpse, evidently released from its mooring, toppled from the ceiling and collapsed on top of me. A woman's shrieking laughter filled the corridor, drowning out my screams as I struggled to get out from under the inert body pinning me on my back, holding me in a repugnant embrace. Her laughter racketed in my ears, making it impossible to think. My heart pounded painfully hard, forcing great pulsing torrents through my body. My will and concentration had been pushed to the wall. I was unsure if I possessed the emotional strength to handle my predicament. Surely my spirit could not survive one more shock. And then the lights went out. Silence. Not a sound except my own breathing. I managed to push away the thing on top of me, and it hit the floor with a wet, slapping noise that reverberated oddly, like in a cavern. Grabbing the handgun out of my belt holster, I flicked on the flashlight attachment and swung the beam out across a domed roof that undulated with the squirming bodies of huge brown bats. One of them disentangled itself from the ceiling mass and flew at me, striking my chest, snapping at my throat. As I grappled with it, trying to tear it away, I dragged my left hand across the point of the pin in my collar, painfully ripping open the skin of my palm. Remember the pin! The Druid is trying to get the hat pin, I thought wildly. There's no cave, no bats. Concentrate. The cavern rippled and shimmered, then faded into the walls of the tenement corridor. Arcing my flashlight to the end of the hallway, I saw that the shadows pooling there seemed to be alive, thrashing like storm clouds. This was a sign, according to Mr. Chase. She couldn't bear the light, he'd said, and threw out darkness like a squid expels ink. Being careful to avoid contact with the remaining bodies suspended from the ceiling, I followed the beam to the end of the hall. I flashed the light on the door. The numbers on the scarred metal fire door read 302. I should have known. This is it, I told myself, as I pressed a small clay charge beneath the doorknob. Standing well to one side of the door, I triggered the charge. The door blew open and stood ajar, smoking. Edging past the door, I played the beam of my flashlight around the room, but the darkness was so thick that the light scarcely cut 3 feet into the gloom. A bright pain blossomed in my heart with each breath I took. My soul was exhausted and damaged. I truly did not think I would be alive much longer, and the unadorned reality of that absolute belief somehow washed away my dread of death, filling me with one burning conviction to make my last act on Earth a meaningful one. I was going to take that crazy bitch down with me. "Where are you, you fucking hag?" I shouted, ignoring the tears blurring my vision. I whipped the flashlight beam back and forth until it fell upon a pale figure standing in the whirling darkness. His naked body was very white where it was not splashed with blood. My own personal nightmare, Ralph Esposito, stood with a viciously gleeful smile on his mad face. In front of him, he clutched a beautiful little girl by her dark hair, holding a dime store pocket knife to her throat. Little Carmelita begged me to save her with desolate brown eyes. "I'll peel her like a grape if you take one more step," her father growled. I didn't have the strength to banish the delusion, so I let it play itself out. Sobbing like a child, I moved forward. Ralph Esposito drew the blade evenly across her smooth neck. She went rigid and shrieked as a crimson trickle necklaced her tender throat. "Stop it!" I screamed. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't bear the child's agony, real or imagined. Dropping to my knees, I begged, "Please." I felt the light touch of a hand on my back. I turned to face whatever new demon had been summoned to torment me, and looked into the jet-black eyes of a divinely beautiful golden-haired woman. "You're tired," she murmured. "So tired." Her sympathy drained me. I slumped at her feet, my face against the silken fabric of her long skirt. If I could close my eyes and rest a while. I felt her hand slide to my collar and gently tug at the pin, but her soothing voice lulled me into a dreamy fantasy. I was wearing a crystalline costume, dancing on a mirror in a child's jewel box, spinning round and round. A sudden thunder pounded overhead, shaking the floor beneath me, jarring me awake. I reached up and grasped the hand fumbling with my collar. The Druid screeched in my ear and tore at my face with her free hand. Feeling her nails tear deep furrows across my cheek, I jerked my handgun up until the barrel jammed under her chin and emptied the clip into her head. The Druid screamed with laughter and knocked the gun out of my hand, the flashlight beam pinwheeling through the roiling dark and coming to rest beyond my reach. If anything, she had grown even stronger, fighting like a wildcat. Though barely half my size, she possessed at least twice my strength, and she was choking the life out of me. I couldn't allow her to get hold of the pin. The bass thrumming overhead increased, filling the room with its heavy pulsations. The sound distracted her for a scant moment, and I took advantage of it, knocking her off balance as she sat on my chest. Whipping my leg around, I caught her across her neck and levered her onto her back. Above us, the booming throb increased to a deafening intensity. I yanked the hatpin out of my collar and held it out before me. The Druid disappeared into the shadows. I spun around, my heart banging painfully in my chest. She could be anywhere, ready to pounce on me from behind. I edged over to where my gun lay and picked it up, flashing the beam around me. The building pulsed and shook. Whop, whop, whop. I found her. She was cowering in a dark corner, shielding her eyes from the light, making pitiful mewling sounds. She looked up, her lovely face stricken with pain and fear. "Please," she whimpered, "please, don't kill me." Her anguish caught me by surprise, and that one moment of hesitation on my part was all she wanted. She sprang at me with blinding speed, but I was ready for her. When she grabbed my wrist, I felt bones splinter, but held fast to the hatpin. It was her own hand that helped drive the pin up beneath her rib cage and into her heart. She stiffened, her black eyes wide with surprise. Exhaling a gust of foul breath into my face, she went limp and her knees buckled. I went down with her, driving the pin hard, setting it deep. Pulling myself to my feet, I looked down at her small, crumpled form. There was no victory here. The swirling darkness receded, leaving the room in its former dingy, trash-strewn verity. Above the thunderous pandemonium roaring over my head, I heard the wail of a baby. Emerging from a cluttered corner, Carmelita Esposito, the most beautiful child ever born on this planet, wobbled unsteadily toward me on pudgy toddler's legs, arms outstretched. An indescribably intense rush of joy surged through me when I picked that precious baby up and held her in my arms. She was safe. She was mine. I would never let her go. Never. Hugging her close, I sidled up to a bare window where jagged shards of window pane rattled in the casement from the bedlam outside. Gales of cold wind blew into our faces. Bright lights shone down from overhead. I recognized the insectal outlines of the black shape hovering over us. A Chinook helicopter hung above the building, its rotors roaring and throbbing. What are they doing up there, I wondered, certain that any rescue operation would certainly be ground-based. Something was being lowered from the side of the chopper, something that looked like a large coffee can on a wire. A bomb. They were going to bomb the building. Images of the Philadelphia Move House bombing, the explosion and subsequent conflagration leaped into my mind. The chopper eased up to a higher altitude, readying for the drop. There would be no time to escape from the building's entrance door. I screamed up at them, but my voice was lost in the chopper's backwash. There was only one alternative left for Carmelita and me, and not a very good one. My mind set, I kicked the remaining glass out of the window and looked down. At least a 30-foot drop to frozen turf. If I wrapped myself around the child and let my legs take the impact, she might not be injured. My legs would be shattered. The dance. "Fuck it," I shouted, ripping off my Teflon vest piece and wrapping Carmelita in it. Her big brown eyes flickered with light. Holding her tightly to my chest, I climbed over the casement and pushed out, leaping into the cold, cold night. As if suspended, we seemed to drift like a feather. I saw the ground coming up slowly, slowly. As we fell, the top floor of the building exploded behind us in a gigantic fireball of mortar and steel. The ground surged to meet us. I felt a tremendous impact as my legs slammed into the ground. I could sense that the big bones had shattered on contact, but there was no pain. Then silence. Lying on my back, I couldn't raise my head. I couldn't move. Then I felt the light pressure of a small hand on my face, and Carmelita's sweet face rose over mine. I remember smiling, then spinning down, down into blackness. I came around slowly, my blurred vision focusing itself on Zeluta's worried face. "Is the baby all right?" I asked. "Baby," Zeluta said, then motioned to someone beyond my visual range. A white-coated medic kneeled down beside me and flicked a penlight beam across my eyes. I pushed it away, angry now. "The baby! Is she all right?" Zeluta looked at the medic and shrugged. "Looks like she took a pretty hard lick from that bottle." "What?" I demanded, becoming extremely upset with him. "One of those jerks in the crowd lobbed a bottle at us, and it caught you in the back of the head, Larkin. Knocked you silly for a couple of seconds, but you're going to be okay," Zeluta explained. "Wait a minute," I said, sitting up and rubbing the painful knot near the base of my skull. I looked at my legs, straight and healthy. I stood up. I was behind the barrier with the rest of the police personnel. "What's happened?" Not understanding my question, Zeluta said, "False alarm, kiddo. They dragged us out here for nothing. The situation's been resolved." "You mean it's all over?" He nodded. "Team 1 went in and found the suspect dead. Suicide. They're bringing her out now." "Her?" "Yeah. Some woman on the 3rd floor caused a ruckus, then offed herself. Stabbed herself to death with some kind of long pin. Can you imagine? A neighbor said it was the woman's 40th birthday. Happy birthday, huh?" We watched them wheel out the gurney with the body bag strapped across it. I didn't need to see the dead woman. I knew her face. I just wanted to go to the studio and try to dance away the empty feeling in the pit of my stomach. I dumped my gear and walked through the dark Detroit night streets toward the studio. A light sprinkling of snow drifted down from the swirling black sky and glittered like diamonds in the harsh glow of street lamps. I stood out in front of the old warehouse housing the dance studio, watching the snow obliterate the gray ugliness of the city, trying to remember how little Carmelita's hand had felt against my face, but I couldn't get it back. The dream was gone. Sighing, I turned and unlocked the warehouse door and flicked on the lights. The stairs to the dance studio seemed unusually steep as I trudged up to the dressing room. Released from the confinement of my uniform, I pulled 3 pairs of leg warmers over my tights to protect my ankles and calves against the unheated chill of the building. There was a dull ache in my chest as I laced the pink ribbons of my toe shoes and tested the firmness of the points. When I went to close my locker, I noticed a black velvet case resting on the top shelf. Picking it up, I found a plain white note card concealed beneath it. The note read, "Remember the heart. Your fond admirer, D. Chase." Inside the case lay a silver hat pin topped with a huge black pearl. Technique, line, proportion, balance. It is clear to me now that these things apply in all areas of life. I dance feverishly, spinning and leaping, thinking of my bleak rented room, my bleak heart. Enough. Dripping perspiration, I cool myself down with a series of slow bar exercises. Mopping my neck with a towel as I leave the studio, I stop in the wardrobe room and inspect my costume for tonight's performance of Stravinsky's Firebird. It is exquisite. Leotard and headpiece ablaze with flashing orange and red sequins and streaming yellow feathers. Dancing the principal role this evening, I will feel like Pavlova. It makes no difference that this performance will take place in an elementary school auditorium. It's the dance that matters, not the stage. Zeluta and his family will be in the first row, and instead of dancing for myself, tonight, I am going to dance for them. And when the dance is finished, I will sleep. I will not wake up afraid in the night. There is nothing left to fear. Tomorrow I will remind myself that life is more than a series of choreographed movements. I must learn to open my heart. It will be difficult, I know, but I have always enjoyed a challenge. Concentration is the thing. David J. Scow. Incident on a Rainy Night in Beverly Hills. David J. Scow is probably getting bored with being described as the man who coined the term splatterpunk. His own fiction far outstrips the guts and gore mentality foisted on readers by some members of that would-be movement. Scow won the Twilight Zone magazine's Readers' Poll for his short story Coming Soon to a Theater Near You, and recent anthology appearances include The Year's Best Horror Stories, Book of the Dead, Pulp House 7, Fantasy Tales, Dark Voices 3, and The Mammoth Book of Terror. Besides a string of TV novelizations written under a pseudonym, his books include the novels The Kill Riff and The Shaft, and the collections Seeing Red and Lost Angels. He has edited the anthology Silver Scream and co-authored the nonfiction study The Outer Limits, The Official Companion. David Scow also scripted the movies Leatherface, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, and Critters 3 and 4. With his insider's knowledge of Hollywood, the story that follows just could be more than fiction. Jonathan Brill was thinking, the last time I saw Haskell Hammer, he was dead set on becoming a famous writer of screenplays in Hollywood. The siren song of Southern California has always been the big break, a litany everyone babbles and no one truly believes. The big break. According to myth, you stumble across it by accident, or it mows you down on purpose. The thing in which people believe is the tease, the promise of the litany. Rain droplets crawled down the window panes and blurred the view from the den. Jonathan permitted his gaze to defocus. Across his west lawn was his cul-de-sac. In it was parked his Mercedes. Sensible businessman's gray had been his choice of car color. The driveway beyond meandered down Carla Ridge and insulated him from the old Truesdale Estates branch of Beverly Hills. Among his home's 14 rooms, Jonathan Brill's favorite was his den. He inventoried it in terms of materiel: wood, glass, paper, fiber, canvas, metal. Teak was for the paneling, mahogany for the sprawling three-quarter administrator's desk, thick oak planks for the pegged library shelving that dominated half the wall space. The narrow-tinted windows through which he watched the rain were Nadia Charas' commission work featuring her characteristic lozenge-shaped leaded panes. Floor to ceiling, in ordered ranks, stood the books. Behind the desk was a long, low buffet, groaning with reference and overpriced show-off volumes. Near the windows was a sideboard with sliding glass doors, entombing a matched complement of leather-bound first editions. The carpet was a lush pile in a sober dark brown, directionally combed. Jonathan had been dramatic about arranging the few paintings he liked beneath pin-light spots. The originals included a Picasso ink wash and a Franz von Stuck from the turn of the century, one of the German symbolists' terrifically popular Sin series, mostly forgotten now. It depicted a voluptuary encoiled by a giant, malevolent snake, the sort of thing Freud would have had a field day with. As with the Bruckner aluminum sculpture brooding down from its special nook, to Jonathan the acquisition held meaning beyond art. When admirers mentioned worth, he thought price, and had long ago chosen to make the best of this unfortunate incapacity. The edition of Moby Dick he held cradled to his chest as he stood by the windows had cost $1,000 in 1979. It was a miracle of thoughtful bookbindery. It was $1,000 book, an investment, more stable than the messier forms of human transaction that had left Jonathan with his 14-room home all to himself this year. Any journeyman shrink could point his or her pipe at Jonathan's overdone den and quack compensatory surrogate, and they'd be right. But Jonathan found he relished the feeling of control he got from rattling around his house all by himself after the hired help had come and gone. He already knew most of the punchlines that his colleagues would apply to his new life, and dismissed them. They were just envious. His divorce from Janice was history, and now he was free of her forever. And the last time Haskell Hammer saw me, I was going to grow up to be a successful analyst. He held his $1,000 book in one hand and a slug of Grand Marnier in the other, holding his contemplative pose by the rain-spattered windows. Shrink to the brats of the stars, he had kidded me. Elbow to the ribs. Ha-ha, sure enough. The pleasant music of his door chimes soured when cycled over and over. The help had clocked out for the day. Jonathan had finally answered the door himself, prepared to dispense with some lunatic Jehovah's Witness or door-to-door Scientologist. Instead, he found his old buddy Haskell Hammer crutched against the glowing button, looking as though a bus had mistakenly dropped him off in hell, and he had hoofed it through miles of brimstone just to get back to Hollywood. Haskell's opening dialogue had seemed depressingly melodramatic. "This was the only place I could come. You're the only person who will understand. They've choked off my escape avenues. They're after me." After a beat of honest shock, Jonathan's professional face slid into position. The personal, the emotional, the reactionary aspects of his anima retreated behind the shield of persona. Ego beats id. Diploma raps stone. Haskell had nearly swooned into his arms. Then followed, like a bad movie cliché, the restorative pop of cognac and the sudden clearing of Haskell's eyes that denoted a return to the universe of the rational. He would of course have a story to tell. This narrative was to be revealed as soon as he emerged from the shower in Jonathan's guest bathroom, where he had been holed up for nearly half an hour. Far to the south, lightning belabored Century City. A shudder of thunder freed speckles of water to roll earthward along the panes. Jonathan considered his own reflection, the professional at ease, a still life of sober erudition with his leather-bound tome and balloon glass full of overpriced joy juice. All day the sky had retained the ominous hue of old newsprint. Now it was black and dense as the leaded ornamentation sectioning the glass panes. He added half an inch to his snifter and slipped the special Aryan edition of Moby Dick into its precise vacancy on the oak bookshelf. Melville was just the sort of intimidating bulwark of literature, pronounced literature, that no person of style or means would ever browse idly. The public schools had propagandized against Melville, poor bastard. Even Jonathan would only pick up the book to hold his grand in his hand. It would remain undisturbed on the shelf. Lightning tines, closer this time, colored the sky again. In the window, Jonathan saw the reflection of a silhouette filling the den doorway behind him. Haskell's hair was slicked blackly back in a wet pompadour, and the smell of a fresh cleansing radiated from him. Jonathan dashed a few fingers of cognac into a new glass. "Can we close the curtains?" The talk barrier had been broken. Good. Jonathan already knew the window was not visible from the road, but kept it to himself. He drew a thin cord, and the burgundy drapes swished grandly together, compressing the den, making it a bit more claustrophobic. This was to be a backstage interview. "Not paranoia, John, I swear," he said. Yet his movements seemed nervous and furtive. He accepted the brandy snifter, then jumped away like a suspicious dog. When he moved to the cluster of sofa and chairs near the window, he immediately selected a corner seat that kept his back to the bookshelves and left him in a position to keep a jumpy watch on both the windows and the entrance to the den. "Not paranoia. I'm not crazy either. Just cautious." Jonathan stopped down a wince of disappointment. Oh, Christ. Invasion of the body snatchers. Give me a break. Sensing this, Haskell perked up. God, don't I know what that sounds like. When people babble under stress, their dialogue would offend the worst B-movie hack. Ever wonder if you were a mouthpiece for some keyboard basher's rotten cosmic screenplay? You work in Hollywood long enough, you realize that what life needs is pacing, better camera angles, less exposition, and a crack editor to reorder the whole mess into something interesting. And denouements. "Stay in my neighborhood long enough," said Jonathan, and you begin analyzing reflex conversation, plumbing the sordid, crazed, anal-retentive depths of "have a nice day." He felt a flush of guilt. Haskell had been his friend. After a rush of years, he had come to him for help out of the night, obviously as a barrel-bottom last resort. If Jonathan could not fix things, what in hell was his purpose on the planet? "Don't start at the beginning," he said. "Start with whatever is of the most importance." "Simplicity," said Haskell, uttering a harsh little laugh. "The conclave." "Which is?" "A phalanx of men and women you've never read about in Variety. Consummate business folk. A tiny elite federation. Compressed, efficient. Mother, are they ever efficient. Movers and shakers. What are they into?" "Movies. What else?" said Haskell, as though it was obvious to a child. "They make movies by helping movies make money. They make reputations. They deal in success, not excess. It's the only game in this town." "You mean they're a production group?" "No." Haskell struggled against a vast and insubstantial void, realizing the futility of wrestling with a ghost. He used up dead time by looking from the curtains to the door to Jonathan. He sipped his cognac. With a sigh of frustration, the sound of a drowning man who sees that rescuers do not notice him, he fought to find a way to encapsulate the ideas in his head and push them out into the light for examination. Jonathan could see the ideas were massy and unwieldy, involving an obvious danger that was easily overlooked, like a hostile gray bull elephant lurking against a gray building. When Jonathan considered that simile, he noticed that Haskell himself had grayed quite a lot in the years since they had last talked. The black hair was interrupted by frequent striations of dead marble whiteness, where composure had seemingly been bleached away, where Haskell's hip self-confidence had been bartered away in some devil's pact that left ashes in the soul and a red rime of fear crusting the eyes. "John," he said finally, "did you ever notice those white vans all over Los Angeles? The ones with the microwave dishes on the roof, and the high-beam transmitters that look like someone made a science fiction prop out of two oversized shotgun microphones? Sometimes you see them on residential streets, just sitting there, or parked next to the newspaper machines outside a restaurant. Ever wonder what they're for?" Jonathan hoped his smile was encouraging. "I've always shrugged them off as TV news, or CIA, or cable service trucks. Always unmarked, no panel windows, and what glass there is heavily reflectorized." Two words nattered in his brain, and they were conspiracy paranoia. And sometimes with no external gear at all, just another faceless white van. But in your gut, you know they're all kin. Right? Jonathan remained casual. It would not do for Haskell to think he was being humored. Ever see the film Gimme Shelter? Haskell was deadpan. Non sequitur? Jonathan raced to make identification while he kept his face relaxed and friendly. Yes, a long time ago. The Rolling Stones documentary of the Altamont Speedway concert. Lots of narrative by Melvin Belli, the attorney. Raw, spontaneous footage of a man getting knifed right in front of the stage. You remember the story they used to tell about Ben-Hur, the industry story for stuntmen? That's one I'm not familiar with. Rumor had it that during the film's climactic chariot race, a stuntman was run over by his own chariot after a muffed fall. Killed. For years, people insisted that if you looked closely enough at the finished footage, you'd actually see the poor son of a bitch getting crushed in living color. Just like the stabbing at Altamont. Or the riot footage from the Chicago Democratic Convention in Wexler's medium cool. Real head bashings, blood you knew wasn't Karo syrup and food dye. When a truncheon bounces off a head in that film, you feel it pulverizing bone and tissue. He was rolling now, albeit with queasy uncertainty, the kind that treads softly in the psyche. He did not want Jonathan to dismiss him before he reached the crux. His job had always been to make such stories palatable, whether they were true or not, to live creatively through a typewriter. It would be an absurd shame if he botched it with the truth. Let's escalate now, shall we? Snuff. You've heard of it, I'm sure. Purports to be an actual filmed record of torture and murder. The people you see being killed actually were killed. Or so the myth goes. Tell me, John, just offhand, what's the current moneymaker playing all over Hollywood and Westwood? Having not made it out to the movies in about 3 weeks, I'd say that movie The Nom, because it's been on the news so much. Uh-huh. Why? Well, because... Jonathan stopped and sought Haskell's eyes, his glass hesitating midway to his mouth. Because of that TV actor who was killed during filming. Supposedly you can see him getting blown to smithereens. It got a lot of media. 3-ring coverage. Supposedly you can also see the guy's blood on the camera lens. But the only reality you can be sure of is that because of that scene, the film is now minting money fist over asshole, as my little brother used to say. He finished his drink. But that actor, did he... His name was Pepperdine, said Haskell. Did he really die, or not? There you go, John, off down the slide. In your eyes, right now, I can see the thing that's making the Nom such a hit. The lust to know, coupled with the proximity of death, is the most undeniable thing there is. Yes, Pepperdine died. What you see in the movies is real, but no accident. You're suggesting that this man's death was arranged, premeditated in order that a motion picture could pull in more bucks at the box office? He was flustered and incredulous. For God's sake! Not only was it arranged, said Haskell, motioning for more cognac, but it's a perfect example of how I've been making my living for going on 5 years now. The Grand Marnier bottle sat on the table between them like an obscenely large salad cruet. The cognac's pleasant orange taste went flat and tacky in Jonathan's mouth. He rediscovered his voice. "You can't be serious," he said to the curtains as lightning flared outside. Dramatic sting. "Now you sound like one of those bad B-movie characters." For the first time, a phantom smile wisped past Haskell's lips. "Backtrack, Haskell. You're going to confess to me that spectacular fluke deaths connected to the movie industry are being engineered for the sole purpose of profit? He tried to juggle the concept in his head and chanced across a good example. That, say, the disaster at 3 Mile Island was set up so that the China Syndrome would be a hit film. Wait, John, just a second. I never asked you to believe me, or anything I'm about to tell you. I've got one reason for coming here. Shoot. Ha ha, another cinematic pun. Haskell seemed anything but crazy now. Ragged and harried and on the brink of some inner breakdown of spirit, yes, but not bereft of sanity. You predate my involvement with the conclave by years, he said, fingers laced, contemplating the floor. We were friends back in our idealistic youth. This whole conclave thing weighs on my brain. I want to get it out of my head and push it away from me. Because I might not have a whole lot of time left, and like a character in a shabby B-movie, one with simple, easily encapsulated motives, I want to clear my conscience in whatever cheap, shabby way I can. I lucked across your name. I'll get to that later. But I lucked across it and remembered you'd made a go of your aspiration to psychiatry. Shrink to the stars kids, remember? So I decided to despoil your doorstep in the dead of night. No problem for a friend, and I am a professional ear. It would look like you chose correctly. So, let's have it. Thank God. I'd hoped you'd cut around the bullshit and deal with the core. He rose, refilled his snifter, and drank down another thunderbolt of liquor. Cigarettes anywhere? Jonathan lit Haskell's and decided against one for himself. Haskell inhaled strength and urgency, expelled psychic cinders and decay. Another guarded glance at the window, and he spoke. They propositioned me right after Maureen died. I was ripe with ideas for films, stories, articles, projects, all with no takers. Maureen had a stroke. I blamed it on the hours her own career hustling imposed on her, the tryouts, the auditions, the commercial shoots. When she died, I was reactionary and bitter, cannon fodder for any good scheme. The conclave recognized a good vengeance motive and exploited mine. I wanted to make the industry pay for my loss of Maureen. After 9 months, I began to wonder if the conclave had somehow set up her death in the first place, just because they had a slot on the table of scripters that needed filling. But by then it didn't matter. That was how my thinking had changed. Scripters? That was what they called us. 7 of us. It turned out they had read every unfilmed script I'd ever written, and every page of every story I'd ever submitted anywhere. They said my kind of story logic was what they needed. I wound up helping them to blueprint formulae whereby events are programmed to yield maximum profit. Simply stated, that was our sole aim. Scripters, as opposed to writers. You won't find the vocation on an IRS form anywhere. Nor any mention of the conclave, I gather. Haskell coughed, and with the attitude of a true nicotine addict, puffed his cigarette for relief. We were tax immune anyway. The money we got paid never existed. Do you recall the legal flap several years ago concerning the profit breakdown on that space monster film? The one that cost $10 million to make, grossed 15 times that much, and didn't show a profit? I remember. Lawsuits flew like chaff in a typhoon. The variety rule of thumb stated that a film had to gross 2.5 times its cost to break even. The estimate had recently been revised upward to 2.7, but either way, it meant that in this particular case, there was a boatload of cash that needed to be answered for. Conclave smoke, said Haskell. Haven't you ever stopped to wonder why Hollywood continues to bash its head against the impenetrable brick wall of movie musicals? They never make money. Greece was a fluke, and yet every year we get 2 or 3 bombs like Song of Norway or Lost Horizon or Annie. Why? Same reason the Alien Monster movie didn't make any cash until it got too big to hide. Sounds like a whopper of a petty cash till. Studio advisory overhead covers a lot of yardage in contractees. He shrugged. Scripters have to be well paid. Jonathan tilted his head solemnly. Any elite profession that had only 7 experts would have to pay by the shovelful. It was a minor vogue among the scripters themselves to be paid in gold bullion, direct to Swiss accounts. None of us would touch American dollars with a cattle prod, and payment of that sort suited the conclave just peachy. It gave them both secrecy and control. It was enough money to compensate for all the Hollywood ego-tripping the job itself denied you? Jonathan paused a beat and then said, "Dumb question, I'll wager." "Their leverage exceeds monetary power," said Haskell. "That's why I'm sitting here spilling this to you instead of to the law enforcement agencies of our fair state. The conclave likes fascist governors, and I suppose you've noticed that our own current chief executive is just another creation of the media." He cut loose a harsh, jagged laugh. "Metro cops that go for 30 large per year don't even provide nuisance value." "Money and power," mused Jonathan. "It's almost impossible for me to conceive of that much. Incentive? It's easy." Bitterness flushed Haskell's face as he overrode his friend. "Is there anyone you know whose life is worth 10 million to you? Or the 6, 9, 12 million spent on prints and publicity? Nope. It gets easy to say it. He, she, or it dies. If that's what you need to make money, to keep everyone employed and grinning." The operational clarity of the conclave was classically pragmatic, chilling. It demanded utter ruthlessness up front, a petcock shutoff of human emotions. Said the siren song, "Do us a trick and we'll make you a star. But then you have to do us a bigger trick." All sorts of ideas fell from the creative hats of the scripters. When I left, things were turning evil. Let me run some ideas past you to give you a bigger picture. His tone was now maddeningly reasonable. He might have been discussing market futures. In a way, he was. Posited. A romanticized gang movie. We set up shootings and knifings at selected theaters with high news visibility. Grown-up news commentators frowned, and word of mouth made the film a blockbuster. Remember the first manufactured controversy over gory horror films? That whole riff that they were misogynistic, sexist? A scripter I worked with, a woman, thought that one up over lunch one afternoon. The more simplistic pop critics ate it whole and regurgitated it to their audiences. It's been more than a decade now, and those goddamn movies are still minting cash. Occasionally, the conclave votes that a chosen actor should expire. Never say die. They graph box office draw over a span of years and pull a final jolt of income by killing off the actor. Funny how John Wayne died of cancer right after making a film about a cowboy who dies of cancer. See Blah Blah's final film. We called it the Rockstar formula. Death equals increased album sales, Jonathan said. Like with Jim Morrison, or, I don't know about John Lennon or Henry Fonda. Some recent occurrences, look at the Natalie Wood thing, have the earmarks of conclave jobs, but I sure as hell couldn't tell you if they were bona fide or not. You gain an eye for the techniques after a while, but the conclave is always refining and modifying their approach, in case some outsider starts adding up facts. And sometimes fate intercedes. I think that was the case with Lennon. Random acts still happen, even in the 1980s. But Lennon's death was a profit setup from square one, whether it was programmed that way or not. Jonathan said nothing. You have that expression on your face again, John. What you're thinking is what I've mulled over 1,000,000,000 times. It is cold. You have to turn yourself off, function only on the medulla level. You consider a problem dispassionately, the way a mathematician faces down an equation. You did all this for money? Suddenly Jonathan was rudely aware of his stained-glass windows, and expensive desk, and sybaritic carpeting, and the things he had done to get them. His eyes picked out his $1,000 copy of Moby Dick on the costly oak and peg shelf. Not just for money. I'm not sure I can explain why the opportunity appealed to me. Explain in any sane way, I mean. He let his open hands fall into his lap. I'm not as dumb as you may think, Jonathan said colorlessly. I've got a pretty fair idea of why you or any other creative mind would go for it. Hollywood doesn't break new ground anymore. It's a creative dry well. Screenplays are infinitely rewritable so that studio middle management can stay employed. Directors find their final cuts being edited by the PR department, and their endings being dictated by know-nothing preview audiences. The studios have all co-opted each other, and the whole circus has been inside the tight fists of the accountants for at least the past 30 years. People don't watch films today. They watch corporate deal-making in action. Once, filmmakers made their films and then sold them. Now it's the other way around. Money isn't to make movies. Movies are to make money. The screenplay, as manipulable as hamburger, is just a formality amid formulaic, simple-minded formats. Name stars, name directors, and hot properties. The accountants add these raw materials together exactly like mathematicians, and label the result their product. It's born a system in which any film that doesn't gross $100 million is deemed a failure. In such a system, the last bastion of true creativity is the guy who can figure out how to present such tired garbage in such a way that it is a success, thanks to millions of moviegoers being conned into believing it is something fresh and original and moving. Jonathan had an absurd picture of the archetypal Hollywood meeting. Haskell was pitching the idea for a dark little film indeed, and Jonathan was examining the concept from all angles, trying to decide whether to buy it. The most creative intellect, therefore, he decided, would be the person who could compose social events or sculpt media attention unobtrusively. Real death can lure a jaded and reactionary public, and the scenarios must be increasingly complex in order to remain convincingly real. The challenge to any creative mind is obvious. While your legitimate screenplays and ideas were considered disposable, your dictates as a scripter would have to be elaborate, meticulous, loophole-free, and absolute. You see? At last, the creator gains control over one facet of the movie-making business. The ictus of Jonathan's heartbeat was making his throat throb. "Tell me if I'm warm," he said without humor. Haskell's gaze abstracted toward the curtains again. That was the original idea. But like everything in Hollywood, it didn't take too long before the original idea got adulterated. That's why you had to leave. That's why I went mad. He drew the last word out into a long hiss. The cognac, it seemed, had displaced some of his itchy caution. Wouldn't a job like that drive you mad? Jonathan shook his head. You're not moon-blind, as far as I can see. And I'm an expert at picking out the walnuts. My diplomas all say so. Besides, Haskell, I flat out don't believe that you've actually snuffed anybody. And that leaves me in a quandary. If the conclave is real, then you must be lying about your participation. You're no murderer. That returns us to the weird white vans. Scripters are creative talent only. The boogeymen in the white vans execute the janitorial work, per se. You're afraid a vanload of hitmen is going to tool up my drive? Nobody knows you're here. Ascribe it to the caution of the insane. That was how I evaded their clutches, you see. It does no good to run, so I went mad. I went mad to get out and buy time to make sure the conclave couldn't erase me. After you became disenchanted with the adulterations. Jonathan's own voice sounded ominous and melodramatic, and he tried to downshift his attitude into the brand of uncondescending sympathy peculiar to the analyst's calling. Actually, the change in the conclave was fundamental and perfectly predictable, said Haskell. Their aims became corrupted. People in such a position of power should never acknowledge a higher authority. And yes, I realize it sounds horrible to describe their original aims as pure, but I can't come up with a better description. Well, viewed objectively, pragmatically, the conclave's objectives were pure, I dare say. Uncompromisingly pure. Jonathan was fascinated by the idea. Like every bloody damn thing in the industry, it wasn't satisfied with enough. Greed caused them to start monkeying around with chemicals. Additives to the junk movie audiences buy at theater snack bars. Tiny jolts of light hypnotics to render the viewer more receptive to planted visual subliminals. The first tryouts were merchandise-oriented. T-shirts, toys, novelizations, dolls, that whole farrago. Screenplays included a lot of subsurface pressure point stroking for the median consumer. The suggestions, combined with the test drugs, ensured that audiences would buy tie-in merchandise like lab mice sucking up Violet number 2. All it took was a squirt of mind booze into the popcorn. And the funny thing was that the whole program was very cheap. Remember when popcorn butter was replaced by that orange vegetable oil glop at the snack bar? That greasy stuff that comes in gallon cans and solidifies at room temperature like candle wax? We phased it under the guise of economization. Every household in America is sympathetic to the idea of frugality, and it was accepted as a necessary evil. Easy as a bread sandwich. Pride still tinged Haskell's voice perversely. They were, after all, discussing his creativity. But so far the orientation was still profit, money. Things changed. Haskell lifted his empty glass and slid it around on the tabletop in a ritualistic pattern. About the time the government reinstituted draft registration, things began to change. The conclave was contracted, I think, to apply our usual tactics, plus what we learned from the popcorn scenario, to find out if there was a cost-effective way to remilitarize the youth of the country in order that they might accept the planned reinstatement of the draft itself more readily. The government set the stage economically by informing everyone that we were in a depression period, with very pointed allusions to the 1930s, the period just prior to our last good war. And the conclave? Boiled down, our objective was to make killing and military life seem like adventurous fun. So for our inspiration, we went back to the 30s as well. It was pure serendipity. Inside one of the scripter offices, there was an old copy of Doc Smith's first Lensman space opera. It turned out that audiences in the 1970s were more receptive to the sort of thing they scoffed at as juvenilia in the 1930s. Our drugs conditioned them to repeat viewings, simultaneously serving the ends of profit and positive reinforcement. The movie we came up with stroked all the correct psychological triggers. The fact that it grossed more money than any film in history at the time proves how on target our approach was. "Oh my God," said Jonathan, his mouth stalling in the open position. 6 months afterward, we ripped ourselves off and got secondary reinforcement onto television. We pulled a 40 share. The year after that, we phased in the video games, experimenting with non-narcotic hypnosis, using electrical pulses, body capacitance, and keying the pleasure centers of the brain with low-voltage shocks. Jesus, Jonathan, can you see what we accomplished? In something under half a decade, we've programmed an entire generation of warm bodies to go to war for us and love it. They buy what we tell them to. Music, movies, whole lifestyles. And they hate who we tell them to. Khomeini, Gaddafi. Ever notice how the leader of a country we oppose automatically becomes a lunatic? It's simple to make our audiences slaver for blood. That part hasn't changed since the days of the Colosseum. We've conditioned a whole population to live on the rim of apocalypse and love it. They want to kill the enemy, tear his heart out, go to war so their gas bills will go down. They're all primed for just that sort of denouement, to satisfy their need for linear storytelling in the fictions that have become their lives. The system perpetuates itself. Our own guinea pigs pay us money to keep the mechanisms grinding away. If you don't believe that, just check out last year's big hit movies. Then try to tell me the target demographic audience isn't waiting for marching orders. Haskell rubbed his eyes, making them bloodshot and teary. Not long after that masterstroke, I decided to take my leave of the whole cesspool. I didn't feel so goddamned superior anymore. To see the manipulation of the masses as something cleaner than outright murder, 1-to-1, takes the keenest kind of egomania. I couldn't lie anymore, especially to myself. So, as I've said, I went mad. To Jonathan, Haskell looked deflated now, slightly shrunken, as if decanting his angst had left him physically diminished. He had become his job. He had been engulfed by his own obsession to leave footprints in the world of cinema, and now was kicking the underpinnings from the obsession itself and cannibalizing his existence, consuming himself via confession. Jonathan half expected his old friend to dissolve away like a cinematic special effect, leaving a Cheshire cat rictus that would hold for a single meaningful beat before fading to permanent black. He appraised Haskell through steepled fingers. After a precarious moment of silence, he figured it out. You didn't really lose your mind. Haskell nodded, perking up. I got angry, not crazy. It was to my advantage to convince the conclave that one was the other. He used the tabletop to resume the liquor and cigarettes ritual, then leaned conspiratorially closer to Jonathan. After the dazzle of the pay scale diminishes, you begin wondering what happens when scripters say, that's enough, like I was about to. We all just assumed that a letter of resignation could be tendered, everybody would shake hands, and the retiree would traipse off to Monaco to spend his Swiss balance. 4 scripters announced their intentions to quit and did so, amid quite a lot of good cheer during my tenure. Their replacements were introduced in a matter of days, as if the conclave had a card file full of emotionally vulnerable hard cases. Like me, like I had been. Even scripting gets mundane after a few years, right? Jonathan nodded, although he could not see how it could possibly get dull. He wanted more cognac for himself, but the bottle was drained clean. Then I stopped thinking like a schmuck and started thinking like a scripter again, said Haskell, pointing. Wouldn't it be much simpler for the conclave to dispatch a white van to take care of the old blood, and juggle Swiss numbers so the ex-scripter's balance slides right back into the conclave coffers, and thereby gain a fail-safe procedure against ex-scripters multiplying, becoming a goddamned minority practically, and having one of them inevitably spilling the beans the way I'm doing right now? His smile was sickly but expressive, the smile of a terminal cancer patient laughing at a tumor joke. So yes, I did go mad. The mad are unpredictable, and if there is one quality the conclave hates, it's mad unpredictability. because it falls outside the realm of demographics and flowcharts. No by-the-book solutions, said Jonathan, understanding Haskell's drift immediately. No cut-and-dried solutions. Each case is different, almost random, like the real-life accidental deaths versus the Conclave's planned ones. Yes. He said yes again to himself as he rose and rummaged through the low cherrywood cabinet for another bottle of something suitable. Tension was chewing at his knotted muscles. A pulsing in his head made him aware that his jaws had been squeezing together, grinding his teeth for at least half an hour. Giving up on the cabinet, he said, "Wait a second. Got to go to the kitchen." Wandering back from his empty kitchen, he stopped in his empty bathroom and forced himself to urinate 5 drops, and while staring at the brandy bottle he'd scared up, balanced on the tank lid of the toilet, he told himself that he had encountered no real problems. Haskell did not seem violent, although he did seem delusional. There was no foreseeable trouble. Haskell was peering through a slit in the den curtains when he returned. Jonathan dashed a fresh taste into a clean crystal highball glass for himself, and made a point of setting the brandy bottle down on the low table near Haskell's empty snifter. "The rain's letting up. You're not finished yet, Haskell," Jonathan urged calmly. He turned. "Yeah. Permit me to tell you how and why I went bonkers, John. That's not what I meant. You told me how you got into the mess with the Conclave. Now I presume you're going to tell me how you got out of it. I take it you evaded the guys in the white vans pretty expertly. You're here, after all." "Yes." Haskell fingered the flap pocket of his shirt. "You must have outfoxed them, or found blackmail leverage against them, or both. If they were killing everyone else, I had no desire to spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder. I plotted my escape as a scripter, not a fugitive. I took a lot of evidence against them, documents, and I ran to Earth, and then I let them find me, apparently insensate, without the documents. They didn't dare kill or lobotomize me in case I'd socked away something that would tip over their monolith in the event of my demise. So they tucked me away in a very cozy asylum to keep an eye on me for a while. Rather, I let them do it." "It was all a bluff?" "No. I went north with 2 knapsacks full of cash and documents. Both still exist as I speak." "What then?" Jonathan was inwardly exasperated. "Your brilliant plan was to finish out your days in a nut house?" He nearly startled himself with the word nut house. "John, I'm not there now, am I? Haven't you read the papers lately?" Jonathan stopped to review. Haskell's eyes glinted with something like sick glee. "I'll give you a hint. They're still shoveling corpses out of the wreckage and ashes." "Briar Lane," Jonathan murmured. "Good God. They filed you away in Briar Lane? Can you think of a more exclusive nut house? They keep the patient's entire medical history right at hand there, even the dental records." He resumed his seat, now fiddling with an unidentifiable metal knick-knack he'd taken out of his pocket to play with. "You started the fire at Briar Lane?" Jonathan wanted more alcohol, but cut short his body's urge to reach for the bottle. "It was a classic old mansion, John. Ultra-wealthy incurables only. Pyromaniacs need not apply. The Conclave paid my freight, nothing but the best for those who might turn on you, and access to the files proves pretty goddamn easy if you're not really crazy. Or if you're crazy in the right direction." "Do you really expect the Conclave to be fooled by the old Hitler ploy? A body charred to unrecognizability and a set of labeled dental proofs, charred or not, are not going to reassure them much, from what you've said. On the other hand, it's been over a year now since I went nuts, and they've seen no provocative action from my presumed blackmail securities. I want them to understand that the Briar Lane incident is their escape valve regarding me. that they should relax, pursue their new projects, maybe even write me off. They don't hurt me, and I don't hurt them. Just let me fade with the money I've stockpiled. Can't they connect you to the money? Assumed name, Haskell said, with the air of repeating prepared answers. The period during which you vanished ran to earth. Jonathan was aware of his own sharpened, inquisitive gaze, of his more aggressive posture in the chair. He was automatically grilling Haskell. To atone, he added, "Said the devil's advocate," and Haskell's eyebrows arched. "John, the Conclave doesn't believe in what insurance companies call acts of God. They always try to anticipate what sort of scam will be run on them. I'm not the first to try, though I may be the first to succeed. The trick is knowing when to stop thinking like a scripter. I planned not to plan, and wound up doing the sort of entirely random thing that would never be accepted in fiction. I took my knapsacks full of incriminata and hitchhiked. While I was riding my thumb, they went berserk scouring California, checking banks, monitoring LAX and municipal skyports, and bus depots, and Union Station, and car rental agencies, and I wasn't even in California. But California is where they caught me, after I'd come back." His eyes were aglint with some private joke, some fundamental trivium he was purposefully omitting from his story. Without the knapsacks. Jonathan tried to sum the bits and orts of information in order to extrapolate. Haskell stood up again and paced like Sherlock Holmes about to finger a murderer from suspects congregated before a Victorian hearth. "I know what you're thinking, John. With a setup like I've described, it would seem reckless of me to just drop in on you after all these years, entirely by chance, right?" I was going to ask why me. "When I infiltrated the files at Briar Lane, I found a doctor's directory. You know, that binder thing they constantly update with inserts? I looked up your name, and hot damn, there you were. It was just like we'd speculated. I'd become a screenwriter, a scripter, and you'd become a shrink. It even had your home address." "Conveniently enough," said John. "A paranoid mind might see a plot brewing in a simple fact like that. Oh yeah, my first thought. I guess that confirms me as a sicko. But consider, John, if you'd been seduced by the Conclave, you would have put me under with a drug in the cognac and remanded me to the boys in the white vans for pumping. Except for one thing. The one thing they weren't able to get out of me when they had me, through drugs or threats or promises, and the one thing they might be desperate enough to try subterfuge to win. The one thing I haven't mentioned yet, the location of the blackmail material, where I went when I took my little excursion. My office could have been bugged without my knowledge, Haskell. Now you're thinking like a scripter. Tempting job, isn't it? At least the way it looks from the outside. Mass manipulation of entire populations would especially intrigue a psychiatrist or a sociologist. I saw your sheepskins on both, John. They're right behind the desk. He watched Jonathan's eyes track to the frames on the wall and back. But I don't think they'd try something as superhuman as bugging each of my past acquaintances in all of Los Angeles. The Conclave prefers buying people to equipment. Jonathan gestured impatiently, urging Haskell to get on with it. "So what's the punchline, Haskell? You going to string me along, or tell me whether you trust me or not?" Haskell smiled. "Ah, now you're in character. Do you see? The concerned analyst banking on his patient's faith. Just the right amount of deep sobriety and interest." He held his thumb and forefinger an inch apart. Just enough irritation to prompt the patient to reassure him with the truth. He moved to the closed curtains, arms spread as though entreating an unseen audience. "Is he playing a role?" He brought his hands together in one swift clap. "Or is he for real?" "All right, Haskell, goddammit." His fingers were clawed across the chair arms like marble spiders. His face was indignantly flushed. "I'll play this stupid game just to help you." He pointed his finger like a weapon. "Here it comes. Look out for it. What did you do with the blackmail material?" His eyes were bulging, and when his lips stopped speaking, they curled back, loading a full clip of invective. "The question!" Haskell shouted. "At last! And you know what, John? I'll answer your question honestly if you'll answer one of mine honestly." He buried his hands in his pockets and leaned against one of the bookcases. "If you're really my pal, then I've gotten this story out of my guts and into the ear of a real human being, unlike those bloodless slugs in the conclave. Plus, I've gained a reliable fail-safe for my blackmail material, something very desirable and worth a risk like coming here and exposing myself. Right? Ask." His gaze had turned metallic. "Have you ever heard of the conclave before tonight?" Now Haskell had folded his arms. All humor had fled from his face. "No. Why haven't you had any of the brandy you brought from the kitchen, John?" Jonathan grew flustered. "I thought you—" He stopped, wiped his face. "I was waiting to get rid of the Grand Marnier a bit before I had some." The brandy bottle Jonathan had brought into the room sat untouched, as did Jonathan's highball glass. "Why don't you have some right now?" Haskell's voice was level, reasoned. Strangely, he looked much healthier now than when he'd stumbled across Jonathan's threshold earlier this evening. "In good time, Haskell." He sighed, stabbing his finger in the air again. "I refuse to get angry with you. You're— Come off it, Jonathan!" Haskell spun, ran his finger along the spines of the books against which he had been leaning, and drew out Jonathan's $1,000 Aryan edition of Moby Dick. He let the front cover drop open, revealing a hollow that had been sliced out of the thickness of pages. Secured within the hollow was a small Sanyo tape recorder. Haskell slammed the book shut, dropped it to the carpet with a thump, and pulled from his pocket a cassette tape, waving it in the air. "I took this out while you were in the Jonathan, over half an hour ago." Jonathan's mouth was open, but his teeth were not clenched any more. His face went pale, and he lost whatever words he had prepared. "Your eyes went right from the book to the telephone, John. You know the number as well as I do. 727-3933. The numbers make a word, Jonathan. That's how we remember it. Punch in that number, and a white van will roll up your drive in a neat 5 minutes." He shook his head slowly. "I was hoping you might not sell me down the river, John." He made a furious, frustrated motion with his fist. "Shit! It couldn't have been the money. It had to have been the control they offered you. Had to be." Jonathan pushed himself slowly up from the recliner. "The tape is part of my hardware, Haskell. It's SOP for anybody who talks to me in as disturbed a state as you brought through the door with you. No plot, no booby trap." His voice had turned authoritarian and succoring. He was back in character. "Have a jolt of brandy, Jonathan," Haskell said, indicating the untouched bottle, perceiving in his heart the kind of arrogance it took to carve a hole in a $1,000 book for the purpose of subterfuge. "I will not." Teacher to unruly delinquent, Jonathan turned his back on Haskell and moved toward the desk. He heard Haskell catch up with him, felt his hand grasp his own forearm, expected to be turned back, certainly, to be struck, possibly. His fancied control of the situation admitted nothing further. "I'm afraid I'll have to insist," said Haskell, grasping and spinning and striking him, but not in the way he expected. Jonathan saw Haskell's flat, open-handed blow coming, with little real velocity to cause pain. He could weather the impact and remain standing. Then he saw the metal knick-knack from Haskell's pocket between his index and middle fingers flying to meet him. He felt a sharp needle pain in the muscles of his neck. Haskell jumped away. Jonathan's open-handed grab came up empty. Damn! The tiny puncture stung, enraging him. He lifted the receiver of the desk phone and punched 2 digits before his hand swelled up and got too fat to function. He dropped the receiver. It clunked on the desktop and fell to the floor, uncoiling the cable. He pawed for the desk edge with an incredulous expression on his face, missed, and followed the phone to the floor, where he lolled like some armless, legless thing attempting locomotion. Haskell stood by the sofa, near the curtains. The CIA calls this thing a sting bee, Jonathan. Like king bee, I guess. Most of your motor coordination will be out for about an hour. As you're discovering, your eyes will still focus, and you can hear me perfectly, but that's it. He parted the curtain for another check. I've done a little deduction, too, Jonathan, with the result of leaving you in another quandary, as you said. Sorry, but here it is. I guessed the conclave would appeal to you. They must have propositioned you right after your divorce from Janice, same as me. As an acid test, an invitation, they want you to snare me for them, and they give you my story. You arrange for your name to be planted at Briar Lane as a memory key. It's easily predictable, like giving someone a university yellow pages. You'd automatically look up your old compatriots. Well, so did I, and this was a specific listing of psychiatrists, which made it a pretty sure thing. In return, you promised to uncover for the conclave the location of the blackmail leverage, having gained in confidence from me. After all, I'm years in your past, easy enough to screw over for the right kind of carrot. But you'd better start worrying about this, John. What if I'm a loyalty test for you? My whole story could have been fabricated as a conclave gambit to test your resiliency. How far do old friendships reach? Did I escape tonight, or did you let me get away? Think about it when you're explaining to the conclave why I'm not here and why you don't have what they want. That's part 1 of your dilemma. Part 2 is this. If I'm not a test, then you're going to have to cover for me. I anticipated this because I'm a veteran and you're a tyro at this game. You're going to have to dance pretty fast to convince them I'm either dead for real or impotent as a threat to them. Because if you don't, they'll kill you for botching things. If you succeed in snowing them, then you'll be in. You'll get to be a scripter. And after a year, 3 years, 5, you'll get just as sick of it as I have. You see, John, you're exactly as I was when I went in. I know how you'll react. And perhaps a few years from now, we'll run into each other out there in the wilderness somewhere. As for now, I've just relieved myself out of the onus of paranoia that's dogged me ever since I opted out. I've given it to you. And with that shadow hanging over your shoulder, you'll learn how horrible the conclave really is. You'll learn it in the only meaningful way to be had. And maybe it'll turn you into an ally, eventually. As for right now... He pulled out Jonathan's billfold, extracted the cash, and replaced it. Jonathan's body was a wet, composureless mail sack. His eyes glared, beaten, amazed, and helpless. Drool rolled out of one corner of his slack mouth and was absorbed into the expensive carpeting. Haskell ducked out of the den and reappeared with a can of Dr. Pepper from Jonathan's refrigerator, emptying it quickly. Talk like this always makes me thirsty. Don't worry, John. I'm gone, untraceably, just as soon as I make a phone call. He collected the phone from the floor and tapped the cradle impatiently until he got a dial tone. You remember the word, of course, John. The word they gave us so we'd never forget the phone number? Screwed. When he heard the connection go through, Haskell placed the open receiver on the desktop, tossed the prone form of Jonathan a little mocking salute, and left. Jonathan heard the back door slam, could even feel its vibrations against his cheek through the floor. That was all he could do. Haskell had thoughtfully extinguished the house lights on his way out, and he could see nothing. 5 minutes later, van headlights flashed against the backside of the den's curtains. Then the house fell dark again. Poppy Z. Bright. His mouth will taste of wormwood. Poppy Z. Bright spent her earliest years in New Orleans, the setting for the atmospheric story that follows, and describes the city as able to make death seem romantic even to the most hard-hearted. She has lived all over the American South and has worked as a candy maker, an artist's model, a gourmet cook, a mouse caretaker, and an exotic dancer. Her first fiction was published in the Horror Show magazine between 1985 and 1990, and in the fall 1987 issue, she was featured as a rising star of modern horror. More recently, her stories have appeared in the anthologies Borderlands, Women of Darkness 2, Dead End City Limits, and Still Dead, Book of the Dead 2. She has completed her first novel, and she longs to travel to India. "To the treasures and the pleasures of the grave," said my friend Lewis, and raised his goblet of absinthe to me in drunken benediction. "To the funeral lilies," I replied, "and to the calm, pale bones." I drank deeply from my own glass. The absinthe cauterized my throat with its flavor, part pepper, part licorice, part rot. It had been one of our greatest finds, more than 50 bottles of the now outlawed liqueur sealed up in a New Orleans family tomb. Transporting them was a nuisance, but once we had learned to enjoy the taste of wormwood, our continued drunkenness was insured for a long, long time. We had taken the skull of the crypt's patriarch, too, and it now resided in a velvet-lined enclave in our museum. Lewis and I, you see, were dreamers of a dark and restless sort. We met in our second year of college and quickly found that we shared one vital trait. Both of us were dissatisfied with everything. We drank straight whiskey and declared it too weak. We took strange drugs, but the visions they brought us were of emptiness, mindlessness, slow decay. The books we read were dull. The artists who sold their colorful drawings on the street were mere hacks in our eyes. The music we heard was never loud enough, never harsh enough to stir us. We were truly jaded, we told one another. For all the impression the world made upon us, our eyes might have been dead black holes in our heads. For a time we thought our salvation lay in the sorcery wrought by music. We studied recordings of weird, nameless dissonances, attended performances of obscure bands at ill-lit, filthy clubs. But music did not save us. For a time we distracted ourselves with carnality. We explored the damp alien territory between the legs of any girl who would have us, sometimes separately, sometimes both of us in bed together with one girl or more. We bound their wrists and ankles with black lace. We lubricated and penetrated their every orifice. We shamed them with their own pleasures. I recall a mauve-haired beauty, Felicia, who was brought to wild, sobbing orgasm by the rough tongue of a stray dog we trapped. We watched her from across the room, drug-dazed and unstirred. When we had exhausted the possibilities of women, we sought those of our own sex, craving the androgynous curve of a boy's cheekbone, the molten flood of ejaculation invading our mouths. Eventually we turned to one another, seeking the thresholds of pain and ecstasy no one else had been able to help us attain. Lewis asked me to grow my nails long and file them into needle-sharp points. When I raked them down his back, tiny beads of blood welled up in the angry tracks they left. He loved to lie still, pretending to submit to me as I licked the salty blood away. Afterward, he would push me and attack me with his mouth, his tongue seeming to sear a trail of liquid fire into my skin. But sex did not save us either. We shut ourselves in our room and saw no one for days on end. At last we withdrew to the seclusion of Lewis's ancestral home near Baton Rouge. Both his parents were dead. A suicide pact, Lewis hinted, or perhaps a murder and a suicide. Lewis, the only child, retained the family home and fortune. Built on the edge of a vast swamp, the plantation house loomed sepulchrally out of the gloom that surrounded it always, even in the middle of a summer afternoon. Oaks of primordial hugeness grew in a canopy over the house, their branches like black arms fraught with Spanish moss. The moss was everywhere, reminding me of brittle gray hair stirring wraith-like in the dank breeze from the swamp. I had the impression that, left too long unchecked, the moss might begin to grow from the ornate window frames and fluted columns of the house itself. The place was deserted, save for us. The air was heady with the luminous scent of magnolias and the fedor of swamp gas. At night we sat on the veranda and sipped bottles of wine from the family cellar, gazing through an increasingly alcoholic mist at the will-o'-the-wisps that beckoned far off in the swamp. Obsessively, we talked of new thrills and how we might get them. Lewis's wit sparkled liveliest when he was bored, and on the night he first mentioned grave robbing, I laughed. I could not imagine that he was serious. What would we do with a bunch of dried-up old remains? Grind them to make a voodoo potion? I preferred your idea of increasing our tolerance to various poisons. Lewis's sharp face snapped toward me. His eyes were painfully sensitive to light, so that even in this gloaming he wore tinted glasses, and it was impossible to see his expression. He kept his fair hair clipped very short, so that it stood up in crazy tufts when he raked a nervous hand through it. No, Howard, think of it, our own collection of death, a catalogue of pain, of human frailty, all for us, set against a backdrop of tranquil loveliness. Think what it would be to walk through such a place, meditating, reflecting upon your own ephemeral essence. Think of making love in a charnel house. We have only to assemble the parts. They will create a whole into which we may fall. Lewis enjoyed speaking in cryptic puns. Anagrams and palindromes, too, and any sort of puzzle appealed to him. I wonder whether that was not the root of his determination to look into the fathomless eye of death and master it. Perhaps he saw the mortality of the flesh as a gigantic jigsaw or crossword, which, if he fitted all the parts into place, he might solve and thus defeat. Lewis would have loved to live forever, though he would never have known what to do with all his time. He soon produced his hashish pipe to sweeten the taste of the wine, and we spoke no more of grave robbing that night. But the thought preyed upon me in the languorous weeks to come. The smell of a freshly opened grave, I thought, must in its way be as intoxicating as the perfume of the swamp or a girl's most intimate sweat. Could we truly assemble a collection of the grave's treasures that would be lovely to look upon, that would soothe our fevered souls? The caresses of Lewis's tongue grew languid. Sometimes, instead of nestling with me between the black satin sheets of our bed, he would sleep on a torn blanket in one of the underground rooms. These had originally been built for indeterminate but always intriguing purposes. Abolitionist meetings had taken place there, Lewis told me, and a weekend of free love, and an earnest but wildly incompetent black mass, replete with a Vestal Virgin and phallic candles. These rooms were where our museum would be set up. At last I came to agree with Lewis that only the plundering of graves might cure us of the most stifling ennui we had yet suffered. I could not bear to watch his tormented sleep, the pallor of his hollow cheeks, the delicate bruise-like darkening of the skin beneath his flickering eyes. Besides, the notion of grave robbing had begun to entice me. In ultimate corruption, might we not find the path to ultimate salvation? Our first grisly prize was the head of Lewis's mother, rotten as a pumpkin forgotten on the vine, half shattered by 2 bullets from an antique Civil War revolver. We took it from the family crypt by the light of a full moon. The will-o'-the-wisps glowed weakly like dying beacons on some unattainable shore as we crept back to the manse. I dragged pick and shovel behind me. Lewis carried the putrescent trophy tucked beneath his arm. After we had descended into the museum, I lit 3 candles scented with the russet spices of autumn, the season when Lewis's parents had died, while Lewis placed the head in the alcove we had prepared for it. I thought I detected a certain tenderness in his manner. "May she give us the family blessing," he murmured, absently wiping on the lapel of his jacket a few shreds of pulpy flesh that had adhered to his fingers. We spent a happy time refurbishing the museum, polishing the inlaid precious metals of the wall fixtures, brushing away the dust that frosted the velvet designs of the wallpaper, alternately burning incense and charring bits of cloth we had saturated with our blood in order to give the rooms the odor we desired, a charnel perfume strong enough to drive us to frenzy. We traveled far for our collections, but always we returned home with crates full of things no man had ever been meant to possess. We heard of a girl with violet eyes who had died in some distant town. Not 7 days later we had those eyes in an ornate cut-glass jar, pickled in formaldehyde. We scraped bone dust and niter from the bottoms of ancient coffins. We stole the barely withered heads and hands of children fresh in their graves, with their soft little fingers and their lips like flower petals. We had baubles and precious heirlooms, vermiculated prayer books, and shrouds encrusted with mold. I had not taken seriously Lewis's talk of making love in a charnel house, but neither had I reckoned on the pleasure he could inflict with a femur dipped in rose-scented oil. Upon the night I speak of, the night we drank our toast to the grave and its riches, we had just acquired our finest prize yet. Later in the evening we planned a celebratory debauch at a nightclub in the city. We had returned from our most recent travels not with the usual assortment of sacks and crates, but with only 1 small box, carefully wrapped and tucked into Lewis's breast pocket. The box contained an object whose existence we had only speculated upon previously. From certain half-articulate mutterings of an old blind man plied with cheap liquor in a French Quarter bar, we traced rumors of a certain fetish or charm to a Negro graveyard in the southern Bayou country. The fetish was said to be a thing of eerie beauty, capable of luring any lover to one's bed, hexing any enemy to a sick and painful death, and this, I think, was what intrigued Lewis the most, turning back tenfold on anyone who used it with less than the touch of a master. A heavy mist hung low over the graveyard when we arrived there, lapping at our ankles, pooling around the markers of wood and stone, abruptly melting away in patches to reveal a gnarled root or a patch of blackened grass, then closing back in. By the light of a waning moon, we made our way along a path overgrown with rioting weeds. The graves were decorated with elaborate mosaics of broken glass, coins, bottle caps, oyster shells lacquered silver and gold. Some mounds were outlined by empty bottles shoved neck downward into the earth. I saw a lone plaster saint whose features had been worn away by years of wind and rain. I kicked half-buried rusty cans that had once held flowers. Now they held only bare, brittle stems and pestilent rainwater, or nothing at all. Only the scent of wild spider lilies pervaded the night. The earth in one corner of the graveyard seemed blacker than the rest. The grave we sought was marked only by a crude cross of charred and twisted wood. We were skilled at the art of violating the dead. Soon we had the coffin uncovered. The boards were warped by years of burial in wet, foul earth. Lewis pried up the lid with his spade, and by the moon's meager and watery light, we gazed upon what lay within. Of the inhabitant we knew almost nothing. Some said a hideously disfigured old conjure-woman lay buried here. Some said she was a young girl, with a face as lovely and cold as moonlight on water, and a soul crueler than fate itself. Some claimed the body was not a woman's at all, but that of a white voodoo priest who had ruled the bayou. He had features of a cool, unearthly beauty, they said, and a stock of fetishes and potions that he would hand out with the kindest blessing, or the direst curse. This was the story Lewis and I liked best. The sorcerer's capriciousness appealed to us, and the fact that he was beautiful. No trace of beauty remained on the thing in the coffin, at least not the sort of beauty that a healthy eye might cherish. Lewis and I loved the translucent parchment skin stretched tight over long bones that seemed to have been carved from ivory. The delicate, brittle hands folded across the sunken chest, the soft black caverns of the eyes, the colorless strands of hair that still clung to the fine white dome of the skull. To us, these things were the poetry of death. Lewis played his flashlight over the withered cords of the neck. There, on a silver chain gone black with age, was the object we had come seeking. No crude wax doll or bit of dried root was this. Lewis and I gazed at each other, moved by the beauty of the thing. Then, as if in a dream, he reached to grasp it. This was our rightful night's prize, our plunder from a sorcerer's grave. "How does it look?" Lewis asked as we were dressing. I never had to think about my clothes. On an evening such as this, when we were dressing to go out, I would choose the same garments I might wear for a night's digging in the graveyard. Black, unornamented black, with only the whiteness of my face and hands showing against the backdrop of night. On a particularly festive occasion such as this, I might smudge a bit of coal round my eyes. The absence of color made me nearly invisible. If I walked with my shoulders hunched and my chin tucked down, no one except Lewis would see me. "Don't slouch so, Howard," said Lewis irritably, as I ducked past the mirror. "Turn around and look at me. Aren't I fine in my sorcerer's jewelry?" Even when Lewis wore black, he did it to be noticed. Tonight he was resplendent in narrow-legged trousers of purple paisley silk and a silvery jacket that seemed to turn all light iridescent. He had taken our prize out of its box and fastened it around his throat. As I came closer to look at it, I caught Lewis's scent, rich and rather meaty, like blood kept too long in a stoppered bottle. Against the sculpted hollow of Lewis's throat, the thing on its chain seemed more strangely beautiful than ever. Have I neglected to describe the magical object, the voodoo fetish from the churned earth of the grave? I will never forget it. A polished sliver of bone, or a tooth, but what fang could have been so long, so sleekly honed, and still have somehow retained the look of a human tooth? Bound by a strip of copper, set into the metal, a single ruby sparkled like a drop of gore against the verdigris. Etched in exquisite miniature upon the sliver of bone, and darkened by the rubbing in of some black-red substance, was an elaborate veve, one of the symbols used by voodooists to invoke their pantheon of terrible gods. Whoever was buried in that lonely bayou grave, he had been no mere dabbler in swamp magic. Every cross and swirl of the veve was reproduced to perfection. I thought the thing still retained a trace of the grave's scent, a dark odor like potatoes long spoiled. Each grave has its own peculiar scent, just as each living body does. "Are you certain you should wear it?" I asked. "It will go into the museum tomorrow," he said, "with a scarlet candle burning eternally before it. Tonight, its powers are mine." The nightclub was in a part of the city that looked as if it had been gutted from the inside out by a righteous tongue of fire. The street was lit only by occasional scribbles of neon high overhead, advertisements for cheap hotels and all-night bars. Dark eyes stared at us from the crevices and pathways between buildings, disappearing only when Lewis's hand crept toward the inner pocket of his jacket. He carried a small stiletto there, and knew how to use it for more than pleasure. We slipped through a door at the end of an alley and descended the narrow staircase into the club. The lurid glow of a blue bulb flooded the stairs, making Lewis's face look sunken and dead behind his tinted glasses. Feedback blasted us as we came in, and above it a screaming battle of guitars. The inside of the club was a patchwork of flickering light and darkness. Graffiti covered the walls and the ceiling like a tangle of barbed wire come alive. I saw bands' insignia and jeering death's heads, crucifixes bejeweled with broken glass, and black obscenities writhing in the stroboscopic light. Lewis brought me a drink from the bar. I sipped it slowly, still drunk on absinthe. Since the music was too loud for conversation, I studied the club-goers around us. A quiet bunch they were, staring fixedly at the stage as if they had been drugged, and no doubt many of them had. I remembered visiting a club one night on a dose of hallucinogenic mushrooms, watching in fascination as the guitar strings seemed to drip soft viscera onto the stage. Younger than Lewis and myself, most of them were, and queerly beautiful in their thrift shop rags, their leather and fishnet and cheap costume jewelry, their pale faces and painted hair. Perhaps we would take one of them home with us tonight. We had done so before. The delicious gutter snaps, Lewis called them. A particularly beautiful face, starkly boned and androgynous, flickered at the edge of my vision. When I looked, it was gone. I went into the restroom. A pair of boys stood at a single urinal, talking animatedly. I stood at the sink, rinsing my hands, watching the boys in the mirror and trying to overhear their conversation. A hairline fracture in the glass seemed to pull the taller boy's eyes askew. "Casper and Alyssa found her tonight," he said, "in some old warehouse by the river. I heard her skin was gray, man, and sort of withered, like something had sucked out most of the meat." "Far out," said the other boy. His black-rimmed lips barely moved. "She was only 15, you know," said the tall boy as he zipped his ragged trousers. "She was a cunt anyway." They turned away from the urinal and started talking about the band. Ritual Sacrifice, I gathered, whose name was scrawled on the walls of the club. As they went out, the boys glanced at the mirror, and the tall one's eyes met mine for an instant. Nose like a haughty Indian chief's, eyelids smudged with black and silver. Lewis would approve, I thought, but the night was young, and there were many drinks yet to be had. When the band took a break, we visited the bar again. Lewis edged in beside a thin, dark-haired boy who was bare-chested, except for a piece of torn lace tied about his throat. When he turned, I knew his was the androgynous and striking face I had glimpsed before. His beauty was almost feral, but overlaid with a cool elegance, like a veneer of sanity hiding madness. His ivory skin stretched over cheekbones like razors. His eyes were hectic pools of darkness. "I like your amulet," he said to Lewis. "It's very unusual." "I have another one like it at home," Lewis told him. "Really? I'd like to see them both together." The boy paused to let Lewis order our vodka gimlets, then said, "I thought there was only one." Lewis's back straightened like a string of beads being pulled taut. Behind his glasses, I knew his pupils would have shrunk to pinpoints. The light pained him more when he was nervous. But no tremor in his voice betrayed him when he said, "What do you know about it?" The boy shrugged. On his bony shoulders, the movement was insouciant and drop-dead graceful. "It's voodoo," he said. "I know what voodoo is. Do you?" The implication stung, but Lewis only bared his teeth the slightest bit. It might have been a smile. "I am conversant in all types of magic," he said, "at least." The boy moved closer to Lewis, so that their hips were almost touching, and lifted the amulet between thumb and forefinger. I thought I saw one long nail brush Lewis's throat, but I could not be sure. "I could tell you the meaning of this, Veve," he said, "if you were certain you wished to know." "It symbolizes power," Lewis said, "all the power of my soul." His voice was cold, but I saw his tongue dart out to moisten his lips. He was beginning to dislike this boy, and also to desire him. "No," said the boy, so softly that I barely caught his words. He sounded almost sad. "This cross in the center is inverted, you see, and the line encircling it represents a serpent. A thing like this can trap your soul. Instead of being rewarded with eternal life, you might be doomed to it." "Doomed to eternal life?" Lewis permitted himself a small, cold smile. "Whatever do you mean?" "The band is starting again. Find me after the show and I'll tell you. We can have a drink, and you can tell me all you know about voodoo." The boy threw back his head and laughed. Only then did I notice that one of his upper canine teeth was missing. The next part of the evening remains a blur of moonlight and neon, ice cubes and blue swirling smoke and sweet drunkenness. The boy drank glass after glass of absinthe with us, seeming to relish the bitter taste. None of our other guests had liked the liqueur. "Where did you get it?" he asked. Lewis was silent for a long moment before he said, "It was sent over from France." Except for its single black gap, the boy's smile would have been as perfect as the sharp-edged crescent moon. "Another drink?" said Lewis, refilling both our glasses. When I next came to clarity, I was in the boy's arms. I could not make out the words he was whispering. They might have been an incantation, if magic may be sung to pleasure's music. A pair of hands cupped my face, guiding my lips over the boy's pale parchment skin. They might have been Lewis's hands. I knew nothing except this boy, the fragile movement of the bones beneath the skin, the taste of his spit bitter with wormwood. I do not remember when he finally turned away from me and began lavishing his love upon Lewis. I wish I could have watched, could have seen the lust bleeding into Lewis's eyes, the pleasure racking his body. For as it turned out, the boy loved Lewis so much more thoroughly than ever he loved me. When I awoke, the bass thump of my pulse echoing through my skull blotted out all other sensations. Gradually, though, I became aware of tangled silk sheets, of hot sunlight on my face. Not until I came fully awake did I see the thing I had cradled like a lover all through the night. For an instant, two realities shifted in uneasy juxtaposition and almost merged. I was in Lewis's bed. I recognized the feel of the sheets, their odor of silk and sweat. But this thing I held, this was surely one of the fragile mummies we had dragged out of their graves, the things we dissected for our museum. It took me only a moment, though, to recognize the familiar ruined features, the sharp chin, the high, elegant brow. Something had desiccated Lewis, had drained him of every drop of his moisture, his vitality. His skin crackled and flaked away beneath my fingers. His hair stuck to my lips, dry and colorless. The amulet, which had still been around his throat in bed last night, was gone. The boy had left no trace, or so I thought until I saw a nearly transparent thing at the foot of the bed. It was like a quantity of spiderweb, or a damp and insubstantial veil. I picked it up and shook it out, but could not see its features until I held it up to the window. The thing was vaguely human-shaped, with empty limbs trailing off into nearly invisible tatters. As the thing wafted and billowed, I saw part of a face in it, the sharp curve left by a cheekbone, the hole where an eye had been, as if a face were imprinted upon gauze. I carried Lewis's brittle shell of a corpse down into the museum. Laying him before his mother's niche, I left a stick of incense burning in his folded hands and a pillow of black silk cradling the papery, dry bulb of his skull. He would have wished it thus. The boy has not come to me again, though I leave the window open every night. I have been back to the club, where I stand sipping vodka and watching the crowd. I have seen many beauties, many strange, wasted faces, but not the one I seek. I think I know where I will find him. Perhaps he still desires me. I must know. I will go again to the lonely graveyard in the bayou. Once more, alone this time, I will find the unmarked grave and plant my spade in its black earth. When I open the coffin, I know it, I am sure of it, I will find not the mouldering thing we beheld before, but the calm beauty of replenished youth, the youth he drank from Lewis. His face will be a scrimshaw mask of tranquility. The amulet, I know it, I am sure of it, will be around his neck. Dying. The final shock of pain or nothingness that is the price we pay for everything. Could it not be the sweetest thrill, the only salvation we can attain, the only true moment of self-knowledge? The dark pools of his eyes will open, still and deep enough to drown in. He will hold out his arms to me, inviting me to lie down with him in his rich, wormy bed. With the first kiss, his mouth will taste of wormwood. After that, it will taste only of me, of my blood, my life, siphoning out of my body and into his. I will feel the sensations Lewis felt, the shriveling of my tissues, the drying up of all my vital juices. I care not. The treasures and the pleasures of the grave, they are his hands, his lips, his tongue. Kim Newman, the original Dr. Shade. Kim Newman is fast building a reputation as a writer, with his acclaimed short stories published in Interzone, Fantasy Tales, and New Worlds, amongst other titles, and regular appearances in various year's best anthologies. His first novel, The Nightmare, was recently optioned by Hollywood, and 2 subsequent books, Bad Dreams and Jago, look set to be equally successful. As Jack Yeovil, he has published a number of gaming novelizations set in offbeat fantasy and futuristic milieus. In 1990, he won the Horror Writers of America Award for Horror 100 Best Books, which he co-edited with Stephen Jones, and other non-fiction books under his byline include Ghastly Beyond Belief, with Neil Gaiman, Nightmare Movies, and Wild West Movies. He is currently working on an original anthology with Paul J. McCauley. The original Dr. Shade is a darkly downbeat novella that mixes Thatcherite Britain, comics fans, and an unusual type of haunting into a highly original horror tale. However, that didn't stop it winning the 1991 British Science Fiction Award for Best Short Story. Like a shark breaking inky waters, the big black car surfaced out of the night, its searchlight headlamps freezing the Bolsheviks en tableau as they huddled over their dynamite. Cohen, their vile leader, tried to control his raging emotions, realizing that yet again his schemings to bring about the ruination of the British Empire were undone. Borzov, his hands shaking uncontrollably, fell to his ragged-trousered knees and tried one last prayer to the god whose icons he had spat upon that day in the mother country when he had taken his rifle butt to the princess' eggshell-delicate skull. Petrovsky drooled into his stringy beard, his one diseased eye shrinking in the light like a slug exposed to salt, and uselessly thumb-cocked his revolver. The canvas top of the Rolls-Royce Shadow Shark raised like a hawk's eyelid, and a dark shape seemed to grow out of the driver's seat, cloak billowing in the strong wind, twin moons reflected in the insect-like dark goggles, wide-brimmed hat at a jaunty angle. Petrovsky raised his shaking pistol and slammed back against the iron globe of the chemical tank, cut down by another silent dart from the doctor's famous air gun. In the distance, the conspirators could hear police sirens, but they knew they would not be taken into custody. The Shadow Man would not allow them to live out the night to further sully the green and fruitful soil of sacred England with their foul presence. As the doctor advanced, the headlamps threw his expanding shadow on the Bolsheviks. Israel Cohen, the mad genius of the revolution, trembled, his flabby chins slapping against his chest, sweat pouring from his ape-like forehead down his protuberant nose to his fleshy, sensual lips. He raised a ham-sized fist against the doctor, sneering insane defiance to the last. "Curse you, Shade!" Rex Cash, Dr. Shade versus the Dynamite Boys, 1936. They ate an expensively minimalist meal at Alistair Little's in Frith Street, and Basil Crosby, Leach's art editor, picked up the bill with his company card. Throughout, Tamara, his agent, kept reminding Crosby of the Eagle Awards Greg had gained for Fat Chance, not mentioning that was 2 years ago. As with most restaurants, there was nowhere that could safely accommodate Greg's yard-square artwork folder, and he was worried the sample strips would get scrunched or warped. He would have brought copies, but wanted to put himself over as sharply as possible. Besides, the ink wasn't dry on the pieces he had finished this morning. As usual, there hadn't been time to cover himself. Whenever there was dead air in the conversation, Tamara filled it with more selected highlights from Greg's career. Greg guessed she had invited herself to this lunch to keep him under control. She remembered, but was carefully avoiding mention of, his scratchy beginnings in the 70s. Spiky strips and singletons for punk fanzines like Sheep Worrying, Brain Rape, and Kill Your Pet Puppy, and knew exactly how he felt about the Derek Leach organization. She probably thought he was going to turn up in a ripped rubbish bag with lots of black eyeliner and safety pins through his earlobes, then go for Crosby with a screwdriver. Actually, while the Sex Pistols were swearing on live television and gobbing at gigs, he had been a neatly dressed, normal-haired art student. It was only at the easel, where he used to assemble police brutality collages with ransom note captions, that he had embodied the spirit of 77. If Tamara would shut up, he thought he could get on with Crosby. Greg knew the man had started out on the Eagle, and filled in on Garth once in a while. He had been a genuine minor talent in his day. Still, he worked for Leach, and if there was one artifact that summed up everything Greg loathed about Britain under late Thatcherism, it was Leach's Daily Comet. The paper was known for its boobs and pubes, its multi-million giveaway grids, its unflinching support of the diamond-hard right, its lawsuit-fueled muckraking, and prose that read like a football hooligan's attempt to imitate the Janet and John books. It was Britain's fastest-growing newspaper, and the hub of a communications empire that was putting Leach in the Murdoch-Maxwell bracket. In Madame Tussauds' last annual poll, the statue of Derek Leach had ranked 8th on the most admired list, between Gorbachev and Prince Charles, and 2nd on the most hated and feared chart, after Margaret Thatcher, but before Adolf Hitler, Colonel Gaddafi, Count Dracula, and the Yorkshire Ripper. Crosby didn't start talking business until eyedropper-sized cups of coffee arrived. With the plates taken away, the art editor opened his folder on the table and brought out a neatly paper-clipped set of notes. Tamara was still picking at her fruit salad, 5 pieces of pale apple and or pear floating in a steel bowl of water with a solitary grape. She and Crosby had been drinking dry white wine with the meal, but Greg stuck to mineral water. The gritty coffee gave him quite a punch, and he felt his heart tighten like an angry fist. Since Fat Chance, he hadn't done anything notable. This was an important meeting for him. Tamara might not dump him if it didn't come out right, but she might shift him from her A-list to her B-list. "As you probably know," Crosby began, "Leech United Kingdom is expanding at the moment. I don't know if you keep up with the trades, but Derek has recently bought up the rights to a lot of defunct titles with a view to relaunch. It's a lot easier to sell something familiar than something new. Just now, Derek's special baby is the Evening Argus." "The Brighton paper?" Greg asked. "No, a national. It folded in 1953, but it was very big from the 20s through to the war. Lord Badgerfield ran it." "I have heard of it," Greg said. "It's always an Argus headline in those old films about Dunkirk." "That's right. The paper had what they used to call a good war. Churchill called it the voice of true democracy. Like Churchill, it was never quite the same after the war. But now, what with the interest in the 50th anniversary of the Battle of Britain and all that, we think the time is right to bring it back. It'll be nostalgia, but it'll be new, too. Gas masks and rationing in the spirit of the Blitz, eh? That sort of thing. It'll come out in the autumn, and we'll build up to it with a massive campaign. The voice is back. We'll cut from this Ovaltine-type 40s look to an aggressive 90s feel. Yuppies on car phones, designer style, full-color pages. It'll be a harder newspaper than the Comet, but it'll still be a Leech UK product, populist and commercial. We aim to be the turn-of-the-century newspaper." "And you want a cartoonist?" Crosby smiled. "I liked your Fat Chance work a lot, Greg. The script was a bit manky for my taste, but you draw with clean lines, good solid blocks of black. Your Private Eye was a thug, but he looked like a real strip hero. There was a bit of Jeff Hawke there. It was just what we want for the Argus, the feel of the past, but the content of the present." "So you'll be wanting Greg to do a Fat Chance strip for the new paper?" Greg had made the connection and was cracking a smile. "No, Tamara, that's not what he wants. I've remembered the other thing I know about the Argus. I should have recognized the name straight off. It's a byword." Crosby cut in. "That's right. The Mirror had Jane and Garth, but the Argus had—" Greg was actually excited. He thought he had grown up, but there was still a pulp heart in him. As a child, he had pored through second- and third-hand books and magazines. Before Brain Rape and Fat Chance and P.C. Roserblade, he had tried to draw his other heroes, Bulldog Drummond, the Saint, Sexton Blake, Biggles, and Dr. Shade. "You may have cut me, Herr Dr. Schatten, but the glory of the Third Reich will roll over this pathetic country like a juggernaut. I die for the greater glory of Germany, of the Nazi Party, and of Adolf Hitler." "That's where you're wrong, von Spielsdorf. I wouldn't dirty my hands by killing you, even if it is what you so richly deserve." "Ain't we gonna ice the lousy stinking rat, Doc?" asked Hank the Yank. The American loomed over the German mastermind, a snub-nosed automatic in his meaty fist. "Yours is a young country, Henry," said Dr. Shade gently, laying a black-gloved hand of restraint upon his comrade's arm. "That's not how we do things in England. Von Spielsdorf here may be shot as a spy, but that decision is not ours to make. We have courts and laws and justice. That's what this whole war's about, my friend. The right of the people to have courts and laws and justice. Even you, von Spielsdorf, we're fighting for your rights, too." "Pah! Decadent Englischer Schweinhund!" Hank tapped the German on the forehead with his pistol grip, and the saboteur sat down suddenly, his eyes rolling upwards. "That showed him, eh, Doc?" Dr. Shade's thin, normally inexpressive lips curled in a slight smile. "Indubitably, Henry. Indubitably." Rex Cash, The Fiend of the Fifth Column. Dr. Shade Monthly, number 111. May 1943. The heart of Leech, UK, was a chrome and glass pyramid in London docklands, squatting by the Thames like a recently arrived flying saucer. Greg felt a little queasy as the minicab they had sent for him slipped through the pickets. It was a chilly spring day, and there weren't many of them about. Crosby had warned him of the Union Luddites and their stance against the new technology that enabled Leech to put out the Comet and its other papers with a bare minimum of production staff. Greg hoped none of the placard carriers would recognize him. Last year there had been quite a bit of violence as the pickets, augmented by busloads of radicals as annoyed by Leech's editorials as his industrial relations policies, came up against the police and a contingent of the comet-reading skinheads who were the backbone of Leech's support. Now, the dispute dragged on, but was almost forgotten. Leech's papers had never mentioned it much, and the rest of the press had fresher strikes, revolutions, and outrages to cover. The minicab drove right into the pyramid, into an enclosed reception area where the vehicle was checked by security guards. Greg was allowed out and issued with a blue day pass that a smiling girl in a smart uniform pinned on his lapel. Behind her desk were framed color shots of smiling girls without uniforms, smart or otherwise, their nipples like squashed cherries, their faces cleanly unexpressive. The Comet Knockouts were supposed to be a national institution, but so, according to the Comet, were corporal punishment in schools, capital punishment for supporters of Sinn Féin, and the right to tell lies about the sexual preferences of soap opera performers. Greg wondered what Penny Stamp, girl reporter, Dr. Shade's sidekick in the old strip, would have made of a Comet knockout. Penny had always been rowing with the editor who wanted her to cover fashion shows and garden parties when she would rather be chasing crime scoops for the front page. Perhaps her modern equivalent should be a pin-up girl who wants to keep her clothes on and become Roger Cook or Woodward and Bernstein. He rode up to the 23rd floor, which was where Crosby had arranged to meet him. The girl downstairs had telephoned up, and her clone was waiting for him in the thickly carpeted lobby outside the lift. She smiled and escorted him through an open-plan office where telephones and computers were being installed by a cadre of workmen. At the far end were a series of glassed-off cubicles. She eased him into one of these and asked if he wanted tea or coffee. She brought him instant coffee, the granules floating near the bottom of a paper cup full of hot brown water. There was a dummy edition of the Evening Argus on the desk. The headline was, "It's War." Greg didn't have time to look at it. Crosby came in with a tall, slightly stooped man and ordered more coffee. The newcomer was in his 70s, but looked fit for his age. He wore comfortable old trousers and a cardigan under a new sports jacket. Greg knew who he was. "Rex Cash?" he asked, his hand out. The man's grip was firm. "One of him," he said. "Not the original." "This is Harry Lippman, Greg." "Harry," Harry said. Greg Daniels." "Fat chance." Greg nodded. He was surprised Harry had kept up with the business. He had been retired for a long time, he knew. "Mr. Crosby told me. I've been looking your stuff out. I don't know much about the drawing side. Words are my line. But you're a talented young man." "Thanks." "Can we work together?" Harry was being direct. Greg didn't have an answer. "I hope so." "So do I. It's been a long time. I'll need someone to snip the extra words out of the panels." Harry Lippman had been Rex Cash from 1939 to 1952, taking over the name from Donald Moncrief, the creator of Dr. Shade. He had filled 58 Dr. Shade books with words, 42 novels, and 135 short stories, and he had scripted the newspaper strip all the while, juggling storylines. Several of the best-known artists in British adventure comics had worked on the Dr. Shade strip. Mac Bullivant, who would create Andy of the Arsenal for British Pluck, Tommy Rathall, highly regarded for his commando and paratroop stories in Boy's War, and, greatest of all, Frank Fitzgerald, who had for 6 years made Dr. Shade dark, funny, and almost magical. They were all dead now. Harry was the last survivor of those days, and so the Argus was calling in Greg to fill the footprints. "Harry has been working up some storylines," said Crosby. "I'll leave you to talk them through. If you need more coffee, give Nicola a buzz. I'll be back in a few hours to see how you're doing." Crosby left. Harry and Greg looked at each other, and for no reason started laughing like members of a family sharing a joke they could never explain to an outsider. "Considering Dr. Shade must be about 150 by now," Harry began, "I thought we'd start the strip with him trying to get the DHSS to up his heating allowance for the winter." Shade, Doctor. Scientific vigilante of mysterious origins, usually hidden behind a cloak and goggle-like dark glasses, although also a master of disguise with many other identities. Operating out of an outwardly dilapidated but inwardly luxurious retreat in London's East End, he employs a group of semi-criminal bully boys in his never-ending war against foreign elements importing evil into the heart of the British Empire. Originally introduced under the name Dr. Jonathan Shadow as a minor character in The Cur of Limehouse, 1929, a novel by Rex Cash, Donald Moncrief, in which he turns up in the final chapters to help the aristocratic pugilist hero Reggie Brandon defeat the East End opium warlord Baron Quan. The character was so popular with the readers of Wendover's magazine, the monthly publication in which the novel was serialized, that Moncrief wrote several series of short adventures, later collected in the volumes Dr. Shadow and the Poison Goddess, 1931, and Dr. Shadow's Nigger Trouble, 1932. In 1934, alleging plagiarism of their character the Shadow, Street and Smith threatened to sue Badgerfield, publishers of Wendover's and of the collections, and, to appease the American firm, the character was renamed Dr. Shade. A semi-supernatural, ultra-patriotic avenger, whose politics would seem to be somewhat to the right of those of Sapper's Bulldog Drummond or the real-life Oswald Mosley, of whom Moncrief was reputed to be a great admirer, Dr. Shade is much given to executing minor villains with his air gun or gruesomely torturing them for information. He appeared in nearly 100 short novels, all credited to Rex Cash, written for Dr. Shade Monthly, a pulp periodical issued by Badgerfield from 1934 until 1947. The house pseudonym was also used by a few other writers, mostly for backup stories in the 1930s, when the prolific Moncrief's inspiration flagged. The character became even more popular when featured in a daily strip in The Evening Argus, most famously drawn by Frank Fitzgerald from 1935 to 1952. Moncrief, after a bitter dispute with Lord Badgerfield, stopped writing Dr. Shade in 1939, and the strip was taken over by Harry Lipman, a writer who had done a few Dr. Shade stories for the magazine. By the outbreak of war, Lipman had effectively become Rex Cash, and was producing stories and novels for the magazine, as well as scripting the comic. Lipman's Dr. Shade is a less frightening figure than Moncrief's. Although his uniform and gadgets are unchanged, Lipman's hero was an official agent of the British government who refrained from sadistically mistreating his enemies the way Moncrief's had. It was revealed that Dr. Shade is really Dr. Jonathan Chambers, an honest and dedicated general practitioner, and the supernatural elements of the strip were toned down. During World War II, Dr. Shade's politics changed, As written by Moncrief, he is an implacable foe of the non-white races and international communism, but Lippmann's hero is a straightforward defender of democracy in the face of the Nazi menace. Moncrief's Moriarty figure, introduced in Dr. Shade and the Whooping Horror, 1934, is Israel Cohen, a stereotypically Jewish master criminal in league with Russian anarchists and Indian thuggees in a plot to destroy Britain's naval superiority. During the war, Cohen was retired, although he returned in the late 1940s as a comic East End nightclub owner and friend of Dr. Shade, and the penumbral adventurer, joined by two-fisted American OSS agent Harry Hemingway and peppy girl reporter Penny Stamp, concentrated exclusively on licking Hitler. Moncrief's Dr. Shade novels included Dr. Shade vs. the Dynamite Boys, 1936, A Yellow Man's Treachery, 1936, Dr. Shade's Balkan Affair, 1937, To the Last Drop of Our British Blood, 1937, The Bulldog Bites Back, 1937, The International Conspirators, 1938, and Dr. Shade in Suez, 1939, while Lippmann's are Dr. Shade's Home Front, 1940, Underground in France, 1941, Dr. Shade Takes Over, 1943, Dr. Shade in Tokyo, 1945, Dr. Shade Buries the Hatchet, 1948, and The Piccadilly Gestapo, 1951. The character also featured in films, beginning with Dr. Shade's Phantom Taxi Mystery, 1936, director Michael Powell, in which he was played by Raymond Massey, while Francis L. Sullivan was a decidedly non-Semitic Israel Cohen, renamed Idris Koban. Valentine Dial took the role in a BBC radio serial from 1943 to 1946, and Ronald Howard wore the cloak in a 1963 rediffusion TV serial introducing Dr. Shade, with Elizabeth Shepard as Penny Stamp and Alfie Bass as Israel Cohen. See also Dr. Shade's associates, Reggie Brandon, Lord Highbury and Islington, Henry Hemingway, Hank the Yank, Penny Stamp, girl reporter, and his enemies, Israel Cohen, the mad genius of the revolution, Achmet the almost human, Melchior Umberto Gaspar, prince of forgers, Professor Izan, the Führer's favorite. David Pringle, Imaginary People, A Who's Who of Modern Fictional Characters, 1987. Greg and Harry Lippmann met several times over the next few weeks, mainly away from the Leach Building. In Soho pubs and cheap restaurants, they discussed the direction of the new Dr. Shade strip. Greg had liked Harry immediately, and came to admire his still quick storyteller's mind. He knew he could work with this man. Having taken Dr. Shade over from Donald Moncrief, he didn't have a creator's obsessive attachment to the property, and was open to suggestions that would change the frame of the strip. Harry agreed that there was no point in producing a 40s pastiche. Their Dr. Shade had to be different from all the characters' previous incarnations, but still maintain some of the continuity. Gradually, their ideas came together. In keeping with the Argus' stated old but new approach, they decided to set the strip in the near future. Everybody was talking about the turn of the century. They would have Dr. Shade come out of retirement, disenchanted with the post-war world he fought for back in the old days, and assembling a new team of adventurers to tackle up-to-the-moment villains against a backdrop of urban decay and injustice. Greg suggested pitting the avenging Shadow Man against rapacious property speculators laying waste to his old East End stamping grounds, a crack cartel posing as a fundamentalist religious sect, corporate despoilers of the environment, or unethical stockbrokers with mafia connections. "You know," Harry said one afternoon in The Posts, sipping his pint, "if Donald were writing these stories, Dr. Shade would be on the side of those fellers. He died thinking he'd lost everything, And here we are, half a century later, with a country the original Dr. Shade would have been proud of. Nearby, a bored mid-afternoon drinker, swallows tattooed on his neck, zapped spaceships, his beeping death rays cutting into the piped jazz. Greg pulled open his bag of salt and vinegar crisps. I don't know much about Moncrief. Even the reference books are pretty sketchy. What was he like? I didn't really know the man, Greg. To him, Lipmans were like Cohens, not people you talked to. Was he really a fascist? Oh, yes. Harry's eyes got a little larger. Nobody had a shirt blacker than Donald Moncrief. The whole kit and caboodle he had. Glassy eyes, toothbrush mustache, thin blonde hair. Marched through Brixton with Mosley a couple of times. Smashed up my brother's newsagent's shop, they did. And he went on goodwill jaunts to Spain and Germany. I believe he wrote pamphlets for the British Union of Fascists, and he certainly conned poor old Frank into designing a recruiting poster for the cause. Frank Fitzgerald? Yes, your predecessor with the pencils. Frank never forgave Donald for that. During the war, the intelligence people kept interrogating Frank whenever there was a bit of suspected sabotage. You know the line in Casablanca? Round up the usual suspects? Well, Donald put Frank on the list of usual suspects. The space cadet burned out. He swore and thumped the machine as it flashed its game over sneer at him. Were you brought in specifically to change Dr. Shade? Oh, yes. Badgerfield was an appeasement man right up until Munich, but he was a smart newspaper boy and saw the change in the wind. He dumped a lot of people, not just fascists. Lots of pacifists got tarred with the same brush, and about-faced his editorial policy. You'd think he'd overlook the comic strip, but he didn't. He knew it was as much a part of the Argus as the editorial pages and his own honest opinion column. My orders when I took over were quite blunt. He told me to denazify Dr. Shade. What happened to Moncrief? Oh, he sued and sued and sued, but Badgerfield owned the character and could do what he wanted. When the war started, he became very unpopular, of course. He spent some time in one of those holiday camps they set up for Germans and Italians and sympathizers. They didn't have much concrete on him, and he came back to London. He wrote some books, I think, but couldn't get them published. I heard he had a stack of Dr. Shade stories he was never able to use, because only his lordship had the rights to exploit the character. Then he died. He was young, wasn't he? Younger than me. It was the Blitz. They tried to say he was waving a torch in the blackout for the Luftwaffe, but I reckon he was just under the wrong bomb at the wrong time. I saw him near the end, and he was pretty cracked. Not at all the privileged smoothie he'd been in the 30s. I didn't like the feller, of course, but you had to feel sorry for him. He thought Hitler was Jesus Christ, and the war just drove him off his head. Lots of Englishmen like that there were. You don't hear much about them these days. I don't know. They all seem to be in Parliament now. Harry chuckled. Too right. But Dr. Shade'll see to him, you bet, eh? They raised their drinks and toasted the avenging shadow, the implacable enemy of injustice, intolerance, and ill will. In praise of British heroes. Those of us proud to be British know that in this nation's hour of direst need, the true blue British heroes will appear and stand tall together to wipe from the face of this fair flower of a land those who besmirch its purity. With the white Britons in danger of drowning under the tidal wave of coloreds, and the dedicated and law-upholding British police going unarmed against the Semtex bombs, Uzi machine guns, and rocket launchers of the kink-haired niggers, money-grubbing yids, arse-bandit AIDS spreaders, slant-eyed kung-fu chinkies, long-haired hippie rabble, loony left lesbians, and rag-headed muscle men, the time has come for King Arthur to return from under the hill, for the cross of St. George to fly from the banners of the Crusaders of Christendom, for Robin Hood to come back from the green wood of Avalon, for the archers of Cressy to notch up their arrows on the orders of good King Henry V, for Admiral Horatio Nelson to take command of the stout-hearted fleet, for Raja Brook of Sarawak to show the coons and gooks and spooks and poofs what's what, for the murder of General Gordon to be avenged with the blood of Arab troublemakers, for Dick Turpin to rob the Jew-infested coffers of the invading immigrant vermin and filth, for Dr. Shade to use his air gun on the enemies of white liberty. The time will come soon when all good British men will have to dip their fists in packy nigger yid chink Arab blood to make clean for the healthy white babies of our women this sacred island. The stinking scum with their dog-eating, their disgusting unchristian ritual practices, their pig-screwing, child-raping, marriage-arranging, disease-spreading habits will be thrown off the white cliffs of Dover and swept out to sea as we, the true inhabitants of Great Britain, reclaim the homes, the jobs, the lands, and the women that are ours by divine right. King Arthur, St. George, Dr. Shade. Today, go out and glass bottle a chinky waiter, rape fuck a stinking coon bitch, piss burning petrol in a packy newsagent, stick the boot to a raghead, hang a queer, shit in a synagogue, puke on a lesbian. It's your legal right. It's your duty. It's your destiny. Arthur is coming back. Dr. Shade will return. Ours is the right. Ours is the glory. Ours is the only true justice. We shall prevail. We are the sons of Dr. Shade. Johnny Britishman, Britannia Rules Fanzine, Issue 37, June 1991. Confiscated by police at a South London football fixture. Harry had given him a map of the estate, but Greg still got lost. The place was one of those 60s wastelands, concrete slabs now disfigured by layers of spray-painted hatred, odd little depressions clogged with rubbish, more than a few burned-out or derelict houses. There was loud, heavy metal coming from somewhere, and teenagers hung about in menacing gaggles, looking at him with empty, hostile eyes as they compared tattoos or passed bottles. One group was inhaling something, glue, from a brown paper bag. He looked at them a moment or two longer than he should have, and they stared defiance. A girl whose skin haircut showed the odd bumps of her skull flashed him the V sign. He kept his eyes on the ground and got more lost. The numbering system of the houses was irregular and contradictory, and Greg had to go around in circles for a while. He asked for directions from a pair of henna-red-headed teenage girls sitting on a wall, and they just shrugged their shoulders and went back to chewing gum. One of the girls was pregnant, her swollen belly pushing through her torn t-shirt, bursting the buttons of her jeans fly. Greg was conscious that even his old overcoat was several degrees smarter than the norm in this area, and that might mark him as a mugging target. He also knew that he had less than 10 pounds on him, and that frustrated muggers usually make up the difference between their expectations and their acquisitions with bare-knuckle beatings and loose teeth. It was a summer evening, and quite warm, but the estate had a chill all of its own. The block-shaped tiers of council flats cast odd shadows that slipped across alleyways in a manner that struck Greg as being subtly wrong, like an illustration where the perspective is off or the light sources contradictory. The graffiti wasn't the 80s hip-hop style he knew from his own area, elaborate signatures to absent works of art, but was bluntly, boldly blatant, embroidered only by the occasional swastika, invariably drawn the wrong way round, football club symbol, or Union Jack scratch. Chelsea FC forever. Kill the coons. NF now. Gas the yids. Up the gunners. Fuck the Irish murderers. Help stamp out AIDS. Shoot a poof today. And the names of bands he had read about in Searchlight, the anti-fascist paper: Screwdriver, British Boys, Whitewash, Crusaders. There was a song lyric, magic markered on a bus stop in neat primary school writing: jump down, turn around, kick a fucking nigger. Jump down, turn around, kick him in the head. Jump down, turn around, kick a fucking nigger. Jump down, turn around, kick him till he's dead. You would have thought that the Nazis had won the war and installed a puppet Tory government. The estate could easily be a 30s science fiction writer's idea of the ghetto of the future, clean-lined and featureless buildings trashed by the bubble-helmeted brown shirts of some interplanetary axis, Jews, blacks, and Martians dispatched to some concentration camp asteroid. This wasn't the Jubilee year. Nobody was even angry anymore, just numbed with the endless, grinding misery of it all. Eventually, more or less by wandering at random, he found Harry Lipman's flat. The bell button had been wrenched off, leaving a tuft of multicolored wires, and there was a reversed swastika carved into the door. Greg knocked, and a light went on in the hall. Harry admitted him into the neat, small flat, and Greg realized the place was fortified like a command bunker, a row of locks on the door, multiple catches on the reinforced glass windows, a burglar alarm fixed up on the wall between the gas and electricity meters. Otherwise, it was what he had expected, bookshelves everywhere, including the toilet, and a pleasantly musty clutter. "I've not had many people here since Becky died." Greg had known that Harry was a widower. "You must excuse the fearful mess." Harry showed Greg through to the kitchen. There was an Amstrad PCW 8256 set up on the small vinyl-topped table, a stack of continuous paper in a tray on the floor feeding the printer. The room smelled slightly of fried food. "I'm afraid this is where I write. It's the only room with enough natural light for me. Besides, I like to be near the kettle and the Earl Grey." "Don't worry about it, Harry. You should see what my studio looks like. I think it used to be a coal cellar." He put down his art folder, and Harry made a pot of tea. "So how's Dr. Shade coming along? I've made some drawings." "Swimmingly. I've done a month's worth of scripts, giving us our introductory serial. In the end, I went with the East End story as the strongest to bring the Doctor back." The East End story was an idea Harry and Greg had developed, in which Dr. Jonathan Chambers, miraculously not a day older than he was in 1952, or in 1929 come to that, when he was last seen, returns from a spell in a Tibetan monastery, or somewhere, studying the mystic healing arts, or something, to discover that the area where he used to make his home is being taken over by Dominic Dalmas, a sinister tycoon whose sharp-suited thugs are using violence and intimidation to evict the long-time residents, among whom are several of the Doctor's old friends. Penelope Stamp, formerly a girl reporter but now a feisty old woman, is head of the Residents' Protection Committee, and she appeals to Chambers to resume his old crime-fighting alias and to investigate Dalmas. At first reluctant, Chambers is convinced by a botched assassination attempt to put on the cloak and goggles, and it emerges that Dalmas is the head of a mysterious secret society whose nefarious schemes would provide limitless future plot lines. Dalmas would be hoping to build up a substantial power base in London with the long-term intention of taking over the country, if not the world. Of course, Dr. Shade would thwart his plots time and again, although not without a supreme effort. "Maybe I'm just old, Greg," Harry said after he had shown him the scripts, "but this Dr. Shade feels different. People said that when I took over from Donald, the strip became more appealing, with more comedy and thrills than horror and violence, but I can't see much to laugh about in this story. It's almost as if someone were trying to force Dr. Shade to be Donald's character by creating a world where his monster vigilante makes more sense than my straight-arrow hero. Everything's turned around." "Don't worry about it. Our Dr. Shade is still fighting for justice. He's on the side of Penny Stamp, not Dominic Dalmas. What I want to know is whether he'll be on the side of Derek Leach." Greg really hadn't thought of that. The proprietor of the Argus would of course have the power of veto over the adventures of his cartoon character. He might not care for the direction Greg and Harry wanted to take Dr. Shade in. "Leach is on the side of money. We just have to make the strip so good it sells well, then it won't matter to him what it says. I hope you're right, Greg. I really do. More tea? Outside it got dark, and they worked through the scripts, making minor changes. Beyond the kitchen windows, shadows crept across the tiny garden towards the flat, their fingers reaching slowly for the concrete and tile. There were many small noises in the night, and it would have been easy to mistake the soft hiss of an aerosol paint spray for the popping of a high-powered air gun. Aussie soap star got me on crack. Doomed schoolgirl's story. Exclusive. Begins in the Comet today. The Comet Law and Order Pullout. We ask top coppers, MPs, criminals, and ordinary people what's to be done about rising crime. Brixton Yobs / war hero pensioner. Is the birch the only language they understand? Have a go Tommy Barraclough, 76, thinks so. A special Comet poll shows that so do 69% of you readers. Derek Leach talks straight. Today, immigration, crime, unemployment. No matter what the whingers and moaners say, the simple fact is that Britain is an island. We are a small country, and we only have room for the British. Everybody knows about the chronic housing shortage and the lack of jobs. The pro-open-door partisans can't argue with the facts and figures. British citizenship is a privilege, not a universal right. This simple man thinks we should start thinking twice before we give it away to any old Tom, Dick, or pundit who comes, turban in hand, to our country, hoping to make a fortune off the dole. Win, win, win. Lurverly dosh. The Comet giveaway grid dishes out 3 million knicker. They said we'd never do it, but we did. Millions more in Lurverly prizes must go. This is Brandy Alexander, 17. And she'll be seen without the football scarf in our adults-only Sunday edition. Brandy has just left school. Already she has landed a part in a film. Fiona does the Falklands. The part may be small, but hers aren't. Cats tortured by Curry House King? What's really in that vindaloo, Mr. Patel? Did Elvis die of AIDS? Our psychic reveals the truth. Guardian angel killings continue. Scotland Yard insiders condemn vigilante justice. The bodies of Malcolm Williams, 19, and Barry Tozer, 22, were identified yesterday by the Reverend Kenneth Hood, a spokesman for the West Indian community. The dead men were dumped in an underpass on the South London Attlee estate. Both were shot at close range with a small-bore gun, execution style. Inspector Mark Davey of the Metropolitan Police believes that the weapon used might be an air gun. The incident follows the identical killings of 5 black and Asian youths in recent months. Williams and Tozer, like the other victims, had extensive police records. Williams served 3 months in prison last year for breaking and entering, and Tozer had a history of mugging, statutory rape, petty thieving, and violence. It is possible that they were killed shortly after committing an assault. A women's handbag was found nearby, its contents scattered. Witnesses report that Williams and Tozer left the Flask, their local, when they couldn't pay for more drinks, and yet they had money on them when they were found. The police are appealing for any witnesses to come forward. In particular, they would like to question the owner of the bag, who might well be able to identify the guardian angel executioner. Previous appeals have not produced any useful leads. A local resident who wishes to remain anonymous told our reporter, "I hope they never catch the guardian angel. There are a lot more N-GG-R, B-ST-RDS with knives out there. I hope the angel gets them all. Then maybe I can cash my pension at the post office without fearing for my life." Coming soon, Britain's new old newspaper. Churchill's favorite reading is back. Dr. Shade will return. At last, the evening has a hero. From the Daily Comet, Monday, July the 1st, 1991. Saturday mornings were always quiet at comics conventions. Every time Greg went into the main hall, there was a panel. All of them featured three quiet people nodding and chuckling while Neil Gaiman told all the jokes from his works in progress. He had heard them all in the bar the night before, and kept leaving for yet another turn around the dealer's room. They had him on a panel in the evening about reviving old characters. They were bringing back Tarzan, Grimly Fiendish, and Dan Dare, so Dr. Shade would be in good company. At the charity auction, his first attempts at designing a new-look Dr. Shade had fetched over £50, which must mean something. He drifted away from the cardboard boxes full of overpriced American comic books in plastic bags to the more eccentric stalls which offered old movie stills, general interest magazines from the 40s and 50s, and he realized with a chill the 60s and 70s, odd items like stingray jigsaws, only 3 pieces missing, £12, and rawhide board games, £5, and digest-sized pulp magazines. A dealer recognized him, probably from an earlier con, and said he might have something that would interest him. He had the smugly discreet tone of a pimp. Bending down below his trestle table, which made him breathe hard, he reached for a tied bundle of pulps and brought them up. "You don't see these very often?" Greg looked at the cover of the topmost magazine, Dr. Shade Monthly. The illustration, a faded Fitzgerald, showed the goggled and cloaked doctor struggling with an 8-foot Neanderthal in the uniform of an SS officer, while the blonde Penny Stamp, dressed only in flimsy 40s foundation garments and chains, lay helpless on an operating table. Inside, Master of the Mutants, a complete novel by Rex Cash. Also, Flaming Torture, The Laughter of Dr. Shade, and Hank the Yank and the Hangman of Heidelberg. April 1945. A Badgerfield publication. Greg had asked Harry Lipman to come along to the con, but the writer had had a few bad experiences at events like this, and said he didn't want to mix with the loonies. He knew Harry didn't have many of the old mags with his stuff in, and that he had to buy these for him. Who knows, there might be a few ideas in them that could be reused. 10 quid the lot? He handed over 2 5s and took the bundle, checking the spines to see that the dealer hadn't slipped in some Reader's Digests to bulk out the package. Nope, they were all Dr. Shades, all from the 40s. He had an urge to sit down and read the lot. Back in the hall, someone was lecturing an intently interested but pimple-plagued audience about adolescent angst in The Teen Titans and X-Men, and Greg wondered where he could get a cup of tea or coffee and a biscuit. Neil Gaiman, surrounded by acolytes, grinned at him and waved from across the room, signaling. Greg gestured his thanks. Neil had alerted him to the presence of Hunt Seeley, a British comics entrepreneur he had once taken to court over some financial irregularities. Greg did not want to go through that old argument again. Avoiding the spherical Seeley, he stepped into a darkened room where a handful of white-faced young men with thick glasses were watching a Mexican horror wrestling movie on a projection video. The tape was a 3rd or 4th generation dupe, and the picture looked as if it were being screened at a tropical drive-in during the monsoon. "Come, Julio," said a deep American voice dubbed over the lip movements of a swarthy, mad doctor. "Help me carry the cadaver of the gorilla to the incinerator." Nobody laughed. The video room smelled of stale cigarette smoke and spilled beer. The kids who couldn't afford a room in the hotel crashed out in here, undisturbed by the non-stop Z-Movie Festival. The only film Greg wanted to see, a French print of Georges Franju's Les Yeux Sans Visage, was scheduled at the same time as his panel. Typical. On the assumption that Seeley, who was known for the length of time he could hold a grudge, would be loitering in the hall harassing Neil, Greg sat on a chair and watched the movie. The mad doctor was transplanting gorilla hearts, and a monster was terrorizing the city, ripping the dresses off hefty senoritas. The heroine was a sensitive lady wrestler who wanted to quit the ring because she had put her latest opponent in a coma. Greg got bored with the autopsy footage and the jumpy images, and looked around to see if anyone he knew was there. The audience were gazing at the screen like communicants at Mass, the video mirrored in their spectacles, providing star-like pinpoints in the darkness. He had been drawing a lot of darkness recently, filling in the shadows around Dr. Shade, only the white of his lower face and the highlights of his goggles showing in the night as he stalked Dominic Dalmas through the mean streets of East London. His hand got tired after inking in the solid blacks of the strip. Occasionally you saw Dr. Chambers in the daytime, but 95% of the panels were night scenes. There was a glitch on the videotape, and the film vanished for a few seconds, replaced by Nanette Newman waving a bottle of washing-up liquid. Nobody hooted or complained, and the Mad Doctor's Gorilla Man came back in an instant. A tomato-like eyeball was fished out, gravyish blood coursing down the contorted face of a bad actor with a worse toupee. Stock music as old as talking pictures thundered on the soundtrack. If it weren't for the violence, this could easily have been made in the 30s, when Donald Moncrief's Dr. Shade was in the hero business, tossing mad scientists out of 10th-story windows and putting explosive air gun darts into bolshies and rebellious natives. Although his eyes were used to the dark, Greg thought he wasn't seeing properly. A corner of the room, behind the video, was as thickly black as any of his panels. To one side of the screen, he could dimly see the walls with their movie posters and fan announcements, a fire extinguisher hung next to a notice, but the other side of the room was just an impenetrable night. He had a headache, and there were dots in front of his eyes. He looked away from the dark corner and back again. It didn't disappear. But it did seem to move, easing itself away from the wall and expanding towards him. A row of seats disappeared. The screen shone brighter, dingy colors becoming as vivid as a comic book cover. Greg clutched his Dr. Shades, telling himself this was what came of too much beer, not enough food, and too many late nights in the convention bar. Suddenly, it was very hot in the video room, as if the darkness were burning up, suffocating him. A pair of spectacles glinted in the dark. There was someone inside the shadow, someone wearing thick sunglasses. No, not glasses, goggles. He stood up, knocking his chair over. Somebody grumbled at the noise. On the screen, the Mexico City cops had shot the Gorilla Man dead, and the Mad Doctor, his father, was being emotional about his loss. The darkness took man shape, but not man size. Its shadow head, topped by the shape of a wide-brimmed hat, scraped the ceiling. Its arms reached from wall to wall. Only Greg took any notice. Everyone else was upset about the Gorilla Man and the Mad Doctor. Somewhere under the goggles, up near the light fixtures, a phantom white nose and chin were forming around the black gash of a humorless mouth. Greg opened the door and stepped out of the video room, his heart spasming in its cage. Slamming the door on the darkness, he pushed himself into the corridor and collided with a tall, cloaked figure. Suddenly angry, he was about to lash out verbally when he realized he knew who the man was. The recognition was like an ECT jolt. He was standing in front of Dr. Shade. The Jew fled through the burning city, feeling a clench of dread each time a shadow fell over his heart. There was nowhere he could hide. Not in the underground railway stations that doubled as bomb shelters, not in the sewers with the other rats, not in the cells of the traitor police. The doctor was coming for him, coming to avenge the lies he had told, and there was nothing that could be done. The all clear had sounded. The drone of the planes was gone from the sky, and the streets were busy with firemen and panicking Londoners. Their homes were destroyed, their lily-white lives ground into the mud. The Jew found it in his heart to laugh bitterly as he saw a mother in a nightdress calling for her children outside the pile of smoking bricks that had been her house. His insidious kind had done their job too well, setting the Aryan races at each other's throats while they plotted with the Soviet Russians and the heathen Chinese to dominate the grim world that would come out of this struggle. Germans dropped bombs on Englishmen, and the Jew smiled. But in this moment he knew that success of the conspiracy would mean nothing to him, not while the night still had shadows, not while there was a Dr. Shade. He leaned, exhausted, against a soot-grimed wall. The mark of Dr. Shade was on him, a black handprint on his camel-hair coat. The doctor's East End associates were dogging him, relaying messages back to their master, driving him away from the light, keeping him running through the night. There was no one to call him friend. A cloth-capped young man looked into the alley, ice-blue eyes penetrating the dark. He put his thumb and forefinger to his mouth and gave a shrill whistle. "Here, mateys! We got us a yid! Call for the doc!" There was a stampede of heavy boots. Almost reluctant to keep on the move, wishing for it all to be over, the murdering filth shoved himself away from the wall and made a run for the end of the alley. The wall was low, and he hauled himself up it onto a sloping roof. The East End boys were after him, broken bottles and shivs in their hands, but he made it ahead of them. He strode up the tiles, feeling them shift under his feet. Some came loose and fell behind him into the faces of Shade's men. Using chimneys to steady himself, the stinking guttershite ran across the rooftops. He had his revolver out and fired blindly into the darkness behind him, panic tearing him apart from the inside. Then he came to the end of his run. He stood calmly, arms folded, his cloak flapping in the breeze, silhouetted sharply against the fiery skyline. The thin lips formed a smile, and the child-raping, libelous Israelite scum knew he was justly dead. "Hello, Harry," said Dr. Shade. Donald Moncrief, Dr. Shade, Jew Killer. Unpublished, 1942. "Hello, Harry," said Greg, jiggling the phone in the regulation hopeless attempt to improve a bad connection. "I thought we'd been cut off." Harry sounded as if he were in Jakarta, not 3 stops away on the district line. So there I was, face to goggles with Dr. Shade. He could make it sound funny now, hours later. The guy was on his way to the masquerade. There are always people in weird outfits at these things. He had all the details right, air gun and all. Greg had called Harry from his hotel room to tell him about all the excitement the return of Dr. Shade was generating with the fans. Kids whose parents hadn't been born when the Argus went out of business were eagerly awaiting the comeback of the cloaked crime fighter. "Obviously the doc has percolated into our folk memory, Harry. Or maybe Leach is right. It's just time to have him back." His panel had gone well. The questions from the audience had almost all been directed at him, and he had had to field some to the other panelists so as not to hog the whole platform. The fans had been soliciting for information. Yes, Penny Stamp would be back, but she wouldn't be a girl reporter anymore. Yes, the doctor's Rolls-Royce Shadow Shark would be coming out of the garage, with more hidden tricks than ever. Yes, the doctor would be dealing with the contemporary problems of East London. When someone asked if the proprietor of the paper would be exerting any influence over the content of the strip, Greg replied, well, he hasn't so far, and got cheers by claiming, "I don't think Dr. Shade is a Comet reader, somehow." Somebody even knew enough to ask him to compare the Donald Moncrief Rex cache with the Harry Lipman Rex cache. He had conveyed best wishes to the con from Harry, and praised the writer's still active imagination. At the other end of the line, Harry sounded tired. Sometimes Greg had to remind himself how old the man was. He wondered whether the call had woken him up. "We've even had some American interest, maybe in republishing the whole thing as a monthly book, staggered behind the newspaper series. I'm having Tamara investigate. She thinks we can do it without tithing off too much of the money to Derek Leach, but rights deals are tricky. Also, Condé Nast, the corporate heirs of Street and Smith, have a long memory and still think Moncrief ripped off The Shadow in the 30s. Still, it's worth going into." Harry tried to sound enthusiastic. "Are you okay, Harry?" He said so, but somehow Greg didn't believe him. Greg checked his watch. He had agreed to meet Neil and a few other friends in the bar in 10 minutes. He said goodnight to Harry and hung up. Wanting to change his panelist's jacket for a drinker's pullover, Greg delved through the suitcase perched on the Regulation Anonymous armchair. He found the jumper he needed and transferred his convention badge from lapel to epaulette. Under the suitcase he found the bundle of Dr. Shade monthlies he had bought for Harry. He hadn't mentioned them on the phone. Harry couldn't have gone back to bed yet. He'd barely be in the hall. Greg stabbed the redial button and listened to the clicking of the exchange. Harry's phone rang again. The shadows in the room seemed longer. When Harry didn't pick up immediately, Greg's first thought was that something was wrong. He imagined coronaries, nasty falls, fainting spells, the infirmities of the aged. The telephone rang 10, 20, 30 times. Harry couldn't have got back to bed and fallen into a deep sleep in 20 seconds. You also couldn't get a wrong number on a phone with a redial facility. The phone was picked up at the other end. "Hello?" said a female voice, young and hard. "Who's this, then?" "Harry," Greg said. "Where's Harry?" "He's got a bit of a problem, mate," the girl said. "But we'll see to him." Greg was feeling very bad about this. The girl on the phone didn't sound like a concerned neighbor. "Is Harry ill?" A pause. Greg imagined silent laughter. There was music in the background. Not Harry Lipman music, but tinny heavy metal, distorted by a cheap boombox and the telephone. Suddenly, Greg was down from his high. The good feeling and the alcohol washed out of his system. "Hello? Still here?" the girl said. "Is Harry ill?" "Well, I'll put it this way," she said. "We've sent for the doctor." Evidence has come to light linking Derek Leach, the man at the top of the pyramid, with a linked chain of dubious right-wing organizations here and abroad. A source inside the Leach organization, currently gearing up to launch a new national evening paper, revealed to our reporter, Duncan Iles, that while other press barons diversify into the electronic media and publishing, Derek Leach has his eye on a more direct manner of influencing the shape of the nation. Derek has been underwriting the election campaigns of parliamentary candidates in the last few by-elections, the source told us. They mostly lost their deposits. Patrick Massingham, the Britain First chairman who later rejoined the Tories, was one. The idea was not to take a seat, but to use the campaigns to disseminate propaganda. The Comet has always been anti-immigration, pro-law and order, anti-anything socialist, pro-hanging and flogging, pro-military spending, pro-political censorship, but the campaigns were able to be rabidly so. Leach, who has regularly dismissed similar allegations as lunatic conspiracy theories, refused to comment on documents leaked to us which give facts and figures. In addition to funding Patrick Massingham and others of his political stripe, Leach has contributed heavily to such bizarre causes as the White Freedom Crusade, which channels funds from British and American big business into South Africa, the English Liberation Front, who claim that immigrants from the Indian subcontinent and the Caribbean constitute an army of occupation and should be driven out through armed struggle, the Revive Capital Punishment Lobby, and even Caucasian supremacist thrash metal band Whitewash, whose single Blood, Iron, and St. George was banned by the BBC and commercial radio stations, but still managed to reach number 5 in the independent charts. Even more disturbing in the light of these allegations is the paramilitary nature of the security force Leach is employing to guard the pyramid that is at the heart of his empire. Recruiting directly from right-wing youth gangs, often through advertisements placed in illiterate but suspiciously well-produced and printed fanzines distributed at football matches, the Leach organization has been assembling what can only be described as an army of yobs to break the still continuing print union pickets in Docklands. Our source informs us that the pyramid contains a well-stocked armory, as if the proprietor of the Comet and the forthcoming Argus were expecting a siege. Rumor has it that Leach has even invested in a custom-made Rolls-Royce featuring such unusual extras as bulletproof bodywork, James Bond-style concealed rocket launchers, a tear gas cannon, and bonnet-mounted stilettos. Derek Leach can afford all the toys he wants, but perhaps it's about time we started to get worried about the games he wants to play. Searchlight, August 1991. The minicab driver wouldn't take him on to the estate, no matter what he offered to pay, and left him stranded at the curb. At night, the place was even less inviting than by day. There were wire mesh-protected lights embedded in concrete walls every so often, but skilled vandals had got through to them. Greg knew that dashing into the dark maze would do no good, and forced himself to study the battered, graffiti-covered map of the estate that stood by the road. He found Harry's house on the map easily. By it, someone had drawn a stick man hanging from a gallows. It was impossible to read a real resemblance into the infant's scrawl of a face, but Greg knew that it was supposed to represent Harry. He walked towards the house, so concerned for Harry Lipman that he forgot to be scared for himself. That was a mistake. They came from an underpass and surrounded him. He got an impression of Union Jack t-shirts and shaven heads, studded leather straps wrapped around knuckles. They only seemed to hit him 4 or 5 times, but it was enough. He turned his head with the first blow and felt his nose flatten into his cheek. Blood was seeping out of his instantly swollen nostrils, and he was cut inside his mouth. He shook his head, trying to dislodge the pain. They stood back and watched him yelp blood onto his chest. He was still wearing his convention tag. Then one of them came in close, breathed foully in his face, and put a knee into his groin. He sagged, crying out, and felt his knees going. They kicked his legs, and he was on the ground. His ribs hurt.
"Come on, P,"
one of them said.
"He's at his. Let's scalp her."
"Nah," said a girl, the one he had talked to on the telephone, as she stepped forwards.
"He's not properly done yet."
Greg pressed his nostrils together to stanch the blood, and realized his nose wasn't broken. There was a lump rising on his cheek, though. He looked into the girl's face. She was young, maybe 15 or 16, and there was blonde fur on her skull. Her head was lumpy, and the skinhead cut made her child's face seem small, as if painted on an Easter egg. He had seen her the last time he was here. She wore Britannia earrings and had a rare right-way round swastika tattooed in blue on her temple.
"Come on."
P smiled at him and licked her lips like a cat.
"Do you need telling any more, Mr. Artist?"
The others were bunched behind her. She was small and wiry, but they were like hulks in the shadows.
"Do you get the picture?"
Greg nodded. Anything, just so long as they let him alone. He had to get to Harry.
"Good. Draw well, 'cause we'll be watching over you."
Lights came on in a house opposite, and he got a clearer look at their faces. Apart from P, they weren't kids. They were in the full skinhead gear, but on them it looked like a disguise. There were muffled voices from the house, and the lights went off again.
"Kick him, Penelope,"
said someone. P smiled again.
"Nah, Basil, He knows what's what now. We don't want to hurt him. He's important, ain't you, Mr. Artist?
Greg was standing up again. There was nothing broken inside his head, but he was still jarred. His teeth hurt, and he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Dirty beast.
His vision was wobbling. P was double exposed, a bubble fringe shimmering around her outline.
Good night,
said P.
Be good.
Then they were gone, leaving only shadows behind them. Greg ran across the walkway, vinegar-stained pages of The Comet swirling about his ankles. Harry's front door was hanging open, the chain broken, and the hallway was lit up. Greg found him in his kitchen, lying on the floor, his word processor slowly pouring a long manuscript onto him. The machine rasped as it printed out. He helped Harry sit up and got him a teacup of water from the tap. They hadn't hurt him too badly, although there was a bruise on his forehead. Harry was badly shaken. Greg had never seen him without his teeth in, and he was drooling like a baby, unconsciously wiping his mouth on his cardigan sleeve. He was trying to talk, but couldn't get the words out. The phone was ripped out of the wall. The printer was scratching Greg's nerves. He sat at the desk and tried to work out how to shut it off without losing anything. He wasn't familiar with this model. Then he looked at the continuous paper. It was printing out a draft of the first month of new Dr. Shade scripts. Greg couldn't help but read what was coming out of the machine. It wasn't what he had been working on. It wasn't even in script form. But Harry had written it, and he would be expected to draw it. Unable to control his shaking, Greg read on.
I'm sorry, said Harry. It was him. They brought him here. He was here before Donald started writing him. He'll always be here.
Greg turned to look at the old man. Harry was standing over him, laying a hand on his shoulder. Greg shook his head, and Harry sadly nodded.
It's true. We've always known, really.
Beyond Harry was his hallway. Beyond that, the open door allowed Greg to see into the night. The shadow man was out there, laughing. The laughter faded into the noise of the printer. Greg read on. He thought for a moment before selecting the face he would wear tonight. The Chamber's identity was wearing thin, limiting him too much. These were troubled times, and stricter methods were required. He considered all the people he had been, listed the names, paged through their faces. Sitting behind the desk at the tip of the glass and steel pyramid, he felt the thrill of power. Out there in the night cowered the crack dealers and the anarchists, the blacks and the yellows, the traitors and the slackers. Tonight, they would know he was back. The press baron was a useful face. It had helped him gain a purchase on these new times, given him a perspective on the sorry state of the nation. He thought of the true patriots who had been rejected. Oswald Mosley, Unity Mitford, William Joyce, Donald Moncrief, and the false creatures who had succeeded them. This time, things would be different. There would be no bowing to foreign interests. He fastened his cloak at the throat and peeled off the latest mask. Smiling at the thin-lipped reflection in the dark mirror of the glass, he pulled on the goggles. The private lift was ready to take him to the Shadow Shark. He holstered his trusty air gun. Plunging towards his destiny, he exulted in the thrill of the chase. He was back. Accept no pale imitations. Avoid the lesser men, the men of wavering resolves, of dangerous weaknesses. He was the original. Rex Cash, The Return of Dr. Shade, 1991. Greg was at his easel, drawing. There was nothing else he could do. No matter how much he hated the commission, he had to splash the black ink, had to fill out the sketches. It was all he had left of himself. In the panel, Dr. Shade was breaking up a meeting of the conspirators. African communists were infiltrating London, foully plotting to sabotage British business by blowing up the stock exchange. But the doctor would stop them. Greg filled in the thick lips of Papa Dominic, the voodoo commissar, and tried to get the fear in the villain's eyes as the shadow man raised his air gun. "Did you hear?" P said. "They're giving me a chance to write for the Argus. The Stamp of Truth, they'll call my column. I can write about music, or politics, or fashion, or anything. I'll be a proper little girl reporter." Crosby told him Derek Leach was delighted at the way the strip was going. Dr. Shade was really taking off. There was Dr. Shade graffiti all over town, and he had started seeing youths with Dr. Shade goggles tattooed around their eyes. A comics reviewer who had acclaimed Fat Chance as a masterpiece described the strip as racist drivel. He hadn't been invited to any conventions recently, and a lot of his old friends would cross the street to avoid him. Greg's telephone rang rarely now. It was always Crosby. To his surprise, Tamara had cut herself out of the 10% after the first week of the Argus and told him to find other representation. He never heard from Harry, just received the scripts by special messenger. Greg could imagine the writer disconsolately tapping out stories in Donald Moncrief's style at his Amstrad. He knew exactly how the other man felt. He had the radio on. The riots were still flaring up. The police were concerned by a rash of airgun killings, but didn't seem to be doing much about them. It appeared that the victims were mainly rabble-rousing ringleaders, although not a few West Indian and Asian community figures had been killed or wounded. Kenneth Hood, a popular vicar, had tried to calm down the rioters and been shot in the head. He wasn't expected to live, and 2 policemen plus 7 rioters had died in the violent outburst that followed the attempt on his life. Greg imagined the shadow man on the rooftops, taking aim, hat pulled low, cloak streaming like demon wings. Greg drew the shadow shark, sliding through the city night, hurling aside the petrol bomb-throwing minions of Papa Dominic. "The sun has shone for too long on the open schemes of the traders," Harry had written, "but night must fall, and with the night comes shade." Early on, Greg had tried to leave the city, but they were waiting for him at the station. The girl called P and some of the others. They had escorted him home. They called themselves Shadeheads now, and wore hats and cloaks like the doctor, tattered black over torn t-shirts, drainpipe jeans, and steel-toed Doc Martens. P was with him most of the time now. At first, she had just been in the corner of his vision, watching over him. Finally, he'd given in and called her over. Now she was in the flat, making her calls to the doctor, preparing his meals, warming his single bed. They'd pushed him enough, and now he had to be reassured, cajoled. He worked better that way. Derek Leach was on the radio now, defending the record of his security staff during the riots. He had pitched in to help the police, using his news helicopters to direct the action, and sending his people into the fighting like troops. The police were obviously not happy, but public opinion was forcing them to accept the tycoon's assistance. Leach made a remark about the spirit of Dr. Shade, and Greg's hand jumped, squirting ink across the paper. "Careful, careful," said P, dipping in with the tissue and delicately wiping away the blot, saving the artwork. Her hair was growing out. She'd never be a Comet knockout, but she was turning into a surprisingly housewifely, almost maternal girl. In the end, Shadeheads believed a woman's place was with her legs spread and her hands in dishwater. In the final panel, Dr. Shade was standing over his vanquished enemies, holding up his fist in a defiant salute. White fire was reflected in his goggles. The news was over, and the new Crusaders single came on. "There'll Always Be an England." It was climbing the charts. Greg looked out of the window. He imagined fires on the horizon. He took a finer pen and bent to do some detail work on the strip. He wished he had held out longer. He wished he'd taken more than one beating. Sometimes he told himself he was doing it for Harry, to protect the old man, But that was bullshit. They hadn't been Reggie Barton and Hank Hemingway. Imaginative torture hadn't been necessary, and they hadn't sworn never to give in, never to break down, never to knuckle under. A few plain old thumps and the promise of a few more had been enough. Plus more money a month than either of them had earned in any given 3 years of their career. Next week, the doctor would execute Papa Dominic. Then he would do something about the strikers, the scroungers, the slackers, the scum. A shadow fell over the easel, cloak spreading around it. Greg turned to look up at the goggled face of his true master. Dr. Shade was pleased with him. D.F. Lewis, Madge. D.F. Lewis is perhaps the most prolific published author working in the horror field today. While that's no idle boast, it's easier to understand when you realize that most of his stories only cover a few pages at most. Madge is no exception, yet despite its brief length, Des Lewis manages to pack as much of a punch into his sparse prose as many horror writers take a whole book to achieve. Recent outlets for his fiction have included such small press publications as Winter Chills, BBR, Cobweb, Dementia 13, Flickers and Frames, Peeping Tom, Dreams and Nightmares, Dark Star, Death Realm, Arrows of Desire, Dream, Overspace, and After Hours, along with appearances in the year's best horror stories, and of course, best new horror. The woman sat there, crooning of one she loved. The sea's roar was backdrop to the song, those listening swaying with its rhythms, their hair forking in the tumbling winds. They'd heard the song several times before, supposedly understanding the deep sorrow it betokened, but never so plangent, never so heartfelt as now. The woman caught her breath momentarily, wrapped her shawl tighter against the sea spray that was borne as far inland tonight as it ever had, and she took up some new verses heretofore unsung, except when on her own late at night, to lull herself into fitful sleep. Those listening ceased swaying, tankards poised upon their lips, not drinking, but ready to drink when the song ended. But the end now was so unpredictable. Many held their breath, but amid such winds as blew along those coasts, it was possible for the lungs to respire without the consent of mind or body. The song entered areas to which none would dare listen given the choice. Many hoped that the growing thunder of the encroaching seas would deafen. Later, in her cot, as the storm neared its peak, she attempted lullaby after lullaby, not only to take sleep upon herself from the pitch darkness, but also gently to entice her partner for the night into a rest, which he told her would help him to work the trawler through the next week or so. They had loved long and hard since day repair, so surely sleep would be easy. He whispered, "Your song was hard to bear this night, Madge." "I could hardly bear it myself, but I was determined to get through all the verses." "The others did not know where to put their faces. But I really hoped you would choose me tonight, and you must have read as much in my eyes, for here I be. I needed someone strong this night of all nights, not only because the storm is fiercer than I at least can remember, but my mother once told me that if I sang the song straight through, without break, he of which it speaks will know he can finally rest, but will need to see me for the last time. And if he comes tonight, I want him to know I'm happy, strongly serviced by the likes of you." "Madge, don't you think he'll be bitter seeing me share your cot?" "Ghosts can never be bitter, man. They can only hope for the happiness of those they leave behind. That's where all the tales and songs be wrong." "If you say so." The storm hurtled louder than the quaking of the earth at the end of time. She wrapped herself tighter into his arms, feeling that his breath was staunched like hers, for the duration of the moment's sanctity. Daybreak, with the storm quickly passing over, the rest of the village woke to hear her renewed crooning. This time it was with a morning's melody and lightsome words. Madge's mother found her still locked in the twine of the man's white, unmoving limbs as she caroled of a new ghost. The tides were too far out to hear, but when her song was done, she listened to the squelch of boots as men mumbled into their beards and dragged their boats through new-made troughs to the distant sea. Cherry Wilder, Alive in Venice. Cherry Wilder is a New Zealander who lives in Germany. Her first story was published in 1974, and although she is better known as a science fiction writer, a number of her recent tales have been in the horror genre. Her work has appeared in such anthologies and magazines as New Terrors, Dark Voices, Skin of the Soul, Interzone, Omni, and Isaac Asimov's science fiction magazine, while her books include Second Nature, the Tauren and Rulers of Hylor trilogies, and Cruel Designs, the latter a horror novel set in her adopted country. Like The House on Cemetery Street by the same author, which was one of the most popular stories in our first volume, Alive in Venice is a deceptively quiet story in which the horror builds slowly and surely to a powerful resolution. The Pensione Guardi was a somber building, 15 minutes brisk walk from the Accademia. It stood at the end of a brick tunnel, a sotto portico, on the banks of a canal that had long been filled in. The Pensione was crushed up against the rambling rear walls of a palace. Perhaps it had once been an annex of the more splendid edifice. When Susan Field looked out of her bedroom window, craning her neck to the right, she could see the wings and rump of a stone lion outlined against blue sky. The bedroom was very small, and mercifully it was around one corner of the corridor from the larger bedroom inhabited through the languorous summer nights by Jamie and Olive. Susan was not ignorant of the facts of life. Fate, she saw, had played her brother and sister-in-law a cruel trick. Bad enough to have a family misfortune which banished their wedding to a country church in Oxfordshire, but worse, far worse, to go on honeymoon accompanied by Ugh, the groom's 14-year-old sister. Honeymooners, as everyone knew, needed to be alone. Susan was not sure what this alone really meant. Alone in bed together? Far away from their families and friends? Venice was crowded, and the young couple would not have dreamed of traveling without Kidson, a dour woman of 50, Olive's personal maid. Susan set out to be good and self-effacing. She succeeded so well that she became a sort of ghost. Jamie and Olive jumped when she spoke or tugged them by the sleeve. She was surprised when confronted by her own reflection in one of 1,000 mirrors framed in gold. She hung back in the teeming streets, became lost, and found herself again. At the Pensione she explored all the rooms in which she could reasonably spend time by herself. Her favorite was the writing room. It had faded gilt furniture, a desk topped in dove-gray leather, and a soft watery light from the eastern windows. No one ever seemed to write, although the inkwells were full, and there was a sand shaker as well as blotting paper. She would not have been surprised to find a quill pen and a roll of parchment. She bought postcards, but because of her peculiar situation, she had no one to send them to except herself. She addressed them to the London house, which was quite empty now, and thought of them falling through the letter-box onto the mat with a ghostly Susan running down the stairs to pick them up. One wall of the room was unpapered and had no windows. It was of gray stone, relieved by 4 large woven panels. 3 of these panels were covered with a repeating pattern of arabesques and flowers, but the larger central panel was a tapestry picture of 2 ladies stepping down into a gondola. Masked revelers watched them idly from a bridge. The moon was rising. Servants carried a ribboned mandolin, a lapdog, a basket of flowers. It was an interesting picture, and she sat watching it by the hour. She decided that the ladies, one of them was really a young girl, were going home after a visit. Perhaps they had been at a party or a masquerade. The older woman wore a half mask and powdered hair. Sometimes people came to fetch her from the writing room. "Oh, there you are, Tuppence," said Jamie, still her teasing big brother. "They're waiting, miss," said Kidson, stiff with disapproval. "Ah, poverina," sighed the Signora, who had red hair and a comfortable figure. Worst of all was Mrs. Porter, wife of Canon Porter, who had struck up an acquaintance at breakfast in the courtyard. This good woman had a most particular interest in Susan herself, and had offered to mind her while the young couple went off by themselves. Mrs. Porter had read the London papers, even the more gruesome ones, and when the girl was in her clutches, she asked questions. Susan, crimson in the face, refused to answer. Luckily, Mrs. Porter had a heavy tread and a habit of calling before she reached the door. Susan found a place to hide behind one of the patterned panels. There was a recess in the wall, an old doorway. When Mrs. Porter had seen the room empty and gone away, Susan could slip out into the corridor, run down a little back stair to the courtyard, and take her place beside Jamie and Olive. She sat in the shadows. They smiled and yawned in the sunshine. Mrs. Porter, bustling in to say that the child was nowhere to be found, stared as if she had seen a ghost. There was no one else who mattered at the Pensione Guardi. 2 families of Germans, a group of art students from the Slade School, jolly bohemian girls who were suspected of smoking cigarettes. Then there was the American, with whom Jamie had a nodding acquaintance from Cambridge. Hadley, he said, was a bit of a dry stick, who studied old buildings, wrote books about them, in fact. No need to worry about old Hadley knowing anything. He lived in a dream. Susan looked enviously at Hadley, who was neither bohemian nor jolly, lounging in the shade of the oleanders. She had written, on a postcard to herself, "Sometimes I think I am living in a nightmare." During the endless summer, they went many times to the Piazza San Marco. They glimpsed Hadley in the distance, gazing at the empty space left by the Campanile, which had fallen down something over a year ago. A golden age had ended for Susan at about this time. The London house was decorated for the coronation, but father, what else could she call him, went to stay at his club. Her mother wept in a darkened room. Mrs. Field was not at home to anyone ever again except the doctor and nurse who bore her away by night in a closed carriage. Now, inside the glittering cavern of the cathedral, they all hid from their neighbors, the Farquhars, and some acquaintances of Olive's family, the Misses Black. The pillars behind which they loitered until the coast was clear were of porphyry, writhing upwards like the servants that crushed Laocoon. Once, in a smaller church, they simply hid Susan, the living proof that things were not as they should be. The honeymooners presented themselves, Olive all softness and blushes, Jamie with his shoulders back, to disarm the Misses Black, while Susan slipped into a side chapel. It was here that she recognized the presence for the first time. She crouched down low in one of the little black chairs for worshippers. There were a few candles, a picture of the saint with the Virgin and angels. Candlelight penetrated the small glass box on the altar, which contained a relic. A splinter of black bone lay on folds of apricot satin embroidered in turquoise and gold. The color brought back associations which were so warm and vivid that Susan caught her breath with longing. Why, it was her dream again, and it was the tapestry in the writing room. The dream was not quite a dream of home. Better than that. She was driven in a closed carriage up to a pillared portico. Golden light streamed out, and a low, sweet voice cried, "Cara mia." She ran up the steps into the lady's arms, was half smothered in soft folds of cloth of exactly this color. Then there were crowds of people. The hallway was full, and someone else said, "We are so awfully pleased to see you." She knew that she was being rewarded for some heroic deed. She had been a great help to some absolutely splendid person who was under a cloud. In the writing room again, she had been impatient to get back to the pensione. She saw that the lady with the mask wore a cloak of the same shade. It came to her that the scene showed the beginning of some adventure, not the end. The lady with the mask was drawing her companion out of the gondola towards the door of the palazzo. The young girl hung back a little. The maskers on the bridge, Harlequin, Columbine, and one with a death's head, seemed to say, "Oh, go along, silly goose, why are you so shy?" On summer afternoons, during the long siesta, Susan left her bedroom and stole through the empty corridors to the writing room. She lay down on a striped sofa near the windows. Currents of warm air curled through the room, lifting the upper edges of the tapestry panels and tinkling the lustres upon the chandelier. Once there was a soft sound, as if one of these glass prisms had fallen down. She went to look, and found a silver chain with a broken clasp lying in a heap against the stone wall. Next time, it was a tiny bottle of Murano glass, white and gold, with a stopper in the shape of a fish. Days passed, and she found, in more or less the same area of the room, a miniature fan with black lacquer sticks. Unfolded, it was no bigger than the palm of her hand. Susan could see that the tapestry panels hung upon the stone wall like banners, each with a rod and cord suspended from a hook. Higher than this, in the shadows, there were two outcrops in the stone in the shape of lions' heads. During the siesta, when no one was likely to come in, she lay full length upon the carpet and saw that the lions' heads, as she suspected, covered small dark openings in the wall. They were, or had been, ventilators. She blinked as motes of dust fell from the tapestries. Right before her eyes, a flying fish, a strip of paper with its ends ingeniously slotted together, came twirling down from the second lion's head over the picture. She jumped up and ran to the last panel. The door in the recess was locked, but she did not think it was bolted. It moved slightly when she turned the handle and pushed against it. Something rattled in the half-darkness above her head. She bent the tapestry aside, and the sleepy afternoon light showed her the large key hanging on a hook against the wall. About this time there was a harsh intrusion from the real world. A packet of letters from London was sent to James Field, Poste Restante, at the post office where he picked up his copies of the Times. Tremendously embarrassed, he took Susan aside and sat with her on a stone bench. At a distance, Olive stared out over the lagoon and unfurled her sunshade. One letter was for Susan herself, on stiff cream paper, written out in copperplate by a stranger, a lawyer's clerk. The letter must have been difficult to begin. What could be written at the top? The compromise was sensible. To Susan, with a suggestively long dash. In view of the findings of the court, it was preferable for all concerned that she should be known henceforth as Susan Ann Markham. She would be entered in August at Madame Kerr's school in Bern, Switzerland, under this name, and it would be as well if she learned to get along with the new arrangement. The letter had the air of an act of God. She believed for a few seconds that it had been written by a lawyer or even a judge. The full horror of the thing was contained in the last lines of copperplate, and in the familiar signature, "Your mother is still under the care of Dr. Rasmussen at Malvern Spa. Yours truly, H.B.L. Field." It was the way that he signed his letters to tradespeople. The pain of his disavowal broke over her like a black wave. She trembled and clutched Jamie's arm. Markham was their mother's maiden name, and they had distant Markham cousins. "The governor's going too far," said Jamie wretchedly. "He can't really make you do this, legally and all that." "He means," said Susan, "to cast me off." James Field made an effort to explain the disaster that had struck their house, but it was very nearly too late. "You see, Tuppence," he brought out, "the whole thing may not be true. Mother is very sick. The doctors say she has lost her reason. Ladies sometimes accuse themselves of things that are not true." Susan felt herself blushing again. Mrs. Porter had asked her if she knew the meaning of the word adultery. "If Mummy is mad," she said, "why is Father so dreadfully unkind to her, and to me?" Jamie shook his head. It was becoming too difficult. Olive looked back impatiently. His father's unkindness, his habitual and quite natural unfaithfulness, was at the root of the whole thing. "He wanted to be free," said Jamie. "Divorced." He was keeping an eye on a seller of knickknacks with a ribboned tray who now approached Olive. Jamie bounced up and went to shoo the little bounder away. The happy pair stood close together under the sunshade. Susan saw them veiled in a sparkling mist that rose off the water. All around her floated the domes and colonnades of the unreal city. An elderly couple sat on the stone bench and fed the pigeons. She felt sure that they could not see her at all. She drifted away to buy a postcard. As she put the letter into her purse, she touched the little bottle of Murano glass, cold as the green depths of the sea. Out of the corner of her eye, there by the pillar topped with a crocodile, she caught a flash of apricot satin. She could not make out if they were both there, the young woman and the older one who wore a mask. When she turned her head, they were gone. A gentleman bowed to her. "Good morning, Miss Field." It was Hadley, the American. He saw her plain, and she gave him a grateful smile. Soon afterwards, James and Olive went off for 5 days to do Padua. Kidson went with them, of course, and Susan was left in the capable hands of Mrs. Porter. She gave no trouble, and indeed the good woman seemed to have lost interest in her case. Susan appeared promptly at breakfast with her hair well brushed, and it was accepted that she was going to moon about the pension with a book. Canon Porter went so far as to lend her his own copy of Travels with a Donkey. Susan mooned about, heavy with secret knowledge. She could not tell when it had come to her. It had not been a sudden revelation. She knew that she must take the risk of telling one of the adults. Her choice had narrowed. The jolly student girls had moved on to Florence. It was easy enough to dawdle over breakfast, and then, when they were alone in the courtyard, to move to Hadley's table. Ashton Hadley did have some memory of a scandal in the London papers. It struck him as vaguely indecent that a schoolgirl should accompany Field and his new bride. They were a handsome couple, and the sensual aura that surrounded them impressed even Hadley, who liked to think of himself as world-weary. Now here was the young girl, irreproachably English, an adolescent Alice, and in her innocent way she was making up to him. Only 7 years or so separated this half-formed creature from Olive, who glowed like Venus rising from the waves. He was overwhelmed by painful memories of a family of young American girls, his cousins, who had romped and flirted with arrogant assurance, and then married other fellows. He had no wish to be unkind. He agreed that he did have a moment to spare, and that he knew about old buildings. His lips twitched a little as she swore him to secrecy. He began to be intrigued. "There is a lady imprisoned," said Susan, "in the old palazzo, behind the wall of the writing room." Hadley shut his Ruskin and stared. The girl was perfectly serious. "Imprisoned?" "She can't get out. She is being kept there," said Susan. "She sends messages through the wall." He began to see that the poor thing was mad. She was very pale, and there were shadows under her blue eyes. Hadley was out of his depth. He wanted to hand her over as quickly as possible to a parent or guardian. He thought of the ghastly Mrs. Porter and hesitated. It struck him, for the first, that Susan Field was unusually alone. "I know it sounds pretty unbelievable," she said, "but it is true." "My dear Miss Field, Susan," she said, "I can show you the evidence." Hadley made a despairing effort. "Why would this person be shut up?" "I could think of reasons," said Susan, "but that would be my imagination. I will show you." She reached into her white kid purse and carefully laid a number of small objects on the marble tabletop. Ashton Hadley was drawn to the glass bottle, which was old and finely worked. He laughed uneasily and polished his eyeglasses. "What's that?" She unfolded it gravely. Across the faded paper of the miniature fan, a word was written in bronzed ink. Soccorso. "Where did you get these things?" "They came through the lions' heads," said Susan. "The ventilator's high up on the wall of the writing room. They reach right back into some room on the other side of the wall, in the palazzo." She delved into her purse again and drew out 3 strips of paper with crossed ends slotted together. She held one of these constructions high above her head, and it floated, twirling gently, down to the stones of the courtyard. "I call them flying fish," she whispered. Hadley retrieved the strip of paper. With a fold at the front and the crossed ends forming a tail, it did have a fish shape. It was of blue-green writing paper, not new, and inscribed on the outer surface was another word in the same bronzed ink, Hilfe. The 2 remaining fish were just as laconic. "Help me," said one. "Au secours," the other. He felt sure that the girl had written these words. "Came through the lions' heads?" he said quizzically. "I swear it." She nodded her hands together. "No," said Hadley, as gently as he could. "Susan, it is all a nonsense. Even if someone were there—" "Someone is there, Mr. Hadley." "They may be confined for a good reason," he said, "by relatives. Someone old, perhaps, or unbalanced. What do you want me to do?" He could see that what she wanted from him was some piece of knight-errantry. "I would like to know who sent these things," she said. "Perhaps we could help the lady." "Why must it be a lady?" demanded Hadley. "Why not children playing games?" Why not, he thought, a certain young person trying to attract attention? "Look here," he said slyly. "I think you read rather a lot." "No," she said, "not as much as people think." "You've read Jane Eyre, I expect?" "The mad wife in that book is frightening and horrid," she said, blushing. "And you think this lady is not?" he said, smiling. "You don't believe me." Susan lifted her chin proudly. She swept all the evidence back into her purse. The Signora looked into the courtyard from the kitchen and turned back to give a stream of instruction to one of the maids. As Susan hurried off, Hadley called, "Wait, Miss Field!" She lowered her head and went away without a backward glance. Hadley was already late for his appointment with Monsignore Venier, head of an architectural committee, but he spent a moment outside the Pensione Guardi, staring up at its junction with the Palazzo Castel Giordano. The larger building, stemming mainly from the 17th century, was not of much interest to him, and it was not open to the public. He felt sure that certain relics of one or other of the families still lived in its draughty chambers. On his way to the Accademia Bridge, he glanced at the palazzo's modest facade, in a side canal, almost a backwater. It would be easy enough, with his architectural connections, to make some inquiries and satisfy the poor girl's curiosity. Susan had known all along that Hadley would fail her. Her appeal to him had been simply a nod in the direction of rational behavior. In her bedroom, for several days now, she had kept a small lamp with a glass shade burning before a picture of the Madonna. Her white purse did not seem right for such an expedition, but she put all her evidence into the right-hand pocket of her sailor blouse and a stump of candle into the other. When the Pensione Guardi sank into its long siesta, she took the lamp and set out. The writing room was full of moving shadows. She was very much afraid, and cast a last long glance at the tapestry picture for reassurance. "Go along, silly goose," whispered the masqueraders. She went up close and laid her hand upon the satiny expanse of the lady's cloak. Then she slipped into the recess and wrestled with the heavy key until it turned in the lock. The door grated open an inch at a time, and behind it there was a misty thread of daylight. She was in some kind of no-man's land between high walls. There was a strong odor of seed damp and rotting wood. The place reeked of Venice. There were two ways to go: the stairs, which were pitch black, and a kind of landing, greenish and slippery, where light struggled down from above. She went this way for a few steps and fell down, desperately trying to save the lamp. The little guttering flame did not go out. She looked into evil-smelling depths full of the roar of water. Slowly she drew back and moved to the stairway. The surface of each step was hazardous, covered with lumps of fallen masonry. She went up slowly, pressing against an inner wall. There was no banister. The staircase seemed to hover over an abyss. Her fear, which had been a little in abeyance, returned in a sickening black wave. She trembled at every step. There was nothing anywhere that she could bear to touch. Beyond the feeble light from her lamp, the world was sharp and hard with a cutting edge, or else damp and foul. An icy wind played on her face and neck. She was terrified that she might have to stop, sink down on the filthy stairway, and cry for help. She pictured Mrs. Porter, gloating like a harpy at the daughter of a mad mother, and it gave her strength. One step, two, and a whiff of perfume came to her on the cold wind. There was a door at the top of the stairs, and a thread of golden light under the door. Susan dragged herself upwards, and laid a timid hand on the door. It swung inwards at her touch. Light and warmth flooded over her. It would have been wrong, or at least disappointing, if she had been accompanied by Mr. Hadley. She knew all this was for her alone. There was soft carpet under her muddy shoes. She bumped against a chair. Her cold hand touched velvet. The lady shone more brightly than the candles. She was all softness. Her satins and pearls glowed with an inner light. "Cara mia." Susan ran to her embrace, and it was dreamlike, incorporeal. At the same time, she was aware of her own body, naked under her clothes. She drew back a little, and the lady did the same. They were parted, yet they spoke together in shared thoughts and broken phrases. Susan had been very brave. The lady knew how much she had suffered. Rescue? Yes, rescue for both of them. It was a new beginning. A world waited for her, full of warmth, adventure, love. "But is it life?" asked Susan. "A long life," came the answer. She found herself gazing into one of the mirrors in the secret chamber. There was no sign of her own reflection or of the lady, but she saw a huge bed, a four-poster, with filmy curtains drawn back. Propped up on her pillows, there was a very old woman, a stranger, her features peacefully composed. "She was the sister of my soul," said the lady. "You will be guarded just as tenderly." Susan put out a hand towards the mirror, and said in a loud, shaking voice, "Am I allowed to say no?" There was a gentle sigh, and the presence was withdrawn. She stood alone in the midst of a small hot room under the leads of the palazzo. It had been a lady's dressing-room. The candles were long burnt out. The only light came from her own oil lamp, still burning on a commode, and from the curtained door to a roof garden. In the dusty mirror she saw a faint reflection, a girl who might become invisible at any minute. Who was there left in all the world to care for such a girl? A faint glow of light arose in a corner near the inner door that led into the palazzo. Susan spread her arms and cried out softly, "Oh, come back! Come back! Don't leave me! The light grew around her, and the lady smiled. For a moment she was displaced, afraid, shrinking down inside herself. Then some mysterious balance was achieved. They were one. In the glass there was Susan, bright-eyed, smiling now, smoothing her tangled hair. She could hear people outside on the landing. Are there others? Our true servants. She saw her own hand reach out firmly and open the door into the palace. The search for the young English girl, Susan Field, went on for several months. The Venetian authorities were in their own way more thorough and more discreet than the Anglo-Saxon visitor might have expected. Even so, it was a harrowing experience for young Field and his new wife. As the days went by, poor Olive Field, her bloom quite gone, became increasingly nervous and distressed. She went home alone, accompanied only by her maid, another bad omen for the marriage. Ashton Hadley watched poor James Field trying to do his duty. He felt an obscure satisfaction when Jamie raised his fists to a senior police official who again questioned Susan's innocence. A young girl's disappearance suggested to the Venetians at least elopement or abduction as alternatives to violation and murder. These suspicions tainted the victim herself and dishonored her family. There was only one fate for a lost girl, and that worse than death. Female suicides were generally supposed to have been seduced and abandoned. Hadley stood by James Field on 3 occasions when they were called to examine the bodies of drowned women. Hadley took the opportunity of insulting the egregious Mrs. Porter. When she offered information about the family tragedy which had resulted in Susan's trip to Venice, he called her a scandalmonger and a Pharisee. She went thumping out of the writing room where this encounter had taken place, and Hadley gave way to despair. In fact, he blamed himself for the girl's disappearance. He knew that he would be haunted for a lifetime by his failure to respond to her last appeal. The writing room had changed since the day Susan was lost. There seemed to be more light. The door in the wall stood open, and its tapestry panel had been removed. Signora Rufino had come first to Hadley with her anxiety as he sat reading in his bedroom. It was nearly midnight, and the girl had gone. She was nowhere in the pensione. Soon the porters would return from the opera, and the alarm would have to be raised. He spoke at once of the door in the wall. Yes, the English miss had mentioned this entry into the old palazzo. Was it possible that she had gone exploring? The signora crossed herself and talked of the cloaca. They went at once, secretly, taking lamps. The signora called him to witness that the key was in the lock. It usually hung upon the wall. So they came into a tiny courtyard, crowded by the extension of the building that was now the pensione. There was a gaping hole that led to the cloaca, a deep, swift underground waterway that carried waste into the canals and eventually into the sea. If Susan Field had come exploring, it was possible that she had slipped into this oubliette and drowned, her body being swept away. There were marks on the slippery green paving stones, but it was difficult to say when they had been made. Hadley had turned his attention to the staircase at the junction of the 2 buildings. He called Susan, and her name reverberated between the high walls. Who lived in the Palazzo Castel Giordano? Signora Rufino knew of the aged Contessa and a few servants. The room at the top of the staircase had been the antechamber to an old altana or roof terrace where the ladies went, in former times, to bleach their hair in the sun. At last Hadley made the ascent as quickly as he could, and held his lamp for the signora, gamely following. The door at the top of the stairs had a broken catch, and yielded to his touch. He held up his light on the threshold. The room was empty. He stepped in gingerly, hoping for footprints in the dust, but the room was not especially dusty. It was not a bedroom, but it had the quality of a boudoir, a particularly feminine room, old and long disused. Hadley set down his lamp on a commode. The Signora brought hers to a higher shelf and opened the door to the roof terrace, revealing stone urns for plants and old wooden cages from which the birds had flown. In silence they looked about for clues and stared apprehensively at the inner door. Hadley noticed the lions' heads. There they were, repeated on this side of the wall, quite low down in the low-ceilinged room. They could be reached by standing on a chair. Absently he drew open the drawers of the commode, and found in one a few sheets of writing paper. The wrong shade. "Signor Hadley," said the Signora quietly. She had picked from the velvet surface of a chair 2 or 3 long golden hairs tangled with a scrap of black thread. It was all they ever found, and there was nothing to say that the hair had not come from the head of some long-dead lady of the Castel Giordano household. Then light appeared under the inner door, and Hadley dared to knock. The door was opened by an old man in antique servant's dress of solemn black. He was Baldassare, the major domo. The female servants had heard noises and sent him to investigate. He heard their urgent appeal, but shook his head. No, a young English girl had not been seen. The palazzo was in mourning. The Contessa Giordano had at last given up the ghost. They apologized again, and Baldassare watched them negotiate the difficult staircase. The alarm was raised. In the course of the search, the police went through the palazzo and questioned the servants, all without result. Yet Hadley was secretly convinced beyond all reason and beyond all doubt that Susan Field had been up there in that musky, forgotten chamber. She had been there, so ran his obsession, and she had passed through the door into the palazzo. Her fate was bound up in his mind from the first with the rejection and neglect she appeared to have suffered. In those first night hours he and the Signora rushed into the girl's bedroom, neat, virginal. Later a lamp appeared to be missing. On the dressing table lay the purse of white leather that Hadley remembered, but the evidence she had shown him was all gone. There was nothing but a letter which he read at once and found quite remarkably cruel. After that he measured the good-natured Jamie against that old brute Field the elder, who withdrew his paternity after 14 years and consigned Susan to social oblivion. He stayed on after James, his poor friend, had left, but Venice, which he had loved, became threatening. Terrible enough if Susan Field was dead, but if she were still alive. He began to see visions, in fact to look out for them. A young woman in deep mourning, heavily veiled, riding in a gondola towards the cemetery islands. An old man, was it Baldassare, buying postcards on the piazza? In a dream he saw a young girl dressed unequivocally as a courtesan. Her mask was a death's head. She said, "Oh, much curiouser than that, Mr. Hadley." And under the mask it was Susan, unscathed, bright-eyed. He kept her secret. It had become his own. The girl, abandoned, had been seduced, lured away, and by a lady. In his despair, in the writing-room, he stared again at an expensive but hideous tapestry panel, woven after some detail of a larger painting. Guardi, of course, or School of Guardi. What could the scene be called? The House of Assignation, or even the Procuress. A worldly older woman in a mask urged a young girl towards a palace, while other dubious maskers leered from a bridge. Hadley went so far as to question Monsignore Venier concerning the Palazzo Castel Giordano and its inhabitants. Yes, in one respect the family was almost unique. As a reward for doing the state some service, the title and the depleted estate might devolve upon the female line. No hint of scandal in recent times, but in the 15th century a notorious accusation of witchcraft, a Contessa who remained young and beautiful for so long that it became embarrassing. But in the end she too grew old, and it was whispered that her demon would leave her. Possession? Yes, certainly, there was still some belief in such things. One scholar, a Venetian, of course, had suggested that the condition of being possessed need not be unpleasant or destructive. The Monsignore quoted, smiling, "Who has not wished for a twin soul?" 16 years later, Hadley, gray-haired and wearing his medals, took his young wife to a performance of The Tales of Hoffmann at the Paris Opera. He became impatient with the second act and left the box to stretch his legs. The lovely melody of the Venetian barcarolle pursued him into the marble halls. A tall woman in an enveloping evening cloak brushed past him, then stood still until he caught up with her. She was serene, beautiful. Her hair, cut short, stood out in a stiff golden aureole around her head. She smiled, looking deep into his eyes. "Ah, Signor Hadley, we have known the real Venice." He could not afterwards recall if she had spoken English or Italian. While he smiled uncertainly, she pressed some small object into his hand and swept on down the grand staircase to where a party of ladies and gentlemen waited, their faces eagerly upturned. Hadley stood wondering what he had seen. He found himself clutching a miniature fan with black lacquer sticks. It was new and unmarked, but he remembered seeing its twin. Opened, it was not so big as the palm of his hand. Gregory Frost, Divertimento. Gregory Frost has been favorably compared by the Washington Post book world to J.R.R. Tolkien, Evangeline Walton, and T.H. White. Born in Des Moines, Iowa, he now lives in Philadelphia with a huge cat named Poot. The author of such fantasy novels as Lyric, Tane, and Remsala, his short fiction has been published in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, Asimov's, Whispers, The Twilight Zone Magazine, Night Cry, Leavic, Tropical Chills, and Ripper, amongst others. Divertimento, like his story in our previous volume, was first published in a science fiction magazine. However, we believe it has now found its rightful place between the covers of a horror anthology. For Sycamore Hill, 1987. In the center of a ring of 30 or more tourists, a polished clavichord stood, solitary. Although heavy drapes were drawn across the windows all around the room, dazzlingly bright highlights reflected off the clavichord's surfaces. The tourists cleared their throats, muttered expectantly to one another, and shifted from foot to foot while they waited. They had been told not to sit just yet. Most had little idea of what exactly they were about to see. Their host, a stocky man with a heavy black beard just starting to gray and wearing 18th century dress, entered the room. His name was Peter Tellier. He nodded to them and took his place in one of two large chairs of walnut and upholstery set up directly behind the performer's bench. At his signal, the tourists sat too. The Biedermeier armchair beside him remained empty. A few moments later, directly in front of Peter Tellier, a boy appeared out of thin air and walked toward the keyboard. He seated himself imperiously upon the bench. Like Peter, he wore period clothing. His red coat tails dangled lazily over the small bench. He crossed his ankles. Then, with eyes glistening, the boy, Mozart, glanced over his shoulder directly at Peter. After the first few times he had seen these actions repeated, Peter Tellier had dragged a chair to the spot so that their eyes, his and Mozart's, would meet when the young composer looked around. He had hoped they would see each other and maybe make friends. He would so have liked a playmate, but had long since stopped pretending that such a thing could happen. That secret glance did communicate something wonderful, but not to him. Who was this look of pride meant for? Sister? Father? The doddering archbishop? Peter had come to believe, having looked things up in a decrepit music encyclopedia, that it was Michael Haydn being promised something wonderful. Haydn would have had good cause to hope. Such heavy eyelids, thought Peter. The eyes seemed too large for Mozart's small face. His little powdered wig curled into a ridge running around the back of his head from ear to ear. Peter thought of him as a little sheep. Safely grazing, he mumbled, then glanced around self-consciously, but no one had noticed. His sister wasn't going to make this performance. Probably she didn't even know what time it was. The other mismatched chairs, gathered from abandoned buildings nearby, were arranged in a half-circle that kept everyone at a distance from Peter and Suzanne. "Lamb of God," he said, almost in prayer, "sacrificed upon the altar of Salzburg." It was a line from the crumbling encyclopedia that had stuck in his mind. It might as easily have described him as Mozart. Mozart began playing. The sound of the clavichord was incredibly piercing. Tellier beamed at the beauty of it. He wished he knew how to play. His parents had lacked the money for lessons, and he had never really thought about it back then. Now, for all his wishing, the matter had been irreversibly resolved. The piece Mozart played was a practice, a test, though not for him. He had written it and knew it so well that he needed no scrap of music before him. It was a trial run for a female singer. The opening was meant to be sung by a choir, but none existed in this performance. Instead, playing off each other's voices, the singer and Mozart would carry the opening together in a duet. Peter had hired a choral group once to see if he could draw a bigger crowd, but the cluster of singers took up too much space and blocked much of the view of the phenomenon, and he lost money. The crowds had thinned even further. He had come to believe since that the eeriness of the unaccompanied performance was what made it so riveting. The long introduction, one day to be carried out by a small orchestra, neared its end. Tellier knew it by heart now. Regina Caeli, Kerschel 127. He sat more stiffly. His hands were sweating. Mozart turned his eager young face to the side, addressing the woman no one else could see. She began. She sounded as if she were standing just to the right of the clavichord. Her pure voice echoed like the ringing of a distant bell. Peter was pretty sure the voice belonged to Maria Lipp, wife to Michael Haydn. Haydn, so he believed, was sitting or standing right about where the two chairs were. Peter wished Maria Lipp would manifest there with Mozart, but he doubted that would ever happen. All the resurrections he'd heard of had arrived in single lumps, as finished or unfinished as they could ever be. He wished they would stop arriving altogether. Crowds this size were becoming the exception. She sang out with Mozart, Regina Caeli Laetari. They repeated it, all of it, parts of it, weaving around each other until the line ended, as did all the lines of the piece, in an Alleluia meant for the complete chorus. "Queen of Heaven, rejoice," said Peter, sharing what he could. The crowd had flyers, in 7 languages, translating the text. They didn't need his help, but he couldn't keep it to himself. After so many performances, he had to show off just a little. He lowered his head, pretending to lose himself in the music. The performance went on for a little over 10 minutes, after which, unaware of the audience's applause, an excited Mozart got up and dashed right at Peter. An instant before he reached the big chair, he vanished. The crowd gasped as one. Mozart had become real to them. Peter thought sometimes that he could feel Mozart passing through him on his journey back in time, but he knew he was making that all up. The applause thinned out quickly. With the performer non-existent, who was there to clap for? Peter, after all, had done nothing more than tell them where to sit. The crowd rose to leave, mumbling, grabbing their coats, thanking Peter as he held open the door for them, some enthusiastically, but most with an air of doubt, as if suspecting the whole thing to have been a hoax. Did any of them, he wondered, even know the story of this house? When the last of them was gone, Peter stood briefly at the door, looking down the narrow, slush-covered street toward the snowy heights of Kapuzinerberg for a sign of Suzanne, but she was nowhere to be seen. She'd be out there somewhere, not very far away. Her playtime wanderings always worried him. If something should happen while she was out there, he might never know about it. He searched for her footprints, but the tourists had stamped out all traces. His breath steamed. The cold stung his face. He closed the door and headed back inside. On the way down the hall, he dimmed the lights, then drifted back to his chair. Such weariness overcame him that he thought, with a spark of fear, he might be wearing out. In the empty circle, another performance would soon begin, but no more audiences were scheduled for today. He'd had them all week, 5 times a day, and that was enough. Too much. But the take had been exceptional. Enough to buy more medical help for Suzanne. He looked at the dark space where the clavichord would shortly reappear. He sat a while in the dark, his thoughts going nowhere in particular. The smell coming from the kitchen was of warm chocolate. Behind him, the door banged open, and his sister shuffled in. Filthy snow slid from her black boots. Snow speckled her thermal weave pant legs. Peter tried not to show his great relief, because it would have revealed his concern at her absence. He thought she might have grown tired of the music, but of course that was absurd. Suzanne had no idea how long she had been gone. One performance was any performance to her. She had been making chocolate lace by pouring hot caramel into snowbanks. Undoubtedly she had wandered off with her pan of caramel to find just the right pile of snow. She had forgotten the pan outside somewhere in order to carry the product in, a pile of fragile amber sheets, crisscrossed patterns lying like pages of an open hymnal on her mittened palms. The whole world for Suzanne at present consisted of getting the hardened caramel to the kitchen, where melted chocolate waited to receive each layer, thereby creating the time-honored confectionery wonder. Suzanne was younger than Peter by a year and a half, but she could easily have been his mother, even his grandmother. The device that had torn Mozart out of antiquity had detonated much nearer Suzanne than her brother. The particles that had passed through her had slowed and lost energy by the time they reached Peter. As a result, her genetic material had received much higher exposure. She would have been dead, a memory, except that their parents, the first ones struck, had inadvertently shielded her somewhat with their bodies. Both parents turned from tissue to dust almost instantly. Cheeks caved in, eyes crackled back into the wrinkling lids, bodies doubled over, folding like accordions to the ground, where they puffed up a cloud of brown smoke. All of this in a second or two, while their children writhed in a torment of stretching bones, growing teeth, sprouting hair, human ecosystems wildly out of control. Peter could still hear his parents' cries go creaking into oblivion, and remember how in agony he thought his fingertips would pop open to let his skeleton expand. He understood little about the time bombs, as the press had dubbed them. The bombs had exploded in a few places around the world, but mostly here in Salzburg. No one knew why, just as no one knew for certain their source. Experts from Boston to Beijing speculated that the creators of the bombs, themselves from the future, had no idea of the destructive capacity of these devices. They might in fact be early experiments in time travel, the first unmanned capsules, inadvertently creating catastrophe by hauling a bit of future matter into the present. There was talk of prototachyonic pulses, of bombardment and loops, of matter and antimatter, of fission. None of it meant much to Peter. What no one talked about was the horrible pain of being 11 years old and watching your parents molder in front of your eyes. No one had ever consoled him over that. They were afraid of him and Suzanne, absurdly afraid that what had happened might be contagious. Though his hair and beard showed patches of gray, and his eyes were dry and pouchy, Peter Tellier had only recently turned 15. Suzanne, with her trembling arthritic hands, was 13, but as a result of the time bomb had jumped all of adulthood to an immediate, doddering second childhood of perhaps 80, perhaps more. Her deterioration seemed daily more evident to her helpless brother. Her body was racing to its end. Mozart, the sole means of support for the two children, was both the eldest and the youngest in the room at 16. While her brother looked on, Suzanne hobbled out of the kitchen. Chocolate stained her mouth and fingers. Tucked up under her like a football, she carried a feather duster. The clavichord sat glowing in the center of the room, having reappeared for another performance, and Suzanne intended to clean it. Peter sighed, inwardly aching on her behalf. She had been to so many specialists, but no one had helped her. They probed her, studied her, probably wore her out faster with their poking and prodding than if he'd just let her deteriorate in peace, but he still sought for some cure. He recalled the way they had looked at him the last time, unable to cope with the idea of a little boy who was in appearance their senior. They often spoke to him about his sister as they might have spoken to his father, and for brief periods he became his father, acted the way his father might have done. A scary kind of fame surrounded the time bombs. Less respectable journals wrote outrageous things regarding them. The attention brought the crowds, certainly. They had to pay a lot to get in here, and they paid it without a whimper, because nowhere else would they ever see the real, live Mozart. Unless, of course, another bomb released another segment of the composer's life. Peter refused anyone the chance to record the event, although a few had offered him substantial money to do so. What he couldn't understand was why some world network hadn't come forward with millions for exclusive rights. It was what he'd dreamt of, but no one had fulfilled that dream. There were other places he might have taken Suzanne with that kind of money. As she neared the keyboard, Suzanne disrupted the image. Static sparks danced on the feather duster, traveled up her arm. The clavichord rippled. Heedless, Suzanne went right on dusting. Peter could read pain in every tiny movement that she made. She was, he conceded, getting much worse. Peter suddenly found that he couldn't stand it any longer. "It's time," he called to her to let her know that Mozart would be coming out in a moment. She turned around, shifting her weight from one hip to the other, wincing but denying it too. She smiled at him. Half her teeth had dissolved.
"What will he play for us today?"
"I don't know. Why don't you come and sit and find out?"
"He likes my cleaning up. He always gives me such a look before he starts, just to tell me that he's pleased."
"Yes, he does, doesn't he?" They'd had almost this same conversation 100 times. Each repetition weighed him down more. He'd end up stoop-shouldered, the way his father had always said he would if he didn't stand up straight. He got up and helped his sister to her chair. He took an afghan from the back of the chair, unfolded it, and laid it across her lap. She leaned around him to watch Mozart emerge on his way to the clavichord.
"Look, he's going to nod to me, Petey," she said.
Peter looked down at her eyes full of delight, and his face grew hot. He dodged around his own chair and walked off quickly, hoping to escape before the playing started. At the door, he snatched his coat from a peg, hastily wrestled his way into it on the way out the door. The cold sliced under his skin. Outside, the orange haze of the sky framed Baroque shadows and bombed-out buildings. In the further depths behind him, the keys of the clavichord spanged under Mozart's fingers, the introduction moving into the first verse of the Regina Coeli. How lonely the tiny voice sounded. It seemed to echo through the austere environment. Where had all the tourists gone? To the hotels, no doubt, on the other side of Kapuzinerberg, the living side. No bombs had gone off there as of the last Peter had heard. Smoke and lights sparkled in the early twilight over across the river. Hardly any showed down the street here. Or maybe the tourists had gone to the cathedral square. He had read about a time bomb there that killed 20 and brought to life a piece of the everyman play that long ago had been performed there every year. No doubt he'd lost paying customers to that event. To him, that was the real cruelty of the bombs, that they wrought their damage without purpose or plan, robbing a life, and then robbing the chance to rebuild that life. The spirit woman sang, Quia quem meruisti portare. Peter walked away from the sound. The snow crunched beneath his feet. He pretended to be his father, engaged in conversation with him. You are 15 now, the father said, too old to play make-believe games anymore. You and your sister can hardly get along now. Where will you go when the money is gone, when the tourists stop coming altogether? You haven't saved enough, Peter. You're living like sick people. You have your food delivered, and you never leave the house except to take your sister out sometimes. You've grown up afraid of the world. I have Mozart, Peter replied, a little scared by what he was revealing from within. Maybe we could go with him. Does your Mozart know that he's here? Does he know that you're here? Or Susie? No. You're playing games, Peter. Mozart's dead, and you and your sister are catching up with him. Stop it, Peter said. He stopped walking. The voice went away. It hadn't been his father at all. He turned and saw how far from the house he had gone in just a few minutes. He had nearly reached the other end of the street and the arrow sign he had put up. From there, the house looked no different than any of the other uninhabited dwellings surrounding it. Hurriedly, he walked back toward it. Look at the place. Without the sign, how could the tourists know in which house Mozart played? No wonder the crowds had thinned out. He'd been so busy with Suzanne's care that he had let the house rot around him. As he neared, he could hear Maria Lipp singing repeatedly Resurrexit. Then both she and Mozart launched into a series of joyous alleluias. Peter closed the door, then stood leaning against it as if to keep something evil out. His breathing wheezed, and little sparkles danced in the air. He couldn't believe such a short run had drained him so much. The beautiful voice floated through. Ora pro nobis Deum. Peter thought, please, yes, pray for us to God. He hung on there until the last Alleluia was sung. Suzanne began clapping gaily. Peter peered through the doorway at her as Mozart came running, only to vanish just before reaching her. He wondered, did Mozart know she was there? Could he, from his side of time, see a bit of the present? Seeming to sense his presence, Suzanne glanced back at him. "Hello, Petey," she said. "Would you like some of my chocolate lace? It ought to be hard now." He nodded. His face had gone dull with dissembling to hide from all the fears that churned inside him. He watched her climb up to shuffle across the kitchen, obviously in great pain. The feather duster fell from her lap, but she made no attempt to pick it up. She looked more withered than when she had sat down only minutes before. When she was out of sight, he took off his coat and hung it back in the hallway. "We can share it with Mozart, okay?" she called out to him. "Fine." The words squeaked out of his knotted throat. Suzanne came shambling out of the kitchen, nearly doubled over with the effort of supporting her treat. It lay, a dark doily across her hands. The light glistened in her cataracted eyes, senility blocking pain. "Look it, isn't it nice?" Peter stared at her and saw no one that he recognized. The sister he knew had gone into the kitchen. This creature had emerged, cut loose finally from his memories of her. What had happened to his sister? "Susie," he lamented. He walked swiftly forward, reaching out to take the chocolate. Suzanne's brows knitted. She glanced down at her breastbone. "Bee bite," she said. Uncomprehending, Peter drew up for a moment. Then Suzanne swayed, and her head went back with a look like that of ecstasy on her face. Peter cried out and rushed forward. The chocolate lace slid off her hand and dropped. The fragile woven strands shattered as they hit the floor, scattering fragments in every direction. Peter clutched her to him, his feet crunching on the glassy bits of caramel. "No, Suzanne!" "Petey, I'm funny," she said. Tellier dragged her to her chair and set her down in it. "Where's Mama? She here?" Her voice had gone thick. One side of her mouth twisted up as if trying to grin. "She's coming," he answered quickly, searching her softening face for a hint of the little sister he could barely remember. "Be here in a minute." For all the death he'd experienced, for all that he knew this would come, Peter Tellier retained a childlike incomprehension of how someone so close could slip away while he watched, while he held her. She was only dozing between performances, he told himself. She often did that. She would be all right. He straightened her up, tucked the afghan across her lap. He found a few large pieces of the chocolate lace and placed them on her lap, too. Behind him, the clavichord fluttered into being. He turned and stared at it as at some horrible and totally alien object. He could not stand to hear that music again. Not ever again. He forgot his jacket, but climbed down into the snow like a figure out of history himself, in lace and velvet and trousers that buttoned just below the knee. The lights of civilization lay across the water down the hill. He wondered if he would survive the walk. Within, the house stood silent for a time. Dust motes dancing in the sunbeams settled on the clavichord. The girl with the feather duster skipped over to it and began whisking at the surfaces, the keys, the bench, until young Mozart in red waistcoat came marching out and angrily ordered her away. Mozart shooed her along as if herding a cow. She pranced ahead of him, smiling blissfully as if he were proclaiming undying love. Mozart vanished as she settled into the Biedermeier chair with coquettish grace. In the other chair, the ghost of Michael Haydn glanced reprovingly her way. Mozart returned from behind the chair and headed for the clavichord. To the right of it, with both hands clasped beneath her bosom, Maria Lipp watched him for her cue to begin. Suzanne heard a little noise behind her and looked around to find her older brother closing the doors with great care. He was dressed in a wonderful costume just like Mozart's, but he put one finger to his lips to silence any outburst she might have had, then tiptoed into the shadows. She glanced surreptitiously at Haydn, but he hadn't noticed Peter's arrival. Suzanne leaned down and placed her feather duster on the floor. Her feet dangled above it. She gripped the arms of her chair tightly, as if the chair were about to soar into the sky and carry her away to fabulous lands. Regina Caeli, she named herself, then closed her eyes as Mozart's slender hands descended upon the keys. F. Paul Wilson, Pelts. F. Paul Wilson had his first short fiction first published in 1971, while he was still studying to become a doctor. Since then, he has gone on to appear in most of the major science fiction and fantasy magazines, and over 2 million copies of his books are in print in America. His novels include The Keep, unsuccessfully filmed in 1983, The Tomb, The Touch, Black Wind, The Terry, Sibs, Reborn, and its sequel, Reprisals, while his short fiction has been collected in Soft and Others. Pelts was originally published as an individual booklet, and all royalties from the novella are being donated by the author to the charity Friends of Animals. An assured chiller that doesn't let its message get in the way of the horror, it was nominated for a Bram Stoker Award by the Horror Writers of America.
I'm scared, Pa.
Shush, Pa said, tossing the word over his shoulder as he walked ahead. Gary shivered in the frozen pre-dawn dimness and scanned the surrounding pines and brush for the 1,000th time. He was heading for his 20th year and knew he shouldn't be getting the willies like this, but he couldn't help it. He didn't like this place.
What if we get caught? Only way we'll get caught is if you keep yapping, boy, Pa said. We're almost there. Wouldn't have brought you along, except I can't do all the carrying myself. Now hush up.
Their feet crunched through the half-inch shroud of frozen snow that layered the sandy ground. Gary pressed his lips tightly together, kept an extra tight grip on the Louisville slugger, and followed Pa through the brush. But he didn't like this one bit. Not that he didn't favor hunting and trapping. He liked them fine. Loved them, in fact. But he and Pa were on Zeb Foster's land today, and everybody knew that was bad news. Old Foster owned thousands of acres in the Jersey Pine Barrens and didn't allow nobody to hunt them. Had posted signs all around the perimeter. Always been that way with the Fosters. Pa said old Foster's grandpa had started the no trespassing foolishness, and that the family was likely to hold to the damn stupid tradition till Judgment Day. Pa didn't think he should be fenced out of any part of the Barrens. Gary could go along with that most anywheres, except old Foster's property. There were stories. Tales of the Jersey Devil roaming the woods here, of people poaching Foster's land and never being seen again. Those who disappeared weren't fools from Newark or Trenton who regularly got lost in the pines and wandered in circles till they died. These were experienced trackers and hunters, Pineys just like Pa. And Gary. Never seen again.
Pa, what if we don't come out of here?
He hated the whiny sound in his voice and tried to change it. What if something gets us?
Ain't nothing gonna get us. Didn't I come in here yesterday and set the traps, and didn't I come out okay? Yeah, but nothing. The Fosters done a good job of spreading stories for generations to scare folk off. But they don't scare me. I know bullshit when I hear it. Is it much farther? No. Right yonder over the next rise. A whole area crawling with coon tracks.
Gary noticed they were passing through a thick line of calf-high vegetation, dead now. Looked as if it had been dark and ferny before Winterkill had turned it brittle. It ran off straight as a hunting arrow into the scrub pines on either side of them.
Looky this, Pa. Look how straight this stuff runs. Almost like it was planted.
Pa snorted.
That wasn't planted. That's spleenwort, ebony spleenwort. The only place it grows around here is where somebody's used lime to set footings for a mountain. Soil's too acid for it otherwise. Find it growing all over the vanished towns.
Gary knew there were lots of vanished towns in the Barrens, but this must have been one hell of a foundation. It was close to 6 feet wide and ran as far as he could see in either direction.
What do you think used to stand here, Pa? Who knows? Who cares? People was building in the Barrens afore the Revolutionary War. And I heard tell there was crumbling ruins already here when the Indians arrived. There's some real old stuff around these parts, but we ain't about to dig it up. We're here for coon. Now hush up till we get to the traps.
Gary couldn't believe their luck. Every damn leg-hold trap had a coon in it. Big fat ones with thick silky coats, the likes of which he'd never seen. A few were already dead, but most of them were still alive, lying on their sides, their black eyes wide with fear and pain, panting, bloody, exhausted from trying to pull loose from the teeth of the traps, still tugging weakly at the chains that linked the trap to its stake. He and Pa took care of the tuckered-out ones first by crushing their throats. Gary flipped them onto their backs and watched their striped tails come up protectively over their bellies. I ain't after your belly, Mr. Coon. He put his heel right over the windpipe and kicked down hard. If he was in the right spot, he heard a satisfying crunch as the cartilage collapsed. The coons wheezed and thrashed and flopped around a while in the traps, trying to draw some air past the crushed spot, but soon enough they choked to death. Gary had had some trouble doing the throat crush when he started at it years ago, but he was used to it by now. It was just the way it was done. All the trappers did it. But you couldn't try that on the ones that still had some pepper in them. They wouldn't hold still enough for you to place your heel. That was where Gary and his slugger came in. He swung at one as it snapped at him.
The head! The head, damn it!
Pa yelled.
All right. Don't mess the pelts.
Some of those coons were tough suckers. It took at least half a dozen whacks each with the slugger to kill them dead. They'd twist and squeal and squirm around, and it wasn't easy to pound a direct hit on the head every single time. But they weren't going nowhere, not with one of their legs caught in a steel trap. By the time he and Pa reached the last trap, Gary's bat was drippy red up to the taped grip, and his bag was so heavy he could barely lift it. Pa's was just about full, too.
Damn,
Pa said, standing over the last trap.
Empty.
Then he knelt for a closer look.
No, wait. Look at that. It's been sprung. The paw's still in it. Must have chewed it off.
Gary heard a rustle in the brush to his right and caught a glimpse of a gray and black striped tail slithering away.
There it is. Get it!
Gary dropped the sack and went after the last coon. No sweat. It was missing one of its rear paws and left a trail of blood behind on the snow wherever it went. He came upon it within 20 feet. A fat one, waddling and gimping along as fast as its 3 legs would carry it. He swung, but the coon partially dodged the blow and squalled as the bat glanced off its skull. The next shot got it solid, but it rolled away. Gary kept after it through the brush, hitting it again and again until his arms got tired. He counted nearly 30 strikes before he got in a good one. The big coon rolled over and looked at him with glazed eyes, blood running from its ears. He saw the nipples on its belly. A female. As he lifted the slugger again, it raised its 2 front paws over its face, an almost human gesture that made him hesitate for a second. Then he clocked her with a winner. He bashed her head 10 more times for good measure, to make sure she wouldn't be going anywhere. The snow around her was splattered with red by the time he was done. As he lifted her by her tail to take her back, he got a look at the mangled stump of her hind leg. Chewed off. God, you really had to want to get free to do something like that. He carried her back to Pa, passing all the other splotches of crimson along the way. Looked like some bloody-footed giant had stomped through here.
Phooey,
Pa said when he saw the last one.
That's a beauty. They're all beauties. Gary, my boy, we're going to have money to burn when we sell these.
Gary glanced at the sun as he tossed the last one into the sack. It was rising brightly into a clear sky. Maybe we shouldn't spend it until we get off Foster's land.
You're right,
Pa said, looking uneasy for the first time.
I'll come back tomorrow and rebait the traps.
He slapped Gary on the back.
We found ourselves a gold mine, son.
Gary groaned under the weight of the sack, but he leaned forward and struck off toward the sun. He wanted to be gone from here, quick-like.
I'll lead the way, Pa. Look at these, Pa said, holding up 2 pelts by their tails. Thick as can be, and not a scar or a bald spot anywhere to be seen. Primes, every single one of them.
He swayed as he stood by the skinning table. He'd been nipping at the Applejack bottle steadily during the day-long job of cutting, stripping, and washing the pelts, and now he was pretty near blitzed. Gary had taken the knife from Pa early on, doing all the cutting himself and leaving the stripping for the old man. You didn't have to be sober for stripping. Once the cuts were made, that was the hard part, a strong man could rip the pelt off like husking an ear of corn.
Yeah, Gary said, they're beauts all right. Full winter coats.
The dead of winter was naturally the best time to trap any fur animal. That was when the coats were the thickest. And these were thick. Gary couldn't remember seeing anything like these pelts. The light gray fur seemed to glow a pale metallic blue when the light hit it right. Touching it gave him a funny warm feeling inside. Made him want to find a woman and ride her straight on till morning. The amazing thing was that they were all identical. No one was going to have to dye these babies to make a coat. They all matched perfectly, like these coons had been one big family. These were going to make one hell of a beautiful full-length coat. "Jake's gonna love these," Pa said. "And he's gonna pay pretty for 'em, too." "Did you get hold of him?" Gary asked, thinking of the shotgun he wanted to buy. "Yep. Be round first thing in the morning." "Great, Pa. Why don't you hit the sack and I'll clean up around here?" "You sure?" "Sure." "You're all right, son," Pa said. He clapped him on the shoulder and staggered for the door. Gary shivered in the cold blast of wind that dashed past Pa on his way out of the barn. He got up and threw another log into the pot-bellied stove squatting in the corner, then surveyed the scene. There really wasn't all that much left to be done. The furs had all been washed, and all but a few were tacked up on the drying boards. The guts had been tossed out, and the meat had been put in the cold shed to feed to the dogs during the next few weeks. So all he had to... Gary's eyes darted to the bench. Had something moved there? He watched a second, but all was still. Yet he could have sworn one of the unstretched pelts piled there had moved. He rubbed his eyes and grinned. Long day. He went to the bench and spread out the remaining half-dozen before stretching them. Most times they'd nail their catches to the barn door, but these were too valuable for that. He ran his hands over them. God, these were special. Never had he seen coon fur this thick and soft. That warm, peaceful, horny feeling slipped over him again. On a lark, he draped it over his arm. What a coat this was gonna... The pelt moved, rippled. In a single swift, smooth motion, its edges curled and wrapped snugly around his forearm. A gush of horror dribbled away before he could react, drowned in a flood of peace and tranquility. Nothing unusual here. Everything was all right. All right. He watched placidly as the 3 remaining unstretched furs rippled and began to move toward him. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with the way they crawled over his hands and wrists and wrapped themselves around his arms. Perfectly natural. He smiled. Looked like he had caveman arms. It was time to go back to the house. He got up and started walking. On the way out the door, he picked up the Louisville Slugger. Pa was snoring. Gary poked him with the bat and called to him. His own voice seemed to come from far away. "Pa! Wake up, Pa!" Finally, Pa stirred and opened his bloodshot eyes. "What is it, boy? What the hell you want?" Gary lifted the bat over his head. Pa screamed and raised his hands to protect himself, much like that last coon this morning. Gary swung the bat with everything he had and got Pa on the wrist and over the right ear as he tried to roll away. Pa grunted and stiffened, but Gary didn't wait to see what happened. He swung again, and again, and again, counting. His arms weren't tired at all. The pelts snuggling around them seemed to have given him strength. Long before the 40th swing, Pa's head and brains were little more than a huge smear of currant jelly across the pillows. Then he turned and headed for the back door. Back in the barn, he stood by the stretching boards and looked down at the gore-smeared bat, clutched tightly now in both of his fists. A small part of him screamed a warning, but the rest of him knew that everything was all right. Everything was fine. Everything was... He suddenly rotated his wrists and forearms and smashed the bat against his face. He staggered back and would have screamed if his throat had only let him. His nose and forehead were in agony. But everything was all right. No, everything was not all right. This was... He hit himself again with the bat and felt his right cheek cave in. And again. And again. The next few blows smeared his nose and took out his eyes. He was blind now, but the damn bat wouldn't stop. He fell backwards onto the floor, but still kept battering his own head. He heard his skull splinter, but still he couldn't stop that damn bat. And the pain. He should have been knocked cold by the first whack, but he was still conscious. He felt everything. He prayed he died before the bat hit him 40 times. 2. No one answered his knocking at the house. House schmaus, it was a hovel. So Jake Feldman headed for the barn. The cold early morning air chilled the inexorably widening bald spot that commanded the top of his scalp. He wrapped his unbuttoned overcoat around his ample girth and quickened his pace as much as he dared over the icy, rutted driveway. Old man Jameson had said he'd come by some outstanding pelts. Pelts of such quality that Jake would be willing to pay 10 times the going price to have them. Out of the goodness of Jameson's heart, and because of their long-standing business relationship, he was going to give Jake first crack at them. Right. But the old piney Gonoff's genuine enthusiasm had intrigued Jake. Jameson was no bullshitter. Maybe he really had something unique. And maybe not. This better be worth it, he thought, as he pulled open the barn door. He didn't have time to traipse down to the Jersey pine barrens on a wild goose chase. The familiar odor of dried blood hit him as he opened the barn door. Not unexpected. Buy fresh pelts at the source for a while, and you soon got used to the smell. What was unexpected was how cold it was in the barn. The lights were on, but the wood stove was cold. Pelts would freeze if they stayed in this temperature too long. Then he saw them, all lined up, all neatly nailed out on the stretching boards. The fur shimmered, reflecting glints of opalescence from the incandescent bulbs above the cold fire, from the morning light pouring through the open door behind him. They were exquisite, magnificent. Jake Feldman knew fur. He'd spent almost 40 of his 55 years in the business, starting as a cutter and working his way up till he found the chutzpah to start his own factory. In all those years, he had never seen anything like these pelts. My God, Jameson, where did you get them? And are there any more where these came from? Jake approached the stretching boards and touched the pelts. He had to. Something about them urged his fingers forward. So soft, so shimmery, so incredibly beautiful. Jake had seen, touched, and on occasion even cut the very finest Siberian sable pelts from Russia. But they were nothing compared to these. These were beyond quality. These were beautiful in a way that was almost scary, almost supernatural. Then he saw the boots. Big, gore-encrusted rubber boots sticking out from under one of the stretching boards. Nothing unusual about that except for their position. They lay on the dirt floor with their toes pointing toward the ceiling at different angles, like the hands of a clock reading 5 after 10. Boots simply didn't lie like that, unless there were feet in them. Jake bent and saw denim-sheathed legs running up from the boots. He smiled. One of the Jamesons, either old Jeb or young Gary. Jake bet on the elder. A fairly safe bet, seeing as how old Jeb loved his Jersey Lightning. "Hey, old man," he said as he squeezed between two of the stretching boards to get behind. "What are you doing back there? You'll catch your death of—" The rest of the sentence clogged in Jake's throat as he looked down at the corpse. All he could see at first was the red. The entire torso was drenched in clotted blood. The chest, the arms, the shoulders, dear Lord, the head. There was almost nothing left of the head. The face and the whole upper half of the skull had been smashed to a red, oozing pulp from which the remnant of an eye and some crazily angled teeth protruded. Only a patch of smooth, clean-shaven cheek identified the corpse as Gary, not Jeb. But who could have done this? And why? More frightening than the sight of the corpse was Jake's sudden grasp of the ungovernable fury behind all the repeated blows it must have taken to cave in Gary's head like that. With what? That baseball bat? And after pounding him so mercilessly, had the killer wrapped Gary's dead fingers around the murder weapon? What sick... Jeb. Where was old Jeb? Surely he'd had nothing to do with this. Calling the old man's name, Jake ran back up to the house. His cries went unanswered. The back door was open. He stood on the stoop, calling out again. Only silence greeted him. The shack had an empty feel to it. That was the only reason Jake stepped inside. It didn't take him long to find the bedroom, and what was left of Jeb. A moment later, Jake stood panting and retching in the stretch between the house and the barn. Dead. Both dead. More than dead. Battered. Crushed. Smeared. But those pelts. Even with the horrors of what he'd just seen raging through his mind, he couldn't stop thinking about those pelts. Exquisite. Jake ran to his car, backed it up to the barn door, popped the trunk. It took him a while, but eventually he got all the pelts off the stretching boards and into his trunk. He found a couple of loose ones on the floor near Gary's body, and he grabbed those too. And then he roared away down the twin ruts that passed for a road in these parts. He felt bad about leaving the two corpses like that, but there was nothing he could do to help the Jamesons. He'd call the state police from the parkway, anonymously. But he had the pelts. That was the important thing. And he knew exactly what he was going to do with them. After getting the pelts safely back to his factory in New York's garment district, Jake immediately went about turning them into a coat. He ran into only one minor snag, and that was at the beginning. The Orientals among his cutters refused to work with them. A couple of them took one look at the pelts and made a wide-eyed, screaming dash from the factory. That shook him up for a little while, but he recovered quickly enough. Once he got things organized, he personally supervised every step. The cleaning and softening, the removal of the guard hairs, the letting out process in which he actually took a knife in hand and cross-cut a few pelts himself, just as he'd done when he started in the business. He oversaw the sewing of the let-out strips and the placement of the thousands of nails used in tacking out the fur according to the pattern. With the final stitching of the silk lining nearing completion, Jake allowed himself to relax. Even unfinished, the coat, that coat as he'd come to call it, was stunning, unutterably beautiful. In less than an hour, he was going to be the owner of the world's most extraordinary raccoon coat. Extraordinary not simply because of its unique sheen and texture, but because you couldn't tell it was raccoon. Even the cutters and tackers in his factory had been fooled. They'd agreed that the length of the hair and size of the pelts were similar to raccoon, but none of them had ever seen a raccoon like this, or any fur like this. Jake wished to hell he knew where Jameson had trapped them. He'd be willing to pay almost anything for a regular supply of those pelts. What he could sell those coats for. But he had only one coat now, and he wasn't going to sell it. No way. This baby was going to be an exhibition piece. It was going to put Fell Furs on the map. He'd bring it to the next international show and blow the crowd away. The whole industry would be buzzing about that coat, and Fell Furs would be known as the company with that coat. And God knew the company needed a boost. Business was down all over the industry. Jake couldn't remember furs ever being discounted as deeply as they were now. The animal lovers were having a definite impact. Well, hell, he was an animal lover too. Didn't he have a black lab at home? But animal love stopped at the bottom line, Bubby. If he played it right, that coat would turn things around for Fell Furs. But he needed the right model to strut it. And he knew just who to call. He sat in his office and dialed Shanna's home number. Even though she'd just moved, he didn't have to look it up. He knew it by heart already. He should have. He'd dialed it enough times. Shanna, a middle-level model he'd seen at a fur show 2 years ago. The shoulder-length black hair with the long bangs, the white skin and knockout cheekbones, onyx eyes that promised everything. And her body. Shanna had a figure that set her far apart from the other beanpoles in the field. Jake hadn't been able to get her out of his mind since. He wanted her, but it seemed like a lost cause. He always felt like some sort of warty frog next to her, and that was just how she treated him. He'd approached her countless times, and each of those times he'd been rebuffed. He didn't want to own her, he just wanted to be near her, to touch her once in a while. And who knew? Maybe he'd grow on her. At least now he had a chance. That coat would open the door. This time would be different. He could feel it. Her voice, soft and inviting, came on the line after the third ring. Yes? Shanna, it's me, Jake Feldman. Oh. The drop in temperature within that single syllable spoke volumes. What do you want, Jake? I have a business proposition for you, Shanna. Her voice grew even cooler. I've heard your propositions before. I'm not the least. This is straight down the line business, he said quickly. I've got a coat for you. I want you to wear it at the international show next week. I don't know. She seemed the tiniest bit hesitant now. It's been a while since I've done a fur show. You'll want to do them again when you see this coat. Believe me. Maybe some of his enthusiasm for the coat was coming over the phone. Jake sensed a barely detectable thaw in her voice. Well, call the agency. I will, but I want you to see this coat first. You've got to see it. Really, Jake, you've got to see it. I'll bring it right down. He hung up before she could tell him no, and hurried out to the workroom. As soon as the last knot was tied in the last stitch, he boxed that coat and headed for the door. What kind of coat you buy, mister? Someone said as soon as he stepped out onto the sidewalk. Oh, shit. Animal lovers. A bunch of them holding signs, milling around outside his showroom. Somebody shoved a placard in his face. The only one who can wear a fur coat gracefully and beautifully is the animal to whom it belongs. How many harmless animals were trapped and beaten to death to make it? Said a guy with a beard. Fuck off, Jake said. You're wearing leather shoes, aren't you? The guy smiled. Actually, I'm wearing sneakers, but even if they were leather, it wouldn't be for pure vanity. Cows are in the human food chain. Beavers, minks, and baby seals are not. So what? It's one thing for animals to die to provide food. That's the law of nature. It's something entirely different to kill animals so you can steal their beauty by draping yourself with their skins. Animals shouldn't suffer and die to feed human vanity. A chant began. Vanity! 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 Jake flipped them all the bird and grabbed a cab downtown. Such a beautiful girl living in a place like this, Jake thought as he entered the lobby of the converted Tribeca warehouse where Shanna had just bought a condo. Probably paid a small fortune for it, too, just because it was considered a chic area of town. At the elevator sign, he found himself facing a steel panel studded with rivets. Not sure of what to do, he tried a pull on the lever under the sign. With a clank, the steel panel split horizontally, dividing into a pair of huge metal doors that opened vertically, the top one sliding upward, the bottom sinking. An old freight elevator. Inside, he figured out how to get the contraption to work, and rode the noisy open car up to the third level. Stepping out on the third floor, he found a door marked 3B straight ahead of him. That was Shanna's. He knocked, heard footsteps approaching. "Who's there?" said a muffled voice from the other side. Shanna's voice. "It's me, Jake. I brought the coat." "I told you to call the agency." Even through the door he could sense her annoyance. This wasn't going well. He spotted the glass lens in the door, and that gave him an idea. "Look through your peephole, Shanna." He pulled that coat from the box. The fur seemed to ripple against his hands as he lifted it. A few unused letting-out strips fell from the sleeve, landing in the box. They looked like furry caterpillars. A couple of them even seemed to move on their own. Strange. They shouldn't have been in the coat. He shrugged it off. It didn't matter. That coat was all that mattered. And getting past Shanna's door. "Just take a gander at this coat. Try one peek at this beauty, and then tell me you don't want to take a closer look." He heard the peephole cover move on the other side. 10 seconds later, the door opened. Shanna stood there, staring. He caught his breath at the sight of her. Even without makeup, wearing an old terry-cloth robe, she was beautiful. But her wide eyes were oblivious to him. They were fixed on that coat. She seemed to be in a trance. "Jake, it's beautiful. Can I—" As she reached for it, Jake dropped the fur back into its box and slid by her into the apartment. "Try it on in here. The light's better." She followed him into the huge, open, loft-like space that made up the great room of her condo. Too open for Jake's tastes. Ceilings too high, not enough walls. And still not finished yet. The paper hangers were halfway through a bizarre mural on one wall. Their ladders and tools were stacked by the door. He turned and held that coat open for her. "Here, Shanna. I had it made in your size." She turned and slipped her arms into the sleeves. As Jake settled it over her shoulders, he noticed a few of those leftover fur strips clinging to the coat. He plucked them off and bunched them into his palm to discard later. Then he stepped back to look at her. The fur had been breathtaking before, but Shanna enhanced its beauty. And vice versa. The two of them seemed made for each other. The effect brought tears to Jake's eyes. She glided over to a mirrored wall and did slow turns again and again. Rapture glowed in her face. Finally she turned to him, eyes bright. "You don't have to call the agency," she said. "I'll call. I want to show this coat." Jake suddenly realized that he was in a much better bargaining position than he had ever imagined. Shanna no longer had the upper hand. He did. He decided to raise the stakes. "Of course you do," he said offhandedly. "And there's a good chance you'll be the model we finally settle on." Her face showed concern for the first time since she'd laid eyes on the coat. "A good chance? What's that supposed to mean?" "Well, there are other models who are very interested. We have to give them a chance to audition." She wrapped the fur more tightly around her. "I don't want anyone else wearing this coat." "Well..." Slowly, Shanna pulled open the coat, untied the terry-cloth robe beneath it, and pulled that open too. She wore nothing under the robe. Jake barely noticed her smile. "Believe me," she said in that honey voice, "this is the only audition you'll need." Jake's mouth was suddenly too dry to speak. He could not take his eyes off her breasts. He reached for the buttons on his own coat and found the fur strips in his right hand. As he went to throw them away, he felt them move, wiggling like furry worms. When he looked, they had wrapped themselves around his fingers. Tranquility seeped through him like fine red wine. It didn't seem odd that the strips should move. Perfectly natural. Funny, even. Look, I've got fur rings. He pulled at his coat and shirt until he was bare from the waist up. Then he realized he needed to be alone for a minute. Where's your bathroom? That door behind you. He needed something sharp. Why? Do you have a knife? A sharp one? The words seemed to form on their own. Her expression was quizzical. I think so. The paper hangers were using razor blades. That'll be fine. He went to the workbench and found the utility knife, then headed for the bathroom. I'll only be a minute. Wait for me in the bedroom. What am I doing? In the bathroom, he stood before the mirror with the utility knife gripped in the fur-wrapped fingers of his right hand. A sudden wave of cold shuddered through him. He felt half-frozen, trapped, afraid. Then he saw old Jameson's whiskered face, huge in the mirror, saw his monstrous foot rammed toward him. Jake gagged with the crushing pain in his throat. He was suffocating. God, he couldn't breathe. And then, just as suddenly, he was fine again. Everything was all right. He pushed the upper corner of the utility blade through the skin at the top of his breastbone, just deep enough to pierce its full thickness through to the fatty layer beneath. And he drew the blade straight down the length of his sternum. When he reached the top of his abdomen, he angled the cut to the right, following the line of the bottom rib across his flank. He heard the tendons and ligaments in his shoulder joint creak and pop in protest as his hand extended the cut all the way around his waist to his back. But he felt no pain, not from the shoulder, not even from the gash that had begun to bleed so freely. Something within him was screaming in horror, but it was far away. Everything was all right here. Everything was fine. When he had extended the first cut all the way back to his spine, he switched the blade to his left hand and made a similar cut from the front toward the left, meeting the first cut at the rear near the base of his spine. Then he made a circular cut around each shoulder, over the top and through the armpit. Then another, all the way around his neck. When that was done, he gripped the edges on each side of the incision he had made over the breastbone and yanked. Amid sprays of red, the skin began to pull free of the underlying tissues. Everything was all right. All right. Jake kept tugging. 3. Where the hell is he? Wrapped in the coat, Shanna stood before her bedroom mirror and waited for Jake. She wasn't looking forward to this. No way. The thought of that flabby white body flopping around on top of her made her a little ill, but she was going through with it. Nothing was going to keep her from wearing this fur. She snuggled the coat closer about her, but it kept falling away, almost as if it didn't want to touch her. Silly thought. She did a slow turn before the mirror. Looking good, Shanna. This was it. This was one of those moments you hear about when your whole future hinges on a single decision. Shanna knew what that decision had to be. Her career was stalled short of the top. She was making good money, but she wanted more. She wanted her face recognized everywhere, and this coat was going to get her that recognition. A couple of international shows, and she'd be known the world over as the girl in the fabulous fur. From then on, she could write her own ticket. In spite of her queasy stomach, Shanna allowed herself a sour smile. This wouldn't be the first time she'd spread to get something she wanted. Jake Feldman had been leching after her for years. If letting him get his jollies on her a couple of times assured her of exclusive rights to model his coat, tonight might be the last time she ever had to spread for anyone like Jake Feldman. What was he doing in the bathroom? Papering it? She wished he'd get out of there and get this over with. Then she could... She heard the bathroom door open, heard his footsteps in the great room. He was shuffling. "In here, Jake," she called. Quickly, she pulled free of the coat long enough to shed the robe, then slipped back into it and stretched out on the bed. She rolled onto her side and propped herself up on one elbow, but the fur kept falling away from her. Well, that was okay, too. She left it open, arranging the coat so that her best stuff was displayed to the max. She knew all the provocative poses. She'd done her share of nudie sessions to pay her bills between those early fashion assignments. Outside the door, the shuffling steps were drawing closer. What was he doing? Walking around with his pants around his ankles? Hurry up, honey. I'm waiting for you. Let's get this show on the road, you fat slob. Suddenly, she was cold. Her leg hurt. She saw a boyish-faced giant looming over her with a raised club, saw it come crashing down on her head. As she began to scream, she suddenly found herself back in her condo, sprawled on her bed with the fur. Jake was shuffling through the door. Shanna's mind dimly registered that he was holding something, but her attention was immediately captured by the red. Jake was all red, dripping red. His pants, the skin of his arms, his bare... Oh, God. It was blood. He was covered with blood. And his chest and upper abdomen, they were the bloodiest. Christ, the skin was gone. Gone, like someone had ripped the hide off his upper torso. His voice was hoarse, a croak. His eyes were wide and glazed as he shuffled toward her. I made this vest for you. And then Shanna looked at what he held out to her, what drooped from his bloody fingers, fingers that seemed to be covered with fur. It was indeed a vest, a white, blood-streaked, sleeveless vest. Between the streaks of blood she could see the wiry chest hairs straggling across the front, whorling around the nipples. Shanna screamed and rolled off the bed, hugging the coat around her. She wished she could have pulled it over her head to hide the sight of him. It's for you, he said, continuing his shuffle toward her. You can wear it under the coat. Whimpering in fear and revulsion, Shanna ran around the bed and dashed for the door. She ran across the great room and out into the hall. The elevator. She had to get away from that man, that thing who'd cut his skin into a... The shuffling. He was coming. She pressed the down button, pounded on it. Behind the steel door she heard the winches whir to life. The elevator was on its way. She turned and gagged as she saw Jake come through her apartment door and approach her, leaving a trail of red behind him, holding the bloody skin out as if expecting her to slip her arms through the openings. A clank behind her. She turned, pulled the lever that opened the heavy steel doors, and leaped inside. An upward push on the inner lever brought the outer doors down with a deafening clang, shutting out the sight of Jake and his hideous offering. Clutching the coat around her bare body, Shanna sank to her knees and began to sob. God, what was happening here? Why had Jake cut his skin off like that? How had he done it? Shanna, please, said that croaking voice from the other side of the doors. I made it for you. And then the doors started to open. Before her eyes, a horizontal slit was opening between the outer doors, and two bloody arms with fur-wrapped fingers were thrusting the loathsome vest toward her through the gap. Shanna's scream echoed up and down the open elevator shaft as she hit the down button. The car lurched and started to sink. Thank you, God! But the third-floor doors continued to open. As she passed the second floor and continued her descent, Shanna's eyes were irresistibly drawn upward. Through the open ceiling of the car, she watched the ever-widening gap, watched as the two protruding arms and the vest were joined by Jake's head and upper torso. Shanna, it's for you! The car stopped with a jolt. First floor. Shanna yanked up the safety grate and pulled the lever. 5 seconds. 5 seconds and she'd be running for the street, for the cops. As the outer doors slowly parted, that voice echoed again through the elevator shaft.
"Shanna!"
She chanced one last look upward. The third-floor doors had retracted to the floor and ceiling lines. Most of Jake's torso seemed to be hanging over the edge.
"It's for—"
He leaned too far. Oh shit, he's falling.
"You!"
Shanna's high-pitched scream of "No!" blended with Jake's voice in a fearful harmony that ended with his head striking the upper edge of the elevator car's rear wall. As the rest of his body whipped around in a wild, blood-splattering, pinwheeling sprawl, his shoed foot slammed against Shanna's head, knocking her back against the door lever. Half-dazed, she watched the steel doors reverse their opening motion. "No!" And Jake was still moving, crawling toward her an inch at a time on twisted arms, broken legs, his shattered head raised, trying to speak, still clutching the vest in one hand, still offering it to her. The coat seemed to ripple around her, moving on its own. She had to get out of here. The doors. Shanna lunged for the opening, reaching toward the light from the deserted front foyer. She could make it through if... She slipped on the blood, went down on one knee, still reaching as the steel doors slammed down on her wrist. Shanna heard her bones crunch as pain beyond anything she had ever known ran up her arm. She would have screamed, but the agony had stolen her voice. She tried to pull free, but she was caught, tried to reach the lever, but it was a good foot beyond her grasp. Something touched her foot. Jake. It was what was left of Jake, holding his vest out to her with one hand, caressing her bare foot with one of the fur strips wrapped around the fingers of his other hand. She kicked at him, slid herself away from him. She couldn't let him get near her. He'd want to put that vest on her, want to try to do other things to her. And she was bare-ass naked under this coat. She had to get free of these doors, anything to get free. She began chewing at the flesh of her trapped wrist, tearing at it, unmindful of the greater pain, of the running blood. It seemed the natural thing to do, the only thing to do. Free. She had to get free. 4. Juanita wasn't having much luck tonight. She'd just pushed her shopping cart with all her worldly belongings the length of a narrow alley, looking for a safe place to huddle for the night, an alcove or deep doorway, someplace out of sight and out of the wind. A good alley, real potential, but it was already occupied by someone very drunk and very nasty. She'd moved on. Cold. Really felt the cold these days. Didn't know how old she was, but knew that her bones creaked and her back hurt, and she couldn't stand the cold like she used to. If she could find a place to hide her cart, maybe she could sneak into the subway for the night. Always warmer down there. But when she came up top again, all her things might be gone. Didn't want to be carted off to no shelter, neither. Even a safe one. Didn't like being closed in. And once they got you into those places, they never let you go till morning. Liked to come and go as she pleased. Besides, she got confused indoors, and her mind wouldn't work straight. She was an outdoors person. That was where she did her clearest thinking, where she intended to stay. As she turned a corner, she spotted all the flashing red and blue lights outside a building she remembered as a warehouse, but was now a bunch of apartments. Like a child, she was drawn to the bright, pretty lights to see what was going on. Took her a while to find out. Juanita allowed herself few illusions. She knew not many people want to explain things to someone who looks like a walking rag pile, but she persisted and eventually managed to pick up half a dozen variations on what had happened inside. All agreed on one thing, a gruesome double murder in the building's elevator involving a naked woman and a half-naked man. After that, the stories got crazy. Some said the man had been flayed alive and the woman was wearing his skin. Others said the man had cut off the woman's hand. Still others said she'd chewed her own hand off. Enough. Shuddering, Juanita turned and pushed her cart away. She'd gone only a few yards when she spotted movement as she was passing a shadowed doorway. Not human movement, too low to the ground. Looked like an animal, but it was too big for a rat, even a New York City rat. Light from a passing EMS wagon glinted off the thing, and Juanita was struck by the thickness of its fur, by the way the light danced and flickered over its surface. Then she realized it was a coat, a fur coat. Even in the dark she could see that it wasn't some junky fun fur. This was the real thing, a true blue, top-of-the-line, utterly fabulous fur coat. She grabbed it and held it up. Mira! Even in the dark she could see how lovely it was, how the fur glistened. She slipped into it. The coat seemed to ripple away from her for a second, then it snuggled against her. Instantly she was warm. So warm. Almost as if the fur was generating its own heat, like an electric blanket. Seemed to draw the cold right out of her bones. Must have been ages since she last felt so toasty. But she forced herself to pull free of it and hold it up again. Sadly, Juanita shook her head. No good. Too nice. Wear this thing around and someone'd think she was rich and roll her butt good. Maybe she could pawn it. But it was probably hot, and that would get her busted. Couldn't take being locked up ever again. A shame, though. Such a nice warm coat, and she couldn't wear it. And then she had an idea. She found an alley like the one she'd left before, and dropped the coat onto the pavement, fur side down. Then she knelt beside it and began to rub it into the filth. From top to bottom she covered the fur with any grime she could find. Practically cleaned the end of the alley with that coat. Then she held it up again. Better. Much better. No one would recognize it, and hardly anybody would bother trying to take it from her the way it looked now. But what did she care how she looked in it? As long as it served its purpose, that was all she asked. She slipped into it again, and once more the warmth enveloped her. She smiled, and felt the wind whistle through the gaps between her teeth. This is living, she thought. Nothing like a fur to keep you warm. And after all, for those of us who do our living in the outdoors, ain't that what fur is for? David Sutton, Those of Renia. David Sutton's horror and dark fantasy fiction has been published in such anthologies and magazines as Final Shadows, Cold Fear, Taste of Fear, Skeleton Crew, Ghosts and Scholars, Gru, 2 a.m., Kadath, and others. He has written Earthchild, a novel of elemental forces, aboriginal myths, and drugs, and is currently at work on a second, tentatively titled Feng Shui, set in Hong Kong. He was one of the originators of the British Fantasy Society, has worked extensively to promote fantasy and horror in the UK since the late 60s, and was instrumental in beginning the British Fantasy Conventions. He is a winner of the World Fantasy Award and 8-time recipient of the British Fantasy Award for his co-editorship of Fantasy Tales with Stephen Jones. The same team is also responsible for The Best Horror from Fantasy Tales and 2 volumes of Dark Voices, the Pan Book of Horror. His other anthologies include New Writings in Horror and the Supernatural 1 and 2, and The Satyr's Head and Other Tales of Terror. Another example of holiday horrors, the following story may put you off package trips to Greece for quite some time. Except when she thought about it, the frenzy of Athens was a million miles away. When she did, flashes of its rampant lifestyle tore through Elizabeth's brain like an express locomotive. The recent elections had daubed the city with myriad-fold banners, hung between every available lamp-post and tree, or across buildings, advocating this party or the other. The equally strident calls to the faithful from the various political headquarters in Ormonia Square, their loudspeakers issuing the usual pre-election promises interspersed with Greek muzak at an ear-stinging rate of decibels, were guaranteed to inflame the heart of any Hawkwind fan. If it wasn't the noise of the political canvassing, from which you were even at risk on the trolley buses from leafleteers, it was the incessant roar of traffic. Elizabeth's hotel, the Alexandros, was just off Vas Sofias, up by the American embassy, and the noise from the omnipresent automobiles and their obligatory horns had in the end become almost restful. 24 hours a day, Athens is penetrated, she thought, like some symbolic whore, by motor cars driving across the city at dizzying speeds. By night and the street lamps, the polluting fog of carbon monoxide fumes lay like a thick, pale yellow duvet over the lower parts of the city. Now, though, Athens was a half-remembered dream. She had met Steve at a bar in Syntagma Square. No emotional entanglement so far, thank God, and they had both found they were going to Naxos in 2 days' time. Although the largest of the islands in the Cyclades, Naxos had no airport, which Steve had found surprising. Elizabeth was initially pleased she didn't look forward to flying. The 10-hour ferry trip had, however, been crowded and unpleasant, with an unhelpful Greek crew. Only the barman made any attempt at friendliness, and Elizabeth had been glad of Steve's company. From the Venetian charm of Naxos town, it seemed that every Greek island had at one time bent to the maritime will of the great Italian Empire, Steve persuaded Elizabeth on a boat trip to fabled Delos. Steve had won her over with his surprised-looking but attractive crew cut, his cheap black plastic sunglasses, his camera, and his anecdotes from Greek mythology. He was on a sabbatical from Boston University and had plenty of time for travel, and he seemed to like to keep moving, even when he was staying in one place. She'd have been just as happy to stay on the beaches soaking up the sun, and Naxos was relaxing, but a boat trip appealed to her, so long as it wasn't akin to the crossing from Piraeus. The only thing which dampened her enthusiasm, albeit briefly, was the curious incident in the National Museum of Antiquities, which had taken place the day before their departure from Athens. The day after she'd met Steve, he took her to lunch and then to the museum. It was a vast, staggering array of treasures, and she'd felt dwarfed by the sculpture, the gold, the decorative eloquence of Greek history. For his part, Steve was less interested in the magnificence of Agamemnon's gold death mask, or the bronze statue of Poseidon, and more inclined to the less dramatic pieces, especially 2 steatite pyxis, flat trinket boxes. He lingered long over the cabinet in which they resided, along with other similar artifacts, looking at the items labeled as having been discovered in a grave on Delos. "See the carving on those lids?" he said to Elizabeth, who was itching to move on. She was sure her growing boredom was beginning to show. It was, after all, merely grooves cut or chiseled into the lids. A spiral pattern, very simple. He paused. What was he trying to say, Elizabeth wondered. Very like spiral carvings in Britain and Ireland from 4,000 years ago. Is there a connection, then? Elizabeth asked. A mystery, at least, he replied mysteriously. Prehistoric, pagan symbology. Elizabeth was about to say something, but noticed that Steve was lost, hypnotized, transfixed by the objects. She stared down at them, too, trying to see what it was that he was finding so fascinating. Then she was subjected to an optical illusion, or so she thought at first, as when sometimes a particular type of pattern in carpet or wallpaper defies the eye's usual ability to see two-dimensionality, and parts of the design assume a three-dimensional region of space between the observer and the flatness of the motif itself. Shake your head, but it still insists in occupying space where the logical mind tells you it isn't. These coils were doing that to her. She wondered if that was why Steve was particularly taken with them. She was about to phrase that question when she was overcome by a dizzy spell. The spirals, 2 maze-like hummocks, swum around, making her feel as if she was turning in the opposite direction. A sensation of nausea tensed her stomach. Her legs were beginning to swing clear of the floor. Her arms flailed out to stop the unwanted motion.
"The breasts of the Queen of Ghosts,"
a voice spoke, though it did not sound like Steve's. It was harsher, rasping, ugly. The words stole over her emotions, taking on a weight far heavier than the mere syllables themselves. The voice continued,
"Are they not compelling?"
It was spoken rhetorically.
"The unwary traveler may succumb to her ways."
The malignant voice was gone as suddenly as it had appeared, and so too had the illusion. Elizabeth found she was leaning into Steve's supporting arms. "You all right?" he asked, his eyes expressing concern. Dizzy. Just a dizzy spell. It must be too warm in here." "Well, let's sit you down for a while, eh?" Steve was leading her by the elbow to a nearby bench. "No, really, Steve, I feel so silly. I'm okay, really." Several people were staring, and she felt slightly embarrassed. They sat, nevertheless, and Elizabeth was grateful to be able to feel cool marble walls at her back. "You look like you're about to ask me a question?" Steve was rummaging in a bag for the guidebook. Elizabeth was about to ask him whether the wormy carvings had had a similar effect on him. Instead, she said, "Who or what is the Queen of Ghosts?" "Quite a question for someone with a professed lack of mythological knowledge," he replied. She looked at him, smiled sweetly at his expression of mock disdain, and said nothing. He finally relented. "She, the Queen of Ghosts, is Hecate, a minor deity in Greek myth, but she's assumed a wider influence worldwide, darkly linked to the ghastly underworld," he added with an amused, sinister flourish. "Any connection with those trinket boxes?" Elizabeth found herself asking, despite the thought of having to explain to him her auditory hallucination. "Well, not that I'm aware of. Might be worth a little research, though. But—" Elizabeth knew what was coming and interrupted. "Well, I'm feeling much better now. Fancy a trip down Mycenae Way? It's the next room." "I'm not too good in the sun," he had said, talking about sunbathing. Naturally, Elizabeth had thought, his freckled body that had made him so attractive to her in the first place, and that wiry red hair. She also liked the soft New England accent in his voice, and his lack of brashness. It was interesting to discover a man less outgoing and more reserved than her, especially in an American. Her own job in catering meant she led a busy lifestyle, traveling and talking to clients about menus and venues, preparing the food and presentation with her small staff, and so on. Elizabeth's idea of a holiday, therefore, was to keep off her feet as much as possible. The boat swayed rhythmically on a calm Aegean sea. The sensation was hypnotic. Elizabeth relaxed on a spare bit of deck in her bikini, her brown body deliciously warm, and she could almost feel her auburn hair becoming bleached in the hot sun. The mix of voices from the other passengers provided a background drone, along with the sputtering of the boat's engines. It was dreamy and pleasurable. She felt herself drifting off, hypnagogic, aware of a dream she was about to have, a strange encounter on Delos, deep into the phantasmal past, when Zeus chained the wandering island to the bottom of the Aegean with adamantine chains. "Here, hold this," Zeus said, his voice a soft lilt for such a god. Elizabeth stirred, unwilling to allow the waking dream to finish, but no, it was Steve, shook her shoulder. "Don't fall asleep in this, son." She opened her soft brown eyes and frowned at him. "I was just about to have a good time with Zeus," she said, smiling. "And don't worry about me. It's you who needs to keep out of the sun, Steve." "Don't bother about that now. Here, take hold of this." He handed her his rucksack loaded with camera equipment. It might slip off the boat. He then turned to the rail and pointed his lens seaward. In the distance were islands. You couldn't escape them in this part of the world. but the tour guide was telling everyone that they could now observe Delos. There she blows. Steve puffed as he pushed his sunglasses back on his head, squinting his pale blue eyes briefly before hiding them behind the camera. Tourists were stirring, their lethargy over as the distant island closed towards them. The dusky female Greek voice boomed from the loudspeaker once more. "Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are nearly at the ancient island of Delos. I hope you will enjoy your afternoon here. Remember, please," she continued, while Elizabeth pulled on a pale pink blouse and shorts, "you belong here only 4 hours, and you must return back to the boat by 4:30. Thank you." Within half an hour they had all disembarked from a small jetty and began to wander slowly inland under the dry, burning sun. Steve was risking his arms, exposed from the sleeves of a t-shirt, but he wore jeans and hot-looking hiking boots. Elizabeth began to wonder briefly if her flat shoes were the right choice after all, looking at the terrain. Some people, she observed, had gone straight to the small museum to be in the shade or to find refreshments. Delos might well be an unmissable stop for Greek history, Elizabeth thought, but 4 hours in this heat with virtually no shade was almost frightening. The island spread out in front of them as Steve headed for the agora, the large, worn gray blocks of the old marketplace reminding her that time had stood still here. In the distance, the gentle slope of Mount Cynthus rose up out of the small island. Steve's camera began to click, providing a counterpoint to the never-ending rasp of the cicadas hidden in the sparse, sun-bleached grasses that grew between the tumbled blocks of the ruins. It had been hot in Athens, but this... Elizabeth began to perspire. How did Steve manage in those clothes? And the rucksack, she asked herself. Cynthus' domed peak was hazed by the rising heat, and it made her think back to that evening, the lovely, cool evening on Lycabettos, where Steve had taken her after the museum. At night, the distant lights of Athens had spread below them, a twinkling, moving wash of jewels. They had drunk some wine at the restaurant and felt the cool breeze while moths flitted around the lamps. And she thought they'd gone up Lycabettos Hill in the cable car. Mount Cynthus had no such luxury to reach its ancient theater and sprawling ruins. No cool wind either, but instead an open blue sky through which the sun flared white-hot. The heat haze was apparently making arabesques in front of Elizabeth before she realized she was walking on the ancient floor of a house, its remarkably preserved mosaic surface a disturbingly familiar labyrinthine pattern. Steve had sat by the remains of a wall and was changing film. "Did you know," he said, "that this place was once the cultural and trading empire of the Greeks?" He clicked the back of the camera shut. "Got it." Elizabeth had heard the tour guide on the boat, but knew that Steve probably had even greater knowledge about the island. She sighed. It wasn't that she lacked interest, but the heat. A lizard, the palest green color, scuttled across marble walls. Cicadas hummed. Suddenly, she realized that there was no one else other than Steve nearby. The harbor was invisible, hidden by the contours of the land. The only sound was the island's ancient insect inhabitants. They stood between what remained of the walls of what was probably a merchant's house, on hot mosaics, with a well in the corner. Elizabeth looked down to see black water deep below, as unmoving as the fugitive shadow she glimpsed within it. Other crumbling buildings surrounded them, with a profusion of tall yellow grass finding hospitality everywhere. Steve stood up and began looking at his guidebook. "The French first started excavating here in 1873, he offered, "and it's continued right up to the present day." "Yes, I know. This place is second only to Pompeii for archaeological completeness," Elizabeth quoted. "I heard the guide tell us." The parched grass was so still, like a photograph. Nothing stirred. "But isn't it magnificent?" Steve added, apparently unaware of an atmosphere Elizabeth was too easily detecting. The shrines and temples and houses of a cosmopolitan city. It's beginning to give me the creeps. What? Click went the shutter. It's all ruins. There's nobody here except us tourists. Where are they then? She shuddered, despite the burning she felt on her legs. Elizabeth struggled with her thoughts, to find coherence, but the nagging worry didn't surface. There might be snakes. It was the first thing she could think of saying. Well, there are supposed to be poisonous snakes here. Steve suddenly thought better of continuing. He put his arm round Elizabeth's shoulders and kissed her lightly on the lips. They embraced. No emotional entanglements, she reminded herself. She'd never see him again after her holiday. Nevertheless, she found the press of his body against hers comforting amidst those dry, ancient, watchful ruins. Mount Cyntha's human artifacts climbed in front of them. Both Steve and Elizabeth were sweltering, sweating profusely now. The island was spreading out behind and below them, the sea a rich blue, invitingly cool. Steve was running through his films, this time using a zoom lens, back down to the distant architecture of the Terrace of the Lions and the 4 remaining columns of the Poseidonists building. Elizabeth could at last see people in the distance, like gaily colored ants crawling about, and behind them the reassuring harbor and the tourist boats lazily bobbing. Those lions used to border a sacred lake which was fed from a spring somewhere on this mountain, if you can call it a mountain. Elizabeth mumbled that she had heard as they stumbled on upwards, past the half-moon of the amphitheater. She could hardly believe there had ever been surface water on such a desiccated island. Who was it again, she asked, that this island was sacred to? Steve turned back to face her, his sunglasses a burnished black, hiding his weak eyes. Delos was the birthplace of Apollo and Artemis, the offspring of Zeus and the mortal Leto. Wasn't Artemis related in some way to Hecate? Steve asked himself inconsequentially. God of the sun and goddess of the moon? Yeah. He was pleased that at last she seemed to be taking an interest in their expedition. On a different tack, Elizabeth sat and said, Do you mind if we have a rest, Steve? He didn't say anything, but stood wiping the sheen of wet from his reddened brow. They had been on the island for an hour and a half, and to her it had seemed forever. It was a fascinating place, of that there was no doubt, but the sun was merciless, and the quiet stillness unnerved Elizabeth. It was so unlike the ruins in Athens, those ponderous columns and temples, full of people, surrounded by the heartening life of the modern city. Here, a dreamlike atmosphere washed over her, and curious, unsurfaced fears slowly paced the depths of her mind. She had heard of the unseen presences supposed to stalk the island. Steve had told her that. She could believe it. Why did they take away all the graves? Elizabeth asked. It was merely one mystery, if not another, but those thoughts disturbed her, especially now they had almost become part of Delos. The rest of the 4 hours might be an eternity. In 540 BC, Delos was purified, and all corpses removed from ground visible from the sanctuary. Steve recapitulated his Greek history, nodding to the peak of the hill. Then later, all ancient tombs were excavated and removed. Since then, he added, no births or deaths have been allowed on the island. Nobody is allowed to stay permanently. And nobody lives here now. They were all taken to Rhenia. Who, the inhabitants? She removed a wet wipe from her bag and breathed a languid sigh as she wiped her face with the cold tissue. Dust scrambled as her foot slid quickly away from an unusually inquisitive lizard. A few forlorn poppies stood out against the stones from whose cracks they grew. No, he answered, the cadavers. They were reburied over there, behind Hecate's Isle. There was that name again. He pointed to the nearby island, which was clearly visible from the hill. It looked much like any small Greek island from where they sat, but Elizabeth thought it would be better not to visit such a place. She hoped that there was not some additional boat trip available to Rhenia. It was unlikely. After all, they'd only 2 hours left on Delos before their little Greek craft would drift, seemingly unaided, back to Naxos by way of Mykonos. That deep Aegean sea beckoned to her, a safe haven from the morbid marble statuary of Delos. It was with a feeling of immense relief to Elizabeth when they finally reached the sanctuary area, despite its history of despoiled graves and disinterred corpses. That last few minutes, and she thought she might pass out. Mount Cynthus had been beaten on one of the hottest days of the season. She could see that Steve was also visibly wilting. His camera had for some time hung unused from its neck strap, swinging slightly as he negotiated the tumbled terrain. The panorama below them was magnificent, but Elizabeth was in no mood to appreciate it. She headed numbly for the sanctuary. She had expected something more imposing, but it was merely more tumbled masonry. There was a cave, however, albeit one man-made. It consisted of a natural fissure with a pitched roof of large, dressed granite slabs forming a peak about 6 feet high. At the entrance there were also a number of smaller stones forming a wall and leaving a narrow passage into its short 12-foot length. The most immediate thing Elizabeth noticed was that it offered the one thing that the whole of the rest of Delos did not: shade. She gratefully scrambled inside. "I wonder if we'll have time to look round the museum." Steve slid in beside her. Elizabeth looked at her watch, frowning at the thought of a hasty scramble back down the hillside. "I don't think there's time." She began to feel terribly tired, and wanted most of all to sleep, just 40 winks before venturing out. "I must have a breather, Steve." Her worried frown caught his wandering attention. "Sorry, Liz, I wasn't thinking. We've still got an hour. You relax here for 20 minutes. He stood up. "I'll do a bit more exploring, around the old boneyard. Here." He opened his rucksack and took out a couple of cans of beer, still reasonably cool despite the temperature to which they had been subjected. "Oh, manna. Forgot I'd brought them until now. Delos is a pretty striking place." Steve gave her one of his idiotic waves from his brow, with his head leaning to one side and a half-sick smile on his face. Elizabeth smiled at him encouragingly. He departed the cave, for a moment his body engulfing the light and making the interior suddenly very dark. Elizabeth relaxed, savoring the relative coolness of the cave. She took the rucksack and bundled it behind her head, stretching out. Gritty dust clung to the film of perspiration on the back of her legs, but she forgot any discomfort as sleep insisted her eyes close and her mind begin to drift right brainwards, slowly spiraling into slumber, down like a journey back through time's indefinable continuum. She snapped back alert briefly, her left brain rightly reminding her that she had not quenched her undoubted thirst with one or possibly both the cans of beer. The moment passed unfulfilled, and sleep gratefully came. "Oh, no." Elizabeth was, curiously she thought for her, quickly pulling off her shorts. Bits of sharp stone cut into her buttocks. A figure leaned over her in darkness, its face totally obscured. She could feel heat coming from its body, and she knew it was a golden, beautiful body, like a classical Greek statue. She gasped as the masculine shape moved forwards. "Wake up!" She felt her shoulder being shaken vigorously, but not the expected penetration. Oh, Steve?" She was at last awake, and didn't much like the timing. "What's the matter with you?" It was only then that she noticed that in reality it was nearly as dark as in the dream. "What time—" "We've missed it! Damn!" he cursed. Elizabeth stood and ran to the cave's entrance. Dusk was beginning to carpet the distant sea a rich, wine-dark red from the setting sun. So, they'd missed their boat back to civilization. "Where have you been, Steve?" Elizabeth felt slightly angry, but it was tempered with a desire to laugh at the absurdity of their situation. He looked at her sheepishly. "I fell asleep as well." No more explanation was necessary. Delos had secured their undivided attention for at least the next 18 hours. "Perhaps they're still waiting," Elizabeth said as the realization sunk in. But no, she could still see the harbor, and it was deserted. Nearby, the museum building was in darkness. They were the only people left on Delos. "I'm sorry, Liz." He looked like he genuinely was, too. "We can sleep in this cave and be down at the harbor by midday tomorrow. We'll be back on Naxos in time for dinner." Elizabeth examined her surroundings, but the dream she'd half remembered had decided her. "I'd rather not," she answered him. "Can't we find a place nearer the shore?" But of course to trek down the hill in near darkness was foolish. It was bad enough trying to avoid the ankle-twisting, overgrown chunks of Delos' former glory in daylight. Before he could answer, she said jokingly, "No, I know this is the safest place to stay now. At least we have shelter should it rain." They both sat quietly for an hour, saying very little. The sun finally gave up the day, and the night was blacker than they could ever have imagined, except that there were stars in the sky, and over on Rhenia a few lights twinkled. A far cry, Elizabeth recalled, from Athens' bejeweled night, where every precious gem's color was represented by street lamps, houses, automobiles, displays, and sudden diamond sparks from trolleybus cables. Dinner consisted of a can of beer each. How glad Elizabeth was that sleep had saved them, and a few biscuits and pistachios Steve found in his rucksack. They both ate and drank slowly. There was a long night ahead, and it was still quite early. There to be no browsing down by the quayside to find a suitable taverna, no embarrassed look around the owner's kitchen to choose their meal, no lingering warm wash of wine and calm sea to lull the senses. Later, the quietness began to make Elizabeth's flesh crawl. The atmosphere didn't appear to affect Steve, who was leaning, like herself, at the entrance to the grotto, breathing deeply and gazing enigmatically at the starry heavens. For some reason, the expected rasp of the cicadas was absent, and the sea was so calm and distant that any sounds it issued did not reach them. She felt far from sleep now, yet yearned for a dream as powerful as that she had had earlier, as eloquent as all her dreams had been whilst on vacation. She hoped that the cool night would not drive her inside the cave. There might be snakes in there now. She was reminded of the serpentine forms that writhed beautifully, yet balefully, she thought, in mosaics on the floor of one of the roofless temples they'd visited, of scorpions and the whole spectrum of beasts which, to modern Western minds, held evil intent, but which soared to godlike heights in the ancients' collective mind. When she looked up again out of her reverie, Steve was no longer there. Now where had he gone? "Steve?" she called gently towards the cave. There was no answer. The answer, she smiled, was simple, a call of nature. A small breeze cracked the dry grass at her feet and whispered around the sanctuary like a primeval, probing Oread, wandering up the hill from its pleasures among the ruins, and wondering at the strange being sitting in front of the antrim where once Apollo had been worshipped. Maybe that mountain nymph had never seen humankind for hundreds of years on those desolate Delos nights. A mist was drifting up the hill, and before he knew it, Steve was engulfed in its clammy caress. If anyone had asked why he had wandered off just then, he doubted he could consciously say. It felt the right thing to do, but the gray swaths curling around him were nightmarishly unreal on this warm night. He ought to return to Liz and try to settle down and get some sleep. Nothing could be done until morning. If he turned carefully, he could easily grope his way back without getting lost. He took cautious steps, fretfully searching the ground for pitfalls, and in his concentration the lone, quiet yowl of a dog went unheard. Had he heard the sound, his myth-imbued mind would immediately have realized its portent. It was made only once, though, before the hag came to him. Hecate, the goddess that appears on the way, was monstrously garbed in the raiment of a cadaver, her dark hair like strings of snakes, her face dry and mummified, her eyes luminous shards. Under a shroud of fine-spun silk, her withered breasts were clearly visible. His eyes met hers through the fog, and he knew that time and reality had finally become spent forces for him. If the ritual purifications of Delos had been started by the priests, these things were now continued under the guidance of gods. Delos was still a place where no living being lingered after dark, and if the dead returned, it was to ensure that sanctity was forever preserved. Steve was surprised at his mind's ability to think rationally as the corpse approached. Large hands, talons of aged flesh, reached to grasp his skull, and he managed to scream only briefly as the cold, hard, white thumbs forced their way between his lips and pressed his vibrating tongue down the back of his throat. As the breeze died away, a noise below startled Elizabeth somewhere on the darkened slope of Cynthus. It sounded like tumbling stones or loose footfalls among the debris. Why would Steve go that far for a pee? The night held a beauty that transcended her mundane thoughts. Its beauty was dark and alien, thousands of years old, and still breathing a life as real as the lambent lights which now played over the remains of the cemetery. Elizabeth peered through the gloom, puzzling at the sudden flickering, flame-like flashes of light. Fireflies, maybe. A glow seemed to lift above Hecate's Isle, or it may have been over Renia beyond. Immediately Elizabeth thought about the purification pit where Delos, long dead, were relain. Loose chippings of stone began again to tumble down the slope, with the loud clarity only former silence can imbue such sounds with. "Steve?" Elizabeth stood and glanced around, finding only fear in her inability to penetrate the darkness. It was almost as if he'd never been here, a form as hallucinatory to her now as the city of Athens was. She began to feel anger at her descent into irrationality, but that descent was inexorable, driven by a growing terror at the dreamlike predicament she was in. She wanted to shout, to scream out Steve's name. He must be nearby. He must. Had he caught the boat back to Naxos and left her stranded with a mischievous hallucination of himself for a companion? It dawned on Elizabeth that Steve may never have been real. Now she was being absurd. She finally overcame her fear of the benighted hill and took to the friendless maw of the cave. She felt her way in, choking on the dust her shoes raised. Something, only for a second did her mind feel relief that Steve had returned, with strong, cold hands grabbed her arms, and she could smell an obnoxious, a poisonous fetor from the darkness a little above her face. Steve! But it wasn't. It couldn't have been him. The invisible figure was merciless in its actions, which Elizabeth quickly realized were those of something not living. Above all, the stench of death was forced into her nostrils, and dry, crumbling flesh pressed down upon her. She was saved by the darkness from seeing the face that belonged to the hard, cold, half-slimy tongue which opened her lips and forced its attentions upon her own. Elizabeth felt silken fabric between her and the pressure of iron-hard breasts. and the posturing proboscis opening her jaws to cracking point while long dead saliva dribbled down her throat. The sensation sent her reeling into the safe haven of unconsciousness, but not before her mind induced her to believe that this visitant to Delos was one of Renia's long-dead guardians. Dawn was like a red curse over the slopes of Delos. Steve and Elizabeth mused over it as they gazed hypnotically across the bay. They didn't really appreciate their changed viewpoint or their new flesh, such as it was. The vista from Renia was very familiar, and had been for millennia. They sighed together, and gathering up age-tattered robes, made their way back down a long underground tunnel to join their purified dead, as the sun's strong light began to bask the empty slopes of distant Cynthus. They knew that Apollo's birthplace could never harbor the dead or the living for long. Gene Wolfe, Lord of the Land. Gene Wolfe was born in New York and grew up in Houston, where he attended Edgar Allan Poe Elementary School, an accident which he admits seems to have shaped much of his life. In 1984, he resigned from his position as senior editor of Plant Engineering magazine to write full-time. Besides the 4 volumes that make up the award-winning The Book of the New Sun, The Shadow of the Torturer, The Claw of the Conciliator, The Sword of the Lictor, and The Citadel of the Autarch, his books include The Fifth Head of Cerberus, The Devil in a Forest, Peace, Free Live Free, Soldier of the Mist, The Earth of the New Sun, There Are Doors, Soldier of Arete, and Castleview. Some of his short fiction has been collected in The Island of Dr. Death and Other Stories. That's the title, he points out, not a typo. Gene Wolfe's Book of Days, Stories, ditto, From the Old Hotel, and Endangered Species. His most recent book is Pandora by Holly Hollander, a mystery novel, and a new science fiction volume titled Nightside the Long Sun is forthcoming. Lord of the Land is the author's tribute to both Edgar Allan Poe and particularly H.P. Lovecraft, who he describes as the only writer of stature to extend the tradition in horror Poe created. The Nebraskan smiled warmly, leaned forward, and made a sweeping gesture with his right hand, saying, "Yes, indeed, that's exactly the sort of thing I'm most interested in. Tell me about it, Mr. Thacker, please." All this was intended to keep old Hop Thacker's attention away from the Nebraskan's left hand, which had slipped into his left jacket pocket to turn on the miniature recorder there. Its microphone was pinned to the back of the Nebraskan's lapel, the fine brown wire almost invisible. Perhaps old Hop would not have cared in any case. Old Hop was hardly the shy type. "Walt," he began, "this was years and years back, the way I heard it. Guess it'd have been in my great-grandpa's time, Mr. Cooper, or mebbe before." The Nebraskan nodded encouragingly. "There's these 3 boys, and they had an old mule, wasn't good for nothing 'cept crow bait. One was Colonel Lightfoot, course didn't nobody call him Colonel then. One was Creech, and t'other'n—" The old man paused, fingering his scant beard. "Guess I don't rightly know. I did know. It'll come to me when don't nobody want to hear it. He's the one had the mule." The Nebraskan nodded again. 3 young men, you say, Mr. Thacker? "That's right. And Colonel Lightfoot, he had him a new gun. And this other'n, he was a friend of my grandpa's or somebody, he had him one everybody said was just about the best shooter in the county. Sure, this here Laban Creech, he said he wasn't no bad shot hisself, and he went and fetched his'n. He was the un had that mule, I recollect now. So they led the old mule out into the meadow, maybe 50 straddles from the break, you know how you do.
Creech, he shot it smack in the ear, and it just laid down and died. It was old and sick, too. Didn't kick or nothing. So Colonel Lightfoot, he fetched out his knife and cut it up the belly, and they went on back to the break for to wait out the crows.
I see, the Nebraskan said.
One'd shoot, and then another, and they'd keep score. And it got to be near to dark, you know, and Colonel Lightfoot with his new gun and this other man that had the good 'un, they was even up, and this Laban Creech was only one behind 'em. Reckon there was near to 100 crows back behind in the gully. You can't just shoot a crow and leave him, you know, and 'spect the rest to come. They look and see that dead 'un, and they say, "Wall, just look what become of him. I don't calculate to come anywheres near there."
The Nebraskan smiled. Wise birds.
"Oh, there's all kinds of stories about 'em," the old man said. "Thank ye, Sarah."
His granddaughter had brought 2 tall glasses of lemonade. She paused in the doorway to dry her hands on her red and white checkered apron, glancing at the Nebraskan with shy alarm before retreating into the house.
"Didn't have a lick back then."
The old man poked an ice cube with one bony, somewhat soiled finger.
"Didn't have none when I was a little neither, till the TVA come. Nowadays you talk about the TVA and they think you mean them programs, you know."
He waved his glass.
"I watch 'em sometimes."
"Television," the Nebraskan supplied.
"That's it. Like, you take when Bud Bloodhat went to his reward, Mr. Cooper. Hot? You never seen the like. The birds all had their mouths open, wouldn't fly for anything. Lost 2 hogs, I recollect, that same day. My pa, he wanted to save the meat, but 'twasn't a bit of good. He says he thought them hogs was rotten forever they dropped, and he was 'fraid to give it to the dogs, it was that hot. They was all a-sleepin' under the porch anyhow. Wouldn't come out for nothing."
The Nebraskan was tempted to reintroduce the subject of the crow shoot, but an instinct born of thousands of hours of such listening prompted him to nod and smile instead.
"Wall, they knowed they had to get him under quick, didn't they? So they got him fixed, cleaned up, and his best clothes on, and all like that, and they was all in there listening, but it was terrible hot in there, and you could smell him pretty strong. So by and by I just snuck out. Wasn't nobody paying attention to me, do you see? The women's all bawling and carrying on, and the men thinking it was time to put him under and have another."
The old man's cane fell with a sudden dry rattle. For a moment, as he picked it up, the Nebraskan glimpsed Sarah's pale face on the other side of the doorway.
"So I snuck out on the stoop. I bet it was 100 easy, but it felt good to me after being inside there. That was when I seen it comin' down the hill t'other side of the road. Stayed in the shadow much as it could, and looked like a shadow itself, only you could see it move, and it was always blacker than what they was. I knowed it was the soul sucker, and was afeard it'd get my ma. I took to cryin', and she come outside and fetched me down the spring for a drink, and that's the last time anybody ever did see it, far as I know."
"Why do you call it the soul sucker?" the Nebraskan asked.
"'Cause that's what it does, Mr. Cooper. Guess you know it ain't only folks that has ghosts. A man can see the ghost of another man, all right, but he can see the ghost of a dog or a mule or anything like that, too. Wall, you take a man's, 'cause that don't make so much argument. It's his soul, ain't it? Why ain't it in heaven or down in the bad place like it's supposed to be? What's it doing in the haint house, or walking down the road, or wherever 'twas you seen it? I had a dog that seen a ghost one time, and that'n was another dog's, do you see? I never did see it, but he did, and I knowed he did by how he acted. What was it doing there?"
The Nebraskan shook his head. "I've no idea, Mr. Thacker."
"Well, I'll tell you. When a man passes on, or a horse, or a dog, or whatever, it's supposed to get out and get over to the judgment. The Lord Jesus Christ's our judge, Mr. Cooper. Only sometimes it won't do it. Maybe it's afeard to be judged, or maybe it has this or that to tend to down here yet, or anyhow reckons it does. like showing somebody some money what it knowed about. Some does that pretty often, and I might tell you about some of them times. But if it don't have business and is just feared to go, it'll stay where 'tis. That's the kind that haints their graves. They belong to the soul sucker, do you see, if it can get 'em. Only if it's hungered, it'll suck on a live person, and he's bound to fight or die.
The old man paused to wet his lips with lemonade, staring across his family's little burial plot and fields of dry cornstalks to purple hills where he would never hunt again.
Don't win, not particular often. Guess the first one was an Indian, maybe. Something like that. I tell you how Creech shot it?
No, you didn't, Mr. Thacker. The Nebraskan took a swallow of his own lemonade, which was refreshingly tart. I'd like very much to hear it. The old man rocked in silence for what seemed a long while.
"Wall," he said at last, "they'd been shooting all day. Reckon I said that. For a good long time, anyhow. And they was tied, Colonel Lightfoot and this here Cooper was, and Creech just one behind 'em. 'Twas Creech's time next, and he kept on saying to stay for just one more, then he'd go and they'd all go, hit or miss. So they stayed, but wasn't no more crows, 'cause they'd about kilt every crow in many a mile. Started getting dark for sure, and this Cooper, he says, 'Come on, Labe, couldn't nobody hit nothing now. You lost and you gotta face up.' Creech, he says, 'Walt was my mule,' and just 'bout then here comes something bigger'n any crow, and black, hopping along the ground like a crow will sometimes, do you see, over towards that dead mule. So Creech ups with his gun. Colonel Lightfoot, he allowed afterwards he couldn't have seed his sights in that dark. Reckon he just sighted alongside the barrel. 'Tis the old mountain way, do you see, and there's lots what swore by it. Well, he let go, and it fell over. 'You won,' says Colonel Lightfoot, and he claps Creech on his back, and let's go. Only this Cooper, he knowed it wasn't no crow, being too big, and he goes over to see what 'twas. Well, sir, 'twas like to a man, only crooked-legged and wry neck. 'Twasn't no man, but like to it, do you see. 'Who shot me?' it says, and the mouth was full of worms. Grave worms, do you see. 'Who shot me?' And Cooper, he said, 'Creech.' Then he hollered for Creech and Colonel Lightfoot. Colonel Lightfoot says, 'Boys, we got to bury this.' And Creech goes back to his home place and fetches a spade and a old shovel, them being all he's got. He's shaking so bad they just rattled together, do you see. Colonel Lightfoot and this Cooper, they seed he couldn't dig, so they goes hard at it. Pretty soon they looked around, and Creech was gone, and the soul sucker too."
The old man paused dramatically.
"Next time anybody seed the soul sucker, 'twas Creech. So he's the one I seed, or one of his kin, anyhow. Don't never shoot anything without you're dead sure what 'tis, young feller."
Cued by his closing words, Sarah appeared in the doorway.
"Supper's ready. I set a place for you, Mr. Cooper. Pa said. You sure you want to stay? Won't be fancy."
The Nebraskan stood up. "Why, that was very kind of you, Miss Thacker." His granddaughter helped the old man rise. Propped by the cane in his right hand and guided and supported by her on his left, he shuffled slowly into the house. The Nebraskan followed and held his chair.
"Pa's washing up," Sarah said. "He was changing the oil in the tractor. He'll say grace. You don't have to get my chair for me, Mr. Cooper. I'll put on till he comes. Just sit down."
"Thank you." The Nebraskan sat across from the old man.
"We got ham and sweet corn, biscuits, and potatoes. It's not no company dinner."
With perfect honesty, the Nebraskan said, "Everything smells wonderful, Miss Thacker." Her father entered, scrubbed to the elbows, but bringing a tang of crankcase oil to the mingled aromas from the stove.
"You hear all you wanted to, Mr. Cooper?"
"I heard some marvelous stories, Mr. Thacker," the Nebraskan said. Sarah gave the ham the place of honor before her father.
"I think it's truly fine what you're doing, writing up all these old stories for they're lost."
Her father nodded reluctantly.
"Wouldn't have thought you could make a living at it, though."
"He don't, Pa. He teaches. He's a teacher."
The ham was followed by a mountainous platter of biscuits. Sarah dropped into a chair.
I'll fetch our sweet corn and potatoes in just a shake. Corn's not quite done yet.
O Lord, bless this food and them that eats it. Make us thankful for farm, family, and friends. Welcome the stranger neath our roof as we do, O Lord. Now let's eat.
The younger Mr. Thacker rose and applied an enormous butcher knife to the ham, and the Nebraskan remembered at last to switch off his tape recorder. 2 hours later, more than filled, the Nebraskan had agreed to stay the night.
It's not real fancy,
Sarah said as she showed him to their vacant bedroom,
but it's clean. I just put those sheets and the comforter on while you were talking to Grandpa.
The door creaked. She flipped the switch. The Nebraskan nodded. You anticipated that I'd accept your father's invitation.
Well, he hoped you would.
Careful not to meet his eye, Sarah added,
I never seen Grandpa so happy in years. You're going to talk to him some more in the morning? You can put the stuff from your suitcase right here in this dresser. I cleared out these top drawers, and I already turned your bed down for you. Bathroom's on past Pa's room. You know. I guess we seem awful country to you out here.
I grew up on a farm near Fremont, Nebraska, the Nebraskan told her. There was no reply. When he looked around, Sarah was blowing a kiss from the doorway. Instantly she was gone. With a philosophical shrug, he laid his suitcase on the bed and opened it. In addition to his notebooks, he had brought his well-thumbed copy of The Types of the Folk Tale and Schmidt's Gods Before the Greeks, which he had been planning to read. Soon the Thackers would assemble in their front room to watch television. Surely he might be excused for an hour or two. His unexpected arrival later in the evening might actually give them pleasure. He had a sudden premonition that Sarah, fair and willow-slender, would be sitting alone on the sagging sofa, and that there would be no unoccupied chair. There was an unoccupied chair in the room, however, an old but sturdy-looking wooden one with a cane bottom. He carried it to the window and opened Schmidt, determined to read as long as the light lasted. Dis, he knew, had come in his chariot for the souls of departed Greeks, and so had been called the gatherer of many by those too fearful to name him. But Hop Thacker's twisted and almost pitiable soul-sucker appeared to have nothing else in common with the dark and kingly Dis. Had there been some still earlier deity who clearly prefigured the soul-sucker? Like most folklorists, the Nebraskan firmly believed that folklore's themes were, if not actually eternal, for the most part very ancient indeed. Gods Before the Greeks seemed well indexed. Dead, their mummies visited by Inuit, 2. The Nebraskan nodded to himself and turned to the front of the book. Inuit, lord of the land, the necropolis, opener to the north. Though frequently confused with Anubis, to whom he lent his form, it is clear that Inuit, the jackal god, maintained a separate identity into the New Kingdom period. Souls that had refused to board Ra's boat, and thus to appear before the throne of the resurrected Osiris, were dragged by Inuit, who visited their mummies for this purpose, to Tuat, the lightless, demon-haunted valley stretching between the death of the old sun and the rising of the new. Inuit and the less threatening Anubis can seldom be distinguished in art, but where such distinction is possible, Inuit is the more powerfully muscled figure. Van Allen reports that Inuit is still invoked by the modern, Muslim or Coptic magicians of Egypt under the name Jugya. The Nebraskan rose, laid the book on his chair, and strode to the dresser and back. Here was a 5,000-year-old myth that paralleled the soul-sucker in function, nor was it certain by any means that the similarity was merely coincidental. That the folklore of the Appalachians could have been influenced by the occult beliefs of modern Egypt was wildly improbable, but by no means impossible. After the Civil War, the United States Army had imported not only camels, but camel drivers from Egypt, the Nebraskan reminded himself. and the escape artist Harry Houdini had once described in lurid detail his imprisonment in the Great Pyramid. His account was undoubtedly highly colored, but had he perhaps actually visited Egypt as an extension of some European tour? Thousands of American servicemen must have passed through Egypt during the Second World War, but the soul-sucker tale was clearly older than that, and probably older than Houdini. There seemed to be a difference in appearance as well, but just how different were the soul-sucker and this Jugya, really? Inuit had been depicted as a muscular man with a jackal's head. The soul-sucker had been... The Nebraskan extracted the tape recorder from his pocket, rewound the tape, and inserted the earpiece. Had been like to a man, only crooked-legged and wry neck. Yet it had not been a man, though the feature that separated it from humanity had not been specified. A dog-like head seemed a possibility, surely, and Inuit might have changed a good deal in 5,000 years. The Nebraskan returned to his chair and reopened his book, but the sun was already nearly at the horizon. After flipping pages aimlessly for a minute or two, he joined the Thackers in their living room. Never had the inanities of television seemed less real or less significant. Though his eyes followed the movements of the actors on the screen, he was in fact considerably more attentive to Sarah's warmth and rather too generously applied perfume, and still more to a scene that had never perhaps taken place, to the dead mule lying in the field long ago, and to the marksman concealed where the woods began. Colonel Lightfoot had no doubt been a historical person, locally famous, who would be familiar to the majority of Mr. Thacker's hearers. Laban Creech might or might not have been an actual person as well. Mr. Thacker had, mysteriously, now that the Nebraskan came to consider it, given the Nebraskan's own last name, Cooper, to the third and somewhat inessential marksman. 3 marksmen had been introduced, because numbers greater than unity were practically always 3 in folklore, of course. But the use of his own name seemed odd. No doubt it had been no more than a quirk of the old man's failing memory. Remembering Cooper, he had attributed the name incorrectly. By imperceptible degrees, the Nebraskan grew conscious that the Thackers were giving no more attention to the screen than he himself was. They chuckled at no jokes, showed no irritation at even the most insistent commercials, and spoke about the dismal sitcom neither to him nor to one another. Pretty Sarah sat primly beside him, her knees together, her long legs crossed at their slender ankles, and her dishwater-reddened hands folded on her apron. To his right the old man rocked, the faint protests of his chair as regular and as slow as the ticking of the tall clock in the corner, his hands upon the crook of his cane, his expression a sightless frown. To Sarah's left, the younger Mr. Thacker was almost hidden from the Nebraskan's view. He rose and went into the kitchen, cracking his knuckles as he walked, returned with neither food nor drink, and sat once more for less than half a minute before rising again. Sarah ventured, "Maybe you'd like some cookies or some more lemonade?" The Nebraskan shook his head. "Thank you, Miss Thacker, but if I were to eat anything else, I wouldn't sleep." Oddly, her hands clenched. "I could fetch you a piece of pie." "No, thank you." Mercifully, the sitcom was over, replaced by a many-colored sunrise on the plains of Africa. There sailed the boat of Ra, the Nebraskan reflected, issuing in splendor from the dark gorge called Tuat to give light to mankind. For a moment he pictured a far smaller and less radiant vessel, black-hulled and crowded with the recalcitrant dead, a vessel steered by a jackal-headed man, a minute fleck against the blazing disk of the African sun. What was that book of Findanican's? Chariots of the Gods. Spaceships nonetheless, and that was folklore too, or at any rate was quickly passing into folklore. The Nebraskan had encountered it twice already. An animal, a zebra, lay still upon the plain. The camera panned in on it. When it was very near, the head of a huge hyena appeared, its jaws dripping carrion. The old man turned away, his abrupt movement drawing the Nebraskan's attention. Fear. That was it, of course. He cursed himself for not having identified the emotion pervading the living room sooner. Sarah was frightened, and so was the old man, horribly afraid. Even Sarah's father appeared fearful and restless, leaning back in his chair, then forward, shifting his feet, wiping his palms on the thighs of his faded khaki trousers. The Nebraskan rose and stretched. "You'll have to excuse me. It's been a long day." When neither of the men spoke, Sarah said, "I'm about to turn in myself, Mr. Cooper. You want to take a bath?" He hesitated, trying to divine the desired reply. "If it's not going to be too much trouble, that would be very nice." Sarah rose with alacrity. "I'll fetch you some towels and stuff." He returned to his room, stripped, and put on pajamas and a robe. Sarah was waiting for him at the bathroom door with a bar of zest and half a dozen towels at least. As he took the towels, the Nebraskan murmured, "Can you tell me what's wrong? Perhaps I can help." "We could go to town, Mr. Cooper." Hesitantly, she touched his arm. "I'm kind of pretty, don't you think so? You wouldn't have to marry me or nothing, just go off in the morning." "You are," the Nebraskan told her. "In fact, you're very pretty. But I couldn't do that to your family." "You get dressed again." Her voice was scarcely audible, her eyes on the top of the stairs. "You say your old trouble's starting up. You got to see the doctor. I'll slide out the back and round. Stop for me at the Big Elm." "I really couldn't, Miss Thacker," the Nebraskan said. In the tub, he told himself that he had been a fool. What was it that girl in his last class had called him? A hopeless romantic. He could have enjoyed an attractive young woman that night, and it had been months since he had slept with a woman, and saved her from... what? A beating by her father? There had been no bruises on her bare arms, and he had noticed no missing teeth. That delicate nose had never been broken, surely. He could have enjoyed the night with a very pretty young woman, for whom he would have felt responsible afterward for the remainder of his life. He pictured the reference in the Journal of American Folklore, collected by Dr. Samuel Cooper, University of Nebraska, from Hopkin Thacker, 73, whose granddaughter Dr. Cooper seduced and abandoned. With a snort of disgust, he stood, jerked the chain of the white rubber plug that had retained his bathwater, and snatched up one of Sarah's towels, at which a scrap of paper fluttered to the yellow bathroom rug. He picked it up, his fingers dampening lined notebook filler. "Do not tell him anything Grandpa told you." A woman's hand, almost painfully legible. Sarah had anticipated his refusal, clearly. Anticipated it and coppered her bets. Him meant her father, presumably, unless there was another male in the house, or another was expected. Her father almost certainly. The Nebraskan tore the note into small pieces and flushed them down the toilet, dried himself with 2 towels, brushed his teeth, and resumed his pajamas and robe, then stepped quietly out into the hall and stood listening. The television was still on, not very loudly, in the front room. There were no other voices, no sound of footsteps or of blows. What had the Thackers been afraid of? The soul-sucker? Egypt's moldering divinities? The Nebraskan returned to his room and shut the door firmly behind him. Whatever it was most certainly none of his business. In the morning he would eat breakfast, listen to a tale or two from the old man, and put the whole family out of his mind. Something moved when he switched off the light, and for an instant he had glimpsed his own shadow on the window blind, with that of someone or something behind him, a man even taller than he, a broad-shouldered figure with horns or pointed ears. Which was ridiculous on the face of it. The old-fashioned brass chandelier was suspended over the center of the room. The switch was by the door, as far as possible from the windows. In no conceivable fashion could his shadow, or any other, have been cast on that shade. He and whatever he thought he had glimpsed would have to have been standing on the other side of the room, between the light and the window. It seemed that someone had moved the bed. He waited for his eyes to become accustomed to the darkness. What furniture? The bed, the chair in which he had read, that should be beside the window where he had left it. A dresser with a spotted mirror, and, he racked his brain, a nightstand perhaps. That should be by the head of the bed, if it were there at all. Whispers filled the room. That was the wind outside. The windows were open wide, the old house flanked by stately maples. Those windows were visible now, pale rectangles in the darkness. As carefully as he could, he crossed to one and raised the blind. Moonlight filled the bedroom. There was his bed, here his chair, in front of the window to his left. No puff of air stirred the leaf-burdened limbs. He took off his robe and hung it on the towering bedpost, pulled top-sheet and comforter to the foot of the bed, and lay down. He had heard something, or nothing, seen something, or nothing. He thought longingly of his apartment in Lincoln, of his sabbatical, almost a year ago now, in Greece, of sunshine on the Saronic Gulf. Circular and yellow-white, the moon floated upon stagnant water. Beyond the moon lay the city of the dead, street after narrow street of silent tombs, a daedal labyrinth of death and stone. Far away a jackal yipped. For whole ages of the world nothing moved. Painted likenesses with limpid eyes appeared to mock the empty, tumbled skulls beyond their crumbling doors. Far down one of the winding avenues of the dead, a second jackal appeared. Head high and ears erect, it contemplated the emptiness and listened to the silence before turning to sink its teeth once more in the tattered thing it had already dragged so far. Eyeless and desiccated, smeared with bitumen and trailing rotting wrappings, the Nebraskan recognized his own corpse. And at once he was there, lying helpless in the night-shrouded street. For a moment the jackal's glowing eyes loomed over him. Its jaws closed, and his collarbones snapped. The jackal and the moonlit city vanished. Bolt upright, shaking and shaken, he did not know where. Sweat streamed into his eyes. There had been a sound. To dispel the jackal and the accursed sunless city, he rose and groped for the light switch. The bedroom was, or at least appeared to be, as he recalled it, save for the damp outline of his lanky body on the sheet. His suitcase stood beside the dresser. His shaving kit lay upon it. Gods before the Greeks waited his return on the cane seat of the old chair. "You must come to me." He whirled. There was no one but himself in the room. No one, as far as he could see, in the branches of the maple or on the ground below. Yet the words had been distinct. The speaker, so it had seemed, almost at his ear. Feeling an utter fool, he looked under the bed. There was nobody there, and no one in the closet. The doorknob would not turn in his hand. He was locked in. That perhaps had been the noise that woke him, the sharp click of the bolt. He squatted to squint through the old-fashioned keyhole. The dim hallway outside was empty as far as he could see. He stood, A hard object gouged the sole of his right foot, and he bent to look. It was the key. He picked it up. Somebody had locked his door, pushed the key under it, and possibly spoken through the keyhole. Or perhaps it was only that some fragment of his dream had remained with him. That had been the jackal's voice, surely. The key turned smoothly in the lock. Outside in the hall, he seemed to detect the fragrance of Sarah's perfume, though he could not be sure. If it had been Sarah, she had locked him in, providing the key so that he could free himself in the morning. Whom had she been locking out? He returned to the bedroom, shut the door, and stood for a moment staring at it, the key in his hand. It seemed unlikely that the crude, outmoded lock would delay any intruder long, and of course it would obstruct him when he answered. Answered whose summons? And why should he? Frightened again, frightened still, he searched for another light. There was none. No reading light on the bed, no lamp on the nightstand, no floor lamp, no fixture upon any of the walls. He turned the key in the lock, and after a few seconds' thought, dropped it into the topmost drawer of the dresser, and picked up his book. Abaddon, the angel of destruction, dispatched by God to turn the Nile and all its waters to blood, and to kill the firstborn male child in every Egyptian family. Abaddon's hand was averted from the children of Israel, who for this purpose smeared their doorposts with the blood of the paschal lamb. This substitution has frequently been considered a foreshadowing of the sacrifice of Christ. Ammit, Ammit, devourer of the dead. This Egyptian goddess guarded the throne of Osiris in the underworld, and feasted upon the souls of those whom Osiris condemned. She had the head of a crocodile, and the 4 legs of a lion. The remainder of her form was that of a hippopotamus, figure 1. Ammit's great temple at Hinisu, Heracleopolis, was destroyed by Octavian, who had its priests impaled. Anuit, Anuit, lord of the land, the necropolis, opener to the north, though frequently confused with Anubis. The Nebraskan laid his book aside. The overhead light was not well adapted to reading in any case. He switched it off and lay down. Staring up into the darkness, he pondered Inuit's strange title, Opener to the North. Devourer of the dead and Lord of the land seemed clear enough. Or rather, Lord of the land seemed clear once Schmidt explained that it referred to the necropolis. That explanation was the source of his dream, obviously. Why then had Schmidt not explained Opener to the North? Presumably because he didn't understand it either. Well, an opener was one who went before, the first to pass in a certain direction. He or she made it easier for others to follow, marking trails and so on. The Nile flowed north, so Inuit might have been thought of as the god who went before the Egyptians when they left their river to sail the Mediterranean. He himself had pictured Inuit in a boat earlier, for that matter, because there was supposed to be a celestial Nile. Was it the Milky Way? Because he had known that the Egyptians had believed there was a divine analog to the Nile, along which Ra's sunboat journeyed. And of course the Milky Way actually really is, in the most literal sense, the branching star pool where the sun floats. The jackal released the corpse it had dragged, coughed, and vomited, spewing carrion alive with worms. The Nebraskan picked up a stone fallen from one of the crumbling tombs and flung it, striking the jackal just below the ear. It rose up on its hind legs, and though its face remained that of a beast, its eyes were those of a man. "This is for you," it said, and pointed toward the writhing mass. "Take it, and come to me." The Nebraskan knelt and plucked one of the worms from the reeking spew. It was pale, streaked and splotched with scarlet, and woke in him a longing never felt before. In his mouth it brought peace, health, love, and hunger for something he could not name. Old Hop Thacker's voice floated across infinite distance.
"Don't never shoot anything without you're dead sure what 'tis, young feller."
Another worm, and another, and each as good as the last.
"We will teach you,"
the worms said, speaking from his own mouth.
"Have we not come from the stars? Your own desire for them has wakened, man of earth."
Hop Thacker's voice.
"Grave worms, do you see?
Come to me."
The Nebraskan took the key from the drawer. It was only necessary to open the nearest tomb. The jackal pointed to the lock.
"If it's hungered, it'll suck on a live person, and he's bound to fight it or die."
The end of the key scraped across the door, seeking the keyhole.
"Come to me, man of earth. Come quickly."
Sarah's voice had joined the old man's, their words mingled and confused. She screamed, and the painted figures faded from the door of the tomb. The key turned. Thacker stepped from the tomb. Behind him his father shouted,
"Joe boy! Joe!"
and struck him with his cane. Blood streamed from Thacker's torn scalp, but he did not look around.
"Fight him, young feller! You gotta fight him!"
Someone switched on the light. The Nebraskan backed toward the bed.
"Pa, don't!"
Sarah had the huge butcher knife. She lifted it higher than her father's head and brought it down. He caught her wrist, revealing a long, raking cut down his back as he spun about. The knife and Sarah fell to the floor. The Nebraskan grabbed Thacker's arm. "What is this?"
"It is love,"
Thacker told him.
"That is your word, man of earth. It is love."
No tongue showed between his parted lips. Worms writhed there instead, and among the worms gleamed stars. With all his strength, the Nebraskan drove his right fist into those lips. Thacker's head was slammed back by the blow. Pain shot along the Nebraskan's arm. He swung again, with his left this time, and his wrist was caught as Sarah's had been. He tried to back away, struggled to pull free. The high, old-fashioned bed blocked his legs at the knees. Thacker bent above him, his torn lips parted and bleeding, his eyes filled with such pain as the Nebraskan had never seen. The jackal spoke.
"Open to me."
"Yes," the Nebraskan told it. "Yes, I will." He had never known before that he possessed a soul, but he felt it rush into his throat. Thacker's eyes rolled upward. His mouth gaped, disclosing for an instant the slime-sheathed, tentacled thing within. Half falling, half rolling, he slumped upon the bed. For a second that felt much longer, Thacker's father stood over him with trembling hands. A step backward, and the older Mr. Thacker fell as well, fell horribly and awkwardly, his head striking the floor with a distinct crack.
"Grandpa!"
Sarah knelt beside him. The Nebraskan rose. The worn brown handle of the butcher knife protruded from Thacker's back. A little blood, less than the Nebraskan would have expected, trickled down the smooth old wood to form a crimson pool on the sheet.
"Help me with him, Mr. Cooper. He's got to go to bed."
The Nebraskan nodded and lifted the only living Mr. Thacker onto his feet. "How do you feel?"
"Shaky,"
the old man admitted.
"Real shaky."
The Nebraskan put the old man's right arm about his own neck and picked him up. "I can carry him," he said. "You'll have to show me his bedroom."
"Most times Joe was just like always."
The old man's voice was a whisper, as faint and far as it had been in the dream city of the dead.
"That's what you got to understand. Near all the time. And when he did, they was dead, do you see? Dead or near to it. Didn't do a lot of harm."
The Nebraskan nodded. Sarah, in a threadbare white nightgown that might have been her mother's once, was already in the hall, stumbling and racked with sobs.
Then you come. And Joe, he made us. Said I had to keep on talking, and she had to ask you for supper.
You told me that story to warn me, the Nebraskan said. The old man nodded feebly as they entered his bedroom.
I thought I was being slick. It was true, though, except 'twasn't Cooper, nor Creech neither.
I understand, the Nebraskan said. He laid the old man on his bed and pulled up a blanket.
I killed him, didn't I? I killed my boy Joe.
It wasn't you, Grandpa.
Sarah had found a man's bandana, no doubt in one of her grandfather's drawers. She blew her nose into it.
That's what they'll say.
The Nebraskan turned on his heel. We've got to find that thing and kill it. I should have done that first. Before he had completed the thought, he was hurrying back toward the room that had been his. He rolled Thacker over as far as the knife handle permitted and lifted his legs onto the bed. Thacker's jaw hung slack. His tongue and palate were thinly coated with a clear, glutinous gel that carried a faint smell of ammonia. Otherwise, his mouth was perfectly normal.
It's a spirit,
Sarah told the Nebraskan from the doorway.
It'll go into Grandpa now, 'cause he killed it. That's what he always said.
The Nebraskan straightened up, turning to face her. It's a living creature, something like a cuttlefish, and it came here from... He waved the thought aside. It doesn't really matter. It landed in North Africa, or at least I think it must have, and if I'm right, it was eaten by a jackal. They'll eat just about anything, from what I've read. It survived inside the jackal as a sort of intestinal parasite. Long ago, it transmitted itself to a man somehow. Sarah was looking down at her father, no longer listening.
He's resting now, Mr. Cooper. He shot the old soul-sucker in the woods one day. That's what Grandpa tells, and he hasn't had no rest since. But he's peaceful now. I was only 8, or about that, and for a long time Grandpa was afraid he'd get me, only he never did.
With both her thumbs, she drew down the lids of the dead man's eyes. Either it's crawled away, the Nebraskan began. Abruptly, Sarah dropped to her knees beside her dead parent and kissed him. When at last the Nebraskan backed out of the room, the dead man and the living woman remained locked in that kiss, her face ecstatic, her fingers tangled in the dead man's hair. 2 full days later, after the Nebraskan had crossed the Mississippi, he still saw that kiss in shadows beside the road. Steve Rasnick Tem, Aquarium. Steve Rasnick Tem lives with his wife, the writer Melanie Tem, in a supposedly haunted Victorian house in Denver, Colorado. A prolific author of short stories and poems for the small press field and numerous anthology markets, recent or upcoming appearances include Fantasy Tales 4, Pulp House 7, Psychopaths 2, New Crimes 3, Stalkers 3, and books without numbers on them, such as The Fantastic Robin Hood, Tales of the Wandering Jew, Dark at Heart, and The Year's Best Fantasy and Horror. A collection of stories, Ombres sur la route, was published in France by de Noël, and collaborations with Melanie appear in The Ultimate Frankenstein and The Ultimate Dracula. Roadkill Press has published his chapbook Fairy Tales, and another is due from Haunted Library entitled Absences, Charlie Good's Ghosts. We are pleased to welcome him back to Best New Horror with another fine example of his mastery of the short form. In the orphanage, they'd had an aquarium. A wooden model of the ancient, sprawling orphanage itself, open at the top, had served as a frame for the ordinary glass aquarium inside. The orphanage was always receiving unusual gifts like that. Giant gingerbread men, dolls with some president's face, doll houses modeled after some famous building. There'd be an article in the paper each time with a picture of the donor and his gift, surrounded by dozens of children with practiced smiles. Other benefactors hosted special events. The Sea Harp used to throw parties for the children of the orphanage every year, parties that sometimes lasted for days, with the children sleeping in the hotel. Michael knew he had attended several of them, but he had been so young at the time, not more than 4 or 5, he really couldn't remember them. The aquarium had had a little brass plaque, gift of Martin O'Brien. Michael had heard that the fellow had been some sort of fisherman, and himself an orphan. Many of the gifts were supposedly from former residents of the orphanage, but Michael never actually believed that there was such a thing as a former resident. The place marked you forever. Sometimes he would wonder what he would give to the orphanage when he got old and successful. Sometimes the fish would swim up to the tiny model windows and look out. One of the older boys said that fish could barely see past their mouths, but they sure looked like they were peering out at you, as if you were a prospective parent and today was Visitors' Day. That's the way the children always looked on Visitors' Day, Michael thought, staring wide-eyed out the windows and moving their gills in and out nervously, trying to look like whoever these prospective parents expected you to look like, trying to look like you'd fit right into their family. Sometimes when the light was right in the aquarium room, you could see your own reflection in these windows, superimposed over the fish, looking in and looking out, waiting. In the orphanage, Michael used to dream that he had no face. He was waiting for someone to choose a face for him. Until then, he had the open-mouthed, wide and wet-eyed face of a fish. Now, in Greystone Bay, Michael got into a green cab that said Two Crazy Brothers Cab Company on the door. He wondered if that meant there were 2 identical cabs, a brother driving each one, or perhaps only one cab with which they alternated shifts. Greystone Bay was, after all, a relatively small place. Or perhaps there were dozens of such cabs, and the brothers didn't drive anymore, being president and vice president of the company. Or perhaps co-vice presidents, their mother or father taking the largely honorary presidential post. It was difficult to know exactly who his driver was and what he expected from him. "Not many go to the Sea Harp this time of year," the driver said. Michael glanced at the rearview mirror and fixed on the driver's eyes. Seeing just the slice of face holding the eyes bothered him. He'd never been able to tell much from eyes. People's eyes had always seemed somewhat interchangeable. Seeing just that cutout of someone's eyes led him to imagine that they were his own eyes, transplanted somehow into someone else's shadowy face. A social worker at the orphanage had once given him a toy that rearranged slices of faces like that, a chin, a mouth, a nose, eyes, hair, all from different characters mixed and matched. After a while, the particular arrangement hadn't seemed to matter. It was the very act of changing which had been important. "You must like a quiet holiday," the cab driver said. Michael looked at the mirror eyes, which might have been his own. He wondered what the driver's mouth was like, whether it conveyed a message different from that of the eyes. "Why do you say that?" "Like I said before, nobody much comes to the Sea Harp this time of year. Thanksgiving through Christmas, right up till the party on New Year's Eve. Then the whole town turns out. But up till then, that's their dead season. People are home with their families, not in some hotel." "Well, I don't have a family, I'm afraid." The driver was silent a moment. Then, "Didn't think you did." Michael held himself stiff, eyes motionless. They always seem to know. How do they always know? Then he forced himself to relax, wondering what it was the cab driver might like to see, what kind of passenger he might like and admire. Just like a good orphan. He could feel the themes of independence and good business entering his relaxed facial muscles, his posture. Too busy building a career, I guess. He let slip a self-amused chuckle. A fellow my age, his career takes up most of his time. Your age? 25. He'd lied by 12 years, but he could see in the mirror eyes that the driver believed him, apparently not seeing all the age signs that made that unlikely. People believed a good orphan. I'm an architect. A sudden, new respect in those mirror eyes. Really? They planning to expand up there at the Sea Harp? Maybe they know some things about money coming into the bay us regular working folk don't? I really couldn't say. Or maybe they're going to remodel. You gonna give that old lady a facelift? Really, I couldn't. Hey, I get you. I understand. One of the mirror eyes half winked. The driver offered to carry his bags up the steps to the hotel, but Michael told him that wasn't necessary. Travel light in my business. The driver nodded as if he knew exactly what Michael was talking about. Michael gave him a generous tip anyway. He had to. Walking up the steps, he wondered if he had enough expense money left. In the dark, the Sea Harp was magnificent. Its classical lines flowed sweetly into the shadows left and right. Its silhouette climbed smoothly out of the porch light with very few of the architectural afterthoughts that spoiled the proportions of so many of its type. Outside lighting had been kept to a minimum, forcing the nighttime visitor to focus on the windows. So many windows, exaggerating the width of that first floor. But then, most old buildings looked impressive in the dark. He hoped it lived up to its promise in the less forgiving daylight. That's when you could tell just how much of the Sea Harp's budget had been allotted to maintenance and repair over the years. By mid-morning he'd be able to spot any dry rot or sagging wood. He could already tell the Sea Harp had been fitted with Dutch gutters in spots. The downspouts went right up into the enclosed eaves, a real problem with water damage if they hadn't been refurbished recently. Something bothered him about the windows. It was silly, and these little naggings he was prey to now and then made him angry. He didn't like to think of himself as irrational. Rationality had always meant safety. All the kids he'd grown up with in the orphanage and all their dreams, it had given them nothing but a crib of pain as far as he could see. And yet he took the few steps up onto the porch and stopped, compelled to examine these windows before entering. The glass was extraordinarily clean, a good omen. In fact, the glass was so clean you'd hardly know it was there. It was an invisible barrier separating what was in, the contents, the atmosphere of the hotel, from what was out. Michael imagined the heavy pressure of that atmosphere, the accumulated breath and spirit of all those visitors over all those years, pushing mightily against that glass which had to be so strong, so finely crafted, like an aquarium. He stepped closer to the glass. Inside, the furniture and the carpets were of sea colors, blue and blue-green, the wallpaper a faded blue. The guests moved slowly from setting to setting, as if asleep, or as if underwater. Their faces, blue and green, pumping the heavy, ancient hotel air. Michael wondered if they could see him outside the glass, peering into their underwater world, seeing his own face in the faces of all these fish. He walked gingerly to the main door and opened it, took a deep breath. The moist air quickly escaped, pushing over the porch and wetting his face and hair. Stepping inside, he pulled the door tightly, sealing himself in. He forced himself to remember who he was and the nature of the task he had been hired for. He was pleased to see that much of the furniture in the lobby and other public areas dated back to the original construction of the hotel. Whether it was original to the Sea Harp itself, of course, remained to be seen. And there was so much of it. On impulse, he crouched as low as possible for a child's eye view. and peered along the floor at a sea of Victorian furniture legs, rosewood and black walnut, with the characteristic cabriole carving and rudimentary feet supporting a Gallic ornateness of leaved, flowered, and fruited moldings and upholsteries. Here and there among the Victorian legs there were the occasional modern, straight-legged anachronisms, or stranger still, legs of curly maple and cherry, spirally reeded or acanthus-leaf carved American Empire pieces, or, going back even further, Sheraton mahogany with satinwood. Michael wondered if the original builder, Bulgren he believed was the name, had brought some older family pieces into the hotel when he moved in. No one appeared to be watching, so Michael went down to his knees, lowering his head to scan the floor even better. And then he remembered. 4 years old, and all the legs and furniture had been trees and caves to him as he raced across the lobby on hands and knees, so fast that Mr. Dobbins, the supervisor that day, had been unable to catch him. Every time Dobbins had gotten close, Michael had hidden under a particularly well-stuffed item, sitting there trying not to giggle while Dobbins called and pleaded with increasing volume. Dobbins' tightly panted gabardine legs, old, stiff, a bit crooked, seemed like all those other legs of the forest while he was still, and once he moved it was as if the whole forest of legs moved, and when other adult legs joined the search, it felt like a forest in a hurricane, legs sliding across the floor, crashing to the floor, old voices cracking with alarm. At the time, he'd thought about staying in that forest forever, maybe grabbing a few of his friends and living there, but then Dobbins had lifted the chair from over him, there was daylight and thunder overhead, and Michael was lifted skyward. He stood up, dusted off his pants, and headed toward the desk, still looking around. No one had noticed. Good. He made himself look professional. Numerous secretaries and writing desks lined the far wall of the lobby, including 2 excellent drop fronts of the French secrétaire à habitant type, built all in one piece, which must have been brought up from New Orleans at no small expense. He couldn't wait to open them up and examine the insides. He continued to the registration desk, his eyes alert for the odd detail, the surprise. Victor Montgomery sat motionless on the other side of his desk. He seemed strangely out of place, and yet Michael could not imagine this man being anywhere else. Perhaps it was the clothes, all of them a size too large, including the collar. But the knot of the tie was firm and tight, and the suit wasn't particularly wrinkled from enclosing a body too small for it. It was as if Montgomery had shrunk after putting the suit on. The desk appeared too large for him as well, as did the black phone, the blotter, the desk lamp with the green glass shade. They seemed huge to Michael, and Victor Montgomery seemed an infant, forcing his small wrinkled head out of the huge collar, his baby face glowing red from the exertion, his small eyes having difficulty focusing. "There is quite a lot to catalog," Montgomery said, his baby eyes straying. "The furniture in all the rooms, the public areas, the storage cellars, as well as all the art and accessory items, of course. You will not be inventorying the family's private quarters or the attics, however, nor will you be permitted access to a few odd rooms, but those are locked in any case. If there is any question, I expect you to ask." "I can assure you there will be no problem completing the inventory in the allotted time, perhaps even sooner." Michael permitted just a hint of laughter into his voice, thinking it might show enthusiasm. Montgomery looked like a baby startled by a sudden noise. "I did not expect there would be." "No, of course not. I just thought that if you were leaving the family quarters, the attics, or any other areas off my assignment for fear of the time they would take, I should reassure you that they would be no problem as well. I have done a number of these hotel inventories and have become quite efficient, I assure you. Any furniture in those off-limit areas I wanted inventoried has already been moved into rooms 312 and 313.
You will evaluate each piece, make recommendations as to which should remain part of the Sea Harp collection, whether because of historical interest, rarity, or to illustrate a particular theme, I do not care, and which might be sold at auction. Any marginal items of dubious functionality should be disposed of as quickly and inexpensively as possible. Most importantly, I want a complete record and evaluation of all items in the hotel. I am quite sure we have been pilfered in the past, and am determined to put a stop to it."
Michael nodded, doodling in his pad as if he had recorded every word. The infant's head was frighteningly red.
"May I start tonight?" "If you wish. In fact, I would suggest that you do much of your work at night. That will avoid distracting the help from their work, not to mention attracting their curiosity."
"And that would be a problem?"
"I do not want them to think I distrust them, although of course I do. You will be eating Thanksgiving dinner here."
Michael didn't know if that was a question or an order. "I had planned on it, if possible."
"One of your family?"
"I have none, and no other place to go this holiday." The infant looked vaguely distressed, as if it had filled its diapers.
"I am sorry to hear that. A family is a great source of strength. It is important to belong."
Michael waited for him to say something specific about his own family, but he did not. "I feel I am a member of the family of man," Michael lied. The infant looked confused.
"An orphan?"
"Yes. In fact, the children of the orphanage came here over a number of years for a kind of holiday.
Even I was away at school most of those years,"
Montgomery said. "Yes, of course."
"There are no more orphanages, are there? In the United States, I mean?"
Montgomery said. "No, I don't believe there are."
"Foster homes and such, I believe. The poor orphans get real families now,"
Montgomery said. Michael simply nodded. The infant Montgomery was suddenly struggling to his feet, lost in his clothes, his baby's head lost in the voluminous collar. The interview was over.
"I will make sure the staff prepares a suitable Thanksgiving repast for you tomorrow. After that you will have the hotel essentially to yourself. The staff will be home with their families. We Montgomerys will remain in our quarters for the following 2 days, at the end of which time I expect to be able to review your full report."
"Certainly." Montgomery was moving slowly around his huge desk. He seemed to be extending one sleeve. For a panicked second, Michael thought he was extending his hand to him, but the infant's arms were so short Michael would never be able to find the hand, lost in the huge folds of the coat sleeve.
"One more thing."
The infant yawned, and its eyes rolled. Up past his bedtime, Michael mused.
"Any remaining furniture should fit the hotel. It is very important that things fit, find their proper place. I hired you because you supposedly know about such things."
"I do, sir." The infant lolled its head in the huge collar, then waddled off to bed. Michael took a long, rambling, post-midnight tour of the Sea Harp's floors to get a preliminary feel for the place. He didn't at all mind working at night. Most nights he was unable to get to sleep until 3 or 4 in the morning anyway. There never seemed to be any particular reason for his insomnia. His mind simply was not yet ready for sleep. And he had no wife or children to be bothered by his sleeplessness. The walls of the Sea Harp's public areas were well supplied with art. There was a number of pieces by British painters in the German Romantic style. Michael had a working familiarity with art, but knew he'd have to call in someone else for a proper appraisal. Reynolds from Boston, or perhaps J.P. Jacobs in Providence, although Jacobs was often a bit too optimistic in his appraisals for Michael's taste. And Montgomery would want a conservative appraisal, the more conservative the better. So maybe it would have to be Reynolds. Reynolds would have a field day. There were several excellent examples of the outline style after H. Also some nice small sculptures he was sure Reynolds could identify, if the sculptors were worth identifying. The pieces looked nice enough, but Michael was out of his area here. The themes seemed to be typically classical: Venus and Cupid, Venus and Mercury, the death of Leander, and several small pieces of children, Cupid, no doubt, but the faces were so worn, expressionless, as if left too long under water. Along one stretch of wall there were so many of these small, near-featureless sculptures, raised on pedestals or recessed in alcoves, that Michael was compelled to stop and ponder. But there seemed to be no reason for it. He could not understand the emphasis of these damaged, ill-colored pieces. Literally ill-colored, he thought, for the stone was a yellowish white, like diseased flesh, like flesh kept half wet and half dry for a long time. Even when he left this area, he could feel the sculptures clamoring for his attention, floating into his peripheral vision like distorted embryos. The door to room 312 creaked open. He pawed through a fur of dust for the light switch, and when he finally got the light on, he discovered more dust hanging in strings from the ceiling, and from antique furniture stacked almost to the ceiling, obscuring the glass fixture, which itself appeared to have been dipped into brown oil. Obviously, Montgomery had had the furniture moved here some time ago. He wondered why it had taken the man so long to finally decide on getting an appraiser. Or maybe it was a matter of finding the right appraiser. That thought made him get out of the chill of the hall and completely into the room, however dim and dusty. The sound of the door shutting was muted by the thick skin of dust over the jamb. Michael slipped the small tape recorder out of his coat pocket. A good deal of the furniture in the room predated the hotel, late 18th century to early 19th. Bought as collector's pieces, no doubt, by some past manager. Most of them were chairs, Chippendale mahogany wing chairs and armchairs of the Martha Washington type, late Sheraton side chairs, and a few Queen Anne wing and slippers. But they varied widely in quality. Most of the Sheratons were too heavy, with rather awkward carving on the center splat, but there was one boasting a beautifully carved spread eagle and fine leg lines, worth a good 10 times more than the others. The Chippendales were all too boxy and vertical in the back. Most of the Martha Washingtons suffered from shapeless arms or legs that were too short, seats often too heavy in relation to the top part of the chair. But there were 2 genuine masterpieces among those, finely scooped arms, serpentine crests, beautifully proportioned all around. Some of the chairs had been virtually ruined by amateurish restoration efforts. The arms crudely embellished, mismatched replacement of a crest rail or stretcher, the legs shortened to give the chair an awkward stance. And something odd about one of the altered pieces. Michael clicked on his recorder. A metal rod has been added to the top of the chair, with leather straps attached. He brushed off the leather and leaned in for a closer look. It appears to be some sort of chin strap. Another wider leather strap has been attached to the seat. Like a seat belt, I'd say, but poorly designed. It would be much too tight, even for a child. He gradually worked his way around the room, not trying to catalog everything, but simply trying to get a feel for the range of the pieces, highlighting anything that looked interesting. An English tall clock, with a black japanned case embellished with colored portraits of both George III and George Washington. An excellent matching high boy and low boy with cabriole legs. An early 18th century high chest of drawers, ruined because one of the cup-turned legs has been lost and replaced at some point with a leg trumpet turned. A very nice India side chair with Flemish scrolls and feet. He stopped once he discovered he was standing by the window. A heavy fog had come in from the bay, had crept like steaming gray mud over the trees, and was now filling the yard to surround and isolate the sea harp. It seemed only fitting for such obsessive, lonely work. On the evening before his solitary Thanksgiving meal, it had been only recently that Michael realized he had no practical use for the antiques he valued so much. These were heirlooms, family icons, and embodiments. made for a family to use, for fathers and mothers to pass down to children and grandchildren. And he was someone who had no place to go for Thanksgiving, a wet fish trapped inside the aquarium. He was haunted by mothers and fathers, grandparents, generations of ancestors who, as far as he could tell, had never existed. He had no fixed place. He was, forever, the rootless boy who cannot get along. He got down on his hands and knees and rooted like a pig through the dust of ages. He pretended to be a professional. He examined the pieces of patina, wear, and tool marks. His fingers delicately traced the grain for the track of the jack plane. He crawled around and under the pieces, seeking out construction details. He made constant measurements, gauging proportion and dimension. A sofa in Louis Quinze style with a scroll-arched rail and a center crest of carved fruits and flowers with foliage, he chanted into the recorder held to his lips, like a singer making love to his microphone. But in fact, he was a dirty little boy, 4 or 5, hiding in a forest of legs and upholstery. Now and then he would try out a chair or sofa, sitting the way he was supposed to sit, sitting like a grown-up in uncomfortable furniture that broke the back and warped the legs and changed the body until it fit the furniture, and nothing was more important than fitting in, however painful the process. A Philadelphia walnut armchair, mid-18th century, with a pierced back and early cresting. Yellow, pale, distorted children with featureless heads were strapping themselves into the chairs around him, trying to sit pretty with agreeable smiles so that visiting adults would choose them. 3 Victorian side chairs after the French style of Louis Quinze, both flower and fruit motifs, black walnut. Wet children with eyes bigger than their mouths pressed tighter and tighter against the glass. Belter chair with a scroll-outlined concave back and central upholstered panel crowned by a crest of carved foliage, flowers, and fruit. He examined the wall nearer the floor. Letters were scratched into the baseboard by something sharp. Perhaps a pocket knife. Perhaps a fingernail grown too long. V.I. He imagined a child on his knees, scratching away at the baseboard with his torn and bleeding fingernail. V-I-C-T-O-R, the baseboard cried. The next morning he woke up from a series of strange dreams he could not remember, in the rough chair with the straps, the cracked leather chin strap caressing his cheek like a lover's dry hand. The morning's disorientation continued throughout the day. Thanksgiving dinner in the dining room was a solitary affair. He quickly discovered that the last of the hotel's guests had left that morning, and other than 2 or 3 staff members and the Montgomerys hidden away in their quarters at the top of the hotel, he had been left to himself. An elderly waiter poured the wine. "Compliments of Mr. Montgomery, sir," the old man creaked out. "Well, please tell Mr. Montgomery how much I appreciate it." "Mr. Montgomery feels badly that you should dine alone, and on Thanksgiving." "Well, I do appreciate his concern." Michael tried not to look at the old man. "Mr. Montgomery says a family is a very important thing to a man. Families make us human, he says." "How interesting." Michael bolted his wine and held up his glass for more. The elderly waiter obliged. "He is close to his family, is he? And was he close to his father as well when he was alive?" "Mr. Simon Montgomery had a strong interest in child-rearing. He was always looking for ways to improve his children, and read extensively on the subject. You can find some of his reading material still in the library, in fact." "Is that why he brought the children from the orphanage here over the years?" Again Michael bolted his wine, and again the old waiter replenished his glass. "I suppose. Did you enjoy yourselves?" Michael stared up at the waiter. The old man's tired red eyes were watching him carefully. Michael wanted to reach up and break through the glass wall that had suddenly surrounded him and throttle this ancient peeping Tom. But he couldn't move. "I don't remember," he finally said. After dinner, Michael spent several hours in the library trying to sober up so that he could continue his cataloging. He was particularly interested in the older books, of course, and in the course of his examinations discovered the German title Kallipädi, 1858, by a Dr. Daniel Schreber. Michael's German was rather rusty, but the book's illustrations were clear enough. A figure-8 shoulder band that tied the child's shoulders back so they wouldn't slump forward. A Geradhalter, a metal cross attached to the edge of a table that prevented the child from leaning forward during meals or study. Chairs and beds with straps and halters to prevent squirming, or tossing and turning, guaranteed to keep the young body straight. Off in the distance, in some other room, Michael could hear the pounding of tiny knees on the carpet, the thunder of the old men trying to catch them. Michael made his way down to the cellars via a door in the wall on the north side of the back porch. That door led him to a descending staircase and the cellars. The main part of these cellars consisted of the kitchen, laundry, furnace, and supply rooms, and various rooms used by the gardeners and janitors. But hidden on one end, seldom used, were the storage cellars. In the cellars had been stored a treasure of miscellaneous household appurtenances. Some of the most ornate andirons Michael had ever seen, with dogs and lions and elephants worked into their designs, shuttlecocks and beakers, finely painted bellows and ancient bottles, and all manner of brassware, ladles, skimmers, colanders, kettles, candlesticks, and the like, 22 elaborately stenciled tin canisters, and a chafing dish in the shape of a deer, necessary to keep the colonial's freshly slain venison suitably warm. Dozens of rolls of carpet which had been ill-preserved and fell into rotted clumps when he tried to examine them. A half-dozen crocks, several filled with such odd hardware as teardrop handles, bat-swing and willow mounts, rosette knobs and wrought-iron hinges, and the largest with an assortment of wall and furniture stencils. Another half-dozen pieces of Delftware from Holland, also called counterfeit china, a dripping pan and a dredging box, a variety of flesh hooks and graters and Latinware and patty pans, all artifacts from earlier versions of the Sea Harp's grand kitchen, a jack for removing some long-dead gentleman's boots, a finely made milk keeler, and several old jack-mangles for smoothing the hotel's linen, a rotting bag full of crumbling pillow-cases. Sorting through these, Michael liked to imagine all the young maids' hands which had smoothed them and fluffed their pillows. They would have been calling them pillow bears back then. Skewers and skillets, trays and trenchers, and a great wealth of woodenware, no doubt used by some past manager in an attempt to hold down costs. He could spend a full week cataloging it all, which wasn't really what he wanted to do during his time at the hotel. After seeing just these more common day-to-day bits and pieces, he was more anxious than ever to go through the other rooms. But he could tell from his finds in the cellars that there was quite a bit of antique wealth here. If the sales were handled properly, they could bring the Montgomerys a fair amount of money. And the beauty of it, of course, was that these relics were now of little use in the actual running of the hotel. That evening, Michael began his inventories of the guest rooms themselves. Most could be handled very quickly, as there was little of value or interest. The only thing that slowed him was a continuation of the vague sense of disorientation he'd felt since awakening that morning. Things, most recognizably the faceless Cupid statues he'd encountered his first night, hovered at the periphery of his vision, and then disappeared, much like the after-effects of some drug-induced alertness. He began to wonder if there had been something wrong with his Thanksgiving dinner. Perhaps it had been the wine the old waiter had delivered so freely. and became very careful of the things he ate, examining each glass of beverage or piece of bread or meat minutely for consistency, pattern, tool marks, style, before consumption. A tea table with cabriole legs and slipper feet tapering finely to the toe, like some stylish grandmother dancing, perhaps my own undiscovered grandmother dancing. Second quarter of the 18th century, probably from Philadelphia. The orphans squealed with delight, their tiny knees raw and bleeding from carpet burns. This kettledrum-based desk is obviously pregnant. A portrait of my mother bearing me? Its sides swell out greatly at the bottom, a block front. In 2 rooms he found painted Pennsylvania Dutch rocking chairs. The pale yellow children rocked them so vigorously he thought they might take off, fueled by their infant dreams. When it finally came time to retire, Michael, of course, had his choice of many beds. But many of the beds were of the modern type, and therefore of little interest to him. Where there were antique beds, they were usually Jenny Linds, with simple spool-turned posts, or the occasional belter bed with its huge headboard carved with leaves and tendrils. Michael finally settled for a bed with straps, so many straps it was like sleeping in a cage, but he felt secure, accepted. He began a dream about a forest full of children, tying one another to the trees. The crackling noises in the walls of his bedroom jarred his nerves, but eventually he was able to fall asleep. That night, as always, he had a boy's dreams. No business or marital worries informed them. It was only upon waking that Michael discovered this room had a stenciled wall. This was, of course, a surprise in a structure from the 1850s, with the number of manufactured wallpapers available, but he supposed it might have been done, no doubt using old stencils, for uniqueness, to preserve some individual effect. Michael was surprised to find that it had survived the many small repaintings and remodelings that had occurred over the years. Usually, a later owner would find the slight imperfections normal to a stenciled wall irritating, and the patterns crude, as certainly they often were. But Michael liked them. There was a lot to be said for the note of individuality they added to a room. He suspected the only reason this particular wall had been saved, however, was because the guests hadn't the opportunity to see it. Looking around the walls, at their shabbiness and the crude nature of the furniture, he felt sure this room was not normally rented, so an owner would not be embarrassed. The pattern was an unusual one. The border was standard enough, leaves and vines and pineapples, quite similar to the work of Moses Eaton, Jr. Some of the wall stencils Michael had found in the cellar matched these shapes. Within these borders, however, was a grove of trees. Most of them were large stencils of weeping willows, but still fairly standard, again derived from Eaton's work. But here and there among the willows was another sort of tree, an oak perhaps, but he wasn't sure, tied or bound by a large rope, or maybe it was a snake wrapping around the trunk and through the branches. Bound was the proper description, because the branches seemed pulled down or otherwise diverted from their natural direction by the rope or snake, and the trunk twisted from the upright, a dramatic violation of the classical symmetry one usually found in wall designs. The design of this particular tree was obviously too intricate to have been done with a single stencil. There had to have been several, overlapping. But the color was too faded and worn to make out much of the detail, as if some past cleaning woman had tried to remove the bound trees, though not the willows, with an abrasive. He got down on his hands and knees. The baseboard was covered with scratches, the signatures of dozens of different children. He could hear a distant thundering in the hall outside, hundreds of orphan limbs pounding out a protest that grew slowly in its articulateness. Choose me. Me, me, me. He began to doubt that Victor Montgomery had ever been away to school, that he had ever left this hotel and his father's watchful eye at all. The voices in the hall seemed strangely distorted embryos, as if underwater. The scratches in the baseboard tore at his fingertips. Michael crawled out of the door and down several flights of stairs. The faceless children all crowded him, jostled him, and yet he still kept his knees moving. He maneuvered through a mass of legs, odd items of furniture stacked and jammed wall to wall, all eager to grab him with their straps and wooden arms and bend him to their shape. He cried when their sharp legs kicked him, and covered his face when hurricanes swept through the woods and shouted like old men. He stopped at the front windows and floated up to the glass. A crowd of people watched him, pointed, tapped the glass. Sweat drenched him and fogged the glass wall. His eyes grew bigger than his mouth. And yet, no matter how hard he peered at the ones outside, he could find no face that resembled his own. Gay and Wilson, Mr. Ice Cold. Gay and Wilson is best known as one of America's most popular cartoonists, his macabre work appearing regularly in The New Yorker, Playboy, the magazine of fantasy and science fiction, National Lampoon, Punch, and Paris Match, amongst others. He illustrated Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven and Other Poems for the first issue of the new Classics Illustrated comics, and contributed all the artwork to Weird Tales number 300, a special Robert Bloch issue. His short fiction has recently appeared in such diverse outlets as Omni and the Lovecraft's Legacy anthology. Among his own books are Gay and Wilson's Graveside Manor, Is Nothing Sacred, Nuts, Eddie Decco's Last Caper, Everybody's Favorite Duck, and several children's volumes, including a series on Harry, the Fat Bear Spy. Wilson reveals that he was officially declared born dead by the attending physician in Evanston, Illinois. Rescued by another medico who dipped him alternately in bowls of hot and cold water, he survived to become the first student at the School of the Art Institute in Chicago to admit he was going there to learn how to become a cartoonist. He is well known for his wicked and perverse sense of humor, both of which you will find aplenty in the poignant little tale that follows. Listen, children. Hear the music? Hear its bright and cheerful chiming coming down the street? Hear it playing its pretty little tune, dingy-da-ding, as it sings softly through the green trees, through the blue sky overhead, as it sings through the thick, still, sultry summer heat. It's Mr. Ice Cold coming in his truck. Mr. Ice Cold and his nice ice cream. Fat, round, cool balls of it plopped into cones. Thick, juicy slabs of it covered in frozen chocolate frosting and stuck on sticks. Soft, pink, chilly twirls of it oozed into cups. The music's coming closer through the heat. Dingy-da-ding, dingy-da-ding. And excitement starts stirring where all was lazy and drowsy just a sweaty blink before. Bobby Martin's no longer lying flat on the grass, staring up at a slow-moving summer cloud without seeing it at all. He's scrambled to his feet and is running over the thick summer grass to ask his mother, nodding on the porch over a limp magazine almost slipped from her fingers, if he can have enough money to buy a frozen lime frog. And Susie Brenner's left off dreamily trying to tie her doll's bonnet over her cat's head, much to the cat's relief, and is desperately digging into her plastic polka-dot purse to see if there's enough change in there to buy her a cup of banana ice cream with chocolate sprinkles. She can taste the sweetness of it. Her throat can feel its coolness going down. And you? You've forgotten all about blowing through a leaf to see if you can make it squeak, the way you saw Arnold Carter's older brother do it. Now you're clawing feverishly with your small hands in both pockets, feeling your way past that sandy shell you found yesterday on the beach, and that little ball chewed bounceless by your dog, and that funny rock you came across in the vacant lot, which may, with luck, be full of uranium and highly radioactive. And so far you have come up with 2 pennies and a quarter, and you think you've just touched a nickel. Meantime, Mr. Ice Cold's truck is rolling closer. Dingy-da-ding, dingy-da-ding. And Martin Walpole, always a show-off, wipes his brow, points, and calls out proudly, "I see it! There it is!" And sure enough, there it is, rolling smoothly around the corner of Main and Lincoln, and you can see the shiny, fat fullness of its white roof gleaming in the bright sun through the thick, juicy green foliage of the trees, which have, in the peak of their summer swelling, achieved a tropical density and richness more appropriate to some Amazonian jungle than to Midwestern lakeside. And you push aside one last forgotten tangle of knotted string in your pocket, and your heart swells for joy because you've come across another quarter, and that means you've got enough for an orange icicle on a stick, which will freeze your fillings and chill your gut and stain your tongue that gorgeous glowing copper color which never fails to terrify your sister. Now Mr. Ice Cold's truck has swept into full view, and its dingy-da-ding sounds out loud and clear and sprightly enough, even in this steaming, muggy air, to startle a sparrow and make it swerve in its flight. Rusty Taylor's dog barks for a signal, and all of you come running quick as you can from every direction, coins clutched in your sweaty fingers and squeezed tightly as possible in your damp, small palms. And every one of you is licking your lips and staring at the bright blue lettering painted in frozen ice cubes that spells out Mr. Ice Cold over the truck's sides and front and back. And Mr. Ice Cold himself gives a sweeping wave of his big pale hand to everyone from behind his wheel, and brings his vehicle and all the wonders it contains to a slow, majestic halt with the skill and style of a Commodore docking an ocean liner. "A strawberry rocket!" cries fat Harold Smith, who has got there way ahead of everyone else as usual, and Mr. Ice Cold flips open one of the 6 small doors set into the left side of the truck with a click, and plucks out Harold's rocket and gives it to him and takes the change, and before you know it, he has glided to the right top door of the 4 doors at the truck's back and opened it, click, and Mandy Carter's holding her frozen maple tree and licking it and handing her money over all at the same time. And now Mr. Ice Cold is opening one of the 6 small doors on the right side of the truck, click, and Eddie Morse has bitten the point off the top of his bright red cinnamon crunchy munch and is completely happy. Then your heart's desire is plucked with a neat click from the top middle drawer on the truck's right side, which has always been its place for as long as you can remember, and you've put your money into Mr. Ice Cold's large, pale, always cool palm, and as you step back to lick your orange icicle and to feel its coolness trickle down your throat, once again you find yourself admiring the sheer smoothness of Mr. Ice Cold's movements as he glides and dips, spins and turns, bows and rises, going from one small door, click, to another, click, with never a stumble, click, never a pause, click, his huge body leaving a coolness in the wake of his passing. And you wish you moved that smoothly when you run over the gravel of the playground with your hands stretched up, hoping for a catch. But you know you don't. Everything's so familiar and comforting. The slow quieting of the other children getting what they want, your tongue growing more and more chill as you reduce yet another orange icicle, lick by lick, down to its flat stick, and the heavy, hot summer air pressing down on top of it all. But this time it's just a little different than it ever was before, because without meaning to, without having the slightest intention of doing it, you've noticed something you never noticed before. Mr. Ice Cold never opens the bottom right door in the back of the truck. He opens all the rest of them, absolutely every one, and you see him doing it now as new children arrive and call out what they want. Click, 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 he opens them one after the other, producing frozen banana bars and cherry twirls and all the other special favorites, each one always from its particular, predictable door. But his big, cool hand always glides past that one door set into the truck's back, the one on the bottom row, the one to the far right. And you realize now, with a funny little thrill, that you have never, not in all the years since your big brother Fred first took you by the hand and gave Mr. Ice Cold the money for your orange icicle because you were so small you couldn't even count, you have never, ever seen that door open. And now you've licked the whole orange icicle away, and your tongue's moving over and over the rough wood of the stick without feeling it at all, and you can't stop staring at that door, and you know, deep in the pit of your stomach, that you have to open it. You watch Mr. Ice Cold carefully now, counting out to yourself how long it takes him to move from the doors farthest forward back to the rear of the truck, and because your mind is racing very, very quickly, you soon see that 2 orders in a row will keep him up front just long enough for you to open the door which is never opened, the door which you are now standing close enough to touch, just enough time to take a quick peek and close it shut before he knows. Then Betty Dean calls out for a snow maiden right on top of Mike Howard's asking for a pecan pot, and you know those are both far up front on the right-hand side. Mr. Ice Cold glides by you close enough for the cool breeze coming from his passing to raise little goosebumps on your arms. Without pausing, without giving yourself a chance for any more thought, you reach out. Click. Your heart freezes hard as anything inside the truck. There, inside the square opening, cold and bleached and glistening, are 2 tidy stacks of small hands, small as yours, their fingertips reaching out toward you in the sunlight, their thin, dead young arms reaching out behind them, back into the darkness. Poking over the top 2 hands, growing out of something round and shiny and far back and horribly still, are 2 stiff golden braids of hair with pretty frozen bows tied onto their ends. But you have stared too long in horror, and the door is closed, click, and almost entirely covered by Mr. Ice Cold's hand, which seems enormous, and he's bent down over you with his huge, smiling face so near to yours you can feel the coolness of it in the summer heat. "Not that door," he says, very softly, and his small, neat, even teeth shine like chips from an iceberg, and because of his closeness, now you know that even his breath is icy cold. "Those in there are not for you. Those in there are for me." Then he's standing up again and moving smoothly from door to door, click, 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 but none of the other children see inside, and none of them will really believe you when you tell them, though their eyes will go wide and they'll love the story, and not a one of them saw the promise for you in Mr. Ice Cold's eyes. But you did, didn't you? And some night, after the end of summer, when it's cool and you don't want it any cooler, you'll be lying in your bed all alone, and you'll hear Mr. Ice Cold's pretty little song coming closer through the night, through the dead, withered autumn leaves. Dingy-da-ding, dingy-da-ding. Then, later on, you just may hear the first click, but you'll never hear the second click. None of them ever do. Elizabeth Hand, On the Town Route. Elizabeth Hand lives on the Maine coast with novelist Richard Grant and their daughter Callie Ann. She is the author of the novels Winterlong, a nominee for the Philip K. Dick Award, and Eastival Tide, and is currently at work on Waking the Moon. Her short stories have appeared in numerous magazines and anthologies, such as The Year's Best Horror Stories, Full Spectrum 2, and Twilight Zone. She is a contributing editor to Science Fiction Eye, and her book reviews and criticism are published in The Washington Post, Penthouse, the Detroit Metro Times, and the feminist quarterly Belles Lettres. The powerful slice of dark fantasy which follows is based on the author's real-life experiences on the town route in Greene County, Virginia, several years ago. Like Julie Dean, she notes, I ate too many bomb pops, smoked too many cigarettes, and met the people you'll find in this story, including the bearded lady and Sam and little Ava. And as anyone who's spent much time in those mountains can tell you, some truly weird stuff happens there. I met the bearded lady the first day I rode with Cass on the town route. That sweltering afternoon I sprawled across my mattress on the floor. A few inches from my nose lay the crumpled notice of the revocation of my scholarship. Beside it, a less formally worded letter indicated that in light of my recent lack of interest in the doings of the Fertile Mind bookstore, my services there would no longer be needed, and would I please return the DeFries incunabula I had borrowed for my thesis immediately. From downstairs thumped the persistent bass line of the house band's demo tape. Then another, more insistent thudding began outside my room. I moaned and pulled my pillow onto my head. I ignored the pounding on the door, finally pretended to be asleep as Cass let himself in. "Time to wake up," he announced, kneeling beside the mattress and sliding a popsicle down my back. "Time to go on the ice cream truck." I moaned and burrowed deeper into the bed. "Ow, that hurts." "It's ice cream, Julie. It's supposed to hurt." Cass dug the popsicle into the nape of my neck, dripping pink ice and licking it from my skin between whispers. "Snap out of it, Jules. You've been in here 2 whole weeks. Natalie at the bookstore's worried." Natalie at the bookstore fired me. I reached for a cigarette and twisted to face the window. "You better go, Cass. I have work to do." "Huh." He bent to flick at the scholarship notice, glanced at yet another sordid billet. Undergraduate academic suspension in bold red characters. Beneath them, a humorlessly detailed list of transgressions. "You're not working on your thesis. You're not doing anything. You've got to get out of here, Julie. You promised. You said you'd come with me on the truck, and you haven't gone once since I started." He stalked to the door, kicking at a drift of unpaid bills, uncashed checks, unopened letters from my parents, unreturned phone messages from Cass Tyrone. "You don't come today, Julie, that's it. No more ice cream." "No more bomb pops?" I asked plaintively. "Nope." He sidled across the hall, idly nudging a beer bottle down the steps. "No more chump bars? Forget it. And no snow cones either. I'll save 'em for little Ava." Reaching into his knapsack, he tossed me another popsicle and waited. I unpeeled it and licked it thoughtfully, applying it to my aching forehead. Then I stood up. "Okay, I'm coming." Outside, on the house's crumbling brick, someone had spray-painted "Dog is Glove" and "You are what you smell," along with some enthusiastic criticism of the house band written by Cass himself. A few steps farther, and the truck stood in a vacant parking lot glittering with squashed beer cans and shattered bottles. Before I could climb in, Cass made me walk with him around the rusted machine. He patted the flaking metal signs and kicked the tires appraisingly. The truck settled ominously into the gravel at this attention, and Cass sighed. "Damn. Hope we don't get another flat your first time out." Once it had been a good humor truck. Ghostly letters still glowed balefully above a phantom ice cream bar, since painted over with the slogan "Jolly Times." One side of the cab was plastered with ancient decals displaying mottled eclairs twisted into weird shapes and faded poisonous colors. I grimaced, then clambered in after Cass. As the engine wheezed, the ancient cab rattled like a box of marbles, empty pop bottles and freezer cartons rolling underfoot as I tried to clear a place to lean against the freezer. Cass lit a cigarette, dropping the match into a grape puddle. "You ready?" he shouted, and the truck lurched forward. I braced myself against the freezer lid, my hands sticking to the cool metal. Cass glanced back and apologized. "Sorry about that. Left the chump bar there last night. First stop's Tandy Court." The truck hurtled through the university town of Zion, past the college lawn and the student ghettos, past tiny churches where clots of the faithful stirred listlessly on brown lawns, fanning themselves with Sunday bulletins. Cass and I sucked popsicles to cool off, the sticks piling on the floor between us like chicken bones at a barbecue. Above the dashboard dangled a string of rusty bells. Occasionally, Cass tugged at an old gray shoelace to ring them, frowning at the wan metallic gargle. He hunched over the steering column like a rodeo clown clinging to that great ugly hulk. Then he whooped, jangled the bells, and gunned the motor. The road narrowed to a silvery track stretching before us, churches and homes falling away as we left the town limits. About us began the slow, steady erosion of village into farmland, farmland into open country, the furrows of plowed fields plunging into the ravines and ancient hollows of the Blue Ridge. We turned off the highway, bouncing across train tracks. I breathed the cloudy, sweet scents of anthracite and honeysuckle, and laughed, suddenly elated. Below us perched a dozen trailer homes, strewn among stands of poplar and red oak, like a doll village sprung from a sandbox. Old pickups and junked Chevys rusted side by side like Tonka toys. The truck crept gingerly between ruts and boulders until we reached a little midden where an inflated Yogi Bear hung from a broom handle, revolving lazily in the breeze. Cass shook his head, bemused. "Lot of toys on this route." He pointed to a shiny new trailer shell, its brown pocket of lawn vivid with red plastic tulips and spinning whirligigs. In the trailer's windows huddled small figures, brown and green and pink, staring out with shiny black eyes. More toys peered from other trailers as we crept by, rag dolls and inchworms abandoned in back lots. Only the pickups and motorcycles parked between big-wheel bikes hinted that there might be adults somewhere. "So where are all the kids?" I demanded, unwrapping a Neapolitan sandwich. Cass halted the truck in a cul-de-sac. "Watch this." The bells jingled, echoing against the mountainside until the hollow chimed. Silence, except for distant birdsong. Then another sound began, a clamorous tide of screen doors slamming open and shut, door after door creaking, booming, hissing closed. Drawers banged, coins jingled. And the children came, big ones dragging smaller ones, toddlers dragging dolls, galloping dogs and kittens scampering beneath the stalled truck. Cass fell into his seat, grinning. "Ready to sell some ice cream?" He threw open the freezer drawers, nodding to the group outside. "Here's the 3 Kims," he commented, hefting an unopened carton. 3 girls in cutoffs and T-shirts squirmed to the side of the truck, eyeing me warily. "Hi," whispered the prettiest girl, staring at Cass boldly enough to belie her soft voice. "Give me an eclair." Cass winked as he reached into the freezer. "Eclair? That's a new one. Anything for your mama?" She shook her head, clinked down 2 quarters, and slipped away. "What about you, Kim?" asked Cass. "Same thing?" "Kim Burley," lisped the second girl. She had protruding front teeth and a true hair lip, her split upper lip glowing pink and wet as bubblegum when she smiled. "Fudgesicle." He handed her a fudgesicle, and then the remaining children piled forward, yelling requests as I dredged ice cream from the freezer, frost billowing around me like steam. After the last child darted off, Cass wheeled the truck around, and we plunged back up the road. From one side of the mountain to the other, I watched the same scene, an endless procession of children unwinding beneath the blinding sun. I felt sick from too many cigarettes and ice cream bars. My eyes ached. The landscape looked flat and bright, overexposed, the streams of children a time-lapsed film. First the tiniest boys and girls, grinning and dirty as if freshly pulled from a garden. Then their older brothers and sisters, feral creatures with slanted eyes yellowed in the sunlight, bare arms and legs, sleek and golden as perch. Girls just past puberty, one with her mother's bra flapping loosely around her thin chest. An occasional boy, rude and bashful, a wad of chewing tobacco plumping his cheek. And finally, another baby stumbling to the truck behind a mother ungraced by a gold ring, the two of them leaving naked footprints in the road. "Wild girls," Cass said softly as we watched them run from the truck to swing over fences or perch there for an instant, staring back at us with glittering eyes. "Like dragonflies," he murmured. I saw them as he did, shining creatures darting between the pines. A flicker in the trees, and they were gone, their pretty husks crumbled in the sun. Farther up and farther in we drove. The houses grew older, more scattered. There were no more telephone poles. The truck scaled tortuous roads so narrow I wondered how we'd get back down after dark. I stood beside the driver's seat, balancing myself so that I could watch the sun dance in and out of the distant mountain tops. In front of me, Cass fidgeted in his seat, chain-smoking. "Count and see if we got enough for a case of beer when we get back," he yelled over the droning motor. My hands were stained in minutes, counting streaked pennies and quarters sticky with tar and gum and more lint than I cared to think about. I felt rather than saw the difference in one coin, so heavy I thought at first it was a silver dollar. "What's this?" I tossed it gingerly into my other hand, extending it to Cass. The face was worn to a dull moon, but letters still caught the afternoon light and flashed as Cass took it from me. "Look, it's not even English." He shut one eye and regarded it appraisingly. "Another one? She gives me those sometimes. It's real silver." I took it back, weighed it in my fist. "They worth anything?" "Worth their weight in silver," Cass replied brusquely, and he reddened. "I told Sam, but he wouldn't take 'em back," he added defensively. He bent to trace the characters on the coin with one finger. "They're Greek, and they're real old. I bring them to the stamp shop in Zion, and the guy there gives me $20 apiece. You can keep that one. I haven't seen any for a while." "I bet they're worth more than $20, I said, but Cass only shrugged. "Not in Zion, and up here they're only worth 50 cents. And laughing, he lit a cigarette. "We're almost at the Bearded Ladies," he announced. "You'll meet Sam there. That's always my last stop. I found her place by mistake," he went on, pounding the dashboard for emphasis. "We're not even supposed to go down this road." He pointed his cigarette at the dusty track winding before us, so narrow that branches poked through the windows, raking my arms as the truck crept down the hill. "No one lives here. Just the kids, they're always around. Come to play with little Ava. But I never see anyone in these houses," he mused, slowing the truck as it drifted past two dilapidated cottages, caved in upon themselves like an old man's gums. Cass yanked on the shoelace, and the bells rang faintly. From the shadowy verdure appeared a tiny white house, stark and precise as a child's drawing chalked against the woodlands. Here the dirt road straightened and the hill ended, as if too exhausted to go on. The truck, too, grated to a stop. Behind the house stretched woods and fallow farmland, ochre clay, yellow flax, fading into the silvery horizon where a distant silo wavered in the heat like a melting candle. From an unseen bog droned the resolute thud of a croaking bullfrog, the splash of a heron high-stepping through the marsh. Shrill, tuneless singing wafted from inside the house. A kitten lay panting beneath the worn floorboards of a little porch, ignoring a white cabbage butterfly feebly beating its wings in the scant shade. The singing stopped abruptly, and I heard a radio's blare. "Watch," Cass whispered. He lit another cigarette and rang the bells. The kitten sprang from beneath the porch, craning to watch the front door. One moment the doorway was black. The next a girl stood there, Her hair a spiky orange nimbus flared about a white face. Barefoot, a dirty white nightgown flapping around legs golden with dust and feet stained brick red from the clay. She smiled and jigged up and down on her heels, glancing back at the house. The kitten ran to her, cuffing her ankle. I could have circled one of those ankles with my thumb and forefinger and slid a pencil between. Her thin arm lashed out and grabbed the kitten by its nape, dangling it absently like a pocketbook. "Hi," called Cass, blowing a smoke ring out the window. "Little Ava?" The girl beamed, stepping towards the road, then stopped to squint back at the doorway. "She's real shy," Cass muttered. "Hey, Ava." He flourished a green and yellow popsicle shaped like a daisy. "I saved this for you. The 3 Kims wanted it, but I told 'em no way, this one's for little Ava." Giggling, she shuffled down the dirt walk, her feet slipping between paving stones and broken glass. I smiled, nodding reassuringly as she took the popsicle and squatted beside Cass on the truck's metal side steps. He opened a can of grape pop and drained it in one pull, then tossed the empty into the back of the truck. "Where's your mom, Ava?" "Right there." She pointed with her ice pop, dropping and retrieving it from the dirt in one motion. The kitten scrambled from her arms and disappeared in the jewel weed. From the shadows of the doorway stepped a woman, small and fast as a bob white, wearing a baggy blue shift like a hospital gown. Long greasy hair was bunched in a clumsy ball at the back of her neck. Long black hairs plastered her forehead. From her chin curled thick tufts of black hair, coarse as a billy goat's beard. A pair of glasses pinched her snub nose, thick lensed glasses with cheap black plastic frames, standard county issue. Behind the grimy lenses, her eyes glinted pale, cloudy yellow. When she spoke, her voice creaked like burlap sacking, and her head bobbed back and forth like a snake's. It was a whole minute before I realized she was blind. "Little Ava!" she yelled, her twang thick and muddy as a creek bottom. "Who's it?" "Ice cream man," drawled Ava, and she poked her popsicle into the woman's hand. "He give me this. Get money from Sam." Cass nodded slowly. "It's Cast Tyrone, matey." He thumped a heavy carton on the side of the truck. "I got you a box of eclairs here. That what you want?" Her hands groped along the side of the truck, pouncing on the frost-rimmed box. "Sam!" she shrilled. "Ice cream man!" Someone else shuffled onto the porch then, wiping his hands on the front of a filthy union suit. Much older than Matey, he wore only those greasy coveralls and a crudely drawn tattoo. He took very small steps to the edge of the porch, such small steps that I glanced down at his feet. Bare feet, grub white, and hardly bigger than little Ava's. How he walked on those feet was a mystery. He was very fat, although there was something deflated about his girth, as though the weight had somewhere slipped from him, leaving soft folds and ripples of slack, papery skin. His head and neck looked as though they'd been piped from pastry cream, ornate folds and dimples of white flesh nearly hiding his features. Even his tattoo was blurred and softened by time, as though it had shrunk with him, like the image on a deflated balloon. I turned my head to keep from laughing nervously. But the old man turned his head as well, so that I stared into a pair of vivid garter-blue eyes fringed with lashes black as beetles. I coughed, embarrassed. He smiled at me, and I drew back, my skin prickling. Such a beautiful smile. Perfect white teeth and lips a little too red, as though he'd been eating some overripe fruit. I thought of Ingrid Bergman. That serene glow, those liquid eyes with their black lashes fluttering beneath a shock of grimy white hair. He was irresistible. Shyly, I smiled back, and in a very soft voice he said, "Hello, ice cream." He was the ugliest man I had ever seen. Cass nudged me, explaining, "That's what he calls me, ice cream. Like you call a blacksmith Smith or a gardener Gardner."
I nodded doubtfully, but Sam smiled, tilting his head to little Ava as he bent to tug her gently by the ear. "You want a cigarette, Sam?" drawled Cass, handing him an old gold. Sam took it without a word. "That's my girl, Sam," Cass sighed mournfully. "Julie Dean. She's awful mean. Matey, that's my girl." The bearded lady wagged her head, then thumped her hand on the side of the truck, palm up, until I stuck my own hand out the window. She grabbed it and nearly yanked me out into the road. "Matey," I said loudly, wincing as I heard my fingers crackle in her grip. "I'm Julie." She shook her head, staring eagerly at the roof of the truck. "I knowed all about you. He told me. He got this girl." Her voice ebbed, and she turned to Sam, wildly brandishing her box of eclairs as she shouted, "Take 'em, Sam! That ice cream's girl!" Sam smiled apologetically as he enfolded the box in one great soft paw. "I don't know, matey," he told her, then whispered to me, "She don't see much people." He spoke so slowly, so gently, that I wondered if he was dim-witted, if he'd ever been off the mountain. "Ice cream," he murmured, and reached to stroke my hand. "Ice cream. This your girl?" Cass grabbed me, shaking me until my hair flew loose from my bandana and my jaw rattled. "This is her, the one and only. What you think, Sam?" Sam stared at me. I saw a light flare and fade in his iris. The pupils pulsed like a pair of flexing black wings, then shrank to tiny points once more. I shrugged, then nodded uneasily. "Julie," he whispered, "you his girl?" I shook my head, stammering, and shrank from the window. "Julie Dean. I'll remember," whispered Sam. He slid his hand over mine, his skin smooth and dry and cool as glass. "You know, ice cream is awful good to us." "I thought everybody hated the ice cream man," I remarked, grinning. Sam shook his head, shocked. "We love ice cream." Cass grinned. "Hear that? They love me. Right, matey? Right, Ava?" Matey giggled sharply, tilting her head so that I saw the moles clustered beneath her chin, buried like dark thumbprints in that fleshy dewlap where the hairs grew thickest. I shuddered, thinking of cancers, those dark little fingers tickling her throat in the middle of the night. Little Ava laughed with her mother, clutching the truck's fender. "Ice cream!" she shrieked. "Give me ice cream!" Cass beamed and scooped another popsicle from the freezer, tossing it to her like a bear slapping a trout to shore. The kitten flashed from the grass, tumbling the pop in midair so it fell at Matey's feet. "I'll be by tomorrow," Cass called to Sam, and he started back into the truck. "You catch me then." "I got money," Sam muttered. He wriggled his hand into a pocket, then opened his palm to display a handful of tarnished coins, age-blackened and feathered with verdigris. Cass scrutinized the coins, finally picked out 3. Ava giggled, bearing a mouthful of green iced teeth. "Okay," he said, "but I gotta go now. Kiss, little Ava?" She fled tittering to the porch, pausing to spin and wave like one of those plastic whirligigs, bobbing goodbye before she skipped indoors. Cass started the truck and waved. "So long, matey, Sam. Anything special tomorrow?" Matey yelled, "Eclairs!" then waddled back to the porch. For another minute Sam lingered, stroking the rusted metal of the truck's headlights. "You'll be back?" he finally asked. "Sure, Sam," Cass shouted above the motor. "Tomorrow!" Sam nodded, lifting his hand and opening it a single time in measured farewell. "Tomorrow," he repeated, and stepped back from the cloud of dirt and grass that erupted behind us. A minute later, and they were gone from sight, hidden behind the oaks and Serpentine Road. Cass grinned like a dog, twisting in his seat to face me. "What did you think?" I lit a cigarette, staring at the fields streaming red and gold in the twilight, the tumble-down walls and rotting fence posts. I waited a long time before answering him, and then I only said, "I thought it was sad," and tossed my cigarette across the road.
Sad, said Cass, puzzled. You thought little Ava was sad? Christ, they're so poor, like they haven't had a real meal in months. Sad, he repeated. Sad? And he stomped the gas pedal. I thought they'd make you happy. Cass! I shook my head, kicking at an empty beer bottle. You're feeding them. I don't give them anything, he protested. They buy that ice cream. Cass, I saw you give him a box of eclairs. He shook his head violently, jerking the wheel from side to side. He bought that, Julie. He paid for it. 50 cents for $10 worth of eclairs? What are you saying? Just what are you saying? Cass demanded. I sold him that ice cream. His face glowed bright pink, the stubble on his face a crimson fuzz. I hunched back against the freezer and looked away stubbornly. Look, Cass, I don't care what you do with your money. Shut up! Just shut up! What the hell do you know? They don't need that ice cream. They love it. That's why I go there. Not like... He stopped, furious, switching the radio on and then off again. We rode in silence. It grew darker as we traced our way back down again. Night leaked like black water to fill the rims and ridges of the mountains. The first stars gleamed as the trees began to bow before a cool, rising wind. I reached over to roll up the window, as much to shut out the night itself as the chill air, but the handle was broken. I rubbed my arms and wished I'd brought a sweater. Silently, Cass groped beneath his seat with one hand, then tossed me a dirty sweatshirt. I pulled it on gratefully and leaned forward to kiss him. Am I your girl? Is that what you tell them? He shrugged and shifted gears. He drove with his face pressed right up to the gritty windshield, shoving his glasses against the bridge of his nose as if that might make his eyes strong enough to pierce the dark tunnel of pine and shivering aspen. Damn, he muttered. This place gets dark. I nodded, huddling into his sweatshirt as I peered into the night. It was like day was something that could be peeled away, and now the black core of the mountain, the pith and marrow of it, throbbed here. I saw averted eyes, heard wings, and the rustle of pokeweed where something loped alongside us for a few yards before veering off into the bracken. I stuck my head out the window and saw reflected in the scarlet tail lights a fox, one black foreleg raised as he watched us pass. Then came a long stretch where the road flattened out and stretched before us like a solid shaft of darkness flying into the heart of the country. Overhead, branches linked and flowers dangled against the windshield, laving us in their dreamy scent. Cass cut back the engine, and the truck glided down this gentle slope, headlights guttering on rabbits that did not run, but stopped to regard us with gooseberry eyes from the roadside. I yawned and let my arms droop out the window. Poison ivy, warned Cass, but he did the same thing, sparks from his cigarette singeing sphinx moths and lacewings. Great white blossoms belled from the trees, and I reached to grab a handful of flowers, yanking them through the window until the branch snapped and showered us with pollen and dew. Look, I gasped, breathless from the cold spray. What are they? Cass poked sagely at his glasses, leaning over to inhale. Moonflowers, he announced. Really? I lifted my face and shook the branch, spattering more dew on my sunburned cheeks. They smell like heaven. Nah, I don't know what they are, really. White things. Asphodel, moonflowers, he finished, yawning. They do smell like... He choked on the word, twisting the wheel sharply. Sweet Jesus! In the road before us crouched a child, her eyes incandescent in the high beams. I shouted and lunged for the wheel, tearing it from Cass's hands. With a shearing sound, the wheel spun free, and the truck plowed forward. There was no way we could avoid hitting her. The soft thump was almost a relief, the gentle slap of a great wave against a dinghy. The truck shuddered to a stop, and Cass groaned, knocking me aside as he staggered through the door to land on his knees in the dirt. I followed and collapsed beside him. She was dead, of course. A vivid russet bruise smeared her face from neck to shoulder, staining her torn t-shirt. At first I didn't recognize the face beneath the speckled dirt and blood. Then I noticed the tiny pink cleft above her teeth, the blood pooling there to trickle into her mouth. Cass dabbed at her chin with his shirt sleeve, halted, and began to cry. His keening rose higher and higher until I covered my ears against his screams, too stunned to calm him. I didn't think to go for help. We knelt there a long time, and I dully brushed away the insects that landed on the child's face. Behind us, something moved. A silhouette cut off the headlight's beam. I stared at my hand splayed against the girl's clenched fist, afraid to turn and face the figure standing in the light. Instead, I waited for the cry that would drown out Cass's voice. Mother, father, searching sister. But the voice was laconic, dull as dust. "What you crying for?" I lifted my head and saw Matey feeling her way along the front of the truck, balancing clumsily by grabbing the grill above one headlight. Cass stared at her and choked, clutching wildly at my knee. "She can't see," he gasped, and suddenly pushed at the girl's body. "Julie!" Matey stood in front of the truck, her blue shift glowing in the backlight. I stammered loudly, "Matey, we got trouble. Kimberly, we hit her." She stumbled towards us, smacking the grill and kicking violently at stones in her path. A rock bounded against the child's forehead, and Cass gagged, drawing closer to me. I rose to my knees and reached to halt the blind woman. "Matey, you better go back." Then she was on her knees beside us, groping in the dirt until she grasped the crushed shoulder, the head lolling like an overripe peach. "Hurt that poor old head," she laughed, and her yellow eyes rolled behind glinting lenses. Bang! I drew back in disgust, then squeezed Cass's hand as I stood. "Don't leave," I warned him. "I'm getting help." Matey leaned over the child, brushing the girl's hair from her forehead. "Poor old head," she chortled. Then she spat on her fingers and rubbed the dirt from the girl's mouth, all the while staring blankly into the glaring headlights. For a moment I hesitated, watching the gleam of light on her beard, the flash of her glasses like two bright coins. Then I turned to leave. Where the circle of light ended, I paused, blinking as I tried to see where the road twisted. Behind me, Cass hissed, and Matey giggled, the two sounds like a bird's call. I glanced back once again. Between Cass and the bearded woman, the child stirred, thrashing at the ground until she heaved herself upright to stare at them sleepy-eyed. She shook her head so that her hair shone in a blur of dust, the face beneath that mane a sticky mess of blood and dirt. Then she stuck her finger in her mouth, blinking in the painful light, and asked doubtfully, "You the ice cream man?" Cass nodded, dazed, pulled his glasses from his nose, put them back, stared from Matey to the child once more. Then he laughed, hooting until the mountain rang, and I heard an owl's mournful reply. "Jesus, you scared me! Kim, you all right?" "Kimberly," she murmured, rubbing her shoulder. She glanced at her bloody hand and wiped it on her shorts. "I fair fell," she said. "Can I have a snow cone?" Cass staggered to his feet and sprinted to the truck. From inside he tossed snow cones, eclairs, a frozen moon pie. A can of pop exploded on the ground in a cherry mist, and he stopped, seeing me for the first time. He ran his hands through his hair. "Snow cone," he repeated. "I just want an eclair," Matey called petulantly, and she pounded the road with her palm. "We gotta get back, Kimberly." She lumbered to her feet and hobbled to the truck, the girl beside her scratching. Cass stepped down and put a snow cone in each small hand, turned and handed Matey an eclair. The bearded lady grabbed Kimberly by the neck and pushed her impatiently. "Take me home," she rasped, and Kimberly started to walk up the road, limping slightly. Mady kicked the stones from her path as they plodded past me, trailing melting ice cream. At the edge of light they disappeared from view, the soft, uneven pad of their feet fading into the pines. From the doorway, Cass squinted after them, and I stared at him, both of us silent. Cass trembled so that the cigarette he lit flew off into the darkness like a firefly. In the road melted a dozen snow cones and eclairs, pooling white and red and brown in the clay. I stepped towards the truck and knelt to inspect a slender rillet of blood. Already tiny spiders skated across the black surface, and moths lit there to rest their wings, uncoiling dark tongues to feed. With one finger I touched the sticky surface and raised my hand to the light. There was too much blood. She had not been breathing. The right side of her face had paled to the color of lilacs, and I had glimpsed the rim of bone beneath her cheek, the broken lip spilling blood into the earth. Now, behind me, 2 sets of footprints marked the mountain road, and I could hear a woman's distant voice, a child's faint reply. I wiped the blood from my finger and slowly returned to the truck to help Cass up the steps. Gently I eased him onto the freezer, pushing his shoulders until he sat there quietly. Then I settled myself beside the wheel. I started the engine, tentatively pressing pedals until the truck heaved forward, and drove crouched at the edge of the seat, squinting into the halo of light that preceded us. Behind me, Cass toyed with his glasses, dropping them once and retrieving them from the floor. I saw him reflected in the truck's mirror like a trick of the light, his eyes fixed upon the passing hollows, the dark and tossing trees that hid from us a wonder. After that I rode with Cass every morning on the town route, and as each afternoon struggled to its melancholy peak, we'd start for the bearded lady's house. Sometimes we'd take 1 or 2 of the children with us, Kimberly and Junebug flanking me atop the freezer or playing with the radio dials. But usually we'd just find them all waiting for us when we arrived, racing through the tall grass behind Ava. Little Ava always running to hug Cass's knees and slip slyly past me when I stooped to greet her. Cass would bring a 6-pack of True Blue beer, and we'd squat beside Sam on the flimsy back porch, drinking and watching the children play. The months marched past slowly. Our afternoons lingered into evenings, when we took our cue from the hoarse voices of mothers hailing their children home. One night we stayed until moonrise, waving goodbye to the children as they took their hidden paths through the pine groves. Their chatter was of school starting in the valley, new clothes and classrooms, a new teacher. The 3 Kims were the last to leave, and Cass handed each a popsicle as they passed the truck. "Too cold," Kimberly squealed, and tossed hers into the weeds. Cass nodded sadly as we walked back to the porch, tugging at his collar against the evening chill. Ava sat yawning in Sam's lap, and the old man stroked her hair, humming to himself. I could scarcely see Mady where she stood at the edge of the field, her face upturned to the lowering sky. Cass and I settled beside Sam, Cass reaching to take Ava into his arms. "Will you miss me when it's too cold for ice cream, Ava?" he asked mournfully. "When the 3 Kims are all drinking hot chocolate?" She stared at him solemn-eyed for a moment as he gazed wistfully across the field. Then she slid from his lap, pursing her lips to kiss his chin, and pulled at Sam's shoulder. "Show him what you can do, Sam," she said imperiously. "That thing! Show Cass!" Sam smiled and looked away. "Show him!" She bounced against his side, pulling his union suit until he nodded and rose, sighing like a bear torn from his long sleep. Cass looked at me with mock alarm as Sam lumbered down the steps to the willow tree. "Watch!" Ava shrilled, and Mady turned to face us, her white face cold and impassive. About the willow tree honeysuckle twined, wreathing it in gold and ivory trumpets. Sam reached and gently stripped the tiny blooms from a vine, disturbing the cicadas that sang there. In his hands the flowers glowed slightly in the dusk. I glanced up and marked where bats stitched the sky above him, and pointed for Ava to look.
"I see,"
she said impatiently, pulling away from me.
"Watch, Cass."
Sam wheeled to face us, inclined his head to Ava, and smiled. Then he flung his arms upward, sending a stream of flowers into the air.
"See them?"
cried Ava, clinging to Cass's hand. I saw nothing. Beside me, Cass squinted, adjusting his glasses. Sam tore more honeysuckle from the willow and flung another handful into the air. A black shape broke from the sky, whipped towards Sam's face, and fell away so quickly it looked like it was moving backwards. Another flicker of darkness inches from Sam's face, and another, and they were everywhere, chasing the blossoms he hurled into the night, flitting about his face like great black moths. A faint rush of air upon my cheek. I saw the bluish sheen of wings, the star-point reflection of one tiny eye as a bat skimmed past. I shuddered and drew closer to Cass. Ava laughed and darted away from the porch, joining Sam and gathering the broken flowers from the grass. She stood with face tilted to where the tiny shadows whirled, striking at flowers and crane flies.
"Can you hear them, Cass?"
she called. He stood, eyes and mouth wide as he looked from the two of them to me, and nodded.
"I do,"
he murmured. Beside him I gripped the porch rail and shrank from them, the soft rush of wings and their plaintive song, a high, thin sound like wires snapping.
"Cass," I whispered. "Cass, let's go."
But he didn't hear me, only stood and watched until Matey called to Ava, and her sharp voice sent the bats flurrying into the night. Her voice stirred Cass as well. He turned to me, blinking, shaking his head. "Let's go," I urged him, and he took my hand, nodding dazedly. Sam walked to the porch steps and looked up at us.
"You be by tomorrow?"
he said, and for a moment he held my other hand. His fingers were cold and damp, and when he withdrew them, I found a green tendril in my palm, its single frail blossom crushed against my skin.
"To say goodbye?"
"We'll be here," Cass called back as I led him towards the truck. When we drove up the following afternoon, it was late, the sun already burning off the tops of the mountains. Cass had bought a case of True Blue back in Zion. We'd been drinking most of the day, mourning the end of summer, the first golden leaves on the tulip poplars. From the top of the rise, Matey's house looked still, and as we coasted down the hill, I saw no one on the porch. The chairs and empty beer bottles were gone. So was the broom that Cass had made into a hobby horse for Ava, and the broken pots and dishes that had been her toys. Cass parked the truck on the grass and looked at me. "What the hell is this?" he wondered, and opened another beer. For several minutes we sat, waiting for Sam or Ava to greet us. Finally he finished his beer and said lamely, "Guess we better go find out." On the porch, Ava's half-grown kitten mewled, scampering off when Cass bent to pick it up. "Geez," he muttered, pushing tentatively at the screen door. It gave gently, and we hesitated before entering. Inside, there was nothing. Not a chair, not a rag, not a glass. Cass stared in disbelief, but put on a nonchalant expression when Sam trudged in. "Looks like you've been doing your spring cleaning," Cass said uneasily. Sam nodded.
"I gotta go. This time of year. Take the girl with me."
He smiled vacantly and crossed to the back door. Cass and I looked at each other, perplexed. Sam said nothing more and stepped outside. I followed him, peering into the single other room that had held a cot and mattress. Empty. I found Cass outside, weaving slightly as he followed Sam to the porch's crumbling edge.
"Where are you going?" he asked plaintively, but Sam only shook his head in silence, leaning on the splintered rail and gazing out at the field. There was no sign of Matey, but I could hear Ava chanting tunelessly to herself in the thicket of jewelweed at Wood's Edge. Cass heard, too, and called her name thickly. The golden fronds, heavy with blossoms and bees, twitched and crackled, and then Ava raced out, breathless, her face damp with excitement. "Cass!" she cried, and scrambled up the porch steps to hug him. "We gotta go." "Where?" he asked again, resting his beer against her neck as he smoothed her tangled hair. "You going off to school?" She shook her head. "No, Sam's place." Ava hugged his legs and looked up at him imploringly. "You come too. Okay, Cass? Okay?" Cass finished his beer and threw the bottle recklessly towards the field, to crash and shatter on stone. "I wish someone would tell me where you all are going," he insisted, turning to Sam. The old man shrugged and eyed little Ava. "You about ready?" Ava shook her head fiercely. For the first time since I'd known her, I saw her eyes blister with tears. "Sam," she pleaded, yanking Cass's hand at each word, "I want Cass, too." "You know that ain't up to me," Sam replied bluntly, and he turned and went back inside. Cass grinned then and winked at me. "Just like a girl," he remarked, tousling her hair. Faint, high voices called from the woods. From the brush scrambled the three Kims, tearing twigs from their hair and yelling to us as they clambered over the fence. Beside me, little Ava stiffened, slipping her hand from Cass's as she watched her friends waving. Suddenly, she let out a yell and sprang to meet them with arms flung wide, her hair a blazing flag in the sunset. Cass called after her, amused. "That kid," he laughed, then stopped and cocked his head. "What?" I glanced back at the sagging porch door, wondering where Matey and Sam had gone. "Hear that?" Cass murmured. He looked at me sharply. "You hear that?" I shook my head, smoothing the hair from my ears. "No. The kids?" I pointed to the girls greeting Ava in the tall grass. "Singing," Cass said softly. "Someone's singing." He stared intently after Ava. Above the field the sun candled the clouds to an ardent sea. A chill breeze rose from the west, lifting a shimmering net of bees from the jewelweed and rattling the willow leaves. In the grass the girls shrieked and giggled, and as we watched the other children joined them for their evening games of gray wolf and shadow tag, small white shapes slipping from the darkening trees with their mongrels romping underfoot. Ava pelted her friends with goldenrod, while the boys tussled in furrows, their long blue shadows dancing across the grass until they were swallowed by the willow's roots. Cass watched them entranced, his head tilted to catch some faint sound on the wind. "What is it?" I asked, but he only shook his head. "Can't you hear?" He looked at me in wonder, then turned away and walked across the field towards the children. "Cass!" I called after him, but he ignored me. For several minutes I waited, and finally stepped back to the door. And stopped. Someone was singing. Perhaps I had already heard without realizing, or mistaken the refrain for the cry of the crickets or nightjars. I cocked my head as Cass had done, and tried to trace the music, but it was gone again, drowned by the children's voices. I caught the bellow of Cass's laughter among their play, then faint music once more. A woman's voice, but wordless, or else too far off for me to understand her song. At the doorway, I paused and looked out at the field. The sun scarcely brushed the horizon now above the Cirrus archipelago. Lightning bugs sparked the air, and the children spilled through their trails, Cass lumbering among them, with first Kim and then little Ava hugging his narrow shoulders. For a long while I watched them, until only Ava's amber hair and Cass's white shirt flashed in the dusk. Finally Cass looked up, and seeing me for the first time, beckoned me to join them. I smiled and waved,
then bounded down the steps and across the field. From the grass, hundreds of leafhoppers flew up as I passed, the click of their wings a soft and constant burr. Last light slivered the willow bark and faded. The wind was stronger now, and with the children's voices it carried that faint music once more, ringing clearly over the whir of insects. I halted, suddenly dizzy, and stared at my feet as I tried to steady myself. When I glanced up, the children had fallen still. They stood ranged across the field, their dogs beside them, motionless, ears pricked. I turned to see what held them. As though storm-riven, the willow thrashed, branches raking the sky as if to hurl the first stars earthward. I swore and stepped back in disbelief. Beneath me the ground shuddered, buckling like rotten bark. Then, with a steady grinding roar, the earth heaved. A rich spume of dirt and clover sprayed me as the ground beneath the tree split like a windfall apple. The roaring stopped. A second of utter silence, and then song poured from the rift like a flock of swans. I clapped my hands to my ears and fell to my knees. The dogs heard first. I felt the heat of their flanks as they streamed past me, heard their panting and faint whimpers. I forced myself to look up, brushing dirt from my face. Above a gaping mouth in the red earth, the willow reared. In its shadow stood Maidie, arms outstretched. She was singing, and the dogs streamed past her, vaulting into the darkness at her feet. I stared, amazed. Then from behind me I heard voices, the soft stir of footsteps. I glanced back. The field lay in gray half-light. Abruptly the darkness itself shivered, broken where the children ran laughing across the field in twos and threes, girls clutching hands to form a chain across the waving grass, the littlest clinging to the bigger boys, shouting in excitement. I yelled to them, but my voice was drowned by their laughter. They did not see me as they raced past. She drew them, head thrown back as she sang on and on and on, her voice embracing stone and tree and hound and stars, until her song was the children, and she sang them all into the earth. Her glasses fell from her face, the gaze she turned upon the children no longer blind, but blinding, eyes like golden flowers, like sunrise, like autumn wheat. My hands were raw from kneading the clay as I stared, boys and girls rushing to her and laughing as they disappeared one by one into the rift at her feet. Her hands moved over and over again in a ceaseless, welcoming wave, as though she gathered armfuls of bright blossoms to her breast. But I could not move. It was as if I had become that tree and rooted to the earth. Final footsteps pattered on the grass. Cass and Ava passed me, running hand in hand to join the rest, now gone beneath the willow. I screamed his name, and they halted. Cass stared back dimly, shaking his head as though trying to recognize me. The woman I had known as Maidie raised her arms and fell silent. Then she called out a word, a name. Little Ava smiled at Cass, standing on tiptoe to kiss him. He smiled and kissed her forehead, then gathered her into his arms to carry her the last few steps to the willow. I watched as the woman waiting there took his hands and lost him forever. Another figure stepped from the tree's shadow. He stooped to take the child from Cass's arms. I saw Cass turn from Sam to the woman beside him, the woman whose wheat-gold eyes held a terrible sorrow. And suddenly I understood, knew the mother's eternal anguish at losing the child again to him, that bleak consort, he who receives many, knew why she gathered this bright harvest of playmates for a sunless garden, attendants for the girl no more a girl, the gentle maiden doomed to darkness the rest of the turning year. One last moment they remained.
The child raised her hand to me and opened it once in a tiny farewell. The ground trembled. A sound like rushing water rent the air. The willow tree crashed into darkness. A crack like granite shattering, a smell like ash and grinding stone. They were gone. All gone. The night was silent. Before me stretched the empty field, an abandoned cottage. Then from the woods echoed a poor will's wail, and its mate's echoing lament. I stumbled to the fallen tree, and, kneeling between its roots, wept among the anemones hiding children in the earth. Stephen Jones and Kim Newman. Necrology, 1990. Once again, it is time to remember those writers, artists, performers, and filmmakers who made many important contributions to the genre of the fantastique during their lifetimes, and who passed away in 1990. Authors, artists. After battling lymphatic cancer for more than a year, Robert Adams died at his home in Florida on January 4th. He was 56. Author of 18 novels and editor of several anthologies in the best-selling Horse Clans series, which began with The Coming of the Horse Clans in 1975, he also wrote 6 volumes in the Castaways in Time series, and completed 2 out of 3 outlined novels in another series, Stairway to Forever. Poet and writer of short supernatural fiction, Joseph Payne Brennan died from acute leukemia on January 28th, aged 71. His first published poem appeared in The Christian Science Monitor, 1940, and his first supernatural story, The Green Parrot, was published in Weird Tales in 1952. Among his best-known books are the Arkham House Collection's 9 Horrors and a Dream, Stories of Darkness and Dread, and Nightmare Need, verse, as well as The Shapes of Midnight, and 3 volumes featuring his psychic detective Lucius Leffing. Playwright and screenwriter Arnaud Dussault died from stomach cancer on January 29th, aged 73. A big Broadway name, Tomorrow the World, and minor Hollywood writer, The Man Who Wouldn't Die, in the 40s, he was driven abroad by the blacklist and contributed under front pseudonyms to numerous European movies, including Horror Express. Julia Fitzgerald, the author of a number of historical romances with fantasy elements, such as Beauty to the Devil, Taboo, and Earth Queen, Sky King, died from cancer on February 5th. Commercial artist and fantasy author Carl Schurell died on February 7th from aneurysm in his esophagus, aged 60. He had been suffering from a heart condition complicated by leukemia. His first novel, Raum, appeared in 1977, and other books include Skraelings, Arcane, The Space Prodigal, and Dark Flowers. Popular SF cartoonist Arthur Atom Thompson died from a blood clot on February 8th. He was 62. He discovered fandom in 1954 and contributed to a number of professional magazines during the 60s, although he preferred to work for fanzines. The same day, singer-songwriter Del Shannon died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. His 60s hit Runaway was used in both Children of the Corn and TV's Crime Story. Wendane Ackerman, 76, German-born wife of collector, editor, historian Forrest J. Ackerman, died on March 5th after a long illness. She translated 137 novels of the German space opera Perry Rodin, as well as books by Stanislav Lem, Pierre Barbet, and the Strugatsky brothers, and wrote one of the most popular and often reprinted features in Famous Monsters of Filmland, Rocket to the Rue Morgue. Pulp magazine publisher and founder of Popular Library Ned L. Pines died in Paris on May 14th, aged 84.
After creating the thriller pulps in the early 30s, he added the weird menace title Thrilling Mystery in 1935, and the following year bought the ailing Wonder Stories from Hugo Gernsback and retitled it Thrilling Wonder Stories. A companion magazine, Startling Stories, started in 1939, and by the end of the decade, Pine's publications had 44 titles on the newsstands, including Captain Future, Fantastic Story Magazine, and Wonder Story Annual. Children's author Lucy M. Boston died on June 1st. She was 97, and is best known for the Green No series of fantasies, beginning with The Children of Green No in 1954, and followed by 5 more volumes between 1958 to 76. Film journalist and novelist Jeff Sim died on June 11th from AIDS. He was 40, and contributed to such specialist magazines as Shock Express and Starburst, as well as working as a technician on several recent UK movies. Playwright and director Paul Giovanni died on June 17th of pneumonia with complications. He was 57. In 1978, Giovanni wrote and staged the Tony Award-nominated Sherlock Holmes pastiche The Crucifer of Blood, filmed in 1990 with Charlton Heston as Holmes. Screenwriter Sidney Bohm, whose credits include When Worlds Collide, The Atomic City, and Shock Treatment, died on June 25th, aged 82. He won an Edgar Award for his script for The Big Heat. Argentinian magic realist author Manuel Puig died from a heart attack following complications after surgery on July 22nd. He was 57. His best-known novel was Kiss of the Spider-Woman, which was filmed in 1985. Ed Emshwiller, one of the top science fiction artists of the 1950s and 60s, died of cancer on July 27th, aged 65. He began illustrating for Galaxy in 1951, signing his paintings Emsh. For the past decade, he was involved in multimedia productions on film and video, and was the visual consultant on the TV movie The Lathe of Heaven. Cartoonist B. Bernard Kleban, whose best-selling books of weird artwork included Cats, Never Eat Anything Bigger Than Your Head, Whack Your Porcupine, and 2 Guys Fooling Around with the Moon, died on August 12th, 2 weeks after undergoing heart surgery. He was 55. Screenwriter Edmund H. North died August 28th from pneumonia, aged 79. Among his 24 screenplays was the classic 1951 SF movie The Day the Earth Stood Still. He won an Oscar for Patton. Comics writer Jerry Iger died on September 5th. He was 87. Amongst the characters he created were Sheena, Queen of the Jungle, which became a 1950s TV series and a 1984 movie, Blue Beetle, Wonder Boy, and The Ray. Fan, author, editor, and publisher Donald A. Wollheim died in his sleep from an apparent heart attack on November 2nd, 2 years after suffering a stroke. He was 76. One of the most important figures in science fiction, he became an early member of fandom in the mid-1930s, and by the early 40s was editing such pulp magazines as Stirring Science Stories and Cosmic Stories. In 1943, he edited the first mass-market SF anthology, The Pocket Book of Science Fiction, and between 1947 and 1952 edited 18 issues of the Avon Fantasy Reader, reprinting the cream of Weird Tales type material. He went on to become the entire editorial staff at Avon Books, and in 1952 he started Ace Books with A. A. Wynne. In 1971, 3 years after Wynne's death, Wollheim resigned from Ace and formed Daw Books, the first mass-market publisher solely devoted to science fiction, fantasy, and horror. He discovered and developed many new writers and continued to edit anthologies until his stroke. Gothic and historical novelist Anya Seton died on November 8th from heart failure. She was 86. One of her best-known novels was Dragonwyck, filmed in 1946, starring Vincent Price. Best-selling author Roald Dahl died on November 23rd, aged 74. Several of his children's books, such as Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, The Witches, and The BFG, were made into films. He scripted Chitty Chitty Bang Bang and the James Bond adventure You Only Live Twice, and hosted the TV series Way Out and Roald Dahl's Tales of the Unexpected. Playwright and novelist Dorothy Dodie Smith died on November 24th, aged 94. Her most famous book for children was 101 Dalmatians, filmed by Disney in 1961. Pulp publisher Henry Steger III, who co-founded Popular Publications in 1930 with Harold Goldsmith, died on December 25th, aged 87. At its height, Popular published over 300 individual titles, including horror stories, terror tales, The Spider, Operator 5, G8 and His Battle Aces, Fantastic Mysteries, Fantastic Novels, and A. Merritt's Fantasy. Screenwriter Warren Scarron died of bone cancer, aged 44, on December 28th. He co-wrote the scripts for Beetlejuice, Top Gun, Beverly Hills Cop 2, and Batman, and completed the script for Beetlejuice 2 just before his death. Actors, actresses. Character actor Alan Hale Jr. died on January 2nd from cancer of the thymus, aged 71. Best known for his TV work in such series as Gilligan's Isle, Casey Jones, Wild Wild West, and Land of the Giants, he also starred in such low-budget gems as The Crawling Hand and The Giant Spider Invasion. Actress Lydia Bilbrook died on January 4th, aged 101. Her film credits include The Picture of Dorian Gray, The Spider-Woman, Mr. Peabody and the Mermaid, and The Brighton Strangler. Arthur Kennedy died on January 5th from a brain tumor. He was 75. Amongst his many movie credits are Fantastic Voyage, The Living Dead at the Manchester Morgue, The Antichrist, The Sentinel, and The Humanoid. Best known for his starring role in Chariots of Fire, British actor Ian Charleson died on January 6th from AIDS. He was 40, and also appeared in Opera and Greystoke, The Legend of Tarzan, Lord of the Apes. Veteran comedy actor Terry Thomas died on January 8th, aged 78. He had been suffering from Parkinson's disease for many years. His long list of credits include Tom Thumb, The Wonderful World of the Brothers Grimm, Munster Go Home, Danger Diabolique, The Abominable Dr. Phibes, Dr. Phibes Rises Again, The Hound of the Baskervilles, 1977, and Vault of Horror. Film and TV actor Gordon Jackson died on January 15th, aged 66. His many film appearances include Meet Mr. Lucifer, The Quatermass Experiment, Scrooge, Madam Sin, Spectre, The Medusa Touch, and The Masks of Death. Veteran actress Barbara Stanwyck died on January 20th from congestive heart failure. She was 82. She appeared in Flesh and Fantasy and William Castle's The Night Walker, as well as the early 70s TV movies The House That Would Not Die and A Taste of Evil. Madge Bellamy, who co-starred with Bela Lugosi in White Zombie, 1932, died on January 24th, aged 89. Hollywood actress Ava Gardner, once voted the world's most beautiful woman, died of pneumonia at her London home on January 25th. She was 67. The star of more than 60 films, her credits include Spooks Run Wild and Ghosts on the Loose, both with Bela Lugosi, One Touch of Venus, Pandora and the Flying Dutchman, On the Beach, 7 Days in May, Earthquake, The Bluebird, 1976, and The Sentinel. The same day, British character actor Ian Dudley Hardy was killed near London when a tree uprooted by storms struck his car. He was aged 79 and was featured in the 1936 Things to Come. German-born actor Henry Brandon died of a heart attack in Los Angeles on February 13th, aged 77. He portrayed Captain Lasca in the 1939 serial Buck Rogers with Buster Crabbe, and the following year played the Oriental mastermind in The Drums of Fu Manchu. His numerous other film credits include Laurel and Hardy's Babes in Toyland, Doomed to Die, Tarzan and the She-Devil, War of the Worlds, The Land Unknown, Scared Stiff, Captain Sinbad, Search for the Evil One, and Assault on Precinct 13. Character actor Gary Merrill died on March 5th from cancer. He was 74. His numerous credits include The Mysterious Island, The Woman Who Wouldn't Die, Destination Inner Space, Earth 2, and The Power. French model and actress Capucine, Germaine Lefebvre, killed herself on March 17th. She was 57. Among her many international films were The Pink Panther and Arabian Adventure, with Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing. Hollywood goddess Greta Garbo died on April 15th from undisclosed causes. She was 84. Born Greta Gustafsson in Sweden, she starred in a number of movies for MGM during the late 1920s and early 30s until her early retirement in 1941. She appeared with Bela Lugosi in Ninotchka, 1939, and turned up in the 1974 gay sex film Adam and Eve. Paulette Goddard, actress and former wife of Charlie Chaplin and Burgess Meredith, amongst 4 husbands, died on April 23rd after a brief illness. She starred in more than 40 movies, including Chaplin's Modern Times, and alongside Bob Hope in the 2 classic horror comedies The Cat and the Canary, 1939, and The Ghost Breakers, 1940. Her last film was the 1972 TV movie The Snoop Sisters. Actor Albert Salmi and his wife were found shot dead on April 23rd in an apparent murder-suicide. He was 62. And his credits include The Ambushers, Escape from the Planet of the Apes, Empire of the Ants, Dragon Slayer, Kung Fu 2, The Coming, and Superstition, aka The Witch. David Rappaport, the diminutive star of Time Bandits, TV's The Wizard, and the 9-hour National Theater version of Illuminatus, committed suicide on May 2nd in Los Angeles. The 38-year-old 3 feet 11 inches actor was suffering from depression and was found dead from a gunshot wound. His other movies include The Bride and Sword of the Valiant. Actress Susan Oliver died on May 10th of cancer, aged 53. Amongst her many TV credits was the Star Trek pilot The Cage/Menagerie, as well as such films as The Monitors, Change of Mind, and Murder by Decree. Singer and entertainer Sammy Davis Jr. died on May 16th from throat cancer. He appeared in One More Time and Poor Devil, both with Christopher Lee, Alice in Wonderland, 1985, and episodes of TV's Wild Wild West, Batman, I Dream of Jeannie, and Fantasy Island. Jill Ireland, British-born actress and wife of Charles Bronson, died of cancer on May 18th, aged 54. She began her career as a rank starlet and married actor David McCallum in 1957. They divorced 10 years later. Her films include Someone Behind the Door, The Karate Killers, and TV's The Girl, The Gold Watch, and Everything, along with episodes of Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, Star Trek, and Night Gallery. Comedian and actor Max Wall died on May 22nd after falling outside a restaurant in London's Strand. He was aged 82. His movie credits include the Pythonesque fantasy Jabberwocky. Debonair British actor Sir Rex Harrison died from pancreatic cancer on June 2nd, aged 82. Although his career alternated between stage and film productions on both sides of the Atlantic, he is best remembered for his Oscar-winning role as Professor Higgins in My Fair Lady, 1964. His other movie credits include Blithe Spirit, The Ghost and Mrs. Muir, Midnight Lace, and Dr. Dolittle. Veteran character actor Jack Gilford died the same day from cancer. He was 81. His many credits include They Might Be Giants, Catch-22, Caveman, Cocoon, and Cocoon the Return. British character actor Raymond Huntley died in June, aged 86. He played Dracula on the stage between 1928 to 30, and he appeared in such movies as The Ghost of St. Michael's, The Ghost Train, Passport to Pimlico, I'll Never Forget You, Meet Mr. Lucifer, The Black Torment, and Hammer's remake of The Mummy, 1959. Actor Leonard Sachs died from kidney failure on June 15th, aged 82. His occasional film appearances included Taste of Fear, aka Scream of Fear, The Gamma People, The Giant Behemoth, Conga, and Thunderball, as well as TV's Doctor Who and 1984. British actress Anna Paulk died on July 1st from cancer. She was 48. Her many credits include The Earth Dies Screaming, The Skull, Fahrenheit 451, The Frozen Dead, Tower of Evil, aka Horror of Snape Island, and The Nightcomers. Actor Howard Duff died on July 8th of a heart attack, aged 76. He appeared in the 1953 film Spaceways, plus Oh God, Book 2, Monster in the Closet, and numerous TV series. Irene Champlin, who played Dale Arden in the 1950s Flash Gordon TV series, died on July 10th, aged 59. Leading Lady Margaret Lockwood died on July 15th. She was 73. Despite attracting the attention of Hollywood with her starring role in Hitchcock's The Lady Vanishes, most of her films were made in Britain, including Dr. Sin, 1937, A Place of One's Own, and The Slipper and the Rose. American comic actor Eddie Quillen, aged 83, died on July 19th of cancer. Besides appearing in Mutiny on the Bounty, 1935, and The Grapes of Wrath, he also turned up in Brigadoon, The Ghost and Mrs. Chicken, Angel in My Pocket, Jungle Queen, Jungle Raiders, and TV's The Darker Side of Terror. Actress Elizabeth Allen, who co-starred with Bela Lugosi in Mark of the Vampire, and also appeared in The Phantom Fiend, aka The Lodger, 1935, died on July 27th. She was 80. Jill Esmond died on July 28th. The 82-year-old actress was the first wife of Laurence Olivier, and her credits include FP1 Does Not Reply and 13 Women. Actor Maurice Brattle died the same day, aged 89. He played Dr. Harding in the 1936 version of Things to Come. Nina Barra, who portrayed the regular villainous Tonga in the 50s TV show Space Patrol, died on August 15th of cancer. She was 66. She also starred in Missile to the Moon. Black actor Raymond St. Jacques, aged 60, died on August 27th from cancer of the lymph glands. He portrayed Martin Luther King in The Private Files of J. Edgar Hoover, and other credits include Change of Mind, The Eyes of Laura Mars, They Live, and Search for the Gods, as well as numerous TV appearances. Hollywood star of the 1930s and 40s Irene Dunne died on September 4th from heart failure at the age of 88. She appeared in 13 Women, A Guy Named Joe, It Grows on Trees, and the James Whale version of Showboat. British character actress Athene Saylor died on September 11th, aged 101. She appeared in the 1935 version of Scrooge and played Mrs. Carswell in Night of the Demon, aka Curse of the Demon. Former child actor Jackie Moran died on September 20th from cancer, aged 65. Best remembered as Buddy Wade in the original Buck Rogers serial, 1939, he also featured in Meet Mr. Christian, Henry Aldrich Haunts a House, and Hop Harrigan. British actress Jill Bennett committed suicide on October 4th, aged 59. She appeared in The Skull, The Nanny, Britannia Hospital, For Your Eyes Only, The Anatomist, and Full Circle, aka The Haunting of Julia. Radio entertainer and straight man Richard Murdoch died of a heart attack on October 9th. He was 83, and his film credits include The Terror, 1938, and The Ghost Train, 1941. Tough guy character actor Robert Tessier died on October 11th from cancer, aged 56. With his shaved head and muscular build, he often portrayed villains in such movies as The Velvet Vampire, Doc Savage, The Man of Bronze, Star Crash, $1 Billion Threat, The Sword and the Sorcerer, The Lost Empire, and Double Exposure. French leading actress Delphine Seyrig died from lung disease on October 15th, aged 58. She appeared in Last Year in Marienbad, Mr. Freedom, The Milky Way, Donkey Skin, Discreet Charm of the Bourgeoisie, Dorian Gray in The Mirror of the Popular Press, as Frau Dr. Mabuse, and The Haunting Daughters of Darkness, as the vampirish Countess Bathory. Hollywood star Joel McCrea died on October 20th of pulmonary complications. He was 84. In a career that spanned 4 decades, he appeared in such classics as Sullivan's Travels and Ride the High Country, as well as The Most Dangerous Game, Bird of Paradise, with Lon Chaney Jr., and The Unseen. Character actress Freda Jackson died the same day at the age of 82. During the 1960s, she appeared in a number of horror and fantasy movies, including Shadow of the Cat, Hammer's The Brides of Dracula, Die Monster Die, aka Monster of Terror with Boris Karloff, plus 2 Ray Harryhausen extravaganzas, Valley of Gwangi and Clash of the Titans. Italian leading actor Ugo Tognazzi died from a cerebral hemorrhage on October 27th, aged 68. He appeared in Toto in the Moon, My Friend Dr. Jekyll, The Ape Woman, Barbarella, as Mark Hand, The Master and Margarita, and Le Grand Bouffe, amongst others. Spanish-American bandleader Javier Cugat died on the same day from heart failure, aged 90. He appeared in many of the MGM musicals of the 40s, as well as The Monitors and The Picks. Veteran character actor Harry Lauder died on October 30th, aged 76, from heart failure. His numerous movie credits include The Flying Disc Man from Mars, The Day the Earth Stood Still, Canadian Mounties vs. Atomic Invaders, It Came from Beneath the Sea, Earth vs. the Flying Saucers, The Creature with the Atom Brain, The Werewolf, Escape from the Planet of the Apes, and Super Beast. British actress Valerie French died on November 3rd from leukemia. She was 59. Amongst her credits were The 27th Day, The Four Skulls of Jonathan Drake, and TV's The Prisoner. Musical comedy star Mary Martin died the same day of cancer, aged 76. The mother of actor Larry Hagman, she first starred on Broadway in One Touch of Venus, and went on to be identified in the American public's mind as the definitive Peter Pan. Will Kaluva died from an embolism on November 6th. He was 73. In 1964, he appeared in the Leo G. Carroll role in The Man from U.N.C.L.E. TV pilot, which later became the feature To Trap a Spy. His many other small-screen credits include Twilight Zone, Wild Wild West, and Beauty and the Beast. American comedian and original Ziegfeld girl Eve Arden, Eunice Queddens, died on November 12th from heart disease, aged somewhere between 78 and 88. She appeared in Whistling in the Dark, One Touch of Venus, Sergeant Deadhead, The Strongest Man in the World, and Pandemonium, as well as the box office hit Grease and TV's Alice in Wonderland. Megan Robinson, actress and founding member of Charles Busch's Theater in Limbo, died on November 18th of AIDS. She was 35 and co-starred with Busch in the off-Broadway comedies Psycho Beach Party and Vampire Lesbians of Sodom. David White, who portrayed Larry Tate in the long-running TV series Bewitched, died on November 26th of a heart attack. He was 74. 31-inch-tall actress Tamara Detrow, who played the title role in E.T. the Extraterrestrial, died from heart and respiratory problems on November 28th. She was 31. She also appeared in Ghoulies and Rockula. Leading film and TV actor Robert Cummings, aged 80, died of kidney failure and pneumonia on December 2nd. He began his film career in 1935 and starred in Flesh and Fantasy, The Lost Moment, Heaven Only Knows, For Heaven's Sake, Free for All, Dial M for Murder, and Five Golden Dragons, with Christopher Lee. Veteran character actor Edward Binns died on December 4th from a heart attack. He was 74. Amongst his numerous credits are Curse of the Undead, Failsafe, Hunter, The Power Within, and Diary of the Dead. Hollywood leading lady Joan Bennett died of a heart attack on December 7th, aged 80. She made her movie debut in 1915 and appeared in Alice in Wonderland, 1927 short, The Man Who Reclaimed His Head, The Secret Beyond the Door, For Heaven's Sake, House of Dark Shadows, and Suspiria. Between 1966 to 71, she played Elizabeth Collins Stoddard in the TV series Dark Shadows, and also appeared in the TV movies The Eyes of Charles Sand and This House Possessed. Tough guy actor and pro wrestler Mikhail Mazursky, died on December 9th, aged 82, after a long illness. He made his screen debut in 1934 and went on to appear in Dr. Renault's Secret, Henry Aldrich Haunts a House, The Canterville Ghost, 1943, Murder My Sweet, as Moose Malloy, Dick Tracy, 1945, as Splitface, The Horn Blows at Midnight, Sinbad the Sailor, Around the World in 80 Days, Zots, Alligator, Amazon Women on the Moon, and Warren Beatty's Dick Tracy, 1990. Film TV technicians. The Dean of Hollywood Art Directors, Lyle Wheeler, died of pneumonia on January 10th, aged 84. During a career that spanned 25 years and more than 400 films, he received 24 Academy Award nominations and won 5 times. His numerous credits include Gone with the Wind, Rebecca, Journey to the Center of the Earth, Cleopatra, and Marooned. Low-budget director William J. Hole, Jr. died from respiratory failure on February 11th. He was 71. Among his credits are The Ghost of Dragstrip Hollow, The Devil's Hand, Face of Terror, and Man in Outer Space. Acclaimed British screenwriter, director, and producer Michael Powell died on February 19th of prostate cancer. He was 84. With the late Emmerich Pressburger, he made 14 movies, including the classic fantasies A Matter of Life and Death, aka Stairway to Heaven, The Red Shoes, Tales of Hoffmann, and The Boy Who Turned Yellow. His other credits included the Academy Award-winning 1940 fantasy The Thief of Baghdad and the 1960 chiller Peeping Tom. Writer-producer Aubrey Wisberg died of cancer in New York on March 14th. He was 78. Besides being involved with such diverse projects as The Horn Blows at Midnight, 1945, with Jack Benny, and Hercules in New York, 1969, with Arnold Schwarzenegger, he formed Mid-Century Productions with Jack Pollexfen in 1950. Over the next few years, they turned out such classics as The Man from Planet X, Captive Women, The Neanderthal Man, and Port Sinister. Cinematographer Carl Brown died March 25th, aged 93. He created double printing, first used in D.W. Griffith's Intolerance, 1916, and helped develop the miniature projection system used for King Kong, 1933. During the late 30s and early 40s, Brown wrote several low-budget films featuring Boris Karloff as a mad scientist, including The Man They Could Not Hang, The Man with 9 Lives, and Before I Hang. Milton S. Gelman, producer and chief writer on NBC TV's The Man from U.N.C.L.E. for nearly 4 years, died on May 2nd following heart surgery. He was 70. British film designer Tony Masters, aged 70, died in May in the south of France. Married to actress Heather Sears, he entered the film industry in 1946 and was production designer on more than 60 movies, including 2001: A Space Odyssey, for which he won a BAFTA award and was nominated for an Oscar. Puppeteer and creator of The Muppets, Jim Henson, died of a bacterial infection on May 17th, aged 53. After working in television during the late 1950s and early 60s, his career took off with Sesame Street and The Muppet Show. Later television shows included Fraggle Rock, The Ghosts of Fafner Hall, and The Storyteller, while his movie credits boasted The Muppet Movie, The Great Muppet Caper, The Muppets Take Manhattan, The Dark Crystal, Labyrinth, Dream Child, The Witches, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Early special effects expert Theodore J. Lydecker died from cancer on May 25th, aged 81. Best known for his work with his brother Howard, who died in 1969, on the Republic serials of the 1930s to 50s, his credits include Dick Tracy, 1937, The Adventures of Captain Marvel, Captain America, The Lady and the Monster, The Catman of Paris, Valley of the Zombies, King of the Rocket Men, The Invisible Monster, Zombies of the Stratosphere, Tobor the Great, and Panther Girl of the Congo, amongst numerous others. Sir James Carreras, who headed Hammer Films from 1949 to 1980, died on June 9th. He was 81. Carreras built Hammer Films during the post-war years, but it was the release of The Quartermass Experiment, aka The Creeping Unknown, in 1955, that gave the company its direction and success, finally resulting in the Queen's Award to Industry during the late 60s. Veteran Disney art director Al Roloffs died on July 2nd from a stroke. He was 83, and his many credits include The Island at the Top of the World, Charlie and the Angel, Escape from Witch Mountain, The Black Hole, Tron, etc. Still photographer / montage expert Robert Coburn died on July 3rd, aged 90. He worked on King Kong, 1933. TV director Philip Leacock died on July 14th from collapsed lungs, aged 73. His numerous credits include Baffled, When Michael Calls, Dying Room Only, The Curse of King Tut's Tomb, and Three Sovereigns for Sarah. Pioneer special effects cameraman Bud Thackeray died on July 15th. He was 87 and directed the process photography on King Kong, 1933, as well as working on Noah's Ark, 1928, The Jazz Singer, The Most Dangerous Game, Scarface, The Phantom Empire, and many other movies. Alan Clark, who directed Billy the Kid and the Green Baize Vampire, died on July 24th, aged 54. Best known as a major Western director and creator of TV's Gunsmoke, writer-producer Charles Marquis Warren died on August 11th of heart aneurysm. He was 77, and his film credits include Back from the Dead and The Unknown Terror. Manly P. Hall, who hypnotized Bela Lugosi on the set of Black Friday, 1941, for his dramatic death scene, died August 29th, aged 89. He also performed the wedding ceremony for Lugosi's fifth and final wedding. Top 1930s dancer-choreographer Hermès Pan died from an apparent stroke on September 19th, aged 80. Amongst the films he worked on are Top Hat, Swing Time, Shall We Dance, Kiss Me Kate, Finian's Rainbow, and Lost Horizon, 1973. Special effects director Scott Bartlett died on September 29th from complications following a kidney-liver transplant. He was 47, and his credits include Starman, The Jupiter Menace, Altered States, and Sheena. Veteran animator Grim Natwick died on October 7th from pneumonia heart disease. He was 100 years old. Besides creating cartoon character Betty Boop, he worked on such movies as Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Gulliver's Travels, Raggedy Ann and Andy, The Thief and the Cobbler, and with Popeye, Crusader Rabbit, Mr. Magoo, and Woody Woodpecker. 3D expert and cinematographer Howard Schwartz died on October 25th from a heart attack, aged 71. His films include Buona Devil and House of Wax. French filmmaker Jacques Demy died from leukemia on October 27th. He was 59 and directed The Umbrellas of Cherbourg, Donkey Skin, and The Pied Piper, amongst others. British director Don Chaffee died on November 13th from heart disease, aged 72. His movie credits include The Three Lives of Thomasina, Jason and the Argonauts, 1 Million Years B.C., Creatures the World Forgot, Persecution, a.k.a. The Terror of Sheba, and Pete's Dragon. Italian screenwriter and director Sergio Corbucci died on December 2nd from a heart attack. He was 80. His many credits include Duel of the Titans, The Son of Spartacus, Goliath and the Vampires, Django, and the 1965 remake of The Man Who Laughs. Film and TV writer-director Richard Benner died the same day from AIDS, aged 47. He wrote and directed Outrageous and Outrageous 2, both of which starred female impersonator Craig Russell, who died of AIDS on October 30th, as well as several episodes of TV's Tales from the Dark Side. TV director Richard Irving died following heart surgery on December 30th, aged 73. Amongst his many credits were the pilot film for The $6 Million Man and Exo-Man. End of Best New Horror 2. Edited by Stephen Jones and Ramsey Campbell. STEPHENJONES, RAMSEY CAMPBELL. Read by Doug Tisdale, Jr. in the studios of Talking Book Publishers Incorporated for the Library of Congress, June 2022. Published by Carroll and Graf Publishers Incorporated, 260 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10001. Further reproduction or distribution in other than an accessible format is prohibited. If you found this book to be defective, please contact your cooperating network library.
End of book.